38-yard attempt for Lutz, who is 3 for 3. And he's now 4 for 4 as the Broncos win it by a score of 33-10.
Yeah, who'd have thunk it, right? The revenge tour of one Will Lutz, I guess, was a real thing that I should have taken into account. My bad. I got a couple of questions. And the first one is this. That was an ass kicking yesterday. Like, that looked, everything about the score, everything about the feel of the game was what I expected it to be. But how do you feel coming out of there? Because there was two stories mixed into one. It was about getting the win. It was about looking good against what I told you all week was a bad opponent that's in a really bad way. Like, they were already not very good, and then they lost 1 million players leading into the game, and then they lost even more than that in the middle of the game. Both of their corners leave. They got guys leaving on stretchers, or carts. They're decimated. You should have made it look like that. But the other story is, hey, Bo Nix, give me a good game, buddy. And Bo Nix, let's be honest, outside of a couple of runs, looked awful. I'm just being honest. The very first couple of throws that he made, wide open players. Wide open. And he's got the happy feet, and he's kind of like, you know when Fred Flintstone used to bowl, and you hear that, like that noise? That was his feet the entire night. And the throw that he's getting the most heat for, which is appropriate, he had both, I forget which tight end it was. I want to say it was Kroll and Troy Franklin at like 10-yard intervals behind each other with nobody around, and he put it in the only spot that neither guy could catch it. And that was right out of the gates.
You're saying that Bo Nix was like in Scooby-Doo when they're in the hallway and they see a ghost, and then they start running, but they don't actually move yet?
Yes.
And then, and they take off.
But here's the problem I have, Nelly. You got to help me out here. The game is what, like the final score, no matter what happens in this game, the Saints stand no chance stuff, like that's the way it should have felt. But Bo Nix looked bad.
Yeah, it's, I heard some of the other shows talking about this throughout the day, like PhD and Kreckman and Lindahl, saying if the Broncos win a game, but the offense doesn't exactly look like what you want it to look like, how are you going to feel? And let's just say this. If we have one positive takeaway from this game, it's that, well, there were a lot of positive takeaways, but the one that sticks out to me in terms of the offense is Bo Nix still was struggling to make throws, like you said. It still didn't look like the offense was comfortable on the passing end. So what did they do instead? They pounded the rock, and the running game started to come alive a little more.
That was great.
Javonte Williams got 2 touchdowns. So at least this team is learning to adapt, where if we can't move the ball through the air, let's move it on the ground, whereas the Broncos of the recent past couldn't do either. So at least we're getting one thing at a time here. I agree with you, though, that the passing game was, he had what, 150, 160?
160.
Yeah, not quite the 250 you were hoping for.
Texture said he settled down after the first quarter. I want to point something out to you. That the second quarter started, he missed yet again another tight end wide open in the short, like skipped it to him when he was wide open, and he didn't have pressure on him. Like, there's just a couple things. I don't know how to make it more clear than this, so I'm going to say it this way. Nothing would make me happier, more ecstatic than Bo Nix being an ultimate success story. Nothing would. it's what you want. A 12th overall pick that you've kind of thrown your franchise keys to. That's what you want to happen. But if you think that was settling down after the first quarter, I don't know what game we're watching. I give Bo Nix this. He's really good at avoiding pressure and creating something on the ground. He did. And I give him credit for it. But I guess here's what I'm getting at. That game was 33-10. It could have been, you should have put up 50. And the big one that matters, big one. So it's a 13-3 ball game heading towards the half, okay? Nix was under pressure. He panics. And Nelly, he threw it in an area. I don't know who the throw was to. It hit Honey Badger directly in the chest. That could have been a pick six.
Should have.
That could have been,
right
before half, a throw that turns that game from 13-3, you're in control, to 13-10, and now all of a sudden it's a ball game. And for some reason that I still don't understand, because Honey Badger's a very good safety, he didn't catch it. So again, he made later in that drive, he made a good throw to Marvin Mims, who just straight up dropped the football. I'll give him that one. You settle for a field goal at 16-3, 52-yarder from Will Lutz, who's having his revenge game, I guess. And, you're in the clear. All I'm telling you is, if you're playing against any team that's quasi better than the Saints, it's not going to look that way. If he played that game against the Ravens, guys, you're losing that game by like 30 points. Because you aren't going to be able to run the football like that against Baltimore. They're going to pick that ball off, and you can't hold Spencer Rattler to 170 yards on 35 passing attempts when it's Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry on the other side. And I'm not going to sit here and beat up Bo all day, but I'm just acknowledging somewhat of reality here. He didn't play well. And you still beat the holy hell out of the Saints 33-10 on the road. I thought these 2 weeks were as important for Bo Nix as they were for the Broncos as a whole. And I said this, if the offense wasn't successful, Nelly, I go, this is as important for Sean Payton as it is for Bo Nix. But my evaluation of Sean Payton last night? If I had to give him a letter grade, it's an A+. I saw wide open receivers all over that field. I saw a running game that attacked, and they stuck to it. I saw all of that. I saw you dominate time of possession. I don't think he could have called a better game.
I have two middle fingers.
Well, you know what? He threw both of them up to everybody in New Orleans last night. Because I thought the offensive game plan was pretty genius. I mean, he had, just on that first drive, Nelly, how do you get two guys that wide open in an offense? And not make a completion, but still, two guys wide open. I don't know, man. I'm incredibly happy today. That's what I expected to see, was a dominant victory where you were just waiting for the clock to tick down at the very end. And you're just like, all right, when's the game gonna stop? But I don't think you could watch Bo Nix, and when he skipped that ball over to, I think it was Troutman in the flat right in front of the end zone that should have been a touchdown. I was saying out loud to my daughter, who doesn't understand football because she's 2, and to my wife, who doesn't really care. I said, he's got the yips. Like, that's what it looked like. It looked like a little Chuck Knobloch, can't get the ball from second base to first base. And it works when you're playing against an opponent that was that bad yesterday, because make no mistake about it, God, are the Saints awful. Because they just don't have bodies. They have nothing. But there's a whole bunch of guys who played well yesterday. Javonte I couldn't believe that was his first 2-touchdown game of his career for the Broncos. And I started thinking about it. It's like, I already missed some time. He was splitting reps between himself and Melvin Gordon when he first got in the league, so I guess that checks out. But but I thought he was fantastic. You know, shout out to Cody Barton, who was all over the field yesterday. I mean, he was in the backfield. He got a strip sack. He had the scoop and score for the TD. He played a whale of a game for a position group that I was nervous about heading into the season. You know, there was one thing that I had zero concerns about, and that's why I said I don't care that PS2 wasn't playing. I knew Vance Joseph was going to dial up some crazy, wild sort of blitz packages and blitz schemes against a guy making a second start that he was going to make him wildly uncomfortable, and that's the truth. Rattler didn't have time to do anything, and even when he did, I have no idea who he was throwing the ball to. Like
Neither did he, honestly.
Cedric Wilson, something called Tipton. I have no idea who they are. So we got the text line that's pretty split here. And again, I don't want to turn this into like an argument show after a win like that. But a lot of texters going between the layoff of Bo Nix, he's a rookie, he'll be fine, to people, I guess, who are more on my side that like this stuff just kind of makes me nervous. These are basic throws when you have people wide open like that. They're basic.
One thing that a texter pointed out, here's a bonus early fact checker for you. 15 minutes into the show. Shout out the 303-505 for pointing this out. Bo Nix is actually fourth in the entire league in rushing yards for a quarterback. The leader is Lamar Jackson. Then it's Jaden Daniels. Then it's Kyler Murray. Then Bo Nix.
Yeah, he's really good on the ground. Like, he's really good at buying time and finding open space with his legs. The difference, though, is Lamar throws the ball pretty well, and so does Jaden. And Kyler is capable. Maybe not consistent, but certainly capable. He just doesn't look comfortable yet. But if you can figure this out as you're winning, then great. But after next Sunday, you got 10 days off now, there is going to be a huge wake-up call. And are you going to be ready for that or not? Talk more about this. Got the Avs playing tonight, college football to discuss, all that. Stick around.
I'm proud of every one of you. On a short week, I'm telling you, and this is any type of, well, it's difficult. We can always use that as a cop-out, but man, the mental grit and the wherewithal to say, hey, we're going to go on the road Thursday night and play the way you did. All right, but you prepared during the week that way, and I appreciate every one of you. And the reason why this was hard is we're in session right now, and I tell you all the time, I'm not going to remember a lot of things when I get older, but I'm going to remember these moments.
Texture says he's a rookie. Let's relax a bit. Everyone knew he was going to have his struggles. It was pointed out multiple times in the broadcast that his feet are out of whack. One off season working with a dude like Manning or someone will do him good. Still think we're moving the ball better this year than last year. Dude just needs to calm down. I think you're saying dude is in Bo Nix, not me. I'm pretty calm this morning. I just didn't. There's going to be a time where that's not going to be calm. For me.
Are you going to make me whip out the Enya again, Brett? Settle down now.
Well, I'm just... All right, people.
Settle down just a little bit.
Let me know where you're at, okay? Text line's open for you, 303-504-0925. Again, I didn't want a negative-sounding tone today because I thought the Broncos played great as a whole. But this has kind of been the theme of the year. They're, again, above 500. They're a 4-3 football team and could be very well on their way to 5-3, given the opponent that they have next, which would be remarkable. But the big thing this year is about quarterback belief. You paid $85 million to let a quarterback walk.
Do you believe?
So that's a very important detail with what you've invested in it. I am fully aware, and I think being fully fair on the grade the rookie on a curve thing, okay? I'm doing that. But the throws that were missed should give you some pause. That's all I'm saying. That's it. And by the way, guys, this is not week 1. This is not week 2. This is week 7. And all I'm asking for is the progression arrow pointing upward. I can't say that at the moment. That's it. He looks kind of the same now than he did in week 1. Just a straight yes or no, Nelly. Yes? Would you agree with that or disagree?
True or false? No, I agree.
True or false,
True
Bo Nix looks the same now than he did in week 1.
Yes. I think he looks, passing-wise, he looks basically the same. He's got a little bit more of the scrambling ability.
A little bit of moxie to him.
Yeah. The kid's got a little moxie, see? He's going to be a star
But it's
one
true.
day.
Like, he's got, like, that. I don't want to undersell that, okay? Bo Nix's ability with his legs is a rare quality that very few in the league possess. That is a huge positive thing. But the essence of the position is not hitting open wide receivers. That's supposed to be a given.
And
the essence of the position is to hit guys with tough throws.
And the bottom line is we haven't quite seen the laser show that D-Mac's been teasing. And a couple things to what you've been saying. First of all, kind of a side note, you always talk about grading Bo on a curve.
Mm-hmm.
One of my roommates in college, he was an engineer. Engineering physics was his major. And the way that they grade those science tests on the curve was insane. He would come downstairs and he'd be like, guys, I got good news and I got bad news. The bad news is I got a 30% on my chemistry midterm. But the good news is the average was 35. So I'm within the standard deviation. Woo!
Right.
I'm like, are you kidding me? So I understand, though. So by that metric, he got a passing grade because he was still within the metric. So
no. He gets the passing grade because they won by 23 points.
There you go. Exactly.
He got a passing grade against the Jets because they won 10-9. Had that score been 13-10, all of a sudden that becomes a bigger issue. That's all I'm trying to get at, by the way. With all of this, that's all I'm trying to get at. As long as you're winning, this can be fine. But a texter says you expect them to have 300 yards passing when they literally did nothing but run the football. Not true. Not true. He left a minimum of 100 yards on the table passing the ball. And when you play a better opponent, that's where the win turns into a loss. Like, here's what I'm trying to get at, guys. Just to go full big picture on this. And I'm not, I promise you, I'm not grading him too harshly. Here's what I'm trying to get at. This team, with everything else, is good enough to be a playoff team. And you know what? Maybe mess around and win a game or two. Like, their defense is at level good. But once they play those types of teams, if you can't hit a basic throw where two guys are wide open and you literally put it in between them, literally put it in the only place that your guys cannot catch it, it's going to be a loss. And I would think almost halfway through the season, we're kind of past that part. That's all I'm saying. Like, we're midway through his rookie year. And any coach worth his salt, it happened to me. Let me compare myself to Bo Nix for a second. In my largely unsuccessful college baseball career, I started as a freshman. Our team was pretty good. We made super regionals. When the postseason started, do you know what my coach told me, Nelly? You're not a freshman anymore. You've got a full season under your belt. He said the same thing about halfway through the year. He goes, this isn't new to you. You've been doing this a while. That's not an excuse for anything that happens. It's the same thing with Bo Nix. You're almost halfway through the year. All I'm asking is the basic wide open guys needs to be completions. That's it. And if you think that's asking too much, I think you're crazy.
Let me pull out a Michael Malone-ism that I think fits the situation. You know how every now and then the Nuggets have those games where they'll have like a 25-point lead at halftime, and then they blow that lead completely, and then they have to win by 1 as the fourth quarter expires?
Yeah.
What does Michael Malone always say? It's better to go back and nitpick after a win.
Of course.
So look, there were a lot of positives from last night. Like you said, the defense still stepped up. I understand that the Saints are depleted, but they held them to 3 points for the majority of that game until a garbage time touchdown. That's awesome. Cody Barton taking it to the house on that fumble recovery was awesome. The Broncos running game was great. So there are a lot of positives. And you know what? I'm not going to let you ruin my Friday morning with these fair and honest criticisms. They went into New Orleans, and Sean Payton made his old boys take that L on the way out. We got the Will Lutz revenge game, baby. I don't want to hear about how many yards Bo Nix did or didn't throw for. Broncos country, let's ride, Brett. Come on now.
You know what, Nelly? You're right. My tone needs to change this morning because they kicked ass yesterday. But there's... I don't know.
No,
like,
I got
feel,
you.
No. It's not towards you, Nelly. I'm just like, I am kind of disappointed with my tone this morning. I am, because I don't want to feel this way, because they beat the snot out of an opponent at a very tough place to play on a short week. Now, when it comes to the Saints, decimated with injuries, all that different stuff, but the defense did what they should be doing. And I give them full credit. Like, they made a fifth-round rookie look like a fifth-round rookie. It was yet another game in which you had 6 sacks yesterday. And I think you're right. I'm just being nitpicky after a win, which is the best thing to be. You could be that way. There's this bigger question that's rolled into every single game. You know what I mean? There's a bigger thing that's baked into this. And I'm trying to think of an example that I could point to that would make sense. But the quarterback position is so unique in football. You know, I've done this before where I said it's it's kind of the Tebow stuff. It's like the Broncos were winning and it's fun. But you had this overall sense that, like, gosh, it just doesn't look right, though. Like, it doesn't look like, at least as of now, something you can believe in long term. And I still think that Nix can change that. But I just wanted to see the arrow for his progression pointing up at this point in the season. And I'm just being honest with you guys. I don't see that yet. I feel like there was a ton of points left on the field. We'll get to some Payton post game here. I'm curious what he has to say about Bo Nix and what happened after that win. But there is so much to really like about this team. Surprisingly, by the way, I didn't think there was any shot that we would be 7 weeks into this season and we'd be talking about a team that's a game above 500 and a defense that is this good. This good. And I think it's only going to get better. I think you're going to head into Baltimore with a 5-3 record, which is remarkable. And what happens after that, no idea. If I had to put money on things, I would say you win next week and you probably lose the next two. Just because I think that most teams, if they had a back-to-back at Baltimore, at Kansas City schedule, is probably going 0-2 in that stretch. Almost everybody. You take the best teams in the league. I don't care if it's San Francisco, if it's Buffalo, if it's Detroit, if it's whoever. You play those teams back-to-back at Baltimore, at Kansas City, that's probably 2 L's. At best, it's 1-1. So that's the reality of the situation. But I do know this, that the, oh, darn, we made a mistake on offense, okay, well, defense, go get the ball back for us stuff is not going to apply in those 2 weeks. It's going to be a lot more difficult just to be like, defense, go do it. You put up 33 points. 7 of those came from your defense. 12 of those came from your kicking game. So I credit to you. Gotten in scoring position. Put some points on the board. Always had the Saints at an arm's length. Always. But, again, the bigger overarching question is baked into the cake every time that you watch the Broncos play. It's the same thing, by the way, and this is where I think I'm being fair. It's where I think I'm being fair. Nelly, bring out your honesty meter. Keep me in check. I've said this the first day that I got on this radio station. I told you, everything that I will say is my 100% honest opinion. I do not fabricate or exaggerate things for effect. I tell you what I think because that's the reason I got into the job. Now, whether you agree or disagree, totally fine. I'm never lying to you. So am I lying when I say this, Nelly? If they lost that game 38-35 and Bo Nix was 28 of 35 throwing the football for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns, would I be giving equal time to how well he played despite losing that football game?
Oh, absolutely.
Would this be the same show, just inverted?
100%.
Like,
yes.
Team didn't play well, but Bo Nix was fantastic, and that's a good thing.
Yes, and you know what would happen? In about 35 minutes, Mosier would come in and talk about how his stinger was all the way up for how he slung that pig. That's what we'd be talking about.
But that's what I'm getting at. Like, no matter the result is, I think, 80 to 85% of the story, with the other 15% being about how did this young quarterback play, because it's going to be bigger. When you make that move, that is about a longer-term thing. There's no, like, longer-term discussion when you watch, if you're a Bills fan every week. The long-term discussion is, yeah, Josh Allen's here, he's going to be here a long time, and we got that figured out. Now it's just about the week-to-week. The Broncos are in a different spot. It's the same reason why I bet you Washington's not feeling too bad after their loss last week. They lost 30-23 to the Baltimore Ravens, and I bet you their fans are like, dude, who cares? Jaden Daniels looked great. We're going to be A-okay. We entered this season, I said if the Broncos have a year similar to the San Antonio Spurs last year where they were awful, but you had the absolute, yep, we've gotten our answer that the quarterback position is figured out, you'd be fine with it. So all of that stuff goes into each week. So ass kicking, good. Not very happy with the way the quarterback played through the air anyway. I love his athleticism. Love it. But bottom line, I want to be beyond the basic throws. That's it. So 303-504-0925. By the way, did you get your question out? I had to throw something over to you for texters. What did you have for us, Nelly?
Oh, yeah. There we go. As we go to break, Keener, I just had a question for everybody. I'm blown away by the fact that this Sunday, we don't have to watch a Broncos game. You get a Sunday free. We already got our football out of the way last night. So my question, let me know, 303-504-0925. What are you going to do on a Sunday without Broncos football? Are you actually going to say hi to your wife? Are you going to go play catch with the kids? Like, what are you going to do now that you don't have to invest your entire emotions sun up to sundown on Sunday to a Broncos game?
I still think it's all about red zone, baby. Although, you know what? That'd be a good Sunday to get out and golf. Could go and do something like that. Maybe take your kid to a pumpkin patch. And then you could say, see, I did that during the NFL season. That happened. 303-504-0925. Go ahead. Throw it in there. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. We're going to make Nelly sing next. Oh, you gotta love that music, don't you? I've said this before. I'm not a big Hanson guy though. Not. Little too much of the energy in the voice. Oh, and he's gonna score a touchdown. I'm like, all right, buddy. Relax. Rest in peace, Andrew Siciliano. Only on Red Zone. He's still very alive. I'm just saying only on the Red Zone channel.
The late, great Andrew Siciliano.
Only on Red Zone, yes. I did miss Andrew. He knew his moments. He picked his spots. Big game for the Buffs this weekend. They take on Arizona. Arizona is sort of fledgling as of late in their schedule. And basically, here's what happened. It's a matter of can you turn the tide, right? You had a 4-2 record at this point last year, and then everything fell off a cliff. It started with a great first half against Stanford that led to a second half collapse and then a season collapse after that. If they can get through Arizona, get to a 5-2 record, I think we're all feeling pretty good about what this season can be for CU. Again, you're going to need a lot of help, and you're going to have to be very, very good in order to push your way back into that Big 12 championship discussion. But it's not impossible. But the focus here is now just win as many games as you can and get to the best sort of bowl game that you can. If you could get a 9-win season out of this, gosh, that'd be great. If you go from 1-11 in year 1 to 9-3 in year 3 or year 2, it's huge. Like, that is a massive and sizable jump, especially get some positive momentum heading into the post-Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders era. But it starts with Arizona. And one thing that I think is very clear, and when you played Kansas State, made it even more clear, they have to run the football. Well, this is Pat Shurmur. This is one of those videos that was taken, I believe, by the Prime crew. When they were in a team meeting, he said this.
Because we got 3 days to get the run game right, and we're going to do it at all costs. We can't win a game the way we need to win a game until we get out of our own way and run the damn ball. Look. So, lineman, you got to move your feet and use your hands. I'm tired of seeing hands down by your nuts. Get your hands up and put your hands on guys, right? Move your feet and use your hands. Running backs, be disciplined with your pass. Quit cutting back so fast because the second level just falls back and tackles you. Press it. If we're trying to run outside zone, try to run outside. Even if it looks like it's not going to happen, then you can cut up. And then quarterbacks, we've got to do a better job of carrying out our fakes. That all contains it. Running back, our receivers, keep pressing on the perimeter. Keep blocking your guys. Just hit somebody and knock them back. All right? Because once we start doing that, we can throw the ball all over the yard. Right? But we got to make yards on the run to help make the rest of that stuff go.
He's totally right. If they could run the football, they would be one of the most prolific offenses in all of college football, which would put you near the top of a whole bunch of different categories in college football. Now, they have to say run the ball better because they're never going to be elite at running the football, at least not this year. They won't be. But can you run the football when you need to? Can you get me a 4-yard carry on a 3rd and 2? That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. Offensive line has gotten better. Now, again, they play teams like Kansas State who are very, very physical. Then it's going to look a little bit different. But if they could run the football, as well as they pass it, as well as they throw it with Shedeur, it only opens that up and makes it even easier for him. So I think that's a big key heading into this game against Arizona. The other thing is just contain Noah Fafita. And I think that the Buffs should win this game pretty easily. As far as the talent discussion, I think that CU is more talented. They're a 2.5-point dog heading into this game, and I don't really get it. I mean, we'll get to Brady and his bets in a bit. I was thinking about throwing the lock on them, but I want to see how they respond after kind of getting punched in the face a little bit by Kansas State last week. I just mean physically. It's not like they got their butts kicked. Obviously not. They should have won the game last week. But just physically, they got hit around a little bit. How do you respond to that? Especially, how do you respond to a sort of deflating late loss in that game. Not to go full Mosier on this, but they're 2.5-point dogs. But the matchup predictor on ESPN has the Buffs at 59%, which is a very rare and weird sort of dichotomy between those two things. The other one I want to focus on is Travis Hunter was on a podcast. Do you remember which podcast this was, Nelly? I want to give him credit. You can go ahead and look it up.
The Travis Hunter. It was RG3's podcast.
That's right.
When he does with his wife.
RG3's podcast, and they were talking about the Heisman race. Here's what Travis Hunter said.
I know I can win it, but
Robert
I don't know.
Couldn't win it either.
I don't know who was there. I mean, y'all see Ashton Genty, but it's not like we haven't seen a running back that's good.
All right.
We haven't seen a player that plays both ways, and I'm gonna keep saying that. It's like he have 95 carries.
Yeah.
For 1,000
yards. Yeah.
If I had 95 catches, how much yards you think I have?
Okay.
So I'm trying to tell him, like, if I had 95 targets on defense, what you think I'll have?
Right.
If I had 95 catches on offense, what you think I'll have? So I try to tell you, like, he got double the touches I got on the offensive side of the ball, and I still have defensive stats that's still crazy, and we only in week 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Just one quick correction, I think, to Travis Hunter. Yeah, every wide receiver with 95 catches would have 1,000 yards. Because catching the football, your average for most guys, especially in college, you're averaging like 12 to 13 yards a catch. The really good ones get up in that 16 range. What Ashton Genty is doing in at Boise State is incredible. Okay? You can't take away from that. So we've seen good running backs before. No. This is like historic pace for a running back. He deserves to have his name in this discussion. But his ultimate argument is true. You have never, ever seen somebody that is doing what he's done. At least not in recent memory. Not in the recent decades. You haven't seen it before. And I would challenge you to give me decades until we see it again. So, yeah, I mean, he's 100% correct about that. Just stick with that argument. You don't need to tear down Ashton Genty because I don't think you can. The dude has been remarkable. But to his argument, if he doesn't win the Heisman Trophy, then I don't know what we're doing here. The only thing that I think would hold me back from saying he is bar none the Heisman is if, knock on wood, he ever gets hurt and has to miss extended time. That's all. Like, he's already pretty much missed a game. I know he started that, but he was in and then out of the lineup pretty quick a couple weeks ago. If he's able to stay healthy for the rest of the season and continue with his sort of track that he's on, then I don't think there should be any question about it. None. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studio. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Nelly, get singing. Everybody in your cars, do it too. Here we go. Ready and his grits. Big odds. Come on, Nelly, do it. I give you 2 games heading into the football weekend. One that is a lock for the weekend. The other that is a long shot. My lock for the weekend. The Colts are playing at home against the Miami Dolphins. They are 3-point favorites. There is no offense in Miami until Tua comes back. It doesn't matter that they have Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. Tyler Huntley can't get him the football. One of the ugliest games I watched a couple of weeks ago was them. I don't even remember who they were playing. Oh, the Patriots. Terrible. Neither team could move the ball. Indy can move the ball. They have Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. They have Michael Pittman on the outside, and they have a quarterback that might not be great in Anthony Richardson, who I think is going to start, but he's effective at moving the chains. Miami is not. And if Richardson can't go, then guess what? Joe Flacco can come in and throw for 300 yards again because that's what that guy does. So they're the lock of the week at 3 points. The long shot. This might sound crazy, but I'm taking rookie quarterback Drake May in New England at a 5.5-point dog on the road at Jacksonville. Drake May made a few throws last week that I thought were really nice. 3 touchdowns. Defense couldn't stop anybody, but the Jacksonville offense is toast. And I don't know why Trevor Lawrence can't throw the football anymore. I don't know why Travis Etienne can't get anything going on the ground, but they're a mess. And I think at 5.5 points, the money line is plus 215. It's worth throwing a couple $2-3 on. That's all I'm telling you. So, lock of the week, the Indianapolis Colts. Long shot of the week. Take the Patriots at plus 215 on that money line for just a couple of bucks. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app. You can get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. A lot to break down. Broncos game from last night. Avs play tonight. Preseason Nuggets game last night. College football over the weekend. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Will Lutz was in New Orleans. Do we forget that?
You expecting that Will Lutz revenge game tonight? Is that what you're expecting?
You know
He's going to boot that kickoff so far out of the back of the end zone, Moj. Oh, my God.
Well, he did lose his position in New Orleans. Didn't he lose his position?
Yeah.
That's what floats my boat, a pissed-off kicker. That's, you know what? I'll tell you what, boys, let's rally around that in the pregame.
This will be a 46-yard attempt for Will Lutz, who was picked up last year. And, of course, he was with Sean Payton here for 7 years in New Orleans. So they remember Lutz. They give him a lusty welcome. And the kick is good. Will Lutz, no love lost, you can tell. On fourth down, 32-yard attempt. Right down Canal Street. Meanwhile, a 52-yard attempt has become almost a chip shot these days. Kickers 50 to 59 are hitting 3/4 of their attempts, and here's another one.
Dialed in back home in New Orleans.
38-yard attempt for Lutz, who is 3 for 3. And he's now 4 for 4 as the Broncos win it by a score of 33 to 10.
The revenge tour. In the appetizer. After an ass kicking like that, 33 to 10, Thursday Night Football, doing that on the road, back a game above 500. Didn't like my tone this morning. Okay. But I will say this. As good as that win was, it went like I thought. I thought it would be a comfortable win last night, and it was very comfortable. I can't get over my overarching feeling of I did not like what I saw from Bo Nix, and I don't like the mixture of things that I had going on in the appetizer. So I'm going to shut up and let you guys say what you think, because I love the game, but the overarching Bo Nix evaluation stuff kept creeping into my analysis that I couldn't get rid of. So go ahead.
I'll go quickly here, Moj, if you don't mind. And I'm hearing myself in my ear a second after I speak. I think that the Broncos did exactly what they were supposed to do. We called for a Broncos blowout, and that's what we got. Both sides of the ball. They dominated that game, dominated the line of scrimmage, just shoved it right down their throats. I didn't know or learn anything more about Bo Nix after the game than I knew or learned before. So nothing changed there. Go ahead, Moj. I got to fix my mic.
Can I also say, Moj, just quickly to piggyback off that, and then I'll let you roll? Look at me in the face.
Yes.
Here's my issue. Vic said I didn't learn anything new about Bo Nix last night. I think I felt worse about Nix last night despite a 23-point win. That's my problem. Go ahead.
I'm not going to roll today. I had my fill yesterday. Sure hope Eloisa is listening today. Hi, Eloisa. Are you out there somewhere, driving around, getting a McMuffin, whatever it is you do in your little Kia?
Yeah.
I'm not going to roll today, Eloisa. I'm going to say it's exactly. Nelly, I know you don't save anything I say, and that's fine. I wouldn't either. But it's exactly what I said yesterday. Exactly that happened. The defense beat up Rattler early and often. The Broncos offense did enough to win the game and more. I mean, they pound the rock. Javonte Williams looked like himself. And it went exactly the way, A, I thought it would, B, the way it should have, and C, the Saints really, really suck.
Well,
that is a terrible football team right now.
I don't know how good they are fully healthy, Moj.
But
they were
not,
hurt,
yeah,
and then even more hurt in the middle of that game. They had guys leaving on carts. They had both their starting corners leave the game. I started to feel bad for them. I
couldn't care less. The Saints have no effect on my life other than the Broncos are now a 4-3 football team.
I'm just saying, there's got to be over half their starting lineup that's out of a game due to injury. That is what the Broncos should have done. But here's where a text comes through. And again, I want to have a negative tone this morning. They won, and they won comfortably, and I think that's great. And they got a real good shot, Moj, to be 5-3 after 8 weeks.
They will. This is exactly the way it should go. They will be.
But a texter says, how many drops were there? Bo was on target. Quit being ridiculous. I don't know what we're watching. I don't know how much of a different takeaway you and me could have where this is the overall thought that I have, okay? No, I'm not expecting perfection here out of Bo. Not. I'm grading on the rookie curve. I know there's going to be bumps and bruises along the way.
Hey.
The issue that I have, though, Vic, you had wide open people that you missed.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
that
first series for sure.
That throw in the first series between two guys who were wide open, you put it in the only spot that neither could catch it. And his feet looked like Fred Flintstone kind of, before he throws the bowling ball down the lane. Like that whole thing. He had this skip pass over to Troutman near the goal line where he was wide open. And it
Was
looked
that
like
tipped? Was that tipped or not tipped?
No.
I didn't think. Okay.
Well, you know what? Even if it was tipped, it shouldn't have been tipped.
You're right.
He had all day.
He had so much time. First of all, the Saints pass rush. Baby Jamal Cale could get more pass rush than the New Orleans Saints. In fact, the guys on the offensive line would say, this little Snuffy is so adorable. Just let her run through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Saints pass rush is terrible. He sat back there, and he took like a 20-step drop, right? I mean, he ran. It's like it's first and goal, and I think he ran back to the 25 and just hung out. He could have made hibachi chicken and hung out. And then he scrambles to his right, and he throws it short. I mean, what are we doing?
Moshe, his footwork is what's really concerning me. Like, he doesn't seem comfortable. And I said that last week, too, that he just seems very uncomfortable in the pocket. But here's the other thing. Like, this is the basic take that I have, okay? I'm grading on the rookie curve. We're in week 7, though. We're getting close to the halfway point in the year. I need to know that if a guy's wide open, you can make the throw. I'm not asking you to fit a throw between double coverage in a tight window. I'm not expecting that yet. But I think you won 33-10, and I swear to God, guys, you could have put up 50 last night.
Yeah. Well, because the defense put you in position. Here's what I think my assessment is simple. Did he play better than the other rookie on the field? Oh, my God. He made him look silly. The other rookie was preposterously bad. Bo looked pretty damn good compared to that rookie. But when you're taking on a team with an opposing quarterback that can counter every score you put up, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to be able to finish in the red zone?
Yeah. Oh, I'm with you.
See, this is where, let me talk to Adam. I swear to God, I thought it was all out of my system yesterday. I swear to God, Bo looked suspect at times. Man, he looked like a joker most of his rookie year. Okay, number one. Adam, I swear to God, and I'm sure you have a lovely family, and you're probably a really good dude. I'd like to have a beer with you. I swear to God, if you ever compare Bo Nix to Peyton Manning ever again, you're going to get your ass kicked. And number two, Adam.
I'm so sick of the comparisons to Elway and Manning. Like they throw him off
Adam.
like, well, Elway had a tough rookie year. Well, Manning, Josh Allen. How dare you people compare him to two Hall of Famers?
So Adam says, I'm a honk.
That's a good response.
I got you. I love
like
it,
that.
Adam. I love you for that. Number two, I think everybody's forgetting, and here's another one from the 2-1-1-1. I get being critical, but every time I listen to the channel, you guys are beating down the Broncos, even after a dominant win.
True.
Hey, that is not true. And you know what, 2-1-1-1 and Adam, if you don't want to hear truth, then you know what? Yeah, absolutely, go down the road. Go someplace else if you don't want to hear the truth. Because this season is about the evaluation of the young quarterback and his growth and maturity. That's what it's about. And even though the Broncos spanked that bottom last night to the tune of 33 points, yeah, your young quarterback didn't do jack. Okay, this is supposed to be a coming out
Ran
party
the ball
for.
well. Ran the ball extremely
okay. Well, let me go touch myself in the corner.
Wait, Moshe, wait.
No, Moshe, you got to give him credit for that at least.
Like, his athleticism is such an underrated and such
100%.
a unique quality for that position in the league.
No, it's not.
It 1,000% is. There's
Yes,
three
it is.
quarterbacks that have more rushing yards than Bo Nix this year. Lamar, Kyler, and I believe Josh Allen is the other one. No, Jaden Daniels.
Well,
That's
if
the three.
I tucked and run half the time, taking the friggin'
No,
snap, I'd
that's
have the
not
head
true, Bo.
He's
on.
good
faster
at
than
it.
most quarterbacks.
He's good
Notice
at
that
it.
in training camp.
No,
He's faster than most.
He is good at that.
And
that,
what? I'm just going to sit here today.
Moshe,
I'm not talking to you. No.
If he threw the football better last night and had that rushing attack, it's an amazing.
But in front of this game, Coach Payton said, screw it. Let's run. Let's go.
Hey, listen, Vic. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because the one thing that I will say, remember we were talking for the last couple of days that the offensive performance is, I think, equally going to be evaluated in a Bo Nix and Sean Payton sense, right? That if things went good or bad, both of those guys were going to have responsibility in that. Yeah. Here's what's interesting. If I were to give Nix a grade last night, I think it's probably like a C- at best, and maybe worse than that, but C-. I'd give Sean Payton an A+. I thought he called a brilliant game.
That's my number one takeaway from this game. It's, when you evaluate certain players and you do arrow up, arrow down, when you used to do your stock up, stock down stuff.
Yep.
Right? The stock didn't change for Bo Nix for me. It's just the same stock. It hasn't changed. He did what he was supposed to do. He did exactly what he's been doing, which is fine. He won a game. Credit. The one takeaway I have through 7 games of this NFL season with the Denver Broncos at 4-3, completely dismantling a team in their own yard, is this. Sean Payton has changed the culture of this football team and this program. They play hard on both sides of the ball. They play hard for their head coach. They play hard for one another. The defense is swarming. The offense gets by. The special teams is great. They play hard. That's a credit to the head coach. He has single-handedly changed the culture of this team.
Yes, Moshe?
I really don't have anything. What's difficult, and I see Wesley and all these different people chiming in this morning, and that's good. Please do. And the guy who said, I'm going down the street, go down the street. The problem is that we're not going to really know for probably another, at least a calendar year, maybe 2 years. And so we're going to have this discussion down the road sometime. But right now, hey, listen, the Broncos won the damn football game. I guess focus on the prize. What's the prize this year? The prize is growing this kid. If the main goal of this season is growing the kid and his maturation at quarterback, we didn't see Jack last night. If the main goal of this year is not sucking, we did see Jack last night. They did exactly what I thought they should do.
Yep.
They should spank those boys, and they went into New Orleans, and they spanked them. I predict, Nelly, if I said it once, I said it 10,000 times yesterday. This is exactly what should have happened, and they did their job. The defense, oh, my God, was so awesome. Look at Cody Barton.
Cody Barton.
I mean, for God's sake, outside of dropping the pick, that right there on the first series for New Orleans, the guy was friggin' awesome. And the way the Broncos and Vance Joseph are coming up with these guys and the way they're performing in this rotation, but having different guys step up, Cody Barton out of nowhere to be a total stud. I love it.
You said something, though, Mose.
The Broncos should come in here and beat that ass.
And they did that. What's our boy's name that said that from Jacksonville?
Mark Long.
Mark Long, that's right. You said something, though, Moj, that I want to make people aware of as we talk about this dismantling of the Saints from last night that matters, and this matters in wins and losses when it comes to your Broncos evaluation. We'll get to it next. Circa Sports available right now in Colorado, and you already got the Broncos game out of the way. So how about the Buffs? You know what's interesting in this is that the Buffs are underdogs going up against a sort of fledgling Arizona team. 2.5-point dogs in the Circa Sports book, and I think they got a good shot to win. Take a look at that with all of the college football lines for the weekend tomorrow, and then an early look at the NFL slate as you're going to have a Bronco-less Sunday. So a whole bunch of opportunities to throw down some bets and watch some other teams when Sunday rolls around. But you can find that and so much more on the Circa Sportsbook. If you download that app right now, you can get involved with the football over the weekend. Hockey's in full swing. We got basketball around the corner, and the very end of the MLB playoffs continues. All of it available on the Circa Sportsbook. Download the app or go to circasports.com. The best odds in the game. Any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
With the injuries they had at receiver, there's certain people that you have to really focus on. Kamara being one, Juwan Johnson. Obviously, the quarterback's got a little bit of moxie. He was someone we liked a lot coming out and spent a lot of time on him. And we knew it would be a boot naked, but I thought we handled the run, and then we were able to get enough pressure. We got off the field a lot on third down. I'll bet I haven't seen the numbers yet, but I'll bet they were very good. 4-16, and I'll bet two of them probably came in the last 6 minutes. So they were really good. They were really good.
It's right about that. There are 5 of 17, the Saints, on third down, which is a stark contrast from the 11 of 18 that the Chargers were last week. Now, something that you said, Mosier, that I think applies here, and I'll speak for everybody on this show. We can only tell you what we see and what we think, okay? It doesn't mean that you have to like it, I suppose, but this is the truth. Because of the situation that you're in right now with a 12th overall quarterback that was drafted this year, and you're trying to get an evaluation on whether this guy is a long-term solution or not. Like, we're in the middle of trying to figure that out. With each game that is played, there are 2 discussions to be had afterwards. How'd the team do is number 1. Number 2 is how'd your quarterback do. It's why we've said multiple times, we just haven't had the opportunity for this yet, that if the Broncos lost a game 38-35 and Bo Nix had 350 yards and 5 touchdown passes, we would actually have a pretty positive tone, I would assume, when we got on the air on a Monday or a Friday or what day it would be.
So why is it they put up 33 points and we're not feeling that great today?
Because he didn't play well.
I feel great about the win.
But it's
don't get me wrong.
It's simple though, Moj. It's because in the middle of everybody else who played really well last night, Bo Nix did not. That's the only thing. Like, and that's what I'm trying to get at here is that there's always going to be 2 discussions this year. Where those discussions don't exist, guys, is Buffalo. Buffalo, it only matters whether they win or lose because they aren't doing an evaluation of their quarterback. They know. They know already. But there's always going to be, after each game this season, 2 different discussions to be had. And like I said, if they lost that game 38-35 last night, but Bo Nix killed it, I bet you we'd sound at least okay, despite a loss.
Well, listen, I think you guys, obviously, I don't need to tell you guys this. For anybody who thinks we're a downer or we're not giving this win enough respect, I just want you to understand something. If we're not honest, what are we? If we're not being genuine, what are we? You want us to be fake? Because I know there are a lot of people in this market who are fake when it comes to stuff like this. We can be fake if you want. But let me tell you the difference. When the Broncos went to Tampa and did what they did to the Bucs, did you remember the tone of the show the day after?
Yeah, it was great.
What was the tone like the day after that game?
I was very, very excited. I was very happy.
I don't think a negative syllable was said after that.
You can go back and look at some of the tweets I delivered. I said, this kid is something. I think they found him. I haven't seen that kind of performance since the Tampa game.
Yeah.
That's all. It's nobody's saying it's over. Nobody's saying it's just what we saw in Tampa, we have not seen since.
I'm going to ask.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I'm going to ask a question. Here's the 1587. Let me explain a little bit, and I'll try to get a little bit more accurate. Mosher has become a miserable person. He's tough to listen to when it comes to Broncos talk. The guy just doesn't get it anymore. God, I really do think I get it. I really do. What do you want from me, 1587? What do you want? Do you want me to sit? I'm trying to call it like I see it. And by the way, I'm calling it accurately. The kid right now, he's not that good, okay? I don't know what you want me to say. The Broncos beat that ass like they should have, and I loved it. And Cody Barton, 2 touches for the guy? Or should have been
called back.
Yeah, but should have been 2 touches for the guy?
Well,
awesome.
his other one, I didn't even get up out of my seat. That was pretty obviously offside, but yeah. Go ahead. Would you want me to lie to you? If you want me, let me talk to the 1587. If you want me to come to your house and sit on your couch and lie to you all day and tell you how handsome you are, I will. But that's not going to do you any good. It's not going to do me any good. I'm going to try to give you the best knowledge I possibly can. And when you're playing the worst defense in the National Football League, and clearly now, especially with the injuries, one of the worst teams in the National Football League, the kid should look better. There should be growth. Vic, you're completely correct. There hasn't been
any growth in my eyes as a, quote, NFL quarterback since that day. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm just waiting for it to happen. Because it's going to be a different story. When he gets to Baltimore and Kansas City, it's going to be a different story.
On the other side of this, he didn't have to do anything crazy in the passing game.
No, he did not.
That game
No, he did not.
He didn't have to.
No.
He wasn't called upon to deliver the ball down the field on a, like in Tampa, the first drive of the game. Bam, bam, bam. He didn't need to do that last night because the Broncos were overwhelmingly a better team. This stat says it all. How good were the Broncos last night as a team? They averaged close to 7 yards per carry running the ball. Listen to that again. 7 yards per carry. They averaged more on the ground than they averaged per pass. What does that tell you?
Hey, by the way,
he didn't need to do anything.
By the way, Bo had played a big hand in that. Like,
Absolutely.
He was a huge part of that 7 yards per carry.
Yes.
Huge.
Yes. So it is not diminishing his skills by saying he didn't do anything great last night. It's just saying he didn't need to. They didn't need it. But I'm telling you what, though, in a couple weeks, Kansas City, Baltimore, those teams, when they come around.
Hang on, Moshe.
Yeah, you betcha.
Can I say something on the tail end of what Vic's talking about? He didn't need to. Absolutely right. My thing is, but he could have. He could have. He had guys open. He had touchdown opportunities.
Well, the first drive could have been an easy touchdown drive. I mean, listen, that pass that he threw between two guys, that's difficult to miss that badly.
Yeah, for two guys that are wide open that are 10 yards apart from each other. But the other one that I focus on is that Troutman throw that he skipped to him. I mean, I thought it looked like he had a case of the yips. But here's another play.
People are so funny.
Can I give you an example? Hang on, Moshe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I give an example?
Sure.
That was a game in which you guys never felt an ounce of fear, right?
No.
I never did.
Zero.
I'll tell you the one time you would have, because I don't know what happened on this play. You guys remember the 2-minute drill at the end of the game that the Broncos finished with a field goal to put them up 16-3 at half?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one that hit Matthew right in the chest?
That was going to be a pick six if Honey Badger just catches that. And
Yeah,
now
I'm
we're
not
talking
sure
about
where he's throwing that
now
ball.
we're talking about a 13-10 game, and then everything about that game kind of changes. Now, fortunate enough for the ball to hit the turf somehow, some way, but that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about in which those games can flip like that, and that's where I'm just like, I'm not jumping up and down and saying yay the entire time, just because I see these things that can matter when you're playing at Baltimore and at Kansas City.
I think folks have selective hearing. Austin from Wyoming writes in, when we say his escapability and running are great, you downplay it. Who has been saying he's been a great runner from training camp on? Do you remember that training camp when I just went off on how great a runner he is?
You and me both.
I've been saying it every damn day, every week. Have you listened to the show for more than a day or an hour? Are you kidding me? He's an elite quarterback runner in this league. He's one of the best at that. Great.
No, I
love it.
I told you guys this. The only quarterbacks this season that run the ball better than Bo Nix are Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, and Jaden Daniels. Would you say that those three guys are massive problems to deal with? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what? All three of those guys you mentioned also throw the ball
That's
a
the
hell
thing.
of a lot better than Bo Nix.
That's the thing.
That's just a fact. Now, if you want to dispute that fact and you're going to say, well, he's a rookie. Well, one of those guys is a rookie too.
I guess where I'm at is this, because I'm with people like you. Again, I'm not going to say, why can't he throw the ball like Lamar? Lamar's been a veteran in this league for a long time. He's a rookie. I get all that. I want 7 weeks into the season us to be beyond the I missed the open guy thing, like the wide open receiver stuff. If he's trying to throw a back shoulder throw in tight coverage on a sideline and he doesn't put it in the perfect spot, I get it.
Yeah.
I understand.
It's the footwork, and we keep hearing that.
Yes.
But Kirk Herbstreit mentioned it last night. It's first extensive look he's had.
Can I say something? I love Loretta. In fact, Loretta, will you please call in? The number is 303-504-0925. Loretta. Thank you for texting. Thanks for putting a dagger in my heart this morning, guys. Happy Friday. Loretta, I've changed my tone. I'm absolutely going to just be happy boy all morning long. I'm not going to tell you the truth. I don't want to do that anymore. But if you need any reassurance of what I'm saying, did you listen to Herbstreit last night the entire game? All he really did was make excuses for the young quarterback in terms of his passing game. That's all. I mean, he's He's still a rookie, and it's going to come. It's going to come. He's going to work on that. And they'll go back and the footwork. They'll go back and practice this next week, and they'll have time to work on. Look at the film. And listen, man, I don't know what you want me to do, people. I like him. In fact, by the way, Austin, and I'm sick of your.
All right, Moshe. Do I got to shut down your text line today?
Probably. I'm going full Vic Lombardi.
Moshe is going full Lombardi on
I know.
us.
Yeah,
I know.
Austin. I said yesterday that I loved his legs. In fact, I asked Brett. I go, what do I think about his legs? She said, you like them. I said, no, I don't, Brett. I love his legs. Yeah. Number 10's legs look so good. He runs the pig down the field just like he should. I said quarterback draw and a sweep. And take it to the secondary, baby.
Thighs.
Yeah.
Calves.
Yeah.
Thighs and calves.
Calves and thighs.
Quads and quads.
I mean, I don't know.
Quads and calves.
Austin, Loretta, I don't know what you people want from me. I'll just be happy today. I'm going to be in a happy mood. The Broncos won the game. They kicked butt. They should have, and I'm proud that they did. You know what they did exactly?
Glutes.
Like, oh, you don't. Hey, listen, don't even get me started on the glutes, baby. Don't even. Hey, where the calf meets the knee, and then the thigh up to the glute.
Hey,
I love.
let me say this real quick.
Don't make me get all glutey. I'm just saying I'm gonna be really, really happy today.
It's like Greg. I'd even take a good cankle at this point.
Oh, wait.
Hey, listen. I watch
okay.
Bo Nix play quarterback, and I say, you know what? That kid's got some nice cankles.
Texture says you're being nitpicky this morning. It's the best way to be nitpicky is after a big
when
win.
you win and you can
great.
pick away. That's the best. As a sports fan, let me tell you something. The best feeling in the world is when you win going away, and then you can come in the next morning and be critical. Because if all you people listening to the show, if you wanted to see blow up Gary on the show today for a win in New Orleans, a win in which the opposing team basically gave you the dub. Let's be totally honest here. I'm going to say something.
Somebody.
I disagree.
Ryan just
You kicked their ass.
Obviously. When I say gave you, I mean that relatively speaking. Let me tell you why. I say that. Who's the better backup quarterback in New Orleans? It was very easy to see. Who's the better backup quarterback? Who's more ready to play the backup position right now? If Derek Carr can't go, who is it?
I saw like 4 passes.
Who is
Tanner Kid. I don't know.
Well, you saw him in the first game. I saw him last week, too.
Okay.
That dude is miles ahead of Spencer Rattler. You know what New Orleans did last night? They said, short week. Let's see what we can do. Throw him in there again.
And Rattler
Let's
got
see.
the start last week.
Yeah, I know. Let's see what he can do. Do you think Rattler should start another game ahead of Travis Hayne or whatever the
I
hell
don't
that
think
kid's
so.
are?
He's got a
Processing
weird
the
face
defense.
too, though. That kid's got
Pose, I should say.
Loretta.
But
I'm
going back to
calling
the
out
original
Loretta.
point.
Loretta, where are you? Loretta, I'm going full
Moshe,
Vic Lombardi.
You're gonna have to shut it down. Shut it down for the last half hour.
Loretta, call in.
Shut it down.
I'm counting on you, Loretta.
If
We already
your
had some
impression,
guy call in and pretend to be Loretta. He said, "Hey, I want to yell a poser," and then he hung up. So
That's so awesome. I love I swear to God, all you people who are on my case and all you people who are not. I love all of you, and I'm going to be perfectly
Can
blunt
also do
about
this.
it. You are awesome.
Voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Get in touch with us on that. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm there in your corner.
I love our listeners. I really do. You people are rad. Thank you.
Well, and I said from the beginning, guys, like I didn't enjoy the tone that I had today. I didn't because it was a butt kicking, and I think there's so many people that deserve some kudos and a lot of flowers. And number one, I'm not kidding here. You guys have heard me be incredibly critical of some Sean Payton stuff over the past year and a half. I thought Sean Payton was brilliant last night. I thought his ability to make some calls where it was designed
100%.
quarterback runs.
And he's got a new haircut. He shaved his. I mean, he buzzed
that
his
too.
head.
But the amount of receivers that were open last night, the amount of
Yes.
designed quarterback runs that worked
Yes.
really, really well.
the playbook fit the quarterback perfectly last night.
Exactly. The running game in general. By the way, Mike McGlinchey getting back in that lineup, I think, helped a lot in that department.
Big time.
But Javonte playing great. Trusting his running game the entire time and not letting go of that was another huge positive to me. I thought Sean Payton was great yesterday.
You know what it showed me too? I think in the first 4 or 5 games, he said, I want Bo to throw. I want him to stay in the pocket and throw. We're going to minimize how often we put him out there in the run game. Last night I was like, screw that. Let's go.
Yeah.
Designed run left for 35 yards. Designed run right for 12 yards. Let's go. Let's lean into it.
It
Let's
should be a
embrace
staple.
what he brings you.
It should be a staple of your offense. And
Yes.
and you tell Nix.
And you know what? If he gets hurt, he gets hurt.
Well, I was going to say, you tell Nix, if it looks like you're about to take a hit, then either get out of bounds, slide, do whatever you got to do. Okay? We're just seeing if we can find some open space here.
Javonte Williams was phenomenal last night. You're right, Twitchers. That was his best game.
He was awesome. He looked like himself.
That was his best game since his rookie season.
Yes.
He ran with athleticism and guile. He looked great.
He did.
There was a lot of great last night.
In
That's
fact,
a great
Javonte,
win when you go on the road and you embarrass a team to the point where they're wearing sacks on their heads again in New Orleans.
He only had 14 carries for 88 yards, but he averaged over 6 per. I want to see Javonte get like 25 and get 132 yards. That's what I wanted to see, man. I want to see him just chew those fools up. Loretta broke my heart, by the way.
Would you let Loretta go?
No, she's
her
right
go.
here. She's right here. Hi, Loretta. I wish I could sit on the phone line and talk with you all morning, Mosher, but I don't have the time.
What is this? Don't stop getting into it with this certain texture.
Listen, Loretta.
Yeah, okay. She thinks differently than you. That's fine. She disagrees with you. That's fine.
I just want to talk, Loretta. I just want to talk.
You know, I think part of the problem, I think the reason why a lot of fans don't like to hear the truth and honesty is I blame we in the media. There's a softening of the media. There's a cross section of media that everything's a win and everything's lovey-lovey. And if you're at all honest about anything, you're not a fan or you're not on that side of the fence. It just makes no sense. I don't know. This is pretty obvious to me. The Broncos were a dominant team. Credit to Sean Payton. Credit to the defense. Credit to Cody Barton. Credit to Javonte Williams. How much more credit do you want? How much more crediting do you want to give? Credit to everybody. Great win. You're 4-3. You're way ahead of pace. Much more ahead of pace than you should be. That anybody anticipated you to be. That's all obvious. What do you want me to do? Send cupcakes?
People are absolutely blasting us. You know what? I'm here for it. I love it. It was a terrific win. I don't know what happened between yesterday and today. I said the Broncos should and will be 5-3 before they go to Baltimore. They're going to beat that butt last night,
which is incredible. Like
phenomenal.
Incredible.
It is. It absolutely is. And boy, people they want to fight us. I don't get it.
Look, man, no, I do get it.
Not everybody. For everybody that's like that, you read the text line. There's a bunch of people that see what we see.
But hang on.
And you know what?
I get it,
At the end of the day, people going to see what they want to see, and that's fine. That's the beauty of this show. It's the beauty of sports. None of this is serious.
You said you don't get it. I do get it. Like, their team won big last night, and they just they want to be.
Well, let's revel in the win then. Let's revel in the win.
Well, there's a lot of good to talk about, but this is why I said earlier, with every Broncos game, no matter the result is one talking point, and then quarterback plays another. Like it's going to be like that every week this season. That's just how it is. It's.
Hey, do you think? Let me make this really easy. Do you think when Sean Payton goes home and he's not talking to the media because he pumps up the tires on Bo every chance he gets? Do you think when he goes home and he looks at tape, do you think his authentic reaction is one of, God, we got a few
Nix already on that progression arc. That's all. We can break a lot more of this down as we go along. 303-504-0925.
Loretta!
You say Loretta one more time.
I swear to God, Mose, we're going to ban that. We're going to ban you.
I love the name Loretta, though. It's a good name.
It's a good name.
It's a good old-fashioned gal's name, Loretta.
What if her husband's name is Cleveland?
That'd be badass.
Like Family Guy.
I would absolutely
Loretta.
love it.
Loretta.
This segment.
A lot more to break down. Got the college football weekend to look forward to. Big game for the Buffs. We got the Avs back at it tonight against Anaheim. We got the preseason Nuggets game, the last one to discuss from last night. A whole bunch. Stick around.
I had a feeling you weren't going to show up at the wedding. And I want you to meet my fiancée, Loretta. And see for yourself that the photos were not retouched. Loretta, this is Carla, who I divorced for obvious reasons.
The song rules, by the way, Nelly. Who is this?
Great song.
Khalid.
I tell you what, your ability to tie in show topics with titled songs is probably among the best in the world. Like, you always ask yourself, if you're driving around Denver today, or wherever you're listening to this fine show.
Yeah, Vic, you're right. Hang on. Keep the music up, though, Nelly.
What do you do better? And then we all have something. I mean, it could be inane. What do you do better, or do as well as anybody in the world? In the world! And I'm convinced that Nelly does this better than anybody in the world.
I would agree. He's got a wealth of useless music titles and old movie and TV show references that work perfectly in this job.
That's actually, growing up, my mom always was frustrated at the fact that I was obsessed with like memorizing movies and songs and all that pop culture stuff. And she always told me, she said, you got to find a job where you could put those damn YouTube videos to good use.
Yeah. You found it.
Figured it out, Mom.
As the texter said, Nelly don't miss. He doesn't miss. Speaking of not missing.
Yes!
What?
I love our listeners so much. I love this one. Loretta is my dead mom's name. So thanks for that, Mosier.
We'll call back to yesterday.
Oh, my God. You know what? I love all you people, even you people who
think you're a moron.
Listen, I understand. I think maybe we came on a little strong this morning.
I'll try
think
not
you
to
guys
correct.
did.
I'll try not to
Yeah,
correct.
listen, I don't want to come on
Yeah,
too
you
strong.
guys were embarrassing.
Because, would you stop it? You're as guilty as anybody.
It was an embarrassment.
There was a lot that I really did like last night. Listen, it's a 4-3 football team. They're going to be 5-3. They're going to kill the Panthers, and I love that.
Hang on, Moshe.
Yeah.
I had a great transition. Okay, I said Nelly don't miss, and I was going to say, speaking of not missing, Vic, I can't help myself. I am infatuated with Julian Strawther and what he can be for this team. I know it's
33
preseason.
points.
I know it's preseason. I know all that. I don't care, Vic. They desperately need somebody who can just put the ball in the hoop from distance.
Yeah.
I'm like tingling thinking
For
about
those that
it.
didn't watch, because it was on during the Broncos game last night, the preseason finale for the Denver Nuggets, they played in Minneapolis against the T-Wolves. They won the game. Now, mind you, the T-Wolves did not play any single member of their starting 8 rotation. They sat everybody out. They played the end of their bench, literally the end of their bench. So, Nuggets won. The Nuggets started with their starters, and they won the game. But the thing that emerged from that game, 2 things. I thought Jamal looked sharp. Jamal had like 19 first half points.
Yeah,
He looked
from
sharp.
range,
Yeah.
he looked very sharp, yes.
Julian Strawther, 33 points, 5 threes, 12 of 13 from the foul line, which means he's not afraid to go to the cup. The thing I love about Julian Strawther is his ability to catch and release right away. I mean, there's no hesitation. Catch and release, catch and release. Boom, boom, catch and release.
I thought there was more coming
that
after
was
that.
awkward.
Okay, sorry.
that was fairly
How many
awkward.
times do you want me to say catch and release? 7 more times?
I thought you had more.
Yeah, I did too.
I thought you had more ammo. We both did. So clearly it's on you. We were letting
The
you do
tone
your
of the
thing.
last
Yeah.
word made it sound like there was another thing
Yes,
coming.
That is correct.
Like Moshe, it'd be like if I said,
Fine. If you want to blame me, fine. The thing that's emerged now Michael Malone has some things he can work with, because his starting 5 is expected to have Christian Brown start at that 5th spot, right? That off guard spot. But now he can jostle. He can play with some things here. Does he want to go more shooting? Then you go with Strawther. Does he want to go defense? You go with Brown. Clearly, they're 2 different players, 2 different strengths, 2 different skill sets. But that's emerged, and it's a good thing that it emerged, because they need it.
I thought you were hitting me with another one of those again. Like, I really thought you were. I'm like, what's going on? Your speech patterns are off today.
Yeah, they really are. Your gait, so to speak, is your syncopation is a little bit off, brother. It's okay. It's okay.
I am so excited at the fact that, look, this isn't fake and built up and stuff like that. This is real optimism you should have for a young guy who didn't play all that much last year. That, like, the whole conversation surrounding the Nuggets and the cap situation that they're in with aprons and luxury taxes and all that different stuff is homegrown players need to develop into actual, real, rotational guys within your lineup. And this isn't fake. Strother feels like a guy who is 1,000% trending in that direction. That can be a real impactful player that is homegrown, that you get discounted price, all that different stuff that you need in this new era of the CBA.
And it's not a want. It's not a hope. It's not, geez, we hope this guy will develop. It's an absolute must. You have to have that happen if you're a team like the Denver Nuggets, and perhaps we're seeing it here with this young kid out of Gonzaga. I certainly hope that's the case. And Michael Malone, again, I know it's hard to earn his trust, but once you get his trust, you're in pretty good shape. And he was terrific last night.
For those who missed yesterday's show, Mark Mosier went to a place I've never seen him go. You're guaranteed an Avalanche victory tonight. I don't blame you one bit, because they got a lot better in the second half of that game against Boston. They looked like themselves. And if that version of the Avs plays tonight, they will win this game tonight.
I think so, too. I do. And by the way, we got good news on Miles Wood. I thought that Miles Wood is a really tough dude. He's a tough guy. He can take a lot of pain. When he was down on the ice for that length of time, I thought this was going to be bad, but it's not bad. And I don't know exactly what it is. I'm going to head over to the rink, obviously, today after the show. But he had an arm situation. He could go tonight. I mean, which is good news. I just think that, Vic, you need a dub. I mean, you just need 2 points.
And it really feels like,
end of story,
you
need 2 points. Go get them.
If they get one, it's like the basketball player sees it. He just needs one to go in the hoop, right?
Yeah, 100%.
I really, truly feel like the Avs are just that. They just need to get one, and then you can just do that collective, okay, we're good. Now let's roll. Like, I really think it's just that far away. The bad news, though, if there's any, and I don't like this vague, I know that hockey coaches do this all the time, but I don't like the vague injury news. Like you said, the good news about Miles Wood. I don't like hearing from Bednar, quote, Druin is going to miss some time. I don't like the sometime thing.
Well, I think what should concern you the most is it went from he's going to miss a couple of games, to he's going to miss some time. I don't know what it is either. You don't have to know what it is. I mean, the NHL doesn't make you disclose. But it's not good. I mean, when you have this – did you see McKinnon's quote yesterday? He's like, I just want our hockey club. He goes, I just want –
Here's the exact quote for you.
Give the quote, please.
I'm reading this off of Jesse Montano's Twitter. Every year we don't have our team, so it's really just annoying, to be honest. We just love to have our team. It would be great.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you want your team. Now, listen, nobody's going to cry for you. The Ducks coming in tonight aren't going to go, hey, baby, let's cut you some slack because you don't have your team.
Right.
But he's not wrong. I mean, you're missing a lot of important pieces out of the lineup, a lot.
The 1 year that they were relatively healthy, what happened? They won a damn cup.
Well, they won the Stanley Cup.
I would say the year before that, too. They got bounced in the second round. But, like, if they're healthy, they are favorites for cup contenders, at least top three.
They're up there, yeah. They're definitely up there.
So that game, you can hear it right here tonight, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. A couple other bits of news that we'll get to a little bit later. But I was waiting. So we had some screwy technical gremlins that were attacking our computers this morning. But we have some audio now from Sean Payton in the postgame, and he gave his evaluation of Bo Nix. I want to get to that in just a couple of minutes. We have I think this is a huge game, guys, for the Buffs for this reason. They were in the exact same situation a year ago. They were 4-2 heading into the 7th game of the season, and that's where everything just nosedived, right? And at that point, they couldn't ever get it back on the rails. They're facing an Arizona team that I think is talented, but they've been struggling as of late. And there was a quote from Pat Shurmur in a team meeting that the Prime TV crew put out that I think is it's going to be hugely important moving forward this year. So we'll get to some of that audio too.
Also, Vic, you specifically, not you, Brett, but Vic specifically, and maybe
look at me when you talk to me.
Okay.
Look into my
I'm
eyes.
looking right at you. Maybe Loretta, maybe other people.
By the way, just real quick here,
Yeah.
I saw from Adam Schefter that Paulson Adebo, that really good young corner for the Saints that left.
It looked bad.
The air cast, he went under season-ending surgery for a broken femur last night.
A broken femur?
Yeah.
Golly. Oh, that sucks.
They lost both of their corners, and both of them were pretty good between him and Marshawn Lattimore last night.
That's terrible.
I don't know if Lattimore's out for a while, but he left the game anyway. So go ahead, Moshe.
Vic, I'm looking at your face. Do you want to know about the art show? You want the breakdown of the goodness of the good, of the brush strokes?
That's right. Why should I listen to you tell us about the Broncos game when you didn't even watch the Broncos game? You were looking at fake Van Goghs last night.
No,
you know what, Moshe?
I watched the entire game from beginning to end.
Let me tell you something. I'd love to hear it. Give me your analysis of the art show. Go ahead.
Yeah, Moshe.
Go ahead. Please.
Open your mouth.
It was good. As you get older, your body is going to change, and low testosterone happens. I know because I went through it. My doc said to me, he goes, you're just getting older. I'm like, that's not going to fly with me. There's something you can do about it like I did, and you can call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Some of you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. Maybe you're putting on a few lbs, you got some brain fog, you wake up tired, your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. Well, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take a 10-question, 2-minute test. Figure it out. I did. I saw treatment, and it's pretty dang awesome. These people are experts at getting you back to being, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, it's just your body getting older. Most men wait over a year to get tested, and that's ridiculous. Don't do that. If you're feeling it, why don't you just find out where you are, guys, as you get older. Maybe you're in great shape. Maybe you're not, but there's something you can do about it. Fight back against Father Time. Appointments are super easy, $99. Includes medical consult, the low T, and the PSA test. It's very comprehensive. If you sign up, your appointment is free, but don't wait. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. I'm glad I did it. I promise you, you will be too.
Hey, man, things are setting up nicely here. You got a team that's a game over 500 7 weeks into it, and I think they're going to be 2 games over 500 at the end of next week, and like a sort of mini bye here with 10 days off before you got Carolina at home. The arrow is pointing up with this team. Right now on NFL.com, their percentage chance to make the postseason, the Denver Broncos right now, is 47%. So right there around that flip a coin type of territory, which I think sounds about right. Like, if I had to say right now, are the Broncos making the playoffs, like, I really think it is just a coin flip. Like, they very well could. It's going to be, I think, a lot more dependent on those games that you have. You know, I don't want to just look over the Carolina game, but, you know, I'm a radio host. I'm not a player in that locker room, so I can. I think you're going to win that game. That at Baltimore, at Kansas City stretch, I think is going to tell me a lot about where this team is at. A lot. Not only defensively and how they can stack up with a couple of elite quarterbacks in this league, but also on offense, can you keep up enough?
Can you compete?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they should. I think they should be competitive in those games.
I totally agree. I mean, I don't know how to answer this question because I'm afraid of the wrath of one side or the other. If the expectations, if somebody says, do you expect the Broncos to make the playoffs? If I say, yes, I expect them to compete, one side may say, well, how dare you? This is about developing a young quarterback. Your expectations are way through the roof. Calm down. If I say no, how dare you? What are you, party pooper?
Do you know what
You're
the
such
biggest
a downer?
The biggest change in regards to that, Vic, since the beginning of the year? I'll say something I never thought I would say. If you said this in training camp, if you said, Brett, you would say this almost halfway through the year, I'd be like, no, I wouldn't. The team's pretty damn good, guys. Like, somehow. They're pretty damn good.
Accentuate the team.
Yes, the team is pretty damn good.
Is good. They play hard. And that's a credit, again, to Sean Payton. Whatever he's doing behind the scenes, and, you know, we can quibble with some of his tactics, but whatever he's doing behind the scenes, they've embraced them. They play hard for them. They play for each other. And you can see defensively, they swarm. I love the swarming nature of this defense. Did you see the look on some of those guys' faces, especially the second half, when Rattler was clearly in over his head and Cody Barton was in every play, it seemed. It's
awesome.
like, let's go eat, boys.
Totally awesome.
To physically dominate an opponent like that, Moj, like, I know that the common theme over close to a decade now in Denver has been, you know what, I'm tired of good defense. I want to see some good offense. Let me tell you something right now. This defense is fun to watch. Like,
this defense produces points.
Super fun.
It produces points.
Yes,
absolutely.
It not only it produces offense. Cody Barton was the second leading rusher last night.
Yeah. It was good to see. I'd even argue great to see. And without Pat Surtain, what'd they do? They kicked major butt. Absolutely. Let me put even more positivity in a real way on the situation this morning. Here's who you have to stay ahead of to make the playoffs, which I cannot even envision that was a thing before the season began. Are you ready?
God, you're right, Moj. Yeah, go ahead with this.
You got to stay ahead of Joe Flacco and the Colts. Can you do that?
Or Richardson. Richardson's supposed to come back.
Okay, he'll be back some point. Can you do that?
Doesn't scare me.
Exactly. Got to stay ahead of the Dolphins and their situation.
Don't scare me.
They would scare me if Tua comes back after this week.
That's a huge coin flip.
Yes, it is.
Have you seen some of the memes going around? I sent you one yesterday about Tua. It's mean, number one, but number two, it's probably pretty accurate. I don't think this guy should be playing football. That's my opinion. It's his body. He can do whatever he wants. But you got to stay ahead of the Dolphins, and they're 2-4, and you're 4-3. Can you do that?
I think you can, yes.
How about the Jets?
We'll see. The Jets, here's what's weird, Moj.
Are they going to get a Devontae Adams spike?
You
with
own
the
the
new head
tiebreaker.
coach?
They could.
Yeah, you do.
The Jets are actually still in contention for the AFC East, too, which makes it different.
Yeah, but they won't. Buffalo's going to win that.
You know what's funny? They're 10th in the AFC right now, according to NFL.com. Their current chances to make the playoffs are 55%. If they win this weekend, they're 66.
Wow.
Yeah.
Vegas.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Here's where it gets a little crazy.
Cincy's a little weird, aren't they?
Okay,
Cincy's a little weird.
Cincy is a freaky deaky situation.
They're 2-4, but would it surprise you guys at all if they rattle off 6 straight wins and they're
Absolutely
right back
not.
in?
Absolutely not. And it wouldn't because, well, look, it was an ugly one against the Giants, but I think they're going to put their losses, Vic, Cincinnati's losses this year, think about this. They lost to the Patriots opening night. Lame. The Patriots stink. They lost at Kansas City by a point. In a game they probably should have, would have, could have won if the referees didn't bail the Chiefs out. That's me saying it.
Yeah.
If the officials didn't bail the Chiefs out, they probably win that game. They lost to Washington, the Jaden Daniels come-out party, 38-33 in a wild affair in Cincinnati. They beat up on the Panthers like they should. They lost against Baltimore 41-38.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm telling you is
they've
that
been right here.
the best teams in the AFC, they are right there. And then the ugly win against the Giants. But they're going to beat the snot out of the Browns. They're going to beat the Eagles. Okay, that's Cincy. Okay, fine. What about Tennessee?
No, all the other teams in the AFC done. Now it's the teams in front of you. It's the Chargers and Steelers and those wild card teams you're competing with.
That is correct.
I think projection.
You're in a pretty good, Vic, you're in a pretty damn good spot because you're in a
Very
playoff
good
spot right now.
Much better than anybody anticipated. A team that's still their highest paid player doesn't play for you. He plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Think about that.
Actually,
the Broncos' highest paid
doesn't play for them
player.
either.
Well, he's going to.
Well, he will this week.
Exactly.
Yeah, he will this week. And you're playing despite that and winning despite that. Kudos, credit, full credit. The NFL is a weird league, and projection is hard to do. And I'll give you this case in point. After the second week of this NFL season, who was the surprise team of the league? Who was the team like, whoa?
The team you played.
Everybody see that? Exactly. The Saints. 2 straight wins to start the season. High-scoring wins. Everybody applauding and praising Clint Kubiak's offense. Oh, my God, look at Derek Carr. He's revived. Look at this team. They can't be stopped. 5 losses later, including an embarrassing loss last night, and their joke.
Yep.
I mean,
No, it's hard to project. It's just, I think what Moj is getting at least what I took from it, is it's pretty incredible that you're in this spot when I thought you could be a team that might be competing for like a top 5 draft pick.
Yep.
Like, here's the thing, guys. Before the season started, weren't the conversations kind of like, dude, what if they're like bad enough where we can get Travis Hunter here? Guess what? Travis Hunter's not coming here. You aren't going to be bad enough.
No, he's not.
You weren't close to bad enough.
Not even.
But it's just the team and specifically the defense is so much better than I thought they would be. Now, the evaluation of Bo Nix, here's the head coach after the game last night, Sean Payton.
I made this comment to you guys earlier when we drafted him. You watch him play, you don't feel like you're in harm's way. Again, he's tough to sack. His ball location, made a lot of plays with his feet.
Actually, can I cut this off for a second? Nelly, can you play this from your computer so we can start and stop? That first point is actually a good one. You know what's weird about the Knicks thing? As much as I've kind of said I was disappointed with his game last night, you guys tell me. I don't feel nervous when he's got the ball in his hands out that he's going to make some mistake. I never
except
get
for that pass to Matthew.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Listen, when you're watching Rattler play quarterback last night and you're watching it from a Broncos fan perspective, you're like foaming at the mouth going, who's going to get him? Who's going to get it?
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to get the ball? Who's going to get him?
Yeah.
You're not doing that with Knicks.
No, you feel pretty safe when the ball's in his hands. That is true. And his ability to escape pressure is, I think, elite level in this league. To get out of, you want to talk about harm's way, free rusher coming at him, he's got the ability to spin out and buy some more time. But anyway, let's continue. Oh, go ahead, Vic. You got something else?
Yeah. I mean, regarding Knicks, again, my concern with Knicks is this and only this. He looked great last night. He looked great against Tampa. He looked great against the Raiders. What happens when the opposing team actually has offensive success and you have to keep pace and you have to play that game?
Well, let's
That's where I still need to see that part of it.
Let's hear more, Sean, here.
Again, he's tough to sack. His ball location, made a lot of plays with his feet. Had some close, big play opportunities. But there's a confidence that as a play caller you get, and it allows you to be more aggressive. And so we wanted to tonight, come out in that kind of mindset. These guys, when healthy, are really good at both corners and the nickel. That was one of the challenges. Those three players, and a lot of them got hurt. But certainly when you're playing that position, and I'm talking about quarterback, and you have the rushing numbers and the down and distance numbers. I can't recall looking down. There's 4 sections, 5 third down sections, 3rd and 1, short yardage. And then there's these, and I can't recall the 4th box tonight at all. I don't think we ran a play from our longer yardage box, and makes it easier.
Hey, that's a credit, by the way, to Javonte in the way that he ran. I mean, you're able to get 5-6 yards on play number 1. 2nd and 4, you kind of get to open up a lot of your playbook and do whatever you please.
And it's the dragging. This is why he looks exactly like his former self. It's the dragging guys forward. It's the falling forward. It's the extra
touchdown was a great example. 100%. Of that. The second touchdown.
Yeah, it's the extra 2 yards he gets at every carry. It's awesome to see. It really is. And listen, coach is correct, but also there's a tell there. There's a little tell. He's a safety blanket for. He's not going to turn the ball over that much ever, probably in his entire career. It's a bit of a.
He had 4 picks in the first 2 weeks. He's had 1 since.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're also not. Well, there's also he should have had one last night. Doesn't matter. Doesn't.
Yeah, he didn't though.
Does anybody even call Matthew Honey Badger anymore?
I did earlier.
You did.
I like the nickname.
I mean, that's so 2014. Oh my God.
That was one of the worst drops I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean,
one of the worst drops.
I know it hit.
I've never seen anything like it.
I know.
No, quite literally though. In much the same way. Remember the Raider game when PS2 had the pick 6?
Mm-hmm.
Matthew had a chance to take that to the house, and we could have been feeling some same sort of momentum shift.
Oh, there's
like
no
that.
doubt.
I replayed it 3 times, and how's that possible to drop that ball? How's it possible?
I don't know, but he didn't. I don't know, but he did. Okay, so that's good. He plays a safe game, and that's fine. That's great. It's just, and I'm not being negative here.
Safety first.
Safety first. Absolutely. Put your harness on, right? If you're going on the roof, Brett, don't just go on the roof.
Rule number 1: do no harm.
Right. In my house, on the top, I have a 2-story, right? On the top of my house, there are those ringlets in the roof to harness yourself if you need to go on the roof.
Sure.
Do you do your own Christmas lights?
I just do a tree. I don't do the house, man.
You're lazy, huh?
Was it really necessary, Vic?
I do it.
My butt, you do not do it.
You know what?
Yes,
I
do. You're such a liar.
You know what I used to do at my old house?
You don't do it. You have somebody do it for you.
No, I don't. I swear to God, I do my own lights.
My house now, it's like the roof is too sloped, and I get too nervous about it.
Yeah.
But my other roof at the house that I was at about a year and a half ago, a little bit more flat.
Yeah.
I took a 6-pack up there and watched the sunset over the mountains.
That's great. Good for you. I couldn't care less.
Not only did I do my own lights, I left my lights up there for an entire year because I was too lazy to take them down.
That's pretty lazy.
You ever had a roof beer, Jack? Roof beers are good beers.
Roof beers are good beers. I will just say this. He is a safety. He's a safety harness for Sean Payton as a quarterback. And you know what? There's a lot of good in that. The only issue is, and this will come in time, if you're trailing at Baltimore 21-6 and you enter the third quarter and you've got to have a comeback situation and the team is still going at you, can you do it? I don't know that we don't know that answer yet. We don't know.
We haven't seen that yet.
Okay,
we've
fine.
only seen from ahead. They've grabbed early leads, they've held on to them, and they've played well in those situations. I mean, the Jets game was a little different because that was an abomination.
Right. Of everything. Yes.
Of everything. But a couple things about Javonte and the run game. First of all, Audric Estime is learning the difference between college ball and the NFL. In the NFL, these people will try to take your kids, let alone the football.
Hang on to it.
Yeah. I mean, if you're falling is when you really got to put 2 hands on the ball while you're falling because they're going to do everything they can to remove that ball from your hands. The Javonte touchdown run, the first one, the 12-yarder. How often do you guys ever see touchdown runs where
untouched?
I mean, Where did New Orleans go?
I don't know, but you could have driven a Mack truck through the hole that he had. It was awesome.
Where did they go?
Great blocking. Hey, good job, McGlinchey. Good job. Good to have you back, baby. Somebody says, have you talked about Cody Barton yet? Oh, yeah, we have. And we glazed
You know, he
him.
could have had two pick sixes. Well, the fumble, scoop, and score that was
Right.
called back.
Well, I don't on the one that he dropped in the first drive, I don't think it would have been a pick six, but he should have had 2 interceptions.
I mean, that was I think equally as like how do you drop that as Tyrann Matthews was.
But he's a linebacker. He's not
Okay.
Okay, so he's got sort of hands of stone at times, but you expect Matthew to make that catch.
303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. You can listen to us anywhere in the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Jake Plummer is going to join us at 9:20 this morning. Stick around. Hey, just quickly, Mosier showed me the video again. I know we had a lot going on last night. Nuggets preseason game had the Broncos playing, but that baseball game between the Yanks and the Guardians was unbelievable.
It was, how do the kids say it, man? It was
lit.
Totes lit.
It was lit. The home run from Noel.
Kids don't even say that. You know who says that? Guys your age who want to be like kids.
Shut up.
How would you know?
The home run by Noel in the ninth to tie things up. The crowd erupting in Cleveland. And the bat flip that he had was so damn beautiful. Everything about it. So the Guardians tie it up in the bottom of the ninth, goes to extras. They win it in the 10th, 7-5 on a walk-off homer. By the way, this is the Spanish call of that Noel home run in the ninth.
¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡John Kelsey Noel! Acaba de empatar el encuentro en la Navidad en octubre. ¡Qué bárbaro! ¡Qué monstruo! Se puso la Navidad y no ha nevado todavía.
It's just something I want here so badly. To hear that crowd just immediately.
A Spanish call?
No. To hear the crowd immediately off the bat lose it.
Hold on a second.
I think this is so. Is this the call on FS1?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to hear the sound this makes off the bat. Go ahead.
Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes.
Postseason baseball, man, I'm telling you, the way that things can shift in a single second. Oh,
Brett, I know you were like 13 years old.
Oh, I know, 2007.
But you would not believe how many of those moments we enjoyed in a span of 1 month.
Yep.
In the fall of 2007.
It was killer. It was so good, and man. Nelly, hold on one second. Nelly, hold on one second. What did Gruden say to Nathan Peterman?
He said a lot of things that were
My
bleeped.
life is
running out of lifespan. Yes.
So for some of
I'm
you
running out of time. My life is running out of lifespan.
Okay, for some of you youngins out there who didn't experience Rocktober of 2007, I hope to God that you do. Again, here's the problem.
It's sad that we refer to it as the olden days. It really is.
I mean, it was a long time ago.
That's relatively speaking. I feel like I can still touch it.
Yeah.
Like it's right there. I can touch it.
Reach out
It
and
just
touch
happened.
someone.
It was almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, but it's touchable for me.
Just shut your mouth for a second about that, man. Nobody wants to think about how long ago it was. We want to relive the moment, man. It was. But here's the thing.
I was in high school.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I was standing right outside Coors Field when Matt Holliday touched home. And that sound you just heard in Cleveland, I was doing the newsman thing.
Everybody's going crazy.
I gotta tell you, the atmosphere here is electric, Dave.
Yeah, it's really. Hey, let's go to Ed Green for the weather.
Listen to me for a second. It was killer.
I'm just telling you that the roar of that crowd that you accentuated there in Cleveland, that roar, I heard it with my own ears.
Yeah, we
there
all did.
There are
we
no
all
Todd
did,
Helton
bro.
jerseys available in store.
They're
sold out
right now, and Matt Holiday's so swell.
Listen to me for a second, please. I hope to God, in my lifetime, because I'm running out of lifespan, I'm not going to see that ever again at Coors Field.
Oh,
and that
up.
sucks.
No, it's not true.
My ass.
It's not true.
Dude, we back-to-back 100-loss seasons, bro? Come on.
Are you dying in 2 years?
Who knows?
You'd like that,
You may be
wouldn't
dead
you?
in 2 weeks.
TikTok.
Okay. That being said, the Guardians are my. I mean, I want to hear the Spanish. Why is it that all these highlights sound so much better in other languages?
I thought
Japanese.
FS1 had a great call. I thought that
No,
that
it
was a great call.
It was a great call, but there's something about like the Spanish call is killer. I wish I could speak Spanish, man. But the call.
You should alternate between like when you call the Avs tonight.
I swear to God,
between Spanish and English.
I swear to God.
Do you know what's different, though, between now and 2007? When you have a moment like that, you're at the plate, you rip one for game tire in the ninth, this.
Oh, the bat.
Yeah. Oh, the bat.
Throw it as far as you can.
So much better now.
It
it's
is.
so much better.
It is.
And we collectively, as a society, have agreed that's not showing up the pitcher. It's super cool and everybody loves it.
Okay. Yeah, I've come around to that. I'm just saying the Guardians are my last hope because I'm telling you how this is going to go. It's going to be a Dodgers and Yankees World Series. I'm going to hate it. I'm going to absolutely hate it. The Guardians are my last hope. And here's the thing. They're going to lose this series. But to have a moment like that inside that stadium and the...
Why are they going to lose the series?
The new mistake by the lake. What?
Why'd you say they're going to lose the series?
They're going to lose the series.
Yeah, they're going to lose.
It was a 2-0 series in New York. They won game 1 in Cleveland. Why can't they win game 2?
They're going to lose.
Game 2 in Cleveland.
Vic,
they'll lose it.
Vic, tell them.
It's just because of science. That's how science works.
It's just the guys at MIT have already mapped it out. So we're gonna have a Yankees and Dodgers World Series, and the national people are all going to be jacked up about it. I'm going to be mad, and so on and so forth. But it was awesome, and I want to hear. And Noel's coming into pinch hit. This is a pinch hit situation, and he says, "I'm going to get me some Nelly." The Spanish version, please.
Say, bleep you, Jobu.
One more time,
do it myself,
please.
Plato, batazo! ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Feliz Navidad!
By the way, you know what I love here on the text line?
I love that.
Texter says that wasn't FS1's call. That was Tom Hamilton, the Cleveland radio announcer.
Okay,
but what he said was, that was Tom Hamilton, the English Cleveland radio announcer. I was like, oh, okay, got it. He's English.
You know, that is a great call on your part,
in
though.
English.
When can we feel that again here? When can we get a piece of that? And I guess the only way to put it is to shame them with, hey, I might die. Like, real soon. Can I get that before I go? Is there any way you can give me that before I go?
Nelly, get Dick Mumford on the phone.
Moj, in fact, Moj, you ought to put your body up for scientific research. Just say, look at me.
Hold on. Let's wait. Texter says, Mosier, please give us a Feliz Navidad when the Avs score tonight.
No, when they win tonight. I will give you one.
When they win.
Absolutely. I promise you, you're getting a Feliz Navidad tonight.
Yeah, but I don't want it in your
and the Avalanche
broadcast
win tonight
hey,
in Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. I want a Mexican twang, a Spanish twang.
You want El Macanon.
Yes.
Feliz Navidad.
Yeah.
Yes.
Feliz Navidad.
Yes.
I'll give it to you, man. I will. I'll give you some.
I swear to God, Mosier, if you give me and that'll do it from Ballerina, Feliz Navidad.
Vic Lombardi reporting live here from Coors Field. A big win. Feliz Navidad, everybody.
That's so. Dude, you have no idea how accurate. I wish you could have seen. You used to be on the news. I wish you could have seen him. This is Vic Lombardi, your local roving reporter from Coors Field, where Todd Helton jerseys are sold out and Matt Holliday is super swell. Back to you.
Why is that always the go-to, by the way? Especially in a postseason, they'll throw down to the person live on the scene. It's always like, oh, the Rockies with a big win tonight in the postseason. Let's throw it out to Vic. Vic, what's the atmosphere like?
The atmosphere is electric.
Why is that always the first question?
I don't know, but I lived that life for a long time.
I know.
You know what makes it worse? So when you're in a
and
newsroom,
we've got a lot of drunk people down here, and it's just fun.
When you're in a newsroom, it's an eclectic, cultural, it's a beautiful thing, right? You got people from different walks of life. But the one thing that ties us all in a newsroom, everybody sounds the exact same. Everybody talks with that broadcast voice. So when you go to somebody in the field and they talk with that broadcast voice, hi, this is, everybody sounds the same until they have to say their name. We used to have this girl in Austin. Her name was Becky Gonzalez. Love her. Still a friend of mine. But every time she went to her name, it was, and that'll do it from Waco, Becky Gonzalez. And she used to really accentuate it to the point where, like, all right, you sounded like one person and then just changed everything.
There's a sing-songy tone in the way that newscasters speak, too. You know, it's always, I think the main one for ESPN is like, Sal Palantonio, ESPN. It's like, what is the jumping up and down in the tone thing?
But have you heard the Spanish lady on ESPN when she pronounces a Spanish name?
Oh, yeah.
It's like she's speaking a different language all of a sudden.
Vic, do it for yourself, but do your full Italian name.
Reporting for CBS4, Vittorio Giuseppe Colombar.
That's exactly right.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
I did it a couple times, and I was told to stop.
Why? It's your heritage.
I'm going to start doing it on altitude.
Should I?
What if I did it in an Italian accent with my name? Brett Kane.
For Altitude Sports Radio, I'm Brett Joseph Genesio Giuseppe Kane.
All right, so few things here. We got the game tonight, Avs and Anaheim. You can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got PhD's going to be out at Joe Willis on Broadway from 3 to 6.
Man, they're out there a lot, aren't they?
Do you know what else we got this weekend, which is big?
That's pretty. You know, if I didn't have a game today, I'd go out there and have a brewski with them. But I got a game.
On Saturday, as we approach, it doesn't feel like it. It has been forever. Hey, Rapids approaching the postseason very quickly. They get one final regular season game against Austin this Saturday before things get going for them. So if they can close out the season in a big way against Austin and get some positive momentum heading into that. Also on Saturday, South Carolina at Oklahoma, 10:45 in the morning. You can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And then Sunday, got a little double dipperoo. We got Eagles-Giants on 92.5 at 11, and then Chiefs at Niners in that Super Bowl rematch on AM 950.
Can I say this about the Rapids? They haven't played for a while.
Yeah.
It'll be 2 weeks between their last game and this game coming up against Austin. They need a dub before the postseason, man. It's like once they clinch the playoff spot, it's like, yeah, all right, that's cool.
Get your rhythm back.
Minnesota blasted them. I don't like that. The Galaxy got them. Didn't like that. And then Seattle.
Yeah, drop 3 straight. Get a dub.
Get you a dub, and let's get ready for the postseason in the right way.
Do you know who else needs that? Again, mentioned this
earlier.
And
by the way, before that, a couple of games before that, Sporting KC got them. It's time to pick it up a notch, boys.
Mentioned this earlier. The Buffs find themselves in the exact same situation they were in last year. 4-2 record heading into the 7th game of the season. If you remember what happened, Stanford game, big first half, awful second half, and everything just went off the cliff from there.
Season. That one half changed the season.
Get this win against Arizona. You're a game away from bowl eligibility. You're going to hang in there, and with some screwy stuff that could happen for the rest of the season, maybe find yourself still competing for a Big 12 title appearance. Who knows?
To me, that's out the window.
But it's just like take care of your business.
I like the way you're thinking, but it's out the window.
Take care of your business.
Okay.
And if nothing else, just clinch that bowl berth with like 3-4 weeks left to go, and then see if you can build on that into, hey, man, how far deep into this bowl sort of thing can we go into? How good of a bowl game can we get to? Because it's massive for this reason. They're going to have a restart of sorts. Like you, Vic, I think you were the one that mentioned it a couple days ago. ESPN right now in their projected NFL draft has Shedeur 1, Travis Hunter 2. Those are 2 amazing players that will not be here next season. Capitalize on whatever you can while you got these 2 on the football field in Folsom for you. And I think that getting a win against a struggling Arizona team, who I believe has lost 3 of their last 4, they got to get this one.
They did beat Utah, which I guess probably isn't saying much now because
Utah's not the same team we expected.
Yeah,
Neither is Arizona. I think Arizona's the biggest surprise of the bunch. They were supposed to take that next step this year.
Yeah,
they haven't.
They
lost their coach.
They got killed. It was on the road in Manhattan, but they got killed in September at Kansas State. They got killed at BYU.
That's another thing with this, Moj.
Their road record is not good, bro. So that's one thing. But, of course, you got the Buffs at Arizona. Their home record is a little bit better, but their last home game, they lost to Texas Tech.
I've said all year, I think this season can be judged with the Buffs on how they handle the adversity. They faced some adversity last week. They let one get away. Had the game late, and just in the span of 2 plays, had to battle back, couldn't quite do it. How do you respond to a game like that in which, look, man, that would have been the biggest win for CU in a long, long time if they were able to take down Kansas State last week. Okay, failed on that one, come back against I still think a tough Arizona team with some talent on there. Show me how you respond. And I heard this in one of those videos that was released from the Prime Video team, whatever they're called. Pat Shurmur was in a team meeting with the team and said this.
Because we got 3 days to get the run game right, and we're going to do it at all costs. We can't win a game the way we need to win a game until we get out of our own way and run the damn ball. Look. So lineman, you got to move your feet and use your hands. I'm tired of seeing hands down by your nuts. Get your hands up and put your hands on guys, right? Move your feet and use your hands. Running backs, be disciplined with your path. Quit cutting back so fast, because the second level just falls back and tackles you. Press it. If we're trying to run outside zone, try to run outside. Even if it looks like it's not going to happen, then you can cut up. And then quarterbacks, we've got to do a better job of carrying out our fakes. That all contains it. Running back, our receivers, keep pressing on the perimeter. Keep blocking your guys. Just hit somebody and knock them back. All right? Because once we start doing that, we can throw the ball all over the yard. Right? But we gotta make yards on the run to help make the rest of that stuff go.
He's so right. If they had a running game that was consistent, this is one of the most prolific offenses that college football is going to have.
Well, Shador, when you look at Shador's numbers through the air, I mean, he's got 17 touches and 4 picks, over 2,000 yards already. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shermer's correct. You got to run the football. Their running game.
What do they have, negative 20 yards last week?
29. But when you look at their running game, they are going to be at a deficit against every single team they play for the rest of this season, and have been against every team that they've played. Their running game simply, I mean, the top back for whomever is going to be way ahead of the top back for the Buffs. So they got to learn to run the football somehow.
Yep.
Have to.
Starts this weekend. It's obviously a point of emphasis, so something to keep an eye on with the Buffs in Arizona this weekend. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Mosier's doing a private show for KJ over here. I keep reminding him. I was like, we have a show to do,
KJ
too.
and I were in a very good conversation.
How cool is KJ? KJ's the man, by the way.
KJG, he got here, I'm like, he got here like 45 minutes ago. I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
How long you been here, KJ? 2, 3 months? 3 months? 4 months? 4 months. It does feel like he's only been here a couple weeks. Been here a long time.
He got here like 45 minutes ago. I'm like, dude.
Oh, you mean just at the building?
Yeah. Doesn't your wife miss you at all, man? I mean, he's like up in Adamant. He's out there.
I don't know what you just said right there. That was a whole bunch of rapid succession of syllables.
Up in Adamant.
Okay.
You know what? Okay, I'm sorry I dated myself. There was a cartoon, and Vic, you don't do it.
It's okay. It's okay.
There's a little tiny dude named Adam Ant.
I trust you.
It doesn't matter. Screw it.
Broncos win last night in a fashion that I thought. Look, man, I expected it. And here's what's weird. That word expectations. Because where we started this morning was it was sort of a battle between the good of team play with my disappointment in specifically quarterback play last night. And so, no, I'm going to say what I want to say.
No, don't do it because
I'm going to say what I want to say.
Good luck.
Do you want to know why I'm disappointed? And maybe this is the difference between and the disconnect that me and some texters earlier in the show had. When I said I thought 7 weeks in, I'd be past kind of the wide open receivers being missed. Yeah. That kind of thing. I have higher expectations for Bo Nix. Guys, I don't treat him as if he's like this 7th round. Oh, maybe we got lucky with something.
No,
he was a 12th overall draft pick.
Oh,
Hang on. I am judging Bo Nix in the same way I judge Jaden Daniels, in the same way that I judge Caleb Williams, because that is the same era that he was drafted in. So, yes,
that's a good point.
I have high expectations for him. Yeah. And, yes, I was disappointed with the game last night because I expect him to be better.
You need to stop being unfair to the kid.
That's a good point.
You really need to stop it.
That's a better way to go at those who are grumbling that we're being too hard on the rookie quarterback. And your point, I think, hits home. You know, maybe we have higher standards than you do.
And
maybe our
standards
are higher.
I'll fully admit, Vic, maybe mine are too high. Like, maybe they're too high, but I don't care. When you draft somebody 12th overall, you hand him the keys to your franchise, and we are told by everybody within that organization, we have made this decision for this guy to be here and be the leader of this team for a decade plus. I have high expectations for you. I'm still grading on a rookie curve. I know he's not a finished product or anywhere near that. But when I have a game like last night, and when I tell you, you won that game in dominant fashion, 33-3, essentially. They got a garbage touchdown late. Well, fine, 33-10. And I tell you, I think you could have put up 50 last night. I mean it. And that's what I expect, especially when I tell you, this team is better, way better than I thought they'd be. And not even that, they're a good football team, full stop. Okay? Yeah. They're a good team that can make the postseason. And damn it, when you get there, who knows, man? Win a game or two. Who knows? But it's going to be tied to how your quarterback plays in all of that.
The great impression the Broncos have left on me this season already, they've won 3 road games.
Mm-hmm.
They've won 3 road games. That's pretty damn impressive for a team that's played most of its games on the road. What is going to define what you think of the Broncos, they should beat Carolina. It's okay to expect them to beat Carolina. Again, standards. They should beat them. Plenty of rest. The 3-game stretch, November 3rd, 10th, 17th. At Baltimore. At Kansas City. Atlanta at home. Any team in the National Football League, no matter how talented you are, would struggle in that stretch. That would be a very difficult stretch.
Yep.
That is a measuring stick stretch for this team. I'm not saying they should win 3. I'm not saying they should win 2. I just want to see their compete level in those 3. And I want to see what the rookie quarterback looks like in a game in which the opposing team keeps pace with you on the scoreboard. It's your turn. What can you do on this drive?
And you know what? With how good their defense is, Moj, they should be competitive with these teams. They should be. I'm not saying win, but I don't want to say there shouldn't be a game in which you don't get blown out. That happens sometimes. What I'm saying is, on the whole, that little stretch that Vic is talking about with how good your defense is, you should be able to say, hey, we had a shot at the end of that. You should be able to.
Sometimes it's who you beat, too. Would you feel the same way? Let's say that the Broncos went into Kansas City and won that game last night the way they did, 33-10. What would we be saying on the radio this morning? Even about Bo, about anybody?
I would be naked.
It'd be a different tune.
Well,
I'd be naked.
Are you saying if they beat one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NFL, as opposed to arguably the worst team in the NFL right now, that I would feel different?
The opposition, the opposition changes your tune.
Sure,
right?
I would have no clothes on if that was the case. I promise you. I'd just be near my birthday suit.
But would you be as critical about Bo? Would you be as critical about his arm?
Listen, I'm not critical about Bo. I think you guys are being completely unfair to him.
Oh,
I think this.
Now you're playing this game.
Stop. He's only a rookie, okay? And it's not his fault where he was drafted, okay? So I think if you want to put those expectations on him, you can go ahead and do that. I'm not doing that. I think right now he's managing the game very well. He's driving this car. He's not putting it into the guardrail, okay? He's doing what is asked of him right now, and this is a growth season for him. I mean, when you get to year 2 and you get to year 3, I think you're going to see...
What game are we playing right now?
I think you're going to see things...
He's doing the feel-good game for all the people that hated on him in the first hour.
I think you're going to... No. I think you're going to see a much more dynamic player, especially, again, when the passing game catches up to the ball control game that he has right now. It's going to be really, really good. I think you're asking too much.
Enough. I'm not. Okay?
You want the truth?
I'm just I don't.
You know what, Moj?
What?
The truth is dangerous. You know what this is like, especially for those who don't want to hear the truth? This is like the wife saying, "How does this dress look on me?" Do you speak the truth, or do you tell her what she wants to hear?
Well, to me, actually with my wife, it goes hand in hand because she looks good in anything.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to tell you, Vic, is that the kid is doing what is asked of him. I know he had a lower quarterback rating last night than Spencer Rattler, and Rattler sucked. I know that. But this is growth, buddy. They didn't need him last night. All they needed was to pound the rock with Javonte. They had almost 250 yards on the ground last night. Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
I don't like this game that you're playing
right now. What game? What are you talking about?
The game of which I'm having a fourth co-host in today, and the first co-host left in the 7 o'clock hour.
It's a Friday morning, okay? The Broncos went on the road last night to the Big Easy, and they spanked the Saints.
That's great.
I think we should afford ourselves a little bit of an opportunity to enjoy
We've done that. I'm just, look, again, I said from day one when I got on this radio station, I'm never going to lie to you. I will not exaggerate. I'm not going to make things up for radio purposes. Everything I say is how I feel. It might be stupid. You might disagree. Don't care. It's how I feel. It's how I feel last night. The Broncos, as a team, played fantastic. Okay? Quarterback play was subpar. That's all I'm saying. Like, I want to be beyond the point in which you have two people wide open and you miss in between both of those. I want that to be gone. I want to be beyond the point where Adam Troutman's standing all alone by himself for a walk-in touchdown and you skip a pass to him from 5 yards away. That's what I want to be beyond. And I don't think that's being unfair. Again, I have higher expectations for Bo Nix because Bo Nix was a 12th overall draft pick.
It's a learning year, Brett. This is a development year.
Turn his mic off.
Anything that happens in terms of even battling for a wild card spot is gravy. All we care about this season is getting the young man through in one piece and having him learn on the job.
No, incorrect. Incorrect.
Boy, they own the Saints, don't they? They own them. Historically. Somebody texted earlier, this is payback for 2020 when the Broncos had to play the Saints without a quarterback. Last night, the Saints had to play the Broncos without a quarterback because Rattler was awful. But you know what? As bad as he was, I'm going to give credit to the Bronco defense for making him look especially bad. Because I saw him the week earlier against Tampa. He didn't look that bad. He looked somewhat, pedestrian at least. Last night, he was unplayable bad. Credit to the Bronco defense for making him look that way. They swarmed his ass.
I'm going to be honest with it. In the last 10 minutes, how stupid do I sound?
Incredibly.
You sound like you're a comfort blanket that's too comforting, that's overly comforting. You sound very field day. And again, this is...
You sound like a fraud.
Yeah.
Well,
You do.
Eloisa? Loretta?
Say Loretta again.
Hey, Vic, did you go to New York last week? Okay.
All right, so Wesley.
Hang on.
I want to. If I have to hear again, Wesley, all of you, if you evoke these names when comparing Bo Nix, I swear to God, we're going to mix the station where you don't get our channel anymore. We're just going to have to get to that level. Because here we go.
Listen.
So a quarterback misses a throw, and you act like Elway or Rodgers or Steve Young never missed a wide open receiver. He's a rookie. Get over it. Do you think that
there's a happy Vic? There's a happy medium in here. I love his legs. There's thighs. But I love his thighs. Somebody said femur earlier, and I don't want to. When I talk about a guy's legs, and Vic, you're the leg king. I don't want to talk about bones, and I don't want to talk about connective tissue. I just want to talk about thighs and calves and glutes. Okay, he does a great job.
Use
what I want to tell
your
people.
eyes.
What I want to tell people before we get to the top here.
Your eyes.
Jake Plummer's
Did
coming
Elway
on.
miss wide open throws as a rookie? Yes, he did.
By the way, just refrain from comparing a rookie to Hall of Famers just in full stop.
Please.
Like all of them. All of them.
Wesley,
don't do it to Jaden Daniels. Don't do it to Caleb. Don't do it to anybody.
Wesley.
It's unfair.
And just stop it. When I hear Peyton Manning did this and Steve Young did, just shut it down, please. Here's the reality and here's the truth. There's a happy medium in there, but as we get to the top here, and Jake's coming up the next hour, his throwing game, if you ever want to be anything as a football team and, actually win, okay? And that's what our ultimate goal is for everybody, having the Broncos be a winning team again, but the opportunity to win big in the postseason. His throwing game and the Broncos offense is going to have to get a whole hell of a lot better. And that's the God's honest truth. Not that he doesn't do some very good things right now, but it's going to have to be way, way better.
You know what?
Way better.
You know what? You know when you'll be convinced? When the answer to the question, why did the Broncos win that game? When the answer to that question is Bo Nix, that will be the day. I'll ask you the question last night. Why did the Broncos win that game?
Because the defense beat the snot out of Spencer Rattler.
And they averaged 7 yards per carry, which is more than they averaged per throw. That's why they won that game. When the answer to that question is Bo Nix, that's when you will get the answer you desire.
Again,
I'm sick
something
of
else in
Wesley.
this.
I'm sick of you, Wes.
Something else in this subject, by the way. We have Jake Plummer. He can evaluate this in a much more detailed way at 9:20 this morning. Stick around. All right, a lot of text coming through here. I want to address a couple of these. One said, Brett, instead of judging Bo as the 12th overall pick, why don't you judge him as a 6th quarterback off the board? No.
No, he was a 12th overall pick. You don't get to change where you don't get to do that. It's not how this works.
Stop it, Vic. Don't be so harsh.
Moj, swear to God, if you play
that's
this
a
game,
ridiculous ask.
I'm going to throw your microphone out of this studio. Don't do it. I will judge him as the 12th overall pick because you know what? The Broncos don't care that he was the 6th quarterback off the board. He was higher than that for them. Do you know what they evaluated him as? A franchise quarterback. Like, just beyond that, though, Vic, they evaluated him by taking him at 12 as a franchise quarterback. That's what I'm going to expect. Secondly, that expect thing. Texture says he's a rookie. It's year 1. He's only played 7 games. What do you expect from Bo Nix? And I said this very simply. I expect him to hit throws to wide open receivers.
Yeah.
And if you don't expect that, there's something wrong with you.
Let me make this very easy for those that are offended. If he fixes his feet, his footwork to match his arm and his ability to run and scramble, he will be a hell of a quarterback. I'm talking a franchise quarterback for many years to come. But you cannot look at me right now and say that his footwork is good. It's not. He needs to fix his feet to match his arm and his wheels.
To that point, Vic, the throws that he missed to the wide open guys that I'm talking about, he was throwing the ball with his feet like jab stepping like this. Now, there were some throws, especially on slants, that I loved where they were quick. So he got the ball.
He didn't need to do his footwork on that. Yes,
his feet were planted and just ripped it. Like, that's the kind of stuff. And
why are you acting it out? Why are you acting it out?
Because it makes
me
me feel
I'll
better
give you
when
a
I do
case
it.
in point. I'll give you a case in point. On the opening drive, let's forget about the pass that went between 2 receivers. Do you remember the 3rd down pass where he's backing up and a blitz was coming and he missed? Was it Hull over the middle? Who did he miss? Threw it at his feet. He missed somebody over the middle. It could have been a 1st down easily.
Okay.
The footwork was awful on that specific throw. He threw off his back foot when he did not have to.
Yes.
And that's all we're saying. That is fixable.
Vic, that's all going to come in time.
Reparable.
It's all going to come in time, okay? Right now it's about learning what opposing defenses want to do to you. It's about learning how they're going to strategize against you. It's about being able to find soft spots in opposing defenses, use your running game effectively. If you can continue to do that, you're going to set up the passing game as the season goes on. You're going to be in good shape.
Now, can I say something?
The feet thing, Brett, as Vic said, entirely fixable. It's going to be coming.
Let me say something else about the game last night. And now we're 7 weeks in. This is not a small sample size, guys. We almost got half the season under our belt. Almost. I'm going to say one thing about this football team. Because of the elite nature of that defense, this is a damn good football team.
They can beat anybody.
They are a damn good team. And on any given day, like, guys, you ask me before this season started, that game at Baltimore, what do you think? That game at Kansas City, what do you think? I thought no chance, probably a good chance for a blowout. I expect competitive football. Like, in that 2-week span, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if they come away 1-1 in that little 2-game stretch between at Baltimore and at Kansas City. Like, that's how good I think this team is.
Shut up.
What?
You're kidding me, right?
Kidding you about what?
Can I get my crystal ball out? They're going to be a 5-3 football team. They're going to be a 5-5 football team. It's the
they
way
could.
It is.
I said I wouldn't be surprised at all, Moj. If they, why?
Because I think those are the 2 best teams in the AFC. That's why.
So what?
I don't think the Broncos are there yet.
Do you think the Broncos are a borderline playoff team?
As of right now, yeah.
Then why couldn't they?
It ain't going to happen.
The Raiders beat Baltimore earlier this year. You know that, right? The Chiefs do not look untouchable at all. At all.
You're right. The NFL's weird. I'll leave it at that.
Hang on a second. With this defense, Moj,
mm-hmm.
Why would you not think they would be competitive in those games?
I think they are going to be competitive. I don't think
competitive means you got a chance to win, right?
Okay.
So
sure.
what the hell are we arguing?
You know what? You're right. You're 100% correct.
He has to see more because it's been a miserable existence for 8 years, and he has to see more. I see where Mosier's coming from. I see both sides.
No,
I get it.
I'm not saying I expect them to win. I said they very well could win one of those games.
Nothing wrong with
I don't know why
believing
that's crazy.
Hey, they did something that I don't think any of us expected last night. They did exactly what we expected them to do. Listen, we said before the game, we expect we expect the Broncos to go to the Dome and blow out the Saints. Essentially, is that what we said yesterday?
Yes.
Is that what we said?
Win comfortably.
They did it. They did
They
it.
absolutely did it.
I am having such a difficult time reading who I'm doing a radio show with today.
A radio what?
Show. I almost said something else. A radio show with today.
Yeah.
Moshe,
Well-
you've been 4 different people over the span of 2.5 hours.
Well, here's the thing. After being beaten over the head in hour number 1, especially by Crazy Loretta, I think that I had a change of heart. I choose today, Brett. I choose to be positive. And I know that he missed wide open guys. I know that he pitter-pats his feet around. He doesn't set his feet. And by the way, for those of you, all you had to do is listen to Herb Street. If you don't agree with Brett and Vic's take right now, I'm not going that route. I'm going to be positive. But if you don't,
we'll talk to Jake here in a little bit.
Yeah, we will. And Jake, by the way, Jake is always full of positivity about Bo Nix. So
he's a Nix guy.
Yeah. Expect unicorns and rainbows, which is great because I love Jake Plummer. That being said, Vic, I was beat over the head so hard by just pointing out facts and logic that I'm not doing it anymore. I'm just listen.
That's fine. I'm going to say what I think.
Okay, you say what you think then. I know. Listen, his quarterback rating was worse than Spencer Rattler, who looked like dog meat.
Mm-hmm.
But don't worry about that. That's a byproduct of Sean Payton's play calling.
Okay, let's hit the truth meter here because I think the truth is hurting some folks, and this goes beyond the Broncos. Ask me some truth questions like about other teams. Ask me what I consider to be truthful, and I'll give you truth serum tests right now. Go ahead.
You mean like teams in town?
Teams in town. Ask me something. Let me start.
Okay.
Are the Nuggets as good as they were a year ago or 2 years ago?
They just need time.
Do you
man.
feel
they
that?
just need,
No.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Strother's going to come in off the bench and he's going to rain down threes.
I've said this all
They're
offseason.
going to fix a lot of those 3-point issues with him.
I've said this all
and other
offseason.
people.
No, they aren't. They aren't.
I don't think they are either. I
Losing
think they have to
KCP
prove it.
hurts a lot.
Yeah. I think they have to prove they're as good. They haven't proven that yet. They have to prove it to me. I don't think so. Are the Avs as good? Obviously not.
When
No,
they're healthy, who
the Avs
knows?
are not.
But right now, not even close. No.
Should we move on here?
5 of their top 9 forwards may not be in the game tonight.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when they're healthy, I maybe. But right now, hell no.
Listen, they just need some time.
By the way, who's in goal tonight?
How would I know?
I didn't know if they announced it already or if they wait until skate this morning.
Well, there's a reason. I don't know if you keep up on current events, Vic. There's a reason I get my butt out of this chair. Okay, hang on. And I grab these. These are called car keys. And I get in my friggin' truck and I drive my ass down to Ball Arena and I go to morning skate and I look and I watch. That's how I know who the starting goaltender is.
Carl.
Until then, I don't know.
Hey, Nelly, what's the movie that we were talking about with the schizophrenic thing?
Sybil.
What was it?
Oh, Split.
Well, what was it? What'd you say, Moshe?
Well, I thought it was
Me, myself, and Irene.
Yeah, that one too.
Beautiful
I
Mind.
I thought it was Carrie. I'd take that. Mathematician. I thought it was Carrie, but she just had like these telekinetic things that she got pig blood poured on her.
Okay, so what's the schizophrenic movie? What was it called?
Sybil? Yeah.
That's you this morning.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Because
I honestly think Mosher is split because he goes on some rant and then he goes, "That wasn't me. That was Loretta."
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to be positive today. Here's what people want. I figured this out. And not everybody, but a lot of people want you to lie to them. They're happier when you lie to their face about things. And you know what? Who am I to sit here with this microphone and not lie to people, not give them what they want? So I'm here. You guys can be on, I'm going to say my piece. Go ahead. I'm going to sit here and give the people what they want. They want to be lied to.
Well, Justin writes in, you guys move the goalposts all the time. Now it's not just winning, but how they win. It's comical.
You see what I mean?
Justin, I'm going to be honest with you. The goalposts should be moved. They're way better than I thought they were. Of course I'm moving the goalposts. Are you kidding? Like, if you had a team like I did that I thought could be picking in the top 5 of the NFL draft this year, and they're now 4-3, and I think well on their way to 5-3, and in a current playoff spot in the AFC, you're damn right I'm moving the goalposts. Damn right I am. You should.
And who in God's name thought that this defense was going to be this good? They are badasses. Justin, let me explain something to you, because maybe you don't have eyeballs. And if you don't, that's fine too, and I'm sorry for your issue. Cody Barton looks like friggin' Lawrence Taylor. And the dude is everywhere last night. Alex Singleton, your leading tackler on defense, right? Gone for the year. And all you do is throw somebody else in there who's equally badass. Pat Surtain, the best player on the Denver Broncos, probably the best corner in the National Football League. I'm sure Sauce would have something to say about it.
Sure.
He's out. He's got a head injury, concussion. All you do is go there and you rip them apart. Every single time that this defense has something go wrong with it in terms of injury, they just have another dude come in and say, you know what? I'm going to get me some. And it's way better than I thought it was going to be. So you're damn right the goalposts are going to move, Justin. You're right, because they're sitting there right now in a playoff spot. And when you look at the dog meat, crap teams around them in the standings, can they stay ahead of those teams? You're damn right they can. So as this season goes along and there's more on the line, Justin and everybody else, you're dang right we're going to be talking about Bo Nix. We're going to be talking about the expectation. Can he win you a football game with his arm? Can he? Because there's going to come a time this year and next year and in the next decade when he's going to have to do it. And we don't know the answer to that. And if you think
Justin, did that in Tampa. He did it in Tampa. That's to be fair. He won that game with his arm in Tampa.
Okay, you did. You're right, but the defense was awesome. The defense put him. Okay,
that's what I want to tell people now. That's the standard. That's what you want to see.
Absolutely.
And we haven't seen that since. That is the issue.
And it's okay. It's okay. Justin, what I'm trying to tell you is that it's okay. It's okay to have those expectations. It's okay to put that on the youngster. Hey, by the way, his coach says he can handle it. His coach says he's as confident as any quarterback in the National Football League. So quit trying to put him in a stroller and walk him around Disneyland and feed him friggin' snow cones. All right?
Too many people.
He's a National Football League quarterback. His charge is to win games. So I apologize if we ask that of him, but that's what we do, and that's what you should do.
You know what this is? This is a dog stroller. There's nothing that infuriates me more than when I walk around town and I see people with dogs in their strollers. I'm going to tell you right now.
Didn't you get in a fight?
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. If you walk around with a dog in your stroller, I got a problem with you.
I don't know anything about business, but I do know this. If you have it's January, it's a new calendar year, and you have, here's our expectation for revenue this year. And 6 months into that year, you're outdoing it by 100%. You change your expectation for revenue at the end of the year.
Absolutely.
That's what's happening with the Broncos.
You don't just say, we got some cash and sit back.
I'm happy as hell right now. But with better play comes higher expectations. Like, I fully admit I'm moving the goalpost, but I'm doing that because I think your team's good.
Yeah.
I think they're a playoff caliber team.
Is there
anybody? Team, if they get a matchup that's correct in the postseason, they could damn near they could get a playoff win. Like, that's how good I think they are defensively. At least.
Little internal poll. Did you think the defense was going to be this good?
Not remotely.
Vic, did you think the defense was going to be this good?
Vic, I agree with you. My neighbor, writes this texter, walks around the neighborhood with a cat in a stroller, and I can't handle it. I agree with you.
It's so stupid. And by the way, didn't you fight a lady in San Antonio on the Riverwalk?
I didn't fight her. I went up to her. I said, what's going on here?
Okay. Nelly, did you think the Broncos defense was going to be this good?
Not at all, no.
KJ, can you hear me? He can't hear me. There's nobody listening on this outside of people who are completely irrational. Nobody listening to my voice thought the defense was going to be this good. And you know what? It's real. It's not fake. It's real. So, yeah, goalposts are moving, Justin. Goalposts are moving, Loretta. Everybody. Goalposts are moving.
303-504-0925. Got Jake Plummer coming.
But why? I can understand if the dog is disabled. I get it. Totally understand. Old can't get. But it's the spry dog in a stroller, and you're smiling while you're doing it. Why?
Say it correctly, Vic.
Why?
But why? Jake Plummer does. Send it to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We welcome in good friend of the program, Jake Plummer. What's up, Jake? Thanks for joining the show, man.
Thanks for having me on the show. I'm enjoying a nice morning here in Colorado. The weather's been beautiful, so I'd love to be outside. Sorry you guys are all stuck inside right now.
Dude, that doesn't look like where I'm at, man. Where the hell are you?
I'm up in Boulder, and it's still pretty nice out. Sun's out, so I don't know where you guys are, but
a building.
Well,
an old Bed Bath & Beyond is actually what it is.
If it's it is. That's exactly where we are. If it's under 60 degrees, consider me cold. You're not chilly at all.
Dude, he's from Eagle, Idaho, man. He ran around in the wintertime with his shorts and his T-shirt, man.
yeah, I mean, I enjoy the weather change. You know, the cold. I put on a long sleeve shirt today, and I'm still barefoot right now, but it's nice. It's until it gets down in the 40s, that's when I get cold. But for now, I'm going to enjoy this weather and enjoy the trees changing and enjoy another Broncos win, right?
Well, yeah, Jake, and I wanted to get to that with you because I fully admit maybe I'm being a little too hypercritical today over a big-time win in which you beat the snot out of the Saints on the road last night. But out of all the good that was in that game, I couldn't help but feel like the quarterback play was a little subpar, some missed wide receivers that were wide open. What was your evaluation of Bo Nix inside of the butt kicking that was last night?
He played like a rookie that's still learning how to figure out, anticipation. There's the play you're talking about where there were two guys and overthrew one right in the middle of it, but you saw him pump the ball like he wanted to throw it, but he didn't. And then he moved his feet and got off balance and then he threw it. Yeah. He's got to throw on that first pump. Just make the throw, kid. You're on. It's just his brain and his arm aren't in tune yet because he's still having these little bits of doubt of like, oh, maybe I'm not there, because he can throw guys open. He's got talent in his arm. He's got the ability to make that throw right when he first sees it and thinks it, let it rip. Otherwise, getting your feet off balance, it's going to be a hard season for him if he keeps kind of moving like that in the pocket when he doesn't need to.
So, Jake, is it indecision or is it faulty footwork?
It's everything that goes on after a snap. I mean, we want to see this quarterback come in, and I think we all have visions of when we saw Peyton Manning back in the pocket. I mean, the guy couldn't move, so he was stuck there, and he processed, and the guy was one of the best ever to do it. I mean, maybe the best ever to process what's going on in a secondary and find those holes, anticipation and accuracy and all of that. Bo Nix is not that. He is a really athletic young man. Like I marvel at him. I mean, he's quick, he's strong, he can run, he's fast. He's not afraid to hit guys when it's a good time to do it. He gets down when he should. He's got some talent in his spatial awareness and everything going on. It's more that everything's moving fast. He doesn't want to make mistakes. He's probably being told, don't make mistakes. We got a great defense. Don't put us in bad position. Don't throw an interception. Don't make that extra throw. Don't push it down the field if you don't have to. And, I think it's bullshit. I think it sucks. It's stunting. It's stunting his ability to be the quarterback we want him to be, yet we can't allow him to be because he's being told not to be. And it's like, make that throw, young man. You do have a great defense behind you. You can get away with some mistakes because they're playing at a high level on the other side of the ball. But in that time, those mistakes will not be mistakes down the road. They'll be anticipated throws and big plays.
Yeah, on one shoulder, he's got Sean Payton yelling in his ear saying, don't. On the other shoulder, yes, do it. It's open. So he's battling those demons right now, isn't he?
But Jake, when is the time to say?
Definitely.
When is the time to say? When does Sean Payton allow him to do it, man? I mean, if there ever was a game, you've got a double-digit lead last night. Your defense is beating Rattler up big time. Why not unleash the kid a little bit, man? Say, you know what? Let's get him some confidence through the air and let's set him up with some great play. The wide receivers were getting open. When do we get that? When does Payton allow that? Because if it goes like this, I'm with you. I just think it's unfair to the kid, man. Let's see some goodness.
I'm going to trust that Payton knows what he's doing and that staff has a plan and they're bringing him along in the right way. And one way to bring along a rookie quarterback is to have a balanced offense. And if you got a great defense on the other side of the ball, that's even better.
Yep.
When they're running the ball, like the run game looked amazing. I love the stable running backs they got going on. They're physical, they're quick. Javonte Williams is like, he looks amazing, man. He looks quick and powerful. Estime is powerful. And then the McLaughlin kid is like quick as hell, and he's getting through these cracks. So keep hammering that, and then that allows, for the play action game, it allows for Bo to get out of the pocket and use the run pass option. There is some good there. I think we're going to be hypercritical of Bo because we want to see him become this quarterback that we all dream him becoming. But for now, let's just stop maybe the criticism so much and enjoy like the moments where he does make some good plays, like his legs and his extension of plays and making positive gains on the ground. That's awesome. You don't get that from a lot of quarterbacks around the league. His throw that was a drop that hit, I don't know if it was Franklin right in the chest. He threw it early when there was a blitzing Mims. A safety was blitzing. He was about to get hit. He threw it early, like we saw Herbert do last week against the Denver Bronco defense. And he threw it early in anticipation. And so let's look at that as like, oh, he made a positive step there. That's a play that's a next level play that a rookie is making. And so as we see more of those come, it's going to be like we're stacking those on top of one another rather than overanalyze his errant throw. You're going to make errant throws sometimes. Sometimes you're going to see a guy and think he's there and throw it and like, oh, damn, it went to the void, right? I like seeing, obviously you'd love to see him throw some TDs, but there's a 0 and a slash and a 0. He didn't throw any interceptions.
Yeah.
He took care of the ball. He managed the game. If you want to say that in a derogatory way, managed the game. He did. He managed the game. He did make some really nice throws that guys didn't step up and go get the ball. So I think he had a win on the road in a dome that was loud. It's a positive takeaway for me. Yes, he can improve on his pocket play. That's going to come. I mean, these kids are coming out of systems where they're playing flag football for a lot of their time away from like physical contact football. So they're not taking 3 steps, 5 steps, 7-step drops. There's no rhythm involved in this. It's catch, bounce, wait, throw to the void. Now we're asking him to go 1, 2, 3 and throw to not the void, but actually to the hole while the guy's running through it. And that takes next level timing and it takes next level footwork. And his antsiness right now, I think, is just the fact that he's just not quite there trusting what he's seeing downfield. And that's just going to come with reps and that's going to come with time. And but I see enough positives that like this kid's got some talent, man. I like what I see.
Well, you said something earlier, Jake, that, I mean, you're not a stranger to taking off and running if you had to. I think that his ability with his legs is like elite level for that position in the NFL. Like his ability to escape pressure and turn that not just into a few yards, like 20, 30-yard gains. There's only a few guys in the league, I think, that do that as well as Bo Nix right now.
Yeah, he has. And he's got quickness. I watch his quickness in the pocket. His first quick twitch move, he's creating – extra plays on the ground, which is really nice. Now you got to bring in the fact, like, take care of yourself, be smart, don't take extra hits. He wants to get those extra yards, which is great. Like he scrambled early in the game and he dove through guys and made 3 extra yards. That's next level to me instead of sliding and you lose some yardage. But as he goes and that game evolves, people are going to play to that strength, and try to maybe shadow him or like try to keep him in the pocket. But when he still gets out and makes those plays off the cuff, the improv plays, now is like, okay, what are his guys downfield doing for him? Are they getting open? Are they understanding what the scramble rule is all about? And we had a play we would run in practice called the scramble rule. It would be me whenever I felt like it, I could take off and scramble, and then the guys would have to adjust. If you're coming back to me, take off and go deep. If you're going deep, come back to me. If you got to run all the way back and kiss me on the lips, come all the way back to me. Do not stop coming back. Give me a target as I'm scrambling outside and getting outside of the pocket. Give me a target. Don't run away from me when I'm going this way, because the QB sees that and wants to make that throw, and that's danger. You don't do that in the league. So I think as the guys adjust to his scrambling ability and that he can break left or right, then we might see some big plays coming as he's got the arm strength and the arm talent to get it down the field.
I love your optimism. How much do you wish that you had a Jake Plummer talking about you in your rookie year the way you're talking about Bo Nix?
I'm sure there was somebody talking about me my rookie year.
I mean,
I wasn't listening to any of that, man. I was so busy balling, and that's what Bo's doing. He's not hearing what I'm saying and going, wow, Jake knows what he's talking about. He's got coaches around him that are fully ingrained in it.
But I will say this, your rookie year, and I'm not trying to bash the rest of your Cardinals teammates, your defense was not very good, man. You came into a situation in Arizona where the team wasn't very good. This defense is way better than I thought it was going to be. I don't think he's got 5 touchdown passes through now 7 games of his rookie. He's on pace for like 12, bro. I mean, we got. I mean, I don't know.
What are they on pace for their win-loss record? That's what I care about.
Okay,
and that's what we really should all care about. Like, that's a win, and that's a win. When we're not looking at this team as being one of the top winning teams in the league, every win they stack up is a huge gain for this organization as they're trying to get back to the playoffs after a 9 to 10 year absence. Like, that doesn't happen for the Denver Broncos. That's what's happened on other teams that I might have played for. That's commonplace. This is the Denver Broncos. So a win is a win, especially on the road. And whether the New Orleans Saints are beat up and all their players are missing and all this blah, 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 who cares? This is the NFL, and a win is a win, whether you throw touchdowns or not. Now, the fantasy leaguers are going to be mad. They're going to say, Bo sucks. You know what? What I'd tell the fantasy leaguers, like, too bad. I want to get a W. Yeah. That's what we're in this for. And then in those games, when you get a win and you still can learn from the win, that's a positive.
Yeah. My biggest takeaway, Jake, and you're so right about stats and how driven we are by stats. But my biggest takeaway is this season, this team, They play hard for this coach. Say what you want about Sean Payton. He's got his issues that some people don't like, but this team plays hard for him. You see that, don't you? And what do you think generates that hard play? I mean, is it just their paychecks, or is there something that he's saying to them where they're engaging?
Well, you say playing hard for him, and Coach Payton is the head coach. Yes, he's put this squad together. He's built the staff around him. I can only think back to my experience, and like in practice, sometimes Rod Smith would stop and say, "Hey, everybody, turn around and look at the parking lot." And we like, "What's up?" He's like, "Every one of those cars, Mr. Bolin owns them." And we're like, "No, that's my car." And he's like, "No, the money you paid to buy that car came from Mr. Bolin." So ownership was really key to how, I didn't care. I was going to go play hard no matter what. That was my mojo. My MO was to go out and work hard always. And then the more guys that come onto that, then it becomes infectious. It becomes the norm. It becomes the standard, where whether we're in a live game, it's playing hard, or whether we're in a walkthrough, we're going at it. I watched the running back. I think it was the running back for the Saints. Was it Kamara?
Yeah.
He didn't look happy. He looked like really mad a few times, snapped his unbuckled his helmet before half, threw the ball down. Like, that dude wasn't playing hard. Now, as a player, a head coach can do all this, that, and the other, but as a player and as a team, I think that comes from the team, not so much the head coach, but that comes from the team demanding it from each other and owning up to it when there's someone who's dogging it, calling them out. But in order to do that, you've got to be a tone setter yourself. Like this Barton kid, 55, like, man, he's everywhere.
Total
he's making
stud.
plays.
Total stud.
Love that. Vele, the young rookie receiver, where is this guy coming from? Like, he's hungry. He caught that one ball and he didn't go out of bounds. He broke 3 tackles and got 5 extra yards. Like, lovely. I love seeing that. As a quarterback, if you're in the league for a while and you see that, you can't help but get that fire going again. When you've been in it for 7-8 years, you see those young guys come in with that passion. And now it becomes just a team thing, whether they're playing hard for Sean Payton or not. I believe they're playing hard for each other, for the guy next to him, because that's really all that matters.
You make me happy when you come on the program. You really do. And these guys, look, they got dour looks on their faces.
Me? What do you mean?
That being said,
no, we needed to do. You know what? We needed to do Jake in the first segment of the show.
Yeah,
that
probably
eased
so.
a lot of pain.
This is my last thing. I loved watching you throw the football. Sprint right 80 is probably my favorite play call of all time. That being said, man, is it unfair for me to want to see the kid throw the ball downfield in traffic and make plays? Is it unfair? Listen. I get what you're saying about Dubs. I get all of that. They're 4-3. They're in the number 7 spot they're in a wild card spot right now. But I need more, Jake. That's me. That's me personally. I need more, and I ain't seeing it.
Yeah, of course, and Bo's going to go to work for you, I'm sure, so that you're happy come next week. Listen, this is he has to evolve. I mean, that's just part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't scramble for third downs all your life and in your career in the NFL. They're going to stunt you and stop you on defense. That's what they're paid to do. Now, yeah, I want to see him throw the ball down the field too. And there are times when he's making some really nice throws down the field. There are times where he's making some bad ones, but the ones that are bad, you can see why. He's kind of impatient in the pocket. He's not trusting the rhythm. He's not trusting the timing. And that only comes with experience and more reps. And hate to say it, but it's going to have to come through the experience he gets on game day to be able to get to that next level. And then, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, you can't survived your whole career just scrambling around and getting those first downs. As we see, they're a little less happening less and less. It's because defenses are coming up. Now, that's what I say when he starts to scramble. Now his guys start getting open, and there's that next level. But a win is a win. And at this point, with a rookie quarterback and the wins they're putting together, this team's playing hard. And I got to back to that statement too. They're playing hard because they like Bo Nix. They love their quarterback. He's scrappy. He's feisty. He's a competitor. He stood up to the head coach and said, no, this is what I'm doing. When you do that, guys can't help but gravitate towards that because you're one of them now. You're not this prima donna on a pedestal, having your own office or having your own staff working for you. You're one of the guys. And I feel like Bo is one of the guys. He has to be as a rookie. You have to do that. Mm-hmm. So remain that, Bo. Remain one of the guys. Be deep in the dirt with those dudes because they're the ones when it all happens and matters most. They're the ones you need to have on your side, not the coaches, not the fans, not you guys on the radio. Sorry, but that's who you need is your teammates.
Jake Plummer, always
You're
a pleasure,
best, dude.
Yeah, you are the best. Thank you, Jake.
I feel like playing a football game right now. To be honest with you.
Yeah, here's the thing: it's cloudy where I'm at, where we're at here at the studio. Where you are, man, it's all sunny.
It's true, literally and metaphorically.
Mother Nature is reflecting our attitudes today, and you got the sun, man.
Just remember, the sun is always shining, whether it's cloudy or not. You just got to remember that.
Jake, you're the best, buddy. We'll talk soon.
See you, baby.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Peace.
Jake Plummer, join us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. I actually I know he threw a BS in there, and I thought it was perfect in the way that he said it.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
He's like, that's some BS. Let me throw the football. I love it.
So all of you on Twitch, you're welcome.
Yeah, there you go. He said everything that we didn't today. 303-504-0925. Drunk Takes next. All right. Just a quick trivia question before we get to drunk takes, by the way. Do you know who led the entire NBA preseason in scoring?
Yes, Julian Strother did.
Julian Strother was your league leader in the NBA in scoring during the preseason. Now, how much does that mean for the regular season? Who knows? But very excited about this. Avs game tonight, Moj. If I could, I would take my entire mortgage and put it on the Avs to win tonight. That's how I feel.
Listen, they need to come out like when they woke up in the second period the other night against Boston. If they come out like that, they're gonna win the game. I mean, they are. They need to play with a purpose from the get-go tonight. They need some positivity. They need the 2 points. Like I said before, all these 4 losses are not created equal. There are reasons in each game, and they're not always the same, right? If you get the Georgie that was in the Boston game against, well, the first 2 games of the year, especially the second game against Columbus, you've already got a dub, right? You've already got a dub. If you get the team for 30 minutes of that game the other night against the Islanders for 60 minutes, you win that game. So it's hey, man, you
Take
need
care
a dub.
of business. Just see one go through the hoop, okay? Get a win tonight and let them roll.
Exactly right. Exactly. And by the way, the Ducks are 2-1 on the young year, coming off a 5-4 win against Utah in a very entertaining game. Ducks don't bury the puck a lot, but they certainly did in that one.
You can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, PhD is going to be out at Joe Willie's on Broadway from noon to 3 today.
I didn't realize this, Moj. So San Jose is still winless, correct? San Jose?
Mm-hmm.
And the Avs are winless. Nashville's winless. What's the longest the Avs have gone without winning a game to start the season?
San Jose actually has a couple of points. They've lost a couple beyond regulation.
That's right.
Well, this is it for the Avs. The Avs started 0-4 in the 98-99 season, right?
That's what it was. And what was the year they started 0-4 and made the Western?
98-99.
Was that the year?
Yeah. I mean, but it's not something that you want to make a habit of. Again, and people, they jump all over our bacon for saying this. The year that they won 2 years ago, when they won the Stanley Cup, the 21-22 season, they were 1-4. They won against Chicago to open up the year.
And lost 4 straight.
And looked terrible doing it.
And I don't get. I don't blame people for.
They were a 1-4-1. I know it's a different club.
I don't blame people for saying blowing
year.
out your ass. Like, I don't care. I don't blame people at all for saying that. I mean, it's true. What you said, Moj, is true. But they're like, yeah, who cares? Different team.
Absolutely, 100%. By the way, Nashville, they were a lot of people's pretty
sneaky.
Pretty pick to I mean, you add a Stammer and you add a Marchessault. I can see why people thought there was a very trendy pick. They're 0-4 as well to start the year. And their goal differential is -10.
So you can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 tonight, Avs and Ducks. Just quickly here before we get to drunk takes, and we've had so much going on today, some of the other stories nationally have fallen by the wayside. But Virginia is a very good college basketball team. They just lost their coach, Tony Bennett. He is retired suddenly. Did you see the quote that he had this morning? And this is what I suspected it was. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, I hated watching Virginia basketball. It was disgusting to watch.
They were just first of all, he had re-signed through the year 2030.
What happened? So then what happened?
So here's
suspicious.
My first thought was this. A lot of these coaches who signed these extensions recently didn't sign up for this college athletics. Here's what he said this morning. This is from John Rothstein. The game and college athletics are not in a healthy spot. I think I was equipped to do the job the old way. I think you might see a lot of coaches being like, I didn't sign up for whatever this version of the NCAA is. I signed up for what was happening 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, listen, both sides. I mean, there are people that are out there saying this is the future. Accept it. Well, some don't want to. You're going to get more people stepping down. I guarantee it. It's coming. And that's their choice.
Yep. 303-504-0925. So, put a bow on this before drunk takes. dominant win last night, which is, I think, what we all expected. We expected the Broncos to win and win that game going away. I don't know if I would have said a 23-point win, but I just said comfortable enough to where the clock is ticking down the fourth quarter. And you're like, all right, let's get it over with. Game's done. That's exactly what they took care of. I had a different feel to that game, I guess, than a lot of other people as far as the quarterback stuff. That's fine. Can disagree. Mike Sanford, who is a pretty good expert in this category, will be on the next couple hours kind of walking you through that as well.
Did Jake Plummer change your mind? I thought he was brilliant. That segment with Jake, I thought he painted it perfectly.
I think he's great. I absolutely adore Jake Plummer. I think he comes at it from a former player perspective. He's very rosy about the kid. And again, he at the end said, look, he's got to evolve. And he thinks he will. We just don't know yet. We'll see. He made some very, very good points.
No, I think Jake was great. I just want to see the basics a little bit sharper. That's all. That's the only thing I guess I disagree with. It's like, yeah, he missed the throw because the footwork was bad. It's like, well, I want to see that not be bad soon.
By the way, Tony Bennett. You didn't get my reference? Nelly, I thought you would.
Yeah, the singer Tony Bennett.
Did you wax a Tony Bennett song?
I said, I left my heart in San Francisco.
Mose, I like that era of music. Yeah. I wasn't a Tony Bennett guy, though.
Yeah, I'm not really either. Sorry. Hey, good point.
You Dean Martin guy?
Oh, Dean.
I love
Sinatra.
I love me some Dean Martin.
Yeah.
Big time. Big time.
If you want to laugh,
ain't that
Dean
a
Martin
kick
stuff.
in the head?
The best Dean Martin is when he's just sitting there riffing on the mic between songs, just jokes, the kind of stuff. If you tried that today, his career would have ended in seconds.
You know what? I need some crooners who smoke cigarettes during their songs. That's what I need again in my life.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I need guys that croon and rip heaters.
The doc says you're not getting enough tar in your diet. I got you.
Exactly. Get that grovelly voice. All right. Favorite part of the week, please, Nelly. Drunk takes.
Dun, 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 dun. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Shout out to our friends at Lariat Lodge. Again, those beautiful locations, Littleton and Evergreen, as they have great food, great beers. Go and check them out.
Hit both today.
Yeah, hit both of them up. I'm not kidding. They're great locations. Go check them out. Drunk Takes. They're clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly? You want me to come on here and just say Georgiev sucks for 4 hours? Cool. I'll say boobs are awesome for 4 hours, too. Like, we all know this, okay? Objectively, is that true?
No, yeah. Tell you what, brother.
Nelly didn't know what to say.
It is true.
Caught between a rock and a hard
I
place
could
there,
do
Nelly.
both of those things for 4 hours.
Okay.
If you guys want me to say that for 4 hours, I can
Sure,
do that.
absolutely.
Couple of games into the season, that was the story with Georgiev. I was trying to figure out other things. What's next, Nelly? Coach, I'm questioning my own sanity, and I feel like if you agree with Mosier, it's going to set me over the edge. So go.
Set him over the edge.
Fellas, I have no idea what you're talking about. I was ordered by Mark Mosier to call in. I was actually on a podcast with CSU.
Oh, my
And
bad.
I dropped everything I was doing because Mark Mosier runs Altitude.
Let me set it up.
Hey, Coach, how?
No, you don't get to set it up. I'll set it up. You know, my favorite part of that exchange is what makes this show is I don't know what the hell you're talking about, his initial response to your question. That's most people.
Well, I just assumed if he jumped on that quickly that he was listening to the show. He said he listened to the entire show today when I talked to him. I just figured. My bad. What's next?
Start Zach Wilson at quarterback.
Oh.
And let him throw that pig all over the damn yard
That ain't
and stick it right up your stick hole. What's wrong with that? Is that too much to ask? Oh, I know. I'm asking for the moon and the stars. Oh, my bad. I'm asking to move mountains because I want to see a guy complete a pass that's not a dig route more than 20 yards down the field.
The octaves. I mean, what's going on there?
High octave is good. I love that. What's next?
My son and his girlfriend have a small kitty, Mr. Bill, and I've found myself really appreciating the kitty. Small kitty. I feel like a grandfather to that little kitty. And is he cursing to me off air?
Yes.
Did he just curse me off air?
It is terrifying me because we are on the air, and if he hits the wrong button, and things could go poorly.
It's such a cute little kitty. It's so cute, and it plays, and it nibbles on my hands. It nibbles.
You're such a loser. Such a loser.
I do like that kitty cat.
Mr. Bill. All right, what's next?
The question was not about your kid and his girl's cat. The question was about your dogs. Have you ever looked at your dog's ass?
Excuse me?
I'm asking you if you've ever looked at your dog's ass.
I like that.
Okay.
I like that follow-up. I'm asking you if you've ever... All right, one more real quick.
Hey, Moj, I wouldn't laugh. Moj, I wouldn't laugh. Your own wife didn't know you were doing ED commercials. I wouldn't laugh.
Well, she does now.
And with that,
you
guys have a wonderful weekend. Hey,
I love you guys. I love you all. I love everybody.
I gotta get
Have
the
a great
skate.
weekend.
I gotta get the skate, and also
Feliz Navidad!
Are we getting one of those tonight?
Feliz Navidad!
Abs win. We're getting a Feliz Navidad.
100%.
All right. Check out that game. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a great weekend. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
well, she does now.
Let's begin now. 360.
I woke up this morning and I said, instead of waiting for a good day to happen, waiting around through ups and downs, I just said, look.
Hey, it's Friday. It's Friday. You made it. Chris Dempsey, Mike Sanford, KJ, Steve Nelson. What's going on? Raj in the house somewhere around here too. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's going to be a fun Friday today.
You gonna let it breathe?
You're going to let it breathe.
You gotta let it breathe.
It's going to be a good day, man. It's a good day. It's a good day.
Give the nappy roots some oxygen. Let them breathe.
My son loves this song too. He heard it on his
So
Fridays.
do mine.
Yeah.
So do mine.
Last day for me here on this program, but that is not the point. We will talk about that later. The Broncos, man. It's very apropos that the song that KJ put under all those highlights was, I believe that's Right Above It by Drake. And I don't know if it's Drake or Lil Wayne.
It's technically
Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne song. Okay. So it's
semantics. Gosh, KJ.
There's a lyric that says, we're in the same building, but we got different views. And this morning, the Broncos, it's a totally different view, I think, of this football team. Although you beat a bad one yesterday, you smashed them, and that's something that we have not really seen from these Broncos this year. But let's just. Generally speaking, what did you called this basically almost down to the exact score? What did you see?
So usually after a game, day after, it's Exaggeration Monday.
That's right.
But today is a vibey Friday.
It's a Friday.
Right? It's vibey as all get out. And so I'm going to kind of combine the two. And also, instead of a Victory Monday, today's going to be Favorable Result Friday. I nailed it.
You did nail it.
It's a favorable result. And that's exactly what this game is. And so my take coming off this Broncos game is just how incredibly impressive it is to go on the road again. And this Broncos team is now 3-1 on the road in this season.
That's crazy to
3-1.
Yeah.
And when you looked at the schedule preseason, did you think that they would be 3-1 after their first four road trips?
No, not at all.
And so you have to celebrate it. You have to say that the Broncos as a football team and a current culture under Sean Payton, who has taken all I've thrown strays in the direction of Sean Payton. We all have, guys.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
This team right now is playing very good complementary team football. Bo Nix, while everybody's going to point out his fundamental flaws and all this and that, I'm a coach, Demps, and winning is freaking hard.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to celebrate all actual tangible victories. And this Broncos team is so deserving of having their victory lap on a 3-4 day weekend that they can get away. Bo Nix is going to be going to an Auburn game he's going to his dad's high school game.
Oh, is that what he's doing?
His dad's competing for his 8th state championship in Phoenix Valley or something like that. Pinson.
Wherever.
Penix? Michael Penix?
Michael Penix.
Yeah. But I just think that this team is in such a good space to continue the growth of Bo Nix and correct the things that are very correctable of Bo Nix in the passing game when you're winning.
Yeah.
That's a great thing.
Yeah. It's better to do it when you're winning. Just a lot of things. Sean Payton got the game ball. It was awarded to him by the ownership after obviously coming back to New Orleans. And he did all the things, right? He attended Drew Brees' Hall of Fame for their basically the Saints Ring of Fame. His ceremony, reminisce with a bunch of people, then beat the tar out of him in a place where he has won a Super Bowl. So congratulations to him on that. And it really did kind of underscore a couple of things. I think you hit it right on the head. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, which was, are the Broncos getting a return on the trade for Sean Payton? And I think that the answer right now is just yes.
It is.
That's what it is.
And on Monday, and I'm a big fan of accountability of the words that come out of my mouth and standing up to them. I called out Sean Payton for what we haven't yet seen, an offensive performance in now 24 games where you can say the offense won that game.
Yeah.
But guess what? He's in charge of the entirety of this football team, including hiring Vance Joseph, including working with George Payton to assemble a bunch of cast-offs that have made an amazing defense.
Yeah.
And he's responsible for that.
Mhm.
So you have to tip your cap when the cap needs to be tipped, and I am tipping my cap to Sean Payton right now.
Well, it really is remarkable defensively, and I'm going to give George Payton a little bit of credit too, just in player acquisition. So the combo between the two on that defense, because these players didn't have super significant names. Nick Bonito coming out of Oklahoma was like, well, that's pretty interesting because he really got after the quarterback at Oklahoma. And he's got, 5 straight weeks with at least 1 sack now. But by and large, we know these dudes,
Cody Barton?
Right.
Who?
Right.
Remember that offseason acquisition?
Right.
Huh?
Right.
I knew him because I
Yeah.
recruited his brother to Stanford.
Oh, is that so?
And then he played at Utah, and I coached against him. And those dudes are ballers, Barton boys from Utah. They're played high school football in the state of Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is like,
Well, look,
huh? Barton? Okay. Who's that? Malcolm Roach? What? Huh? And all of a sudden now you have a 318-pounder dropping out and playing coverage and then just hitting that seatbelt celly and then showing off the gun on his abs. Like, what are we doing, man? These Broncos are nasty on that side of the ball.
Yeah, they are. And actually, that does check out with some of the Sean Payton defenses from the New Orleans Saints days. Look, it got a little weird with the bounty gate and all that. And, but what those defenses really did do, they got after you and they hit. And he likes a defense that might even push the line just a little bit. And I'm not saying the Broncos are they, but these dudes will hit and they get after you. And I love it.
Was the bounty gate guy Greg Williams? Was that his name?
Yeah.
So clearly you don't have the same personality as what I would call Professor Vance Joseph, because he is very professorial when he talks with the media, how he coaches on the field. This is not a bounty gate guy, but a lot was made about Sean Payton's return to New Orleans, to Louisiana, a place that he made his own. And that franchise is still reeling from the loss of Sean Payton.
Yeah.
It's a reality.
Yep.
And Dennis Allen's probably going to find himself on the hot seat. That's also a reality. But there was another important homecoming, and that's Vance Joseph. He grew up in those parts.
Yep, sure did.
And what an awesome time for him to also go back. Not a place that, New Orleans Saints that really impacted him or he impacted, but certainly the area. He and his brother, both great football coaches, Mickey Joseph, Vance Joseph, and returning to be able to put a performance on where not only did you just absolutely dominate the football game, you scored on defense again.
Yeah, I know. This defense it's leading me, and we'll talk about this in the second segment, to just exactly what are the expectations for this football team again. But I did want to talk about this because I think for the first time this season, I watched that team. I watched Sean Payton really get to the strengths of all his guys on offense. And Bo Nix, 26 pass attempts. The Broncos, 35 rush attempts.
Love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Big fan.
Oh, here's another.
Hey, did you notice anything a little different about this game that, maybe some, excommunicated football coach has been just clamoring for over the last 6 weeks? Anything in the run game that you noticed just a little bit different? I'm talking about designed runs. Anything that Sean Payton did differently in this game?
Rambo Nix.
Not just drop back.
No,
I can't.
Yeah.
Bo Nix, you are running.
Okay, and this leads me straight to my exaggeration Friday.
Mighty exaggerative Friday.
There is no quarterback, only one quarterback in the entirety of the NFL runs football better than Bo Nix, and that is Lamar Jackson.
Have you watched Jaden Daniels every week?
So it's Exaggeration Friday.
Okay.
Exaggeration Friday.
Hey, I give you that space. I give you that floor.
Yeah, you met the criteria there.
Oh, you threw a little Cajun, a little French Creole. He said quateria.
That's right.
He said a quateria.
75 yards on 10 carries.
No, he is toting that stone, baby. He is toting that stone.
He's like a legit weapon if you just want to use him that way.
I say yes.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Like everybody, I love Nate Jackson and I do a program together, CBS it's called the Football Blitz. It airs on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
And every week it's me and him going back and forth about, he's from the old school NFL guard that you don't run quarterbacks on design runs. You just have 3 or 4 first downs a game on a pass play. And that's what you do. You get hit more on those plays. Did Bo Nix get hit on either one of his design quarterback runs that got you at least 10 yards?
No, not really.
There are sideline runs. The Michael Burton escort zone read in the first series. I was like, whatever the opposite of throwing your remote at the TV is, that's what I did when I saw that play. And I'd seen it in training camp, and I was just waiting for it.
Yeah.
I wanted to see it.
Yep.
It happened one time, I believe it was against the Steelers. Somewhere,
Maybe.
I think
Yeah.
called it. And actually, Burton didn't execute his technique right on the escort.
Mhm.
Bo has his own escort service.
Yep.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Would
No,
you
it's
love?
great.
Would you
That-
not love to just to have a complimentary escort service for you?
Yeah. He's like, here's 10 yards at least.
Yeah, and then then the other one around the left edge.
Yeah.
It was a 32-yard gain.
And didn't you lower the shoulder?
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah,
Bo
well,
lower the
so-
shoulder?
But
Yeah.
he's giving it, not receiving it.
Right.
And both of these runs are getting you to the boundary with great lead blockers. There were double pulls. It was a pin and pull scheme. And I was like, but all right, Sean, you and your bag, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, let's go.
You know, it's so interesting too because and I think we'll start to see less and less of this over the course of Sean Payton's coaching career here in Denver. Last year and now this year. Last year, it took him a few weeks to get it sorted out where the plays that work with the personnel that he had, right? And I just we'll look. This is something that we'll find out in subsequent weeks because I think this is the first real instance of it this season. But once he finally gets dialed in, I think this is going to look a whole lot better than even last year, just because the quarterback is going to do what he wants done. He is more. He's going to feel more comfortable about a lot of the. You couldn't have walked away from this and said, "Okay, I don't know what we're like." He has some stuff that he knows he can pinpoint and get to in many games. And now, look, I will say this: the Saints. It's not a good football team anymore.
Don't rain on my parade, though.
And it's not.
Don't
it's
be
not,
like Mosier.
I'm not.
Don't
I'm
be
not,
like
I'm
Brett
not,
Cade, who I thought we lost 33-10.
I didn't know.
Gosh, man, those guys.
I'm just saying.
I mean, Mosier, I get it that the team you cover right now is 0-4. I get it, man. But you don't have to project that on the Broncos, who just beat the brakes off a team. Who cares if they're absolute cheeks?
Right, well, no,
they are. They're absolute cheeks.
But that's what you're supposed to.
Unfair. Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do to a team like that, right?
No question. No doubt.
So, like, New Orleans obviously offensively didn't have a lot of guys. Their defense still does have their guys.
They're kind of old, though, aren't they?
Okay, well, why from the first 2 weeks was their defense fine?
It was fine-ish.
And then the last 2 weeks, since then.
They were giving up yards and points in the first 2 weeks, but their offense, with everybody
Was so
healthy
good. Yeah.
and Derek Carr executing a new system,
Yeah.
Clint Kubiak was the god of football for 2 weeks, and right now he's on the hot seat.
Yeah.
Like that's how coaching in the game of football, just life comes at you fast, brother.
It's so weird.
It's weird, man.
They have a lot of players missing. Okay, so do I need to change my expectation about these Broncos? We'll talk about that next.
Yeah, maybe so. I thought we got to turn some of those field goals into touchdowns, but it was good. We got points early, moved the ball early, got a first down, on the first play, and that's important for us. And our defense played solid as always. So, we played well overall. We ran the ball for, a lot of yards, and that helps all the time.
Yes, it does, Bo. That was Bo Nix on the overall state of the offense after the offense looked really good. There was one thing that, first of all, welcome back to the program. Chris, Coach KJ, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Broncos off a big victory. They've got, 4 victories in their last 5 games now. They are 4-3 on the season. And
who would have thunk it?
Yeah.
Well,
not
who
me.
would have thunk it? Tell you who didn't think it.
Who?
Las Vegas,
anybody.
Nevada.
Yeah.
5.5 on the win total.
Yeah, well,
you are knocking on the door.
Yeah. People are going to cash in on that one, like the Arizona State crowd as well. Broncos look really, really good. When I came into this season, I was pretty well convinced that this football team was certainly not a playoff football team. And do I need to move my goalposts? Because they're starting to look like it. And not only that, you get into spaces of the season when the standings start dictating what you are or what you're not. And the Broncos, just in the thick of everything right now, are in really good position.
So in 12 days, you've played 3 football games.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the discussion that you're bringing up, the reactions that I've had on Exaggeration Mondays and then today's 5B Friday Exaggeration Monday hybrid is what I believe that this journey will continue to be. Because after you beat the Raiders, which was 12 days ago, Debs, feels like 7 weeks ago.
Yeah, it does.
That was 12 days ago. You beat the Raiders. Do you remember my Exaggeration Monday after that? It was like,
yeah,
playoffs.
Yeah.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
Like, it's the real thing.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you shifted after the Chargers game, which I said was a major miss for this franchise. You're right there. You're right in the mix of it. And you are against the other AFC contender for at least second place supremacy in the AFC West. You lose. Well, then you go do this. And then you have Carolina coming.
I know. And quite clearly, they're the best team in the NFC South. The Broncos are just beating all those teams.
Just request can we just go and join the NFC South?
Right.
Does that work?
Right.
The Falcons coming to town, though.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sean wouldn't disagree with that. He loves the
he'd love
NFC
it.
South.
Yeah.
He ran roughshod over that conference. So, yeah, I think it's the microcosm is the fact that it's going to go up and down. There's going to be a lot of ebbs and flows over the next 5 weeks. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
It makes interesting football.
Oh, yeah.
I love the fact that this is the one year I decided to go to all the training camp practices.
Yep.
And the fact that we get to cover a team that's interesting, exciting, is such a good thing, Demps. And I'm so excited for the remaining 10 games.
Yeah, I am too. From 7-0. Okay, yeah. Somebody's reminding me that I said prior to the season that Bo would throw 25 touchdown passes. He's not going to get that.
Yeah, we don't. You know what? I don't care. I could care less.
It's fine.
Like run for 18. I don't care.
Right.
Okay, cool. Like, I think everybody in this town is so afraid to say that this feels like Tim Tebow.
Mm-hmm.
He's a better thrower of the football than Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
The college film tells you that. Right now, he's got the yips. I feel like he's got the yips. I think he's in his head. Jake Plummer on the morning show, I think he summed it up perfectly with apparently some amazing expletives, might I add. I learned that I can say the SH word on the air and get away with it, but I won't do that, Kevin Shockey. I won't do that, Dave Fleck, I promise. But I think he summed it up with just saying that he's been told that this defense is so dang good.
Mm-hmm.
Don't throw an interception.
Yeah.
So he's kind of in that intermediate ground of do I let it rip or do I just play to see another down? And right now he's doing a great job of that. He's not turning the ball over. He did plunk the honey badger in the chest.
Yeah, he did.
You're going to have one.
Mm-hmm.
He's a rookie.
Yep.
But he's not turning the ball over at any form of a rapid rate.
He had the one throw where he had basically 2 receivers, and he overthrew one and underthrew the other.
Yeah, that was terrible.
That was right.
I'm just gonna go completely at full transparency. I wrote that column on Monday for the Denver Gazette about the biggest problem right now is his piece in the pocket,
Yep.
PEACE, and it showed up even probably more. I think that he is regressing as a pocket passer from week 1 to what we saw last night in week 7. Does that mean that the regression will continue? No. They have 10 days to alleviate some of these issues.
Yeah.
They got the Carolina Panthers coming into Empower Field. Like, I think there's going to be positive growth.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think he's a top 10 talent as a passer at any point in his career? I don't. Is that okay? Yes. If this defense continues to play like it does, if they lean into his ground game and the run game is better because of what he does, it's going to be okay.
Yeah, that's the only thing that scares me about this whole situation is the defense feels ahead of schedule, and they're making you a playoff team right now, but good defense isn't promised to you from year over year. And that's why, I certainly bristled last week. I think we all had this conversation about should the Broncos do anything? I actually think KJ asked the question, should the Broncos do anything at the trade deadline? And basically I just said no. Why would they do anything? This is a developmental football team. They are not in a window of let's go for it. And I still believe that, but also when the opportunities start presenting themselves, sometimes you have to take them, and especially in a sport like football where all of a sudden you look competitive and maybe competitive, and I'm not saying the Broncos are exactly in this space, but sometimes you look competitive to a space where you go, wait a second, if things break right, maybe we can even make a long playoff run. Broncos, I don't think still fit into that category just quite yet. But, you start thinking, should we take advantage of everything that's happening right around us? How best to enhance this picture this year so that we could win and go as far as we possibly can?
Paulie Morph right here on the Safeway Twitch feed says he's only regressing, talking about Bo Nix as a passer when his feet aren't set. He throws well on platform. And my point is he's not setting his platform. That's regression. And he needs to find the anchored position of his feet, all 5 studs of his cleats in the ground, and create some ground force production, which right now he's not doing, and therefore the ball is inaccurate. That's regression. Mm-hmm. He was doing that earlier in the season.
Well, I wonder how much of that is because we were watching some film maybe a few days ago. Obviously, they've had problems at center, injuries at center, and when you have immediate pressure to you, quarterbacks sometimes start getting happy feet, and then how much of that do you think is an issue, or is it just that not a thing?
In the Chargers game, it was an issue. In last night's game, Alex Forsythe grew tremendously from what I thought was an abysmal performance in his first start for his college quarterback, Bo Nix. At least his final year for Alex Forsythe was Bo Nix's second to last year. It was not good. Last night, Bo had clean pockets, consistent clean pockets. And I will go back to this. The New Orleans Saints presented an opportunity for a coach's dream, a play caller's dream, which is a 250 game. 250 yards throwing the football, 250 yards rushing the football.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the NFL, wow, that is, wow, you can't even imagine it. That was there for the taking last night. Mm-hmm. Don't think for a second Sean Payton doesn't know that. And Sean Payton's frustrated, but he's frustrated in wins, which is a lot different than being frustrated in losses.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 of the last 5 have been victories for Sean Payton. But I know these next 10 days are going to be about getting back to some of the fundamentals for Bo Nix and just creating repeatable habits in practice. And I think that's going to be really important for Davis Webb to drill that stuff down. And he will.
Yeah.
He's a really good coach.
Yeah.
But you just got to do it on Sundays, and it's going to come.
I'll get with you when we do.
On the Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. From Austin, David Njoku, in terms of a trade possibility. That actually would be pretty cool. I mean, you're talking about a player, a really good receiving tight end. I don't know how he is as a blocker, but
is he the guy that walked into a stadium with a mask?
Yeah, because he's got, I forgot what happened.
Oh, that's
was
right.
He burned?
He did have something
He was grilling.
Yeah, and then he burned his face.
And the flames popped up and got him first-degree burn.
Yeah, and then he just decided he was going to play anyway.
I don't know much about David Njoku. I do know that there have been some complaints over the years about some cultural fit stuff with different head coaches he's played for.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think with the Broncos and how they're winning right now, which is by culture, by great defense, by not making big mistakes, there is no drama right now in the Broncos organization.
Mm-hmm.
0.
Mm-hmm.
There was a year ago, and it was the Sean Payton, Russell Wilson drama. That was a great decision by Sean Payton to move on from Russell Wilson.
What I talk with Russell about, it's none of your business.
It isn't any of your business. But do you want to bring in a potential threat to what is your greatest thing going right now, which is your culture?
No, No. I think you protect culture at all costs. And if he's gonna threaten that, then no. I mean, because you can always find a player with a comparable skill set that fits your actual culture. So I mean, I'm with you 1,000% on that. Incidentally, 8 years for David Njoku. He's caught 297 balls for an average of 11.3 yards per catch, 25 touchdowns. This season, he's played in just 3 games, 10 catches, 89 yards, 0 touchdowns. So a good receiving touchdown.
Yeah, so I mean, David Njoku, just the player, the physical specimen that he is. I mean, he's probably the best looking tight end.
Yeah.
Just stands on the field and you're like, wow.
Yeah.
Somebody just texted in from the 9306. Nope. Yeah, I believe it was from them. But what about the idea of Trey McBride coming over from Arizona?
Oh, I would love that.
I am here for it.
Yeah, I would love that.
Local boy, Fort Morgan guy.
Yeah. And they got
CSU Ram.
And
your favorite program, CSU Rams.
I love them so much. And the Cardinals got to him kind of late. They were kind of forced into playing him. They did draft him, but then there was a Zach Ertz issue, and then there was somebody else, and then finally all the injuries put him on the field, and they said, "Oh, this guy can catch the football, can't he? Yeah, he can catch the football." I would think that Arizona would hold on to him at this point, knowing what they know now.
Baron Browning for Trey McBride.
I'd do it. Yep.
You got pass rushers everywhere right now.
You got them everywhere, yeah.
And the scheme is also getting guys home.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you're having to double team with interior pass rush, because right now Zach Allen, he is the straw that is stirring the drink. And that's what's opening so much of what you do, because that guy requires double teams between the tackles. And so you can't double team Nick Benito. You can't double team everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's not possible. It's not of humans.
This is, to your point, from a next-gen stat from last night. The Broncos generated 14 quick pressures. So that's under 2.5 seconds to get pressure on the quarterback.
Tops in the league.
Which is the most quick pressures by a defense in a game this season. 14 of them. I mean, that's how fast they're – I mean, it just is they are built really well. And Zach Allen having a career year, which is quite simply what he is having, is helping matters immensely. Nick Benito cannot be blocked. Baron Browning was injured. He came back last night. Jonah Ellis looks like he's a total stud. And then you have Jonathan Cooper, his hair was on fire, and especially the first couple of games where he was living in the backfield as well. So they are built, and I guess this would be the one part of the defense that is you can carry this over a year. They have so many edge rushers, like those guys aren't all going anywhere. You're going to have a couple of those guys. They're probably going to draft more. They're really, really good at it, apparently.
Yeah, George Payton's proven his metals, particularly with the rushers and the evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Vance Joseph has been highly involved with that evaluation process alongside George Payton. Those two are clearly lock in step with how to form this particular roster, and it is working. And I would go to say that at some point you're going to have to pay the piper on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, they will.
But like instead of going the route of keeping them around, and then all of a sudden you're Justin Simmons and you don't get any trade value with them, why not use this trade deadline to add a piece to what we know Sean Payton wants, is something that is going to advance his offense in his passing game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what? It's funny because I think the history of the NFL, we're in a different time, and I would say maybe let's call it the last somewhere between 5 and 10 years, where it's the league is more amenable to lots of trades. It wasn't for the longest time a league that was, trade deadline in the NFL was like, okay, well, nobody's going to move, so doesn't matter. It's like completely different in the NBA, right, where everybody's moving everywhere all the time. But I think we're just in a different space now in the NFL. Trades are happening, and they're happening all the time. And yeah, I think these teams have to start thinking ahead in a lot of these instances, especially when you have a surplus of players out of position.
What do you think about Cooper Kupp?
I think
too much injury history.
Yeah, and old.
Is he that old? Yeah, I guess he is. Probably 8th year player.
That's how old he is. That's a good question, actually.
84 years.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, KJ. It feels like it's been 84 years. It is his 8th year.
Yeah. Hey, that's pretty spot on for me, isn't it, Debs? Kind of a little bit.
These last 2 days, you've been good.
Tape. I don't know if KJ's got the tape about my score prediction just yesterday about this Broncos Saints game. Do you got that tape? Broncos 34, Saints 10.
Wow.
Gosh, I was off by 1 point.
You were wrong. That's all I hear.
That
You
is
were wrong.
so bad. I missed it by 1 point.
I was off by so much.
Coach Radames.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
Well, I don't know. How are you doing in the head-to-head against the spread?
Yeah, that was different, man. That was a different time period in my life. I will say, though, when you do make preseason predictions, coaches are terrible at that because you have no film evidence of what that unit is going to look like, that team, how it's all going to play. Once I get some film, I'm dangerous, man.
You are dangerous. Let's take a break right now and come back with some college football because a lot of stuff is happening. SEC has 2 monumental games happening tomorrow. On Saturday. No, tomorrow is Saturday.
SEC?
SEC.
I don't care about them.
Yeah, you do.
I don't care about them.
And the University of Colorado. Is this a must-win game for Deion Sanders? All right, back on the program, Dempsey and Company on a vibey Football Friday, Victory Friday, all the Fridays, all of them wrapped into one.
It's also Favorable Result Friday.
It's favorable. I can't say that whole thing.
Give it a go.
Favorable Result Friday.
You killed it, bro. You killed it. Hey, you're going to have to... All of our fine listeners and our watchers on the Twitch machine, you're going to have to tune in because Dempsey's going to drop some Favorable Result Fridays on the TV, on the big screen. You're going to see that beautiful face and those massive biceps on your 80-inch basement plasma TV.
That's right. Go out and get you a 4K TV or whatever, 8K, whatever.
Yeah, get them all.
Whatever,
Keep adding
all the Ks.
Yeah, give like 52K.
yeah.
I want that 52K. Give it to me.
That's right. I've seen a couple of questions on the text line. Yes, this is my last day on the show.
Thanks for telling me.
Yep.
Let's find out.
You
Show
guys know? Have I guys?
I'm hurt, man. I was stabbed in the heart today. When I found it out,
man. No clue. No clue, man.
I like to keep things close to the vest.
Yeah, obviously.
It's a characteristic of mine.
Yeah, you and I haven't had like any 2.5-hour conversations on the phone or anything like that.
No.
It just shocked me today.
That's so good. Let's see. University of Colorado. Going to Arizona is where they're going, and with Travis Hunter and with Jimmy Horn, and they're expected to play, even though they left their last game with injuries and did not return to the game against Kansas State. Colorado, 2 wins away from being a bowl team. Given that, and given the remainder of their schedule, is a game against a team that is quite clearly struggling. They were supposed to be really good, but they just haven't quite been able to put that together. How close to a must-win is this for Colorado in terms of them being eventually bowl eligible?
This is going to be a good game. I just believe it. Mm-hmm. I believe that Noah Fafita, the quarterback for the Wildcats, and the freak show wide receiver Tet McMillan. This is one of those circled games.
Yeah.
Because you're facing Travis Hunter, Noah Fafita, who's, if you watch him, he's like 5'7", which is wild. I watched him warm up when we coached against him in 2022. I'm like, oh my gosh, that guy's small, but he's a baller. This team has a lot of flaws. I'm talking about Arizona. Their defense gives up points, but their offense can catch fire. Somebody to watch, my old pal Montana Lamonius Craig, who did catch that miraculous, corner of the end zone, dragged a foot in that CU victory over Cal.
Mm-hmm.
But he's playing for the Wildcats as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be a great football game.
Yeah.
And I think it is. I don't think it's a must-win game.
Okay.
But you do not want to go in a 2-game losing streak if you're CU.
No.
You do not want that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I still have a question on how they would handle that, from a mental standpoint. Like last year, things just kind of fell apart, right? There was a lot of one-score games, but you just couldn't quite get yourself back together. Also, the schedule was difficult down the stretch. I will grant them that.
This is the Big 12. It's the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the Pac-12 of last year.
It's not. Okay. Okay. So your point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I threw a little slight Dan Hawkins, my former college head coach at Boise State, humor in there.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not. This is a good conference, but the elite of this conference are all beatable.
Yeah.
The elite of the conference in the Pac-12 last year, if you're CU, we're nowhere near beatable. Talking about Oregon and Washington, who you didn't play last year.
Right. Yeah, it's true. Iowa State's pretty good, though.
They're good. They have a really good defense.
You don't love them? Oh, you don't love them. You don't love
their
them.
offense is kind of like watching paint peel, man. Sometimes
listen.
Yeah, I like watching really fun offensive football. That's why, the national narrative is how fired up everyone was to watch on Thursday night primetime football, Spencer Rattler versus Bo Nix, baby.
Yeah, that's not the matchup that you're looking for.
I don't think the ratings were probably going to be that great.
Probably not.
Outside of this market.
Yeah. It's like the one day that Major League Baseball wins because they simultaneously were having an amazing game with the Guardians and the Yankees. But yeah, man, I look at this game and it will answer some questions to me about the desire of this football team to really actually truly shed what was happening last year and be a much better team this year. And then, like, do you really want to win big? Do you really want to go to a bowl game? Do you really not? Do you really want to say that they will need some help? But, like, do you really think you're one of the best teams in the Big 12 Conference? Because these are teams that even on the road now that you would have to take care of.
The inside of that facility right now, Coach Prime, Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, Jimmy Horn Jr., Levante Bentley, like the real like dogs. Makai, was it Hill Green? Makai Hill Green. Those guys right now are thinking that they still have a playoff appearance in front of them. Because they do, in a sense, they do control their own destiny in a conference that's already proven to cannibalize itself.
CU?
If CU wins the next 6 games, they're in the Big 12 championship game, right? I mean, they have a chance to be there. They have 1 conference loss, Demps.
Yeah, no, I know. I just the issue to me is just that they don't play BYU or Iowa State, and if you're not going to play either one of those 2 teams, and they got to lose, and I don't know. BYU defensively is just so good.
They
man.
are. They're like the Denver Broncos.
Yeah,
they are, man.
I mean, it's just they're doing that took me by complete and total surprise. So congratulations to BYU.
And they play tonight.
That is a formidable team. Who are they playing?
They play Oklahoma State. They host a game tonight against Oklahoma State, 8:30. So
Oklahoma State has had a bad season.
Yeah, they're 3-3. So I was actually talking to my brother-in-law who coaches at BYU. It's his birthday today. And so my mother-in-law came to help with the kids as my wife was in Kenya.
Yeah.
And
when you sent out the distress signal, the bat signal.
She got it. And she came. Apparently the bat signal does travel to the San Francisco Bay Area. Perfect reception in the Bay Area, thank God. But she came, and she's actually on her, after this program, I'm taking her to the airport, and she's going to Provo, Utah to be at the Oklahoma State BYU game.
Oh, that's cool.
And I talked to my brother-in-law today, and I was asking about, like, Oklahoma State was the odds-on favorite to win this league when the season started, and he said they're defensively they've been a train wreck.
Yeah.
And it's an effort issue. So yeah, BYU, I mean, they still have some challenging games ahead of them. But I think BYU and or Iowa State.
Do they play each other? Is that on there? No, they don't. Oh gosh, there you go.
So BYU's at UCF next, at Utah, which
right, I know, and especially a rivalry game for them.
Yeah,
they're
Cam Rising shut down.
That. Right, yeah.
He's done for the year.
Yeah, that's
Isaac Wilson's taking over. Kansas, BYU at Arizona State.
Okay, that's interesting.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And then Houston at BYU, big W.
Yeah.
Wildest thing about college football, my brother-in-law was said that we have to make a bowl game this year at BYU to keep our jobs.
Really?
Yes. They had a 5-7 year last year. Starting out, what was it? I think it was 5-0 or 5-1.
Yeah.
And then they just lost all the games on the back half.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it was their first year in the Big 12.
Yeah.
So it was a change from being non-affiliated and playing a bunch of
and they
teams.
played some fairly competitive games. You know, they didn't. I remember kind of them going by and thinking, okay, first half it would be close, then some things would fall apart second half, or just a close game in general that they would just lose. And maybe this is the natural next progression of them, and everybody who was prognosticating what might happen this year was a complete miss.
I got some Iowa State schedule action here.
Okay.
So they play tomorrow afternoon, evening against the University of Cheeks in Florida. Okay. They stink. That's a win.
Right.
Texas Tech the next week.
Oh, okay.
5-1 Texas Tech.
Right. They're kind of flying under the radar here.
At Kansas, terrible.
Yep.
Win.
Yep.
Cincinnati, kind of a little sneaky
Wild
team
card
right
too.
now. 4-2.
Mm-hmm.
At Utah, win.
They
finish with K-State.
No, they don't really. Okay.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am Lauren Hawley telling Jim Carrey that there's a chance for CU.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's okay, but the directive is clear. You must win every game from here to the end of the season to be able to do that. And look, you get tough teams here. I believe they go to Cincinnati. I think CU does.
No,
that's a home game. That's a homecoming game, right? Or I'm sorry, it's family weekend is what it is. Utah's in Boulder, Texas Tech's in Lubbock. That's going to be a very difficult game for Colorado to have to get sorted out. So
does CU play Iowa State?
They do not. No, they don't have to play.
This is weird.
I know they don't play any of those. It's because there's so many teams in the Big 12. It's like 16 teams in the Big 12. So you can't play everybody. Can't play everybody. You just have to finish in the top 2 to get to the to the Big 12 championship game.
It's in front of them, Demps. It's in front of them.
It's there. It's there. I wish they would have beaten Kansas State. Because
you don't believe.
Yeah,
But you have to believe in what the final score was, right, Debs? Like, the final score is they lost, right? So you have to believe that happened.
It was just such a damaging loss for
it was
from a game that you could have won.
It was one of the to me, it was one of the few games where Shedeur Sanders had the football in his hand at the end of a game to win a game and didn't win the game.
I know, Coach. When K-State throws the long touchdown pass, do you know? Here's my level of worry. Even though they had the absolute lead, 0, because I just was like, look, we have Shedeur Sanders. It's fine, and. Not that he's going to complete every single come from behind drive. Like, that's obviously not a thing, but it petered out so fast that it was very disappointing.
It's incredible watching the shots of the student section on TV.
Yeah.
When it's a home game, and Folsom Magic is just inevitable with Shedeur Sanders playing, and seeing those shots of those fans like, wait, no, that didn't happen. No way. I've never seen that with this quarterback. Yeah. And it wasn't like Shedeur missed a bunch of throws, but did opt to go for the long ball. I do have a very strong prediction that Arizona versus Colorado tomorrow at 2:00 will be must-see TV.
Really?
Yep.
High-scoring game? Exciting game?
High-scoring, exciting football game.
Love it.
It's going to be glorious.
Love it.
And that's the game I'm most excited about.
Love that. All right, today's Friday, so you know what you do on Friday? You go to Joe Willie's on Broadway. That's what you do. The PhD program is going to be out there, so if they're following us here at noon. Joe Willie's on Broadway, PhD out there every single Friday. We have no high school football game this week, so we decided to give Coach Sanford just at least a week off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of bummed
every single week.
Yeah, after waking up at 3:45 a.m. for the 9 News morning show, it's not bad. Get to watch BYU tonight.
And tonight the Avs are against Anaheim. You can hear that right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 7 p.m. Puck Drops. We had people win sweet tickets to this particular game here tonight, so congratulations to all the winners from yesterday. All right, let's take a quick break. Reset the Broncos. I got a question. I'm going to ask you this question. How many targets did Courtland Sutton get in yesterday's game? Hold on. We will get that answer next. If you're listening to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, thank you. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. If you're not listening to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, get it.
Can I give you a good app story?
Yeah. I would like a good app story.
My wife texted me on Monday from Nairobi, Kenya, and said I listened to the whole show.
Shut up, really?
Yeah, on the app.
In Kenya?
In Kenya.
Oh, that's love it. This is why you should get the app. This is the
dude. You can be anywhere.
You can be anywhere. That's great.
In the North Pole. Yeah. Just get that app, man.
Yeah, if your phone can survive the elements, then you can listen.
You got to get in that app. You got to go.
You do got to get in that app. Broncos get a victory yesterday. Moved to 4-3, 4 wins in their last 5 games. They look like a playoff team more and more every single week. Got a question for you. The question I posed prior to the break was, how many targets did Courtland Sutton get in this football game?
Do you want me to play along with the game?
Oh, no, you don't have to.
7 targets. Is that what Courtland Sutton had?
Not quite. KJ, how many targets did Courtland Sutton have?
Drum roll.
I'm going to go on the record and say he had 3. Because Bo Nix he can't get enough of Courtland
He can't
Sutton.
not throw into Courtland Sutton.
Was I wrong? Was I wrong?
That's also
wrong.
wrong.
It was 10.
It was 0.
What?
Yeah, it was 0.
That is wild.
That's wild.
It is crazy.
Right to jail.
Here's the target share last night. Troy Franklin, 6 to lead the team. He had 5 catches for 50 yards.
Troy Franklin trending right now? Is he trending arrow up right now?
I'm so here for this, man. I'm here for that connection, the Oregon connection. Let's do this in the NFL.
Forsyth.
Yeah.
Franklin.
Nix.
Bo Nix.
Yeah. Let's do this. I'm
You know what needs to start happening is that massive rubber ducky that was in every body of water in the Big Ten.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It needs to start traveling with the Broncos.
It should.
Yeah.
It should.
I think all the CU fans would love that are also Broncos fans. They'd love that.
Just put it in the Boulder Reservoir. And then like the Platte River.
Yeah. It would totally get stuck.
Yeah, it would.
Its beak would be up in trees.
It definitely would.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Troy Franklin. Yeah, we'll get to the Nuggets in a second. Troy Franklin, 6 targets, 5 receptions. Lucas Krull was second, 4 targets, 3 catches. Javonte Williams, 3 targets, 3 catches. Marvin Mims, 3 targets, 2 catches, 18 yards for him.
1 drop.
1 drop. Yeah, for sure. Lil Jordan Humphrey, 3 targets, 2 catches. Devon Vele, 3 targets, 1 catch for 20 yards. Pretty big one. Adam Troutman, 3 catches, 3 targets, 0 catches. It's an interesting the Broncos receiving situation is one of the most interesting ones in the league. You just have no clue week to week who's going to lead this team in receptions and targets and whatever else. It is I don't know how to describe it other than how does this get sorted out?
Believe it or not, Demps, between going to bed very late last night because of the game, and then, I always have adrenaline after every football game that I participate in or even watch because I'm a weirdo.
Yeah.
So I couldn't go to bed till about midnight last night. Back up 3:45 this morning, 9 News. I still watch the All 22.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. I got a problem.
Yep.
I'm sick. I am a twisted individual.
I'm with you, man.
And I came away, my top 2 receivers this week by far. Number 1 was Devon Vele. And it was what he's doing as a route runner, his top speed, what he's doing as a blocker. And then number 2 is Troy Franklin. And I love it.
I do too.
I love the fact that these rookies are being entrusted with more responsibility by Sean Payton.
Okay. I'm glad wonderful. I think let's just hone in on Troy Franklin for a little bit because Devon Vele started showing us this in training camp, and he got injured and been kind of in and out of the lineup. I think there's just not a lot of chemistry there just because of that. Troy Franklin's been here the entirety of the time, and it's just been kind of a steady rise for him. What is changing for him?
Confidence. I think Troy Franklin, just watching him during the trials and tribulations of his mini camp, OTA, and training camp, where he was coached hard. And there were times where I felt like he was spitting the bit a little bit, where he wasn't taking that coaching the right way. I'm sure that Bo Nix, just knowing Troy very well, is like, dude, listen, man, I need you. Like, I need you to just change the things that they're asking you to change. If they ask you to finish 50 yards Excuse me, I spit all myself. It's good. 50 yards past the defense on a rep. Finished 55 yards.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think he started doing those things to the point where Sean Payton, Lombardi, Johnny Moe, the receiver coach that was just ripping his ever-living ass every single day.
Yeah.
I think those guys are starting to be like, okay, we trust you.
Mm-hmm.
And now Troy Franklin, his confidence is growing, and he's repaying that trust by playing really good football, man.
Yeah.
I like him as a ball carrier. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I did know that he was a really good screen guy in college, so he does have some fearlessness.
Yeah.
But even on the end arounds, and they're using him a lot on those naked bootlegs where he's that underneath player that you get the ball to right away. Troy Franklin's trending, man. I was wrong on Troy Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong, and I was not super high on the pick personally.
Yeah.
I thought there was a reason he had dropped, and then I wasn't very high on him in training camp. I was dead ass wrong.
Yeah. It's definitely an interesting development over the course of the season. We'll just see how it goes from here on out. But this offense is looking for playmakers. It's looking for fast guys, and I mean he is a fast guy. The question is what can he do out here on the football field, and will you entrust him to be something more than just 9-route guy?
And he has.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing. It's a great development for the Broncos. It's a great thing that you're getting value out of your draft picks. Jonah Ellis, still, my hot take was that he's going to have 10 sacks on the season. We're not quite there.
Mm-hmm.
We got a ways to go, but he could catch lightning in a bottle here. You never know. But you're getting value out of every one of your draft picks certainly in the top 5 rounds. And then you're getting incredible value out of your 7th round pick, Devon Vele.
What are we to make of Javonte Williams? This is his season, starting with game 1. 8 carries, 23 yards. 11 carries, 17 yards. 5 carries, 12 yards. 16 carries, 77 yards. 13 carries, 61 yards. 6 carries, 23 yards. And then yesterday, 14 carries, 88 yards, and his first 2 touchdowns, rushing touchdowns of the season. This is about as up and down as it gets for a player. What do you make of what we're seeing from Javonte?
Defensive structure has affected that for whatever reason, and I do not understand why. The New Orleans Saints, their defensive structure in their game plan for Bo Nix in this offense was to play a ton of zone coverage in 2 high shells.
Yeah, which is weird. Wow.
It's stupid on 2 fronts. It's bad against the quarterback run game and the run game in general because you're lighter in the box.
Mm-hmm.
And Bo Nix has proven to be a very good thrower of the football when he can find zones and pick them apart. I looked at Sam Schwartzstein. Did you have a chance to see any of Sam?
A little bit, yeah.
He was doing, so he debuted that coverage recognition and then had a recap at the end of the night. It was out on the socials, and he showed the success rate of Bo Nix throwing the football versus zone.
Mm-hmm.
It was much higher than it was versus man.
Mm.
Why any team wouldn't just play single high coverage, blitz Bo Nix, create pressure, and add an extra element to the run box, I don't understand.
Yeah.
And teams that have done that,
Success.
Broncos have not looked good
right.
offensively in the run game or throwing it.
Mm-hmm.
They've had to earn it. They've had to make wild catches. And that's a little bit what Tampa did early, and you threw it over their heads enough to get them out of it.
Yeah.
And then
right off the top.
Right off the top.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're not doing it enough and frequently enough with success down the field to get teams to think that they should get out of it, out of man coverage, single high, extra safety in the box. But I do think you're going to see a whole hell of a lot of that for the remainder of the year.
Yeah, what's interesting about that too, Coach, is remember when they played Tampa, and one of the one of the storylines from that game was Sean Payton versus Todd Bowles and the success that he had against him over time. Well, Dennis Allen actively worked for Sean Payton for years in New Orleans. This is a defensive structure and a defensive mind that he is super familiar with. And I just wonder how big a role that played in how he called the game, what the game plan was, because you have a very good familiarity with how this individual wants to run defense, how he wants to play defense, and then you can just attack the weak spots in those game plans.
Sean Payton at halftime, I thought he had a really interesting interview. I think it was it B. Kaylee Hartung?
Mm-hmm.
She's the sideline reporter for Amazon Prime.
Yep.
But he was asked just about, kind of some of the success running the football. And he his answer was almost surprise that they didn't see a bunch of man coverage. He's like, yeah, there's a little bit more, talking about Bo Nix's struggles as well, but he said there was surprisingly a little bit more zone coverage. So I think he was surprised by that, and I think it was just stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it was dumb.
Yeah.
Like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Take away the easy throws. Add an extra element to the box. I think about basketball, and I know the NBA is not a true zone league, obviously, but college basketball, you're
zone. Yeah, so much zone.
And if you're seeing zone, do you get more open shots, spot up shots?
Yes.
Against zone or against like really tenacious man defense?
Zone.
Absolutely. It's the same thing. It truly is the same thing, Demps, with a quarterback getting into rhythm. It's easier for a shooter to get in rhythm if he doesn't have somebody draped inside of his hip pocket throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
You have to work really creatively off of screens and picks, and that's what football is. And so I don't understand why you would play that style of defense. Well, you know what does happen? You get beat 33-10.
That's exactly what happens. Speaking as we get close to our next break, speaking of zone defenses and the like, not that the Nuggets saw zone defense yesterday. I just want to say this because I'm not going to get another opportunity. I don't think the remainder of this show. Julian Strawther, I think, has a chance to be a breakout player candidate in the NBA this season.
I'm here for all of it. Talk dirty to me, Des.
Yeah, and I also think that if you're looking for stars beyond the Jokic era, he's got the bones of a player that can be that type of guy. And what I'm talking about here is his ability to score on all three levels is maybe, outside of Nikola Jokic, might be the best on the team right now. His ability to obviously shoot the three ball is a big time trait of his. But not only that, Coach, he will, if he gets enough time on the court, he's going to rank in the top 3 of this team in free throw attempts. He can just get himself to the free throw line. Great scorers do all of those things. He scored 33 points last night, and it was just in every way possible, and I love every second of that.
You have the crystal ball in your hands right now. By game 30, is Julian Strawther a starter?
I would not be surprised if he was. I got to believe that is a very, very difficult decision right now, because you could argue he has been the Nuggets' best player in the entirety of the preseason. He has just every single night doing great things.
Also did pretty well in the summer league.
Yes, right. Okay, it's a great point because
you can't ignore the signs.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's just like Devon Vele. Like we saw it in training camp.
And we're going to see
it. It's showing up.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, it's a development worth watching. And I know a great many of us are Julian Strawther fans. Certainly count me as one of them, but he is showing up. If he repeats this in any way, shape, or form in the regular season, well, first of all, the Nuggets are going to be just much better off for that. Their bench is going to be a much better situation than it has been in the past, and they will be certainly they're already a formidable team, but their ceiling continues to rise with players like that playing really well.
Jay Straw, good dude. You like being around him?
Yeah.
It seems like it.
He's a good dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like good dudes.
Me too.
I'm a fan of good dudes.
Well, I am
and
too.
He's a smooth interview too. You know, this guy, you gotta love Jay Straw.
Actually, you will love this. So we had him on Media Day. Oh no, that was not him. That was Trey Alexander. I was gonna say also
good dude.
Yeah, also a good dude.
Good dude. Yeah.
So we had Trey Alexander on, and he's a Cowboys fan. And so at the time, Dak had a really big game. He said, I don't know, man. I don't love Dak.
You know why? Because he knows.
I know.
He knows.
As the first person, I thought it was you.
All I'm going to say is that there's got to be a weekly segment going forward where it is a checkup of Dak Prescott and Baker Mayfield. And Debs is got to come and face the realities.
Yeah, I will. I'll show up. I'll show up and face the realities. All right, let's take a break. KJ's NFL Notes are next.
What's up, Denver? It's Julian Strother of the Denver Nuggets. You're listening to Dempsey and Company. Let's go!
Oh, man. The smile on my face right now. Julian Strother did that. That's amazing.
What was it?
It was a rejoiner. You didn't hear it?
That was him?
Yeah, it was Julian Strother.
Yeah, I played again.
Yeah, play it again.
Yeah, hit that.
What's up, Denver? It's Julian Strother of the Denver Nuggets. You're listening to Dempsey and Company. Let's go!
Let's go! Let's go, Jay Straw. Oh, man, I can't wait. Nuggets season starts in a few days. I cannot wait. All right. KJ, this is your NFL notes. Let's get story number one.
Story number one, obviously, is Sean Payton's return back to New Orleans. And obviously, the Broncos won. That's what we've been talking about all day. But there was something that was super significant that happened right after the game. Broncos owner Greg Penner gave Sean Payton a game ball. And here is Sean Payton talking about what that meant to him.
I'm proud of every one of you. On a short week, I'm telling you, and this is any type of, well, it's difficult. We can always use that as a cop-out, but man, the mental grit and the wherewithal to say, hey, we're going to go on the road Thursday night and play the way you did. All right? But you prepared during the week that way. And I appreciate every one of you, and the reason why this was hard is we're in session right now. And I tell you all the time, I'm not going to remember a lot of things when I get older, but I'm going to remember these moments.
Coach Sanford, can you explain to our listeners why there are just certain wins that will hold a special place in your heart and that will always kind of reserve, a special preservation for what you've accomplished?
This one's so special, not just because of going back to the scene of the crime, if you will, for Sean Payton. And that's a real thing as a coach. I've been there. I've been there multiple times. And frankly, I've been a part of it not going the way it went for Sean Payton. For me, it was I got let go at Minnesota in 2021 after a 9-3 football season, 9-4 season. We go back and play CU at Minnesota the very next year.
Gosh, yeah, I remember that game.
Didn't go well.
Yep.
But it is important to go back and bury the hatchet. And why I think that's so significant, and even seeing Sean Payton, who I've been critical of, I think at times comes across as calloused, especially in dealing with the media, which is understandable. We're all a bunch of idiots. I get it. I am, at least. Not you, Demps, but I am. Is that moment in the locker room, in my opinion, is the moment where Sean Payton became the head football coach of all of Broncos country. And I think it was significant because he went back to a place that he always talks about, that it meant so much to him, that he meant so much to.
Yep.
You get the win, you face the dragon, you slay the dragon, and then you're like, no, this is who I am now. I'm the Denver Broncos head football coach. And I think him showing just a little bit of vulnerability in that moment, that goes so far with just your locker room and then also your fan base.
Yeah.
Like, that got me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting take. I like that take a whole lot. It's like the anti-Nick Sirianni. Yeah, man. It's what a win for him. I mean, it didn't take him going back for us to know how much that place meant to him, right? I mean, he talks about it all the time. He brings players over here from there. It's the constant kind of comparison, and he was there during a particularly difficult time in that city. I mean, you have Katrina. There's a lot of things happening, and that football team was the heartbeat of that city for a long time, and he was part of that. And so you'll never forget those things. And yet, and still, you want to put your best foot forward. You go back down there, and you say, "What up? I'm still this guy that remember me, guys. I'm still that guy." But I think it's a really, really good point. It is the mark at which you transition fully from your past life to your new one. And we saw that happen. And here in Denver, we loved every single second of those 33 points of him being able to do that.
It bodes well for the future of this franchise.
Yeah.
That moment, and not just winning, but going back to the place that I think you've been fighting to recreate. So you're trying so hard to recreate that magic.
Mm-hmm.
And you went back and you were acknowledged for what you did there. You were validated. And a lot of us, we just want to be validated.
Yeah.
And I just think that he was validated, but then he looked at his new group of players and he said, I love you.
Yeah.
That's essentially what happened.
Yeah.
Whether he said it or not, getting emotional in front of that group. And I thought it was one of the biggest moments in the Sean Payton tenure by far.
KJ, what's next?
Blue Twisted Steel.
Oh, you like
Just for
that, don't you? Dude, there is news coming out of Pittsburgh as we speak. Mike Tomlin was just at the podium recently, and he said they have decided on a starter at quarterback, but that decision remains in-house.
Of course.
He pulled the old Nunya. That's Nunya business.
That is a full-on Nunya right there.
He
right there.
Nunya'd the entire market,
He
the
sure
entire
did.
National Football League.
But, Coach, I may be wrong, and I may have been reading the tone of this comment wrong, but Najee Harris appears to be frustrated by this constant quarterback carousel. Here is Najee Harris talking about the potential of Russell Wilson starting and what does he bring versus what does Justin Fields bring.
Who starts?
We got to actually game plan. I mean, like, you guys focus so much on one player as if, like, it's the thing. Like, it's all 11 of us. You guys worry about the quarterback, but I'm worried about all 11, the quarterback and the line and the receivers and the running back. You know what I mean? So, Russ being out there, I mean, he got to do the same thing that Justin been doing. Justin been doing a great job for us. This is the best start that I think I had throughout my years being here. So, I saw some comments that Justin said about him not being doing the best that he can. But I think that he did the best he possibly can. I think he did a really good job, and he shouldn't. Well, I know what he's trying to do, but just me saying publicly that we're all proud of him. I mean, don't be so hard on yourself. We got your back. I got your back. But I think that all 11 of us got to pitch in and be in there because we need both of them for sure. So. Yeah.
He said the politically right thing, but do you guys feel that the locker room is leaning more towards Justin Fields right now?
Well, okay. I think this is such a fascinating situation because the question I have is Justin Fields playing well or is he not playing well? Like, I don't know the answer to that question.
Is it a bit similar to the Broncos situation right now where you're playing phenomenal defense, the schedule is lined up fairly well,
mm-hmm.
and you're doing Pittsburgh Steelers things, which is somehow squeak into the playoffs with subpar throwing of the football? Justin Fields is doing a lot with his ground game.
Yeah.
He's scored 2 rushing touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken, this weekend.
Yeah.
But is Mike Tomlin getting to the point where he realizes that is not a formula to win meaningful games and get deep into the postseason? And, of course, people in Denver listening right now would say, well, you got the wrong guy in Russell Wilson
Correct.
to hang your hat on.
Correct.
Well, he's got to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Either way.
Yeah. Justin Fields, 4-2 this year as a starter, 66.3% completion percentage, 1,106 yards, 6.9 per attempt, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Pretty good.
Those numbers are pretty good.
Good.
I know. And yet, the reason why I asked this question is when you watch the Steelers play on offense, you're not scared of it.
Nah.
I mean, not at all. And if you are Mike Tomlin and in your past, now it's starting to become a little bit more distant. As I'm looking at Antonio Brown right there, you have Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell, Ben Roethlisberger. Like, he knows what overwhelmingly good dynamic offense looks like. And that's not the Steelers have not been in that space for a few years now. I mean, you just heard Najee Harris say Justin Fields is the best quarterback he's played for in his entirety of his career.
And Bears fans are just celebrating he's no longer playing for their franchise.
Right.
Actively, as their rookie quarterback is doing what he was never able to do.
Right. And that is the issue with Justin Fields, the numbers always look okay. They're just like, oh, well, I mean, but that's a decent numbers for a starter. But the offense doesn't necessarily always look okay. And then to your point, it's can you do this when the games are really high leverage, when they really matter? And he has not shown us the ability to do that just quite.
We're about to learn very quickly here on Sunday when a starting quarterback trots out on the field. Is Mike Tomlin a DMAC guy and thinks that Justin Fields is the savior of a franchise?
Right.
Or is he going to let Russ cook?
I think he's going to let Russ cook. I mean,
too.
if you're not going to answer that question right now, that means you made the change. Like if otherwise, he would have just said, "No, Justin Fields is he's taking the first team reps and he's going to remain our starter." I mean, If you are preparing for Justin Fields, you're probably going to be all right in terms of your prep for Russell Wilson. I mean, the throwing piece is a little bit better, but they both kind of run.
What will be your reaction if Russell Wilson, Dempsey, I'm talking about you.
Uh-huh.
If Russell Wilson goes out and throws for 3 bills and 3 tutties in his first start as a Steeler?
I will roll my eyes. I mean, I don't even know who are they playing this week.
The Eagles.
The Eagles. Oh gosh. Well, then I'd actively be mad because I like the Eagles. But it
might get Sirianni out of your building.
Yeah, he's got to be on his way out anyway. Now I know exactly right. I've come all the way over on your side of that camp.
Sometimes you just got to listen, man. You just got to listen to me.
Well, it's just like he was yelling at the fans when the fans were booing his team, which was losing at like. Just do your job and they won't boo in Philadelphia. That's how it works.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, man.
There've been some people over time that have been big Russell Wilson supporters on the Dempsey and Company program. Was there ever anybody in particular that was maybe over the top with
Kim.
their love of?
Yeah, it was Kim.
Was it a bit or was it very real?
No, she definitely loved Russell Wilson. Yeah, she definitely took it hard when they benched him for the last 2. Like, I think Kim took it the hardest. I
took it pretty hard. I don't know why.
Yeah, I just thought he was. Yeah, I don't know how I took it. I just thought, well, fine. I thought they did him wrong at the time, but I understand why they had to do what they had to do. I get it.
I wonder if Kim's going to be watching this game against the Steelers Eagles if Russ is starting.
Maybe. I just wish Russell Wilson was the starter when the Pittsburgh Steelers were here against the Broncos. I wanted that so bad.
Thing about sports is a lot of times you want to have the Sean Payton return to New Orleans, beating him 33-10 moment.
Yeah.
As a fan or as a coach or as a player, you want the storyline to all add up.
Yeah.
It rarely does.
I know.
It just rarely does.
I know. Sean Payton got lucky with it. Well, not lucky. He worked hard for that victory. The segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. KJ, what's next?
Blue Twisted Steel.
Chris Harris was on the Kate Adams show, and he talked about, he answered the question revolved around, has the narrative around Vance Joseph changed? Has it shifted? And he says it has never shifted. He's just calling plays better, and he's putting the players that he has in front of him in better position to succeed. What is the challenge of being able to take what you did wrong in year 1 and reverse it in year 2 and begin to have that sustained success that ultimately breeds winning? Because without the defense, the Broncos wouldn't be winning right now.
Personnel, first of all, your personnel matters the most. I mean, and I think what this Broncos defense did show you, the morning show talked about this just a little bit, and I think the question was asked, did anybody see this performance from the Broncos defense coming?Maybe not to this level, no. I mean, because they're actively one of the top 3-4 defenses in the NFL. But this defense did finish this last season in the top 12, 13 in NFL. So to make it wouldn't have been, it wouldn't have been ridiculous to make the leap and just ask the question, could this be a top 10 defense next year? I mean, I literally asked that question to you multiple times in the offseason because...
Do you remember what I said?
Yes, you said yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that there was.
I didn't remember what I said. That's why I asked.
Yeah, no, you said yes, and I just think that there was. We all got kind of clouded by 70 points, right? I mean that was so bad that it skewed their stats for the entirety of the season. So when you looked at the Broncos overall statistically, it was very, very bad, and it was really due to the most outlier horrible game that you'd ever see. But when you start to parse it out a little bit, you started to understand that maybe this defense was a little bit better than it was getting given credit for. Now you're getting some career performances and some other additions that are making it better.
Yeah, I think this defensive model is sustainable insofar as Sean Payton and Greg Penner are able to retain Vance Joseph going into next season. And I think that Vance Joseph, I've been a head coach that went back to being a coordinator. There is something to be said for wanting to stay a coordinator after you've been a fired head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And it is such a great retribution story for Vance Joseph. And I also think that the retention of Zach Allen is going to be incredibly important.
Yeah.
There are a few other players in there. I think they're actually going to be in pretty good shape. Baron Browning, somebody that I do think because of the emergence of Jonah Ellis, Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper. Jonathan Cooper is going to need to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have to make some decisions that you might not have the same depth.
Yeah.
But I trust George Payton. I trust Vance Joseph. The key is going to be keeping Vance Joseph because his belief and buy-in that he's created on that side of the ball is insane.
And he might get a few more looks, right?
Yeah, I think he might, but he also has a choice.
Yeah.
Just because he's offered one doesn't mean he's going to take it. Like I turned down head jobs before I took my first one.
Right.
And then I took one and it didn't work. And then it's like, I don't know if I want to do that for a while.
Yeah. I wonder if he wants another bite at that apple. That'd be a good question that he would definitely not answer with any kind of honesty on record. But certainly if you know him in your life and you asked him honestly, he'd probably give you that honest answer. All right, that's going to do it for this edition of KJ's NFL Notes. Take a quick break, come back. I will have a few words about my time here in this actual seat. I mean, I'm not going away forever, but in this actual seat. And then we will do predictions as well. Lots of big games coming up in both pro and college. All right, the final segment of Dempsey and Company on a vibey football, all the Fridays, Victory Fridays, all the things, Broncos making us happy and proud and all the stuff. All right, so and we have a full studio here. Hi, Raj.
Hi, guys. How we doing? Listen, it's a big Friday. It's a big Friday, and I'm going to let you finish here.
Oh, yeah, no.
But it's also a farewell Friday. Mm-hmm. And while we're saying goodbye to you here at Altitude Sports Radio, we're going to see so much of you at Altitude TV with the Nuggets. Like, Demps isn't going anywhere, guys. He's just being taken away by TV from us so that he can give you the best Nuggets coverage in the state. And as it's a farewell Friday, the company and I wanted to get together, and the company is not complete without, well, someone who he said bye to just a handful of months ago. Hi, Kim.
Hi, guys.
Wow.
Oh, damn. Now, I didn't get my turn to, ball on air, and now I feel like this is my chance.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't going to do it, but now I might.
Oh, my God. My heart's, beating so fast. I miss you guys so much, especially you, Dems.
Yeah, we miss you too, Kim. That's awesome. That's awesome. This is, yeah. All right. As we have Dan Tanner in here as well, Steve Nelson's in the back there, and KJ as well. These are all the producers for Dempsey and Company since its inception. And I think what I just want to say, just a few things, is one, thank you to every single one of you, because I have to tell you, it's not easy. What we do here is kind of an unorthodox radio show, in terms of how it's presented on a day-to-day basis. It's not easy to be able to do that unless you have complete pros on both sides of the glass. And that was what we've always had since day one here on the program. For me, I go back to the first day even hearing the open, and it's saying, the Lupe Fiasco song to saying, welcome to Dempsey and Company. That is crazy to me that I have ever heard my name attached to a show in the way that it has been attached to this one. And I couldn't be more thankful and grateful to everybody. And this includes Kevin Shockey, our program director, Dave Fleck, who I don't actually know his title.
Just Big Boss.
Yeah, just Big
Boss Man.
Yeah, yeah, exactly right.
Chief.
But without their belief in me, and Dave Tepper, who brought me over when he was here as well. So with their belief in me, I'm just a kid from Montbello. That's where I am. And it's been a great privilege of mine to be able to talk to all of you every single day. A great many of you know me from a long time. I've been around a long time. Boulder Daily Camera in 1998 is where I started my media career, all the way to what we are now doing now. And so I thank all of you listening, Kim, Raj, Coach, KJ, Dan, Steve. You have made these 2 hours for me every day my most enjoyable 2 hours of every single day. And I appreciate that. I'll never forget you guys. As Raj said, I'm not going completely away. I will be guests on these shows, from time to time. For
weekly
segments.
segments.
We had the Nuggets do all of the NBA baseline stuff at Media Day, so I feel like baseline's going to be a thing moving forward. Yeah. I do.
Yeah, Deps, you got to be careful how much you put out there because we'll use you.
We'll use you.
We're going to use the living heck out of you. I'll tell you that.
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we use the legendary legend? And by the way, Dempsey, in case you were wondering how many people love you and enjoy working with you, I'm in a different room because the studio is full. There's not enough mics. So I'm sitting back here in the control room with my teeth in my mouth, as Mosier would say, because we can't fit everybody in the studio at the same time, because that's how many people wanted to come and show support for you and tell you that we're going to miss you. Even though you're just going to be like 2 exits up the road at Altitude TV. Yeah. You'll be close, but you won't be with us.
Demps, I appreciate your overwhelming and infectious positivity. That is one thing that, I can't believe you were able to tread the waters with me, who is the complete opposite of that, but you kept me on the straight and narrow. You keep me focused on what is fun in life, and these 2 hours in the morning with you over the past 2.5 years or so have been an absolute delight. I couldn't have asked for a better partner. You are a great captain of this ship. And I'm glad that you're not going far away.
Me
But
too.
I appreciate the hell out of you, man.
Thank you.
Dempsey, I just want to say, for our listeners out there, as good as Dempsey is on the radio and on TV, he's an even better person behind the scenes. He's meant a lot to me. And, I'll be doing a Nuggets postgame shows after every Nuggets game this year in the paint. And we'll definitely have Dempsey on when he can. So not going away for good, just
Appreciate
doing
you,
different
Dan.
stuff now. So
I appreciate
thanks,
you, man.
Dempsey.
Deb's the last.
All right.
Go ahead.
Wait, let me get in here.
You got
Let
it,
me get
Kim.
in
You got it,
here.
Kim. Hey, trust me. I'm gonna let the superstar. I'm gonna let the superstar talk.
I'm ditching my own job right now to do this, so I gotta do this. No, Dempsey. I mean, after I left, everybody saw the video that we put up when you said goodbye to me, and they were just like, "Oh my God, it looks like you guys had like such a special friendship and such a great relationship," and it was all genuine. I mean, seriously, you're one of the best, and I'm just so honored to be able to have a chance to be here in your last segment, because like you said, those 2 hours on Thursday that I was with Dempsey and Co, I mean, they were the 2 hours that I looked forward to all week, because we just had such a blast, and you're such a fun person, both on camera, off camera, all of it. And what everyone says is totally authentic and genuine, and I second all of it. I love you a lot.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, we're so proud of you, Kim, first off, and what you're doing.
stop.
You're absolutely killing it.
I wish you all
Yes.
the best of success, but the hockey team you represent, I hope, loses every game.
And unfortunately, they're not
Get a
cooperating
name.
right now. They're not fully cooperating.
Pick a name.
But you know why I bring that up with Kim is, Debs, you've been so influential and instrumental in so many of our careers. It just seems like people that are around you get better. And that's because you are an incredible human being. Geez.
I appreciate it.
I didn't have me being the guy. Gosh. But what I want to say is, like, for me, I spent 18 years of my life in a career. I was scared to death in pivoting into this new career. I can't think of a better human being and professional to make this pivot with. And I felt so comfortable on these airwaves. I felt so heard, approved, and that's who you are. And that's why I have no doubt that we're going to see you absolutely take off and fly. And I have no doubt in my mind that at some point in the very near future, I'm going to be looking on some major situation, seeing your 50-year-old face that looks like you're 30.
It will be 50.
Yeah. 50-year-old face that looks like you're 30. Because the reality is, Demps, you have an incredible voice for radio, but you got an even better face and set of biceps for TV. And Demps, I wanted to give this to you because I know how much the relationship piece means.
Yeah.
The Sanford family has a tradition. When we give a gift, we make people read the card.
Okay.
So I want you to read the card here.
Read it out loud?
Yep. Just what I wrote.
Okay. Demps, my guy, I couldn't have made this career pivot at 42 years old without you. This gift is for the sole purpose of a double date anywhere with me and your lady friend. This isn't the end. This is the beginning of a lifelong friendship. I appreciate. Okay.
And I speak for all of us. I speak for every single one of us that this is just the beginning. We're going to continue to work together. We're going to continue to grow together.
Correct.
And why I gave you that my wife is the biggest Chris Dempsey fan. Humongous Chris Dempsey fan. You're irreplaceable, but you're not going anywhere. This is just the beginning.
You make doing radio here at Altitude Sports Radio so easy. Like, I mean that from the bottom of my heart, man. You genuinely have made this so easy for me. When I came over from across the street, I didn't know everything I was getting myself into. And Dempsey, you have really held it down for me, man. Like, you have really just opened the door to say, hey, whatever you need, bro. If you need to call me, you need to text me, anything, bro. Just hit me up. You have just been a true friend since I've gotten here. And that is just, it is rare to find the level of genuineness in regards to when you know what the industry can be, and for you to still be genuine after all these years, after all you've seen, after all you've done, after all you've accomplished, you're still genuine at heart. That means the absolute world to me. And I'll say this last part, and then I'm going to get out of the way because we have something special for you. I don't know in my lifetime if I ever work with another black driver in the rest of my lifetime. And as a black producer, dude, that means everything. So I want you to know, thank you, man. Thank you for being authentically you. Thank you for being who you are. And we literally could not do Dempsey and Company without you. And with that being said, we want to present a gift to you. It's a little thing called the Best of Dempsey and Company, starring yours truly, Christopher Dempsey.
Christopher Dempsey.
I do want to say this, and sometimes I get a little fired up, so I'm sorry, but here we go.
What you don't understand is I catch a grenade for ya.
Why do we hate Bo Nix?
We
Why?
don't. We
why,
don't.
Why do we hate him?
I like Bo Nix.
No, I actively can't hear that. I don't know why we hate him. Let's let him actually get on a football. He was a great leader at Oregon. That is not in dispute at all. If he was a captain at Oregon, then I guess that was fine. That captaincy wasn't rigged because he proved it on the football field first. I don't know. If we're just gonna walk down we hate him road before he shows us something to hate, then I hate this conversation.
No, 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 no.
If you are Ciara or Beyonce or Taylor Swift or Drake, you are so much bigger than 99.9% of any of these athletes out here. It isn't not even close. And for the Swifties who don't care about football, they care about Taylor Swift. They go to her concerts. They dress like her. They give everybody friendship bracelets. This is what they do. This is not football. They don't care about that sport, but now they do because Travis Kelce is entered into the equation. And wow, wait a second, out on the field are people running around and that's a football being thrown, and what is a down? And if you get a touchdown, why do you kick an extra point? What are these things? This is amazing.
Drums, please.
Is it just me, or does the sun rise super early? And like at 4 in the morning, there's light. Is it a thing? It's like
that's nature, man.
I never paid attention.
That's how days work at this time of the year.
I'm in such deep sleep that I've never noticed
That's
it.
why they call it the summer solstice or solstice.
I forgot about that.
What does this one mean to you?
Well, and I'm going to say this, and he would not want me to say this, but this one's for Dempsey.
You're not going to steal my sunshine. Bo Nix will throw 25 touchdown passes this season. That's his low water mark. Whoa. He will start from day one. In year 2, he will lead the Broncos to the playoffs.
Woo!
In year 5, the Broncos will be a contending team for the Super Bowl.
He is going to part the Red Seas. We should just call him the Moses in blue and orange.
The deliverer is Moses.
Then I look at you.
Thank you to all of you,
Right
your friends for life. Thank you to my support system. Thank you to my mom for listening every single day. Thank you to Amari for coming here and terrorizing all of you to play with him during some of these shows. It's been a great, great ride. This is not a total goodbye, but it is a farewell for now. Thank you to the listeners. I love you all. I want you to know it's my great honor to have been here for you. I will see you down the road.
When the day that lies ahead of me
first and goal halfway through the second quarter. Wide open. Yeah, Javonte Williams for the touchdown. Goes in untouched. So they complete that drive. 8 plays, 5 on the ground. 8-yard touchdown here. Took 4:44, and they're up by 2 scores. Kickers 50 to 59 are hitting 3/4 of their attempts, and here's another one.
Dialed in back home in New Orleans.
52-yard field goal is good. He has 3 field goals tonight, so a Hill first and goal. 75 rushing yards for Nix tonight. Gives it to Williams, and he burrows his way in for the touchdown. So the Denver Broncos, 69 yards, 5 plays, 4 of them on the ground. And the Bronco faithful are happy. 2nd and 10, look out. And is that going to be a fumble, which is taken by Barton in the air? There's no whistle yet. And Barton, what a night this guy's having. Jaquan McMillan is the guy who hits Rattler as the ball is being released, and for the moment, ruled a touchdown. And that takes us to the 40-second mark, which means no more play is necessary. So Sean Payton comes back 15 years as the Saints head coach. Comes over with his man, Dennis Allen, who was his assistant for 12 years. 2 different tenures. Mike Westhoff also coming over to shake his hand as well. And the Denver Broncos are above 500.
As the dynamic call of Al Michaels. Laser show, baby.
Pew, pew.
We got a lot of time to talk about this potential laser show. Great win. Chris Dempsey, man. Love Chris Dempsey. Making an announcement that he's going to sort of lean on the TV side a little bit more and not be on the radio as much. And I just want to say, Chris, we love you. We think you're great. And we'll see you around. But I have nothing but incredible respect for my man, Chris Dempsey.
Good dude, great dude, and I get to still see him most every night. With the TV, or at least Nuggets games. But yeah, no, I thought they did a good job.
I'm just glad I don't have to get self-conscious staring at those biceps every day anymore. So, Chris, love you, brother. I'm happy I don't have to stare at those biceps. Great dude, but not saying goodbye. He's still around.
That's right. But just our own little tribute to Chris, who we love and respect very, very much. Okay, we're at Joe Willie's on.
And to quote Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
Stupid is and stupid does.
Okay. All right. Well, with that.
And we love you, Chris.
We are at Joe Willie's on Broadway, which is, I say, between Louisiana and Arkansas. And, boy, you feel the fall going on right now. You feel
it's coming, baby.
Wait till tomorrow.
I'm down for it, I think. I'm down for it until it gets real cold. And then you're like, I don't know so much.
Well, wait till that wedding tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy.
It's going to be nasty.
They got the snow guns going at Loveland I saw earlier today. It's always like a sign of like, oof, okay, let's go. And it comes quick, man. Colorado, we got to love it. And what's amazing is that we sit here at this time of year, and the Broncos are relevant. They're 4-3. They dismantled a terrible Saints team that's had terrible luck as well as it continued for them, unfortunately, last night.
Yeah, boy, did it ever, man. Hey, you know what? Great win. Great win for the Broncos. We can dial into the specifics of it, but to be sitting here.
Oh, no, let's stay general. Let's a great win. It's a Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
Let's don't get specific.
Well, you know what? We got plenty of time to get it. I see where Scott's going already.
You got something to say?
You know what? I'll back out of the way and I'll let Scott go negative already.
I'm not going negative.
What are you doing then?
I'm just going to what our partner said yesterday we were going to talk about today.
Okay.
I mean, we can stay general as long as we can.
I say we take a few minutes and stay positive here.
No,
because
it's okay. Go for it.
It is not a surprise. In fact, I think we got the tape. I think I said my score was 31-13.
My score was
33-10.
My score was 33-17.
I was 17-13, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
I was pretty close on that one. I was close last week.
There's a whole bunch of people, though, in Denver that plays those 33 pools that are counting about $3,600 right now going, yeah, Broncos.
That hitting the over with that garbage touchdown at the end, that must have been driving people
Well, did you see the
nuts.
fans go crazy in New Orleans? I guarantee you they took the over, too.
Did you hear what Al Michaels said after it happened? Now we have a final score.
Yeah, well, Al Michaels, he always dodges around it. Like, hey, Al, you can just talk about it nowadays, man. You don't have to talk in code anymore about gambling. Nowadays, it's acceptable. Just talk about it.
It was great. It was so subtle. Now we have a real final score or something like that. It was hysterical.
He is always dialed in on the gambling
Oh,
stuff.
he
Well,
is
him
always
and Brent
dialed
Musburger were the same thing. Right?
Yeah,
Oh,
no
well,
doubt
Brent,
about it.
he straight up went to gambling.
Okay, so
Well, he started Visson, didn't
Yeah, he's on the, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Not a laser show, but good. And I'm really looking at Bo Nix. I'll say it. He's looking a lot like Tim Tebow right now.
You know what? I don't think that's quite fair. You know what he is? He's a better Taysom Hill. That's what he is. Taysom Hill is a better version than Tim Tebow.
Okay.
And I think Bo Nix is a slightly better quarterback than Taysom Hill. But the feat that he's got, man, it is special. And it does remind me a little bit. I'm going to go a little bit more optimistic today. Because it reminds me a little bit of Josh Allen's rookie season. He's not as dynamic with his feet, but he's damn close, man.
But he never had Josh Allen's arm.
Fair. That's fair. But if you look at Josh Allen's rookie season, man, the inaccuracy problems were all over the place. But he did one thing great, and that was his feet. And Bo Nix's feet is special right now, and he's a slightly upgraded version of Taysom Hill at quarterback.
Well, I guess
Taysom Hill beat the Broncos.
Sure did.
Right? He
Sure
got a win
did.
against the Broncos.
Oh, Taysom Hill's got NFL wins.
So today the energy of today is, well, is it about this season or is it about Bo Nix? Because it's about this season, dude. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go, man. I mean, are you kidding me to be sitting in a position right now? We're almost at the halfway mark of the season, and we're in the driver's seat, man. I mean, we are in control of our destiny. Hell yeah, baby. If it's about Bo Nix, all right, well, we can take a step back and take a deep breath, and now we got to search for the positives a little bit more. But, damn, it was a hell of a game for the running game. Every single defensive lineman, you get a sack, you get a sack, you get a sack. Oprah Winfrey is happy out there. Cody Barton got the game of his damn life out
Barton
there.
was all over.
Flat out balling, and Javonte Williams out there rolling. So there's plenty of positives to take away from that game.
You know who had the best day, though? Sean Payton had the best day.
Yes, he did.
It was magnificent. And then he comes out afterwards and says, well, I wasn't going to tell the guys why I knew a halftime lead was so important. He's 5-0, and his teams have had halftime leads, and 0-5 when they've trailed.
Oh, so he just made up a stat about himself?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Because when he said that, I was like, oh, that's an interesting set of data.
What he's saying is I can coach with the lead, I just can't coach from a deficit? I mean, is that what he's saying?
Yes. I mean, I thought he was using some sort of more sophisticated analytics, but his sample size was his 10 games. Okay, whatever. This guy put together a game plan and called the game that was almost perfect offensively.
And you know what, D-Mac? You can see – I thought it was a good game plan as well. But you can see this team loves Sean Payton. They like
Loves
playing
him.
for him. They love him.
What's your evidence there?
Dude, you just see when you've got a team that is divided, like the way that this Broncos team is with offense and defense, and when they stay glued together and you see the energy that they keep playing with and the excitement that they play with, the lack of any problems or divide on the sideline, I just see a team that is going out there loving playing for that coach right now.
Okay. See, and I don't give him that much credit. I think Bo Nix is the perfect ingredient for a Sean Payton and the team because I was watching it. I watched it this morning. I'll get on my take on dumbass Yahoo here in a second or Amazon.
Okay. All right.
But I was watching it, and I'm watching Bo on the side. I'm watching him in huddles. He's got a gravitational pull.
I agree.
On teammates. That, and I remember Coach telling me one time, you ain't got to like me. You
got to respect me.
But you got to respect me, and you got to have a respect within the team. And I think Bo Nix is the glue, and not Sean Payton, in my opinion, on this team and hold together. I think. Listen, you played in the NFL. And I think he tucks it up and runs too often, and I don't think he'll run as much in years 2 or years 3 if he's still in the league. But I think defensive guys see that and go, okay, move the chains again, okay, and see a toughness from what has become a really soft position on the football field, and that's quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And he brings something different to that. I think even the defensive guys gravitate to that.
I'm certainly no Taysom Hill. So I'm not saying you're wrong about that, but I'm making the Tebow comparison because I really watch Tebow, and to me,
He won a lot of games.
There's ways to win like that. There's a million ways, as they say, to skin the cat.
I would say Tebow elevated the run pass option to a different level because I used it on the fan. I was on the fan saying, why don't he do that? Just put Tebow, run like they did in Florida, do the run pass. And everybody, you can't do that in the NFL. God dang, you got about 10 teams doing it now, consistently.
A lot. And you've got to be willing and able to run, which he is. Laser show, okay. Listen, it takes skill to put a ball between two wide-open receivers with Kroll and Franklin. That takes a skill.
He's going to have to live with that one for a long time. That is his Tim Tebow helicopter pass at practice. That's what that moment is.
How do I miss a touchdown 2 different ways? I got it. I'll put it right between them.
Yeah.
That was actually amazing.
I didn't want to choose a favorite. I just wanted them to decide who.
Yeah, you guys pick it up.
But that was and the second pass to Troutman on that drive, not good either. Okay. But there were good plays. There were good moments. And the game plan itself, and Bo did get a little sensitive about the passing stuff at the end. So they got the win.
Here was good with Kirk Herbstreit being a former quarterback. And I think it would be good for us as fans watching Broncos, the more guys we can get to know that position. Because instead of just being critical, what Herbstreit I thought was doing was saying, look at his feet, and he would show you, and he would show him dance around trying to make throws, and the ball would either just sail over the top of guys on open guys, or he'd be falling back doing it, and he had a first down, and I think that third quarter, and one hopped it to Franklin, one hopped it to the guy, and he gets to talk about footwork. You know, he doesn't. God, what a sucky pass. Us on the radio, we go, God, that was a sucky pass. Where's the laser show? But Herbstreit can say, look at his feet.
Yeah, well,
it's his feet.
Let's get into it. We got all show to get into, which is going to be great. We'd love for you to join us at Joe Willie's on Broadway, where they're actually debuting stand-up comedy. Open mic nights on Wednesday.
Get on up there, D-Mac.
Well, they're going to do open mic?
They have open mics on Wednesdays on the second floor, where you can book your holiday, Halloween, whatever. The second floor here is really cool. It's a nice little spot. And so just inquire here at Joe Willie's on Broadway. Here till 3 o'clock. Would love to see you chop up a great win. A great win for the Broncos. And it puts them in it was sort of a laser show. It was like the planetarium was a little turned off. But
text us if you had the 33 pool in the Broncos. How happy you are this weekend.
This is PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac. Thank you, Scott. I'll take that lovely little warm that right up. I tell you what's warmed up. These great deals at Mike Maroney. Mike Maroney Auto Group, Colorado. Cooking something up that you're going to love, and it's truck month at Mike Maroney, and this is incredible. So great deals on every truck that you could possibly imagine.
They got them deals on the Sierras?
They got deals on everything, dude.
Oh.
I mean, dude.
Have you seen the new Sierra?
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Have I seen them? It's on my ceiling in my bedroom. It's incredible.
You put it up there, everything looks bigger.
Dude. Head on over to Mike Maroney Auto Group's event, and Mike Maroney delivers. They'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado free of charge. This is incredible what they've got going on. You're going to absolutely love it. It's Mike Maroney Auto Group, and this is the key. 3rd and Alpine and Longmont, all sorts of incredible dealerships, all you have to do is go to MikeMarooneyColorado.com. That's MikeMarooneyColorado.com. And don't forget to tell him D-Mac sent you.
Yeah, I think about the ones that I could have had back. I think that's just competitive nature for guys. But you do want to give yourself some grace. At times, they're obviously, trying to keep you from doing all the good stuff. So, you live and you learn and you continue to work. And nobody's ever played a perfect game. So I think that's why we're all still here trying to figure it out. And we just continue to move forward. Obviously, the most important thing is winning the game. And when you beat a team like that with really good players and, that big of a margin, it's really good. Good to see all the guys, play and play well.
Joe Willie's on Broadway is where we are till 3 o'clock. Open tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. as college football gets going, 10 a.m. on Sunday as well. Upstairs, available for private parties, which is spectacular. I may go with a bowl of your chili here today. Just you know what I'm saying?
That's a good fall thing. Did you see
chili.
what college football TV ratings are just freaking going nuts right now?
I'm sure they are.
Why? Is it any particular reason?
I just saw the article popped up, and I started scamming, but I had to watch the game today, so I had it on. It was during a break, so I read the article. Oh, this bag.
You know, people are catching on to the incredible Arizona State Sun Devils and Syracuse Orange, who are both 5-1.
Pick another team.
I don't need to pick team. My two teams are 10-2. I think I'm doing all right. I'm good. My other team, CU, is 4-2.
Oh, you claiming them now?
I don't think you get to claim CU.
I'm sort of there, kind of.
You were fair. You were pretty darn out on Deion Sanders about a month back. Pretty far out on Deion Sanders.
He ain't my cup of tea. Said that now 3,000 times, but I'm happy for the success. And he is getting better and better at things that I've been critical with him about.
Hey, they ain't got no cakewalk in front of them now.
It's tough.
It's no cakewalk. Look, get me to that bowl game. I'm going to be happy. Just get me there.
When I do feel – I'm going to go back to the Bo Nix thing for a second, because I just remember you would come in after a Broncos game, and if you want to say he stinks, he misses open throws, he can't do this, that, the other thing, I'm like, I can't argue with that. What's the scoreboard say? You know, what does that scoreboard say when he just destroyed the Vikings on the road when they had a game sort of like last night against kind of a bad team and he ripped them apart? If you want to say that, I could point out a handful of really good throws that Bo Nix did make yesterday. The down the middle to Krull, nice little slant there to Vele. Thank you very much. I'd make the argument little Jordan Humphrey should have caught the ball, hit him in the chest on a 50-50 ball. I'd say, hey, Mims, you got to catch that ball. You got to go low, but you should catch that too. You know what I'm saying?
It'd be a little bit better throw, but he's still going to catch it.
And you could also say, listen, he was a little nervous on the first drive of the game. That certainly settled down, and your offense put up 26 points.
When you're watching that first drive and him throwing it, are you sitting there saying, Tyler and Scott's going?
Well, I was like, I'm about to eat it tomorrow because you can't do that.
When I was watching that first drive, I was thinking to myself, yep, that's what I expected Sean Payton to do. Comes out the gates against his old team, throws the ball 8 out of 11 times. Right out the gates. It was something like that. I mean, don't quote me on it. But then you've got one of the first passes of the game was that dump off between the two guys. I mean, it was very early on. And then he follows it up with another really inaccurate throw that was short and low. And we're like, oh, gosh, here we go. But, man, go back to the Tebow stuff. I'll never forget getting a text from two different offensive linemen during that era, and almost verbatim to it was the same message. Dude, we can't stop winning, and I have no idea how we're doing it. I'm like, that's how I feel watching. Well, but I do want to ask you guys this, because I was playing in the league then, and I certainly wasn't following the Broncos very closely. What was the defense like during the Tebow?
Good.
Was it like this?
It wasn't like this. It was okay. But it wasn't.
Von Miller.
But it wasn't like
Chris
this.
Harris.
It wasn't like this.
It was
good.
Pretty damn good. I mean, I don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head, but it was. The foundation was being built towards.
But I mean, like, how do you make Tebow work? How do you make Bo Nix work? The formula is pretty simple, man. You have incredible defense, and then you do what you did yesterday. That's how it looks good. You run the damn ball, and you run the damn ball all day long, and you stay committed to it. And Javonte Williams, look, man, I'm happy for the young man. I did a breakdown on my Twitter just a couple days ago of all of Javonte Williams' 6 runs from the Chargers game. It was only 6 runs. That's all he got. But everybody's like, oh, what's wrong with Javonte Williams? Well, I broke down all 6 runs, pulled up all 22, and if you look at it, man, there's reasons why he couldn't get out. It was not Javonte Williams' fault. I thought he had 2 missed reads out of his 6 runs. Then the other 4, he just had no fighting chance on. He made 1 good run out of them all. But my point is, when you give the guy some space, the guy can do some work. Is he an all-star running back, a Pro Bowler? No, he's not. But he's pretty damn good at what he does.
What do you think is the ceiling for Bo? I'm listening to the morning show. I didn't learn anything about Bo Nix. Okay, all right. Okay. Listen, I get it. And this is exactly the way Tebow was. If you were out on him, you were just out of him no matter what, because he gave you enough reasons to be out on him. And if you were for him because he was winning games, that was happening too. So, but here's the difference to me. I think even the people who were supportive of Tebow, and I was one of them, I think we realistically knew what the ceiling was for Tebow, and I think he was more or less at his ceiling basically from the moment he started to the moment he left town. What do you think the ceiling is for Bo Nix? Meaning, do you think you will see inconsistencies with easy hittable passes in the future? Or do you think we're staring at it? This is going to be it for the most part.
This is absolutely it if he doesn't change his footwork. If he doesn't, and I don't know if maybe his motor, and I don't know, was Tebow in the same boat? Did the motor and the mind just working too fast so he just can't sit down into his stance, into the pocket and make a play? No, this is all you're going to get unless he changes his footwork.
I'm actually feeling cautiously more optimistic than I have about Bo Nix. And when I look at
because of why though?
Well, I'm about to tell you.
but I mean, I don't need 20. But why? That's got to be a why right now.
I'm telling you right now. You stopped me before I got a word out. Because his feet are so much better than what I thought they were. I'm not talking his footwork, Scotty. That's a different story. I'm talking about his speed and his athleticism is so much better than what I thought it was. And I think it's very natural for a young player that has got good athleticism like that to have happy feet in the pocket. And I think happy feet is correctable. I do. And at some point in time, I think the accuracy from college will catch up with him once he gets more patient in the pocket. But the athleticism is so much better than what I thought we were getting. I think we got something we can mold into a formidable QB.
And that's what they did for Tebow for a year. They
tried.
Yeah, they tried. The happy feet, if it doesn't get corrected, this is going to be the best you're going to see?
Of course. But I think happy feet can't be corrected. I think that's something that over time you get more comfortable in the pocket. His pocket presence is not great right now because he is looking to get out of the pocket. And because he's looking to get out of the pocket, his feet get happy, right?
So who would be a better comparison than Tebow? By the way, I looked it up. The defensive ranking that year in yards, they were 26 in rushing and 18 in
defensively.
Defensively and passing.
Subpar.
They were 31st in offense in passing yards.
What year? Was 2010 or 2011?
10, I think.
10. Well, 10 was his rookie year. He only started 4 games.
It's the second year. It's a year he started 14 games.
Yeah, 11. That's 11. All right. Okay.
In passing offense that year, they were 31st. Yeah. In rushing offense, they were first.
Right. Right?
Yeah, so.
And that was listen, Bo Nix had 70-something yards last night.
75, didn't he?
Had a long of 32. It was absolutely.
I mean, that 3rd and 1 that he takes off for about 40 yards, dude, that is stuff that you can wait on the other stuff to develop when you've got something that can carry you through.
Now, that's an interesting comparable because that is what Josh Allen did his rookie year.
Right,
yeah.
Because he was trying to learn the rest of the game. So the question I would pose to you, and nobody has like Josh Allen's arm strength. That's an unfair comparison. But is it fair to say there's going to be more steps upwards for Bo Nix? Because Tebow's real issue was his throwing mechanics, not just his feet. Everything was kind of a mess with Tebow.
Right.
Are Bo Nix's throwing mechanics terrible?
Well, so that's where I go back to I'm feeling a little bit cautiously optimistic. And believe me, I'm far from in on Bo Nix. But I'm every day I just feel myself looking at some things that he does really, really well. And at some point in time, do you believe that the most accurate thrower in college football history, or whatever it was, or maybe it was just last season,
that's right.
Do you believe that at some point in time that will be able to catch up to the NFL? And I think as the game slows down, I'm hopeful that it will.
I am hopeful it will, too. I'm very optimistic.
And we've always said, and I've heard it out of your mouth, hope is a great strat. Oh, no.
Hope is a terrible strategy.
Oh, okay.
Potential gets you fired as a coach. There's no question about it.
Listen, I'm hopeful, too. I'm a Bronco fan. I don't want 8 more years of this right here because if Bo doesn't work this year, next year, they're going to be looking in 3rd year, another quarterback to go, and then you got 2 more years after that.
Let's just take the first play that everybody can understand, the Kroll, Franklin, tweener throw. Do you think in a relatively short period of time, Bo Nix makes that throw X out of 10 times?
I don't know.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know because I'm watching the out to Sutton right here that he's open, and he sells it over the top of him.
And there's a quick slant to Franklin where he dots it in a tiny little window.
Yeah, 3 yards.
Okay, it picks up 11.
But that's great.
Yeah, the little slant to Vele, that went for like 15 earlier. He hits Kroll over the middle for 30 or something. You know, he can use the middle of the field, which
Probably
is pretty
his strength,
cool.
I think.
I think so, too. He's well balanced. His feet aren't moving around. It's just like throwing a dart.
Well, after Herbstreit was talking about it last night, I started watching for it. And the times he set, boom, 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 and made a strike, and one of those was to Kroll. He was pretty accurate. The accuracy was not a problem.
Helps a guy 6'7" or whatever.
The
he is,
question
but
goes
yes.
back to and he's still on a couple completions, ball a little high. The comparison we got to find for Bo is what guy came in with a lot of potential, with happy feet early that changed his game,
but could also run with the ball and keep the game going.
Well, I mean, then you got to talk to Josh Allen.
We're talking Josh. That's where I was going. It
Well,
feels like it's Josh Allen.
Here's the ironic part when you try to compare Josh Allen to Bo Nix. Josh Allen was one of the lowest completion percentages coming out of college football, and Bo Nix is the complete opposite, right? So he had one of the highest. So you've got two guys with great feet. One guy did not have great completion percentage because of the Wyoming wind and everything else that went into it, and Bo Nix did. Josh figured it out. But it is hard. They're not an apple-to-apple comparison because they were very opposite players coming out of college.
Who would that guy be? That's the key. Who?
I don't know.
Can we find that guy that would be a good comparison?
I mean, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't. But I do know that the early goings of his rookie season has got a lot of similarities to Josh.
Let's talk about a couple of positives, though, for sure. Is he a natural leader?
Yeah.
Seems like it.
Okay.
Yeah, the guys like him. The guys seem to follow him. Yeah.
Is he obnoxious with the media or self-serving?
Yes.
You think so? Really?
Oh, I don't. I thought
Bo Nix?
I thought we were going all yes answers.
No, not necessarily.
No, he is who he is. I think he's a little short. I think he's a little brash.
You know who he reminds me of a little bit with the way he is the media's Plummer. Jake Plummer was kind of like that. You know, great guy, one of the dudes. But with the media, he was always a little short, not rude necessarily, but not overly generous. Wasn't running for mayor. Excuse me. What is his relationship with his coach right now?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that couldn't get
Superb?
any better.
It
Sure.
seems it's good.
Okay, how important is that?
If both are going to be around for a while, major.
My only concern with their relationship is that they're too close, if I'm being honest. At some point, there has to be a healthy separation between coach and player. And right now, they feel like they're two peas in a pod that in the long run, it's not a concern in the short term. In the long run, that could develop into a Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll type of dynamic where he's not tough on his QB and the rest of the room catches up to it. But yes, he has a phenomenal relationship with his coach.
But I think it was strengthened after the outburst 2 games or 3 games ago.
Absolutely,
when
no doubt about it.
When Bo came back. Yeah, that I hadn't even thought about what
the
Tyler
Ferris
just said.
Bueller game is looming larger and larger as time goes on. That is looking like a defining moment, period. Like, this is what, as our pal Leggy wrote about, Sean's a lunatic on game day and is looking for somewhat of that relationship for whatever reason. And that probably does go back to the Parcellian way of doing things. Look at how Parcells was with Phil Simms back in the day and how he
was
challenged.
hard, but he was hard on Simms all the way till Simms was out of the league almost.
It was interesting.
He crushed Simms, and yet Simms just won Super Bowls for him, right? I mean,
well, Hostetler actually
came into 1 year, yeah.
Right, but yeah, Simms had an unbelievable Super Bowl the 1 year that he won. Listen, man, I think it wasn't the laser show. It was set up to be the laser show. Trust me, and I think that pass to Kroll in the future. He makes that 8 out of 10 times. I think maybe 10 out of 10 times. That was a layup sort of throw that he missed. And I'm watching Tim Jenkins do the breakdown. Yes, he dirted that one to Troutman. And listen, you're right. We can go through the 10 missed passes if you want, and we can go through each one of them. I bet you there were 4 of them that were awful. And that was one of them right there that was just free played. 4 that were awful. One he threw at Javonte Williams.
The bad thing on this right here is he's got the offensive line.
I get it.
We haven't talked about that. The offensive
sucked.
line was pretty good.
It sucked, and then they didn't go for it on 4th and 1. It was the Will Lutz revenge game Let's go.
What do you have, four field
Four
goals in
field
the first
goals.
three quarters?
Well, I thought this one right here early on in the second quarter, it's 4th and 1. You're on your own on the 9-yard line trying to score. That was an interesting decision to me. You're already up 3-0 there. You got a little bit of a lead, and you don't trust your quarterback enough to pick up 1 yard?
I think it was more that Sean Payton knew the Saints were down. They were going to have more chances. We just got to have any separation. Once that game went 13-0, did you guys think the Saints were coming back? 13-0? Did you?
On one play, they had a chance. Right? I mean, how many times does Tyrone Matthew drop one that hits him in his numbers?
I gotcha.
And
that
right
was
there,
bad.
That right there is going to possibly a chance for a pick six.
Agreed, but Cody Barton dropped one between the 5 and the 5 before he picked up 2, one that counted for a touchdown. Both should have. That was bad luck. I don't know, man. Karma's.
First one was pretty good.
I'll agree with you. The honey badger is a woodchuck now. I mean, he's a
yeah, he's turned into a woodchuck, hasn't he?
He's a shadow of his
But when you
former
saw
self.
him drop that, were you going,
oh, because you know you're on a bad team
Yeah.
when your guys like that. You know things aren't going
If
well.
he was wearing a Chiefs uniform, I guarantee he catches that thing and boom.
I mean, to keep it real, the Broncos could have won that game by 50. Probably should have, right? Probably should have been 28-0 after the first 4 drives. But let's get into the Sean Payton aspect of things, because that turned out to be, I thought we knew it was going to be kind of emotional, but it was way more emotional, and we have some proof of that coming up next.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Tyler Columbus here, my great friends at Revitalized Health, and they've been taking care of me for 7 years. They've been helping me feel so much better. Go over to Revitalized Health, guys. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. They're going to come up with an individualized game plan for your body, your needs. You probably are deficient somewhere in your numbers. Once they get those numbers where they belong, you're going to be amazed at how much more energy you have, how much further your workouts can go, how much better you can sleep. You look better, feel better, sleep better. Don't you want all those things? With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
I'm proud of every one of you. On a short week, I'm telling you, and this is any type of, well, it's difficult. We can always use that as a cop-out, but man, the mental grit and the wherewithal to say, hey, we're going to go on the road Thursday night and play the way you did. All right, but you prepared during the week that way, and I appreciate every one of you. And the reason why this was hard is we're in session right now, and I tell you all the time, I'm not going to remember a lot of things when I get older, but I'm going to remember these moments.
Dude,
There you go.
Those are some powerful words right there, man. I can see where the team is buying that. We're at Joe Willie's on Broadway here till 3 o'clock today. If you want to reach out to us, we appreciate it. The Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Hit him at ramoslaw.com. Hey, man, that kind of connects, doesn't it? If you're in the locker room, man, the guy's telling you that. Like,
I'm telling you, I see a football team out there that is playing. They're playing. They're buying into what they're being told. I think that adds up to liking your coach. I do think that game clearly meant a lot to Sean Payton, but I like the fact of how much he downplayed it throughout the week. You could reveal it after the game, but during the week, yeah, we got to make this about our football team.
Seems like, one, he's got his team.
I agree.
And it starts with him getting his quarterback.
Yes.
And maybe the process was starting a little bit last year, which, is a little curious why even Cortland Sutton's still here, other than maybe you need one veteran guy.
Kind of explains why Justin Simmons isn't here a little bit more, doesn't
exactly.
it? Yes.
But you got a whole bunch of, and I don't even know how to say this, you got a whole bunch of guys on this team that are overlooked guys.
Yeah.
If you will.
The whole defense, really, for the most part.
Right?
Except for Sertan.
Except for Sertan. And what they do, they reward him. But, watching these guys keep playing, there's a whole bunch of them going to get another contract. Moss is going to get a contract. Baron Browning's going to get a contract. Coop's going to get a contract. Harris, they got all sorts of guys.
That is the unfortunate part, is that at some point you're not going to be able to keep all these guys.
You're not.
Well, then if the other Payton job in assessing talent is finding guys that at that defensive line or defensive edge or whatever that can do that, maybe they're not first rounds but are developable players, then keep going.
I always just fought back a little bit against the whole George Payton is toast, Sean Payton's going to replace him. I always disagreed with that because the buck stops not with Sean Payton. I think the buck does stop with Greg Penner. I think Penner kept George Payton for a reason, or he would have just blown him out with Hackett. And I do think they're following Sean Payton's offensive quarterback philosophy, which is what you need to do with a head coach. However, who do you think was really pounding the table or got Cody Barton? You think that was, I'm sure Sean Payton liked him, but that's a George Payton guy. Brandon Jones, that's George Payton, man. Putting together a deal for John Franklin Myers, that's George Payton, man. I'm sure Sean Payton was okay with it. But George Payton's I'm giving him some props here, man. He's done a pretty good job where he's excelled in the past. George Payton's issue is he really didn't understand quarterback offensive philosophy for whatever wacky reason. But he's done a great job developing depth for this team.
Well, he's borderline got a Kyle Shanahan rebound effect going on right now. Went all in on the quarterback and Russell Wilson. Boom, busted out on that thing. But he kind of fell into his second opportunity. He's built one hell of a defense based off of no-name guys. That now with the challenge for the Broncos, if they want to retain as many of these guys as they possibly can, you got to start giving them early deals. So you got to start lining them up. Jonathan Cooper, you're up, man. What you want? Okay, let's get this thing done. And you got to get it done quickly before they get to free agency. It gets more expensive.
Which again goes back to your point with ownership. You have the ability of saying, if you wait a whole entire year and you play great, maybe you're up for an $18 million contract. But we're going to give you 13 or 14 right now, but we're going to give you a check for $25 million right up front. This covers a year and a half of this guaranteed already. Guys, hey, that's security.
Mm-hmm.
And this ownership, Oakland Raiders can't do, or the Vegas Raiders can't do that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Cincinnati Bengals can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, plus what are these players going to say about the Broncos? Great place to work. They're getting better at things. You know, they were showing his happy feet all game, Scott. They were showing it. They were dialed in. They were dialed in on all that little stuff for sure.
Vele's going to be their player.
You know what?
You okay with them cutting Tim Patrick today?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was okay then.
Oh, no problem. I'm saying that to the masses.
The Muggles.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of like, why did we get rid of Tim Patrick? And it was for Vele, basically. And I am surprised that Cortland Sutton made the cut with everything else going on. But he was pretty cool after the game. I think he had 0 targets.
No, he had the one on the side.
The interesting part with Cortland Sutton was that they didn't give him a new deal. They gave him a slight bump when he was holding out. And then they got a great trade offer for him, and they said no for it, so it was confusing. Are you committed to the guy or not? As I'm sitting here watching this, I think I got the best case scenario for Bo Nix, like comparable. And it's not so much about a player-to-player comparison as it is about a overall team-building approach. Best case scenario, he could be Baker Mayfield. That's who he could be.
He's without the jerkiness.
Well, but I think Bo's got a little bit of brashness to him.
Call himself Maverick, dude.
I think he's got a little bit of brashness to him.
True.
Okay,
True.
You just build a solid football team. You give him a great defense. Baker Mayfield's far from an elite quarterback. He is, but he's a pretty good quarterback. He's got good feet, not as good as Bo Nix has, but he's a competitive son of a gun that is just he's a grimy QB. That's what Bo Nix could be at his best.
Well, and let's be honest, the Baker Mayfield you're seeing in Tampa right now, you saw like 1 year in Cleveland, but, where did all that go? I mean, now he's blowing up. I mean, look what he did around when they had to play Denver. So, that should say something about Denver's defense because he's going for 330, 340, left to right, 3 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns.
Hey, you're telling me that Bo Nix is going to be a playoff quality caliber quarterback worthy of at least $30 million?
I'm not telling you, but I said best case scenario. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you got him as a $30+ million quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, somebody did bring up a good point on the text line, though, as we sit here talking about comparables. In his rookie season, look, you don't know where it's going to go. Like, we're giving you best case scenarios. There's worst case scenarios also. Based off of what Bo Nix is bringing to the table right now with his athleticism, he is going to land somewhere between Justin Fields and Josh Allen. And you don't know what that means. Worst case scenario, he goes to Justin Fields. Best case scenario, he goes the Josh Allen route. But that's the type of skill set that he's got that when it's refined, when it's toned in, it could be great. When the happy feet never get settled in, well, now it's bad and it looks like Justin Fields.
The only thing I will push back on that comparison, Justin Fields, for all the hate or not like, or I know you love him.
Not coming from me.
And he got an arm now.
There's no doubt about it.
Dude has
I don't know.
But he's wildly inaccurate with it.
I don't know if you guys noticed something. Adam Schefter put it out today. They did not confirm in Pittsburgh today who's starting on Sunday.
I did see that.
It's okay. You want to grind on that for a second?
Not really.
If Russell Wilson got first-team reps for 3 straight days, you don't come out on Friday and say, that's our guy?
I think he's playing gamesmanship as he should because he's got 2 quarterbacks that you could, in theory, try to make them think about.
And are both going to play different styles.
And they're both going to play different styles.
What if they both are going to play?
I'll tell you this. He'd be the first head coach in NFL history to give all the number 1 reps to one dude and then not play him.
Okay.
That's never happened before.
I mean, maybe. I don't know, man, but it didn't happen today. It's a fascinating story. I think it's really
I'll tell you this: if he does play Justin Fields, I will laugh at it. I mean, there will be no way to make sense out of it. Why the hell would you give Russ all the reps during the week?
Because you were trying to give him a shot, and he's short and dumpy, and he ain't working out, and you know you're going to lose. That's why. So you just put in the better guy. That's why you do it.
Well,
Russ would crap the bed during the week in the first team reps.
The reports, he got all the first round reps. Reporters aren't in there. They ain't watching.
Well, that's fair. They're in there for about 15 minutes.
You're not wrong.
Yeah,
Hey, Sunday night is going to be awesome. I can't wait to watch the Jets and the Steelers on Sunday night. That's going to be great. There was something really sneaky that happened at the very end of that Broncos game, and I don't know if a lot of people picked up on it, but it poses a really important question. Details on that next as we're live from Joe Willie's on Broadway till 3 o'clock on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it is D-Mac for Mike Maroney, Chevrolet, GMC. Ooh, weather. Nice little turn here today. And you can imagine the snow coming up on the mountains. I know they got the guns going out there at Loveland. Okay, getting closer and closer to being up there. And this is where Mike Maroney can really pay off. Mike Maroney, Chevy, GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney, GMC in Boulder. So whether it's ski racks or ATVs or whatever you got going on, how would that look on a brand new Chevy Silverado or GMC Sierra from Mike Maroney, Chevy GMC? It's 2 dealerships, 1 big truck month. And get this, Mike Maroney means more. Get more with their 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Anywhere you want to go from Denver to Durango and everywhere in between. They'll deliver that truck or any vehicle you purchase right to you. So get truck month savings right now at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont and Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. Get that reservation on your truck at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade, and tell them your pal D-Max sent you.
look, the people, you don't forget the faces, the smiles, the dialect or anything. And so they were great. I haven't. I just can't. I mean, it's hard to explain the schedule on a Thursday game. And there's a lot of texts and calls to return, but you really just have to get your tickets squared away and then just grind. And that's why, sleeping, this morning was important for me at least, and then getting here early and then really, kind of getting ready for the game. And we'll have more time maybe after it all calms down.
We're live at Joe Willie's on Broadway between Arkansas and Louisiana, basking in the glow of a 33-10 Broncos victory over the Saints. We'll get to No Dumb Questions here in a little bit. If you want to reach out on the Champ Mazda text line, feel free to do so. Getting some interesting comments about what it looks like with Bo Nix. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Here's one. Drafted a quarterback, number 12, to play Tebow ball. Fantastic. Can't play the Saints every week, though. I knew stuff like that was going to come. I just knew it. But okay, sometimes people just can't be happy for whatever reason. All that being said, my wife said to me last night, because she was seeing all the pregame hype about Sean Payton's connection to New Orleans, she just wasn't familiar with all of it. She really didn't know that story. And it was pretty damn obvious when they focused on what he meant to that city. Like, wow. Like, he is a hero there.
Yep.
He's not just like
he's Mike Shanahan. That's what he is. He's Mike Shanahan to New Orleans.
And he will always be a hero there for what they went through, Katrina, he can't do any wrong. He will always have that. You know what's funny? Josh McDaniels, you realize, is really loved in New England. Like, they love him. My parents think Josh McDaniels is amazing.
Seriously?
I swear to God. Because there was nothing but good things associated with him there. So they don't dwell on Bountygate in New Orleans when it comes to Sean Payton, nor does he have to prove himself like he kind of is here. It's the history books are written. So to see how loved he is and what was going on, it gave me a little bit deeper appreciation of what a big deal this really was and what this meant to him.
Yeah.
So I'm impressed. And then afterwards, I thought he was as genuine as he's ever been about what was going on, emotional to a degree, and he had a great day. I think Sean Payton had a spectacular day.
Well, he busted in on the Drew Brees luncheon right in the afternoon.
Wearing Broncos gear.
Which was funny. Listen. He
took an Uber to the stadium like 5 hours before the game just to look around and just sort of settle his nerves. Stuff like that.
Yeah, so it meant more. That's good. Well, it shows one thing. He's got a heart.
He's got a heart. He's not a soulless.
He's not a soulless whatever.
Right.
that he comes off
and he's a damn good football coach who called an exquisite game. I get it. The Saints are beat up. But still, you're looking for balance and a game plan, and you're doing what you should do.
And Sean understands what he's got, so you do have to give him credit. He understands his quarterback isn't ready to be unleashed. He understands that this dude isn't ready to throw the ball down the field. So Scott's talked about it a lot. Is it the quarterback that's holding it back? Is it the head coach that's holding it back? I tend to think it probably is the head coach, and I'm okay with that because he has come up with the game plan that's working right now. You control the football. You play great defense. If you run the ball like that, I'm telling you, the Broncos can win a lot of games.
Well, they averaged 102 yards rushing. They just pulled a stat up. We'll watch the game here, and in the middle of the second quarter, they averaged 107. In the middle of the second quarter, they had 102.
Yes, and what was it, 227, something like that? 225 for the game.
Changes the game.
35 rushes, 6.4 per. Okay. Anybody complain about not running the ball enough? I mean, if you are, really, calm down, shut up. 16 for 26 on the passes. There probably were like 4, maybe 5 really bad incompletions. Other than that, there were a couple of drops. There was one where he just spiked the ball at Javante's feet because it would have been a loss, even if he completed it.
He said pretty heads-up play because he saved the sack.
Yes, and there were a couple of they make plays too. So, but okay, the 4 or 5 bad throws were bad. I'm there with you. All that being said, you talked about the running game. Interesting moment after the game. And you go into Sean's relationships. And you're like, wow, he means a lot to that organization, that city. How much does he mean to some of ex-players? I mean, we got a handful of them on the Broncos right now. Will Lutz kicking revenge game. Alvin Kamara came up, and I guess there's lip readers out there. And according to the lip readers, Kamara said to Sean Payton, and it was a little bit of a lengthy post-game conversation, come and get me. That's what the lip readers are saying that Alvin Kamara said to Sean Payton.
Well, the lip readers are always right. So, of course, that's what he said. But would you be shocked? I wouldn't be shocked. Guys always like their coaches, especially when you have success, and especially when you get stuck in a crap situation like the Saints are. I mean, that's a team. Look, you watch the Broncos, and that's a team to me that is playing for their coach. The Saints, they're done.
Okay.
They're done. They folded tents.
Did you see the story about Max Crosby today?
No.
He got thrown out, according to Tom Pelissero of the Raiders facility, for going nuts on everybody in the facility. I think yesterday. Got thrown out, like, go home. See you later.
Okay, well, it adds up. I mean,
And
Scott
was
sent
seen
this article like 2 weeks ago that there was rumors that he wanted out. I sent an article a couple days ago that Max Crosby himself was now starting to say things like, wherever I'm playing, not just I'm here, wherever I'm playing, I'm going to bring it all. Now you add that up. Okay, the dude wants out. Cool.
Okay. Should the Broncos, we go buyers or sellers here, or nothing? Would the Broncos be better being buyers specifically with, let's start with Kamara? Because these teams are going to start dumping guys. They are. It's teams that are going nowhere, and the Saints are going nowhere. Raiders hopefully are going nowhere. Should the Broncos be buyers here, guys? Should they, let's just start with Kamara. Should they go get Alvin Kamara if they can?
I'll let you guys go because I'll be a buzzkill.
No, you won't be a buzzkill. I mean, yes or no. If it's a no, it's a no.
Look, if you can find me a reasonable trade, so of course, like to answer that question, I got to know the context. What am I giving up? And I'm not in the business of trading for running backs for sure. So no thanks on Alvin Kamara.
So
as
we're
good.
good.
As he is.
We're good with our running backs the way we have them right
I mean,
now.
what am I giving up? Am I giving up a fifth
Estimate.
rounder?
Estimate.
Okay, yeah, in a heartbeat, in a snap. Okay, I'll do it in a heartbeat. Generally speaking, trades for running backs are more or less a bad idea. I could be talked into a reasonable trade at a reasonable value for a dude that you will give a new contract to and you're committed to long term. In-season trades, more times than not, are a 1 to 2 year rental. That's not what this team should be in the business of shopping for right now.
Yeah, Kamara, and plus, how many years does Kamara have in him? He's got 9, 10, 11 years
It's
in,
deep.
right? I mean,
that's right.
That gets to the point where you're like, I don't know.
Hey, if we're good at running back, we're good at running back. Just tell me.
It's not so much about being good at running back as it is the value of trading for the running back.
You're talking about two guys, too, that your position, I mean, you're coming off the best running game you've had in 5 years probably, and now, hey, you want to trade for running back?
Hey, if we're good, we're good, man.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's a cool position to be in.
I think a young, healthy Kamara is better than anybody Denver has, but
not now.
I don't know about now. I don't
No
know if he
problem.
has the speed and everything else. I think you can get by. Now, if you can get rid of I mean, God bless Estime. He looks good, and then all of a sudden
he
the guy
can't
just
do that.
rips the ball out of his hands.
Well, yeah, and he's just – listen, man, that was bad. There weren't a lot of bad moments for the Broncos. A couple missed passes, obviously, but Estime fumbling with like 6 to go. They're trying to do something at that point. They really are, and they are. They're moving forward. You got to hold on to the ball, and that's the second time he's tossed up the cookies there. That's not good. So I'm not exactly sure. And I talked to Vic Lombardi
Watch
about
this
that.
hit right here by
I
Moss.
know. Moss took him out.
Watch this hit right here in the open field by Moss. This we got to talk about this guy. Do you need another corner? No.
Nope.
It doesn't feel like it, right?
Hey, we're set on defense. I mean, I can't think of a spot that we need defensively right now. Start locking up your own young talent and start investing in yourself. That's what the Broncos got to do. Invest in yourself.
I could see them getting a little bit more depth at corner if there's somebody interesting out there. But depth. Because you never know who's going to get hurt and
Well,
when.
didn't they just sign somebody off a practice squad at cornerback?
Tanner McAllister. Yes, Tanner McAllister.
So a depth guy right there, right?
Yes, but if the Broncos are making some sort of push and you want a mild deal, you could get that done for depth issues. you could do that. I mean, they're always working on that sort of stuff anyway. Listen, man, Dulcich is a scratch again. Kroll, maybe he's the guy, maybe not. I think there are things you could do, though, to improve the team.
It's not going to cost you an arm and a leg.
Yeah, we're not talking about something radical here. But I think it's okay to be buyers, even if it's just for depth, rather than some sort of big, huge splash. And I think it's nice that the Broncos are in this sort of position.
Well, listen, it's tough for me to say. I would never not want a Max Crosby on my team, but I think to get that guy who's still in prime, you're going to give up a lot of young guys who might be here 2 or 3 years longer than Crosby would be.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, the conversation's just a non-starter. They ain't trading him in the AFC West.
Well, let me put it this way. There was a moment the Dolphins wanted Bradley Chubb. There was a moment the Rams wanted Von Miller, where the Texans wanted Demaryius Thomas.
But again, Von Miller went to the NFC West. Mm-hmm. Bradley Chubb went to the AFC East or whatever that is.
Ain't happening. There's zero chance Max Crosby's getting traded in the AFC West.
Unless Tim Conley becomes the GM of the Raiders. then he'll trade it in division.
You know, there's big talk right now of the Browns blowing everything up and Myles Garrett being shipped out of Cleveland as they're folding their tents here real soon. You got one more week. You got like 10 days before the trade deadline. You got 10 days to sort of, hey man, make a move now or whatever. And this is where
what is it you're trying to make a move for? You got to talk to me there because I just don't know what makes sense for a trade right now.
What makes the team better? What would make the team better?
All right, you find me a tight end, it's going to make us better. What does that mean, though? Like what kind of tight end are we looking for here?
Tell me.
Because we got all kinds of depth, guys. We got depth coming out of our rear end at the tight end position. We don't have a star. You're not going to find a star tight end in the trade market. So then you go back to the positions you need depth, right? Because depth is the realistic, not a star, depth. Maybe corner. You could find me a depth at corner. Right. I feel great about our backup offensive tackles right now. I couldn't feel any better than I do right now about the backup on the offensive line. Running back, not in the market of trading for running backs, generally speaking. Wide receiver, we got depth coming out of our rear end there. We don't have stars. That's the problem we got on our team. We've got depth almost everywhere, but we don't have stars.
Well, but to quote Patrick Wall years ago, you're always a first-time coach. Everybody's a first-time coach once in a while, right? Everybody's a non-star usually, right? The NFL, I mean, I know there are certain guys that come in with rep, but you ain't a star until you are a star. How do you even know we don't have one on? I still have high hopes for Bailey.
Okay.
I think this guy is going to be – if Bo Nix is your guy at quarterback, Bailey's going to be his guy.
Hey, if we've learned anything, management wants their draft picks to work out, Scott. So he's going to get full support.
Yeah, but he was 5th round.
I think he was 6th round. I think he was even
yeah.
deeper. But those are the real, like, look how smart we are. Like, you know, you want those guys. And J.L. Skinner's contributing on special teams. Listen, man, I got to tip my cap to George Payton right now because what he's doing or what he's done has really worked out well. And who thought after taking a $53 million cap hit on Russell Wilson, remember how roundly that was criticized? You could have split that cap hit up differently.
Yep.
They took the brunt of it this year.
I don't know anybody that criticized that, though. Everybody praised that decision. Nobody was criticizing taking the brunt of it right now. That was the right thing to do, just plain and simple.
What the criticism was is that's going to limit you going after some names and free agents or whatever, which then it goes back to what you just said. You got to give Payton some credit in this. He must have liked the guys he picked.
Yeah.
And thought, hey, we'll take a year and develop them. And listen, I think these guys have gone beyond development.
All right, we'll have no dumb questions coming up. What's the fair expectation now? I'll just lean into the cliche of must win. I know it's not a literal term, but if you want to talk about must wins as I roll my eyes, you got to be Carolina here. Ain't no doubt about it because it gets real after that. It's PhD live from Joe Willie's on Broadway on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men that get in their 50s, erectile dysfunction has an impact. It gets a little worse when you're in your 60s, but even in your 30s, this thing can be a issue for anybody that's dealing with something with intimacy and relationships. And, man, if you remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, you probably just laughed it off. Happens the second time, it gets a little bit more serious. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is here when the pills or herbals fail. They have success treatment rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, helping tens of thousands of men. So get started here. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. Listen, you could be having sex the next day. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today, 720-440-7900, and have a great weekend. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, yeah, Joe Willie's on Broadway, where the second floor has stand-up comedy on Wednesdays and available for private parties. You want to have a creepy little Halloween thing. They're all decked out here. It looks awesome. Like the vibe. You get the feel, It's like
orange lights everywhere.
Dude.
You realize how easy green and red lights are going to be?
It's going to go right with the orange, one thing to another.
Yeah.
Coming up soon.
Take off the orange, make them red.
I know your house is a house of decorating.
I ain't even taking a picture this year. Yeah, no, it's a mess.
Couple little things. We got no dumb questions coming up. Jay Cutler got busted for a DUI with guns in his car after a bit of a fender bender. Did not do a sobriety test. They took him down to the station where he was put in a cell for a couple hours. Not trying to mock anybody's problems or anything, but that came up. Is that I don't know if it's even a story or not, but that did happen.
Well, that's interesting. I don't know what the gun laws are in Tennessee. It was 2 handguns. I would think Tennessee's pretty loose with their gun laws, wouldn't you, Scott?
Yeah, but you're not. Alcohol and guns do not miss. That's
right.
That's a federal standard.
Yep.
So, Cutler in a bit of trouble. See how it goes.
Yeah, I think it's a serious thing. It's lucky no one was hurt and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's why I've had an issue with Jay Cutler since he played here. I think he's a guy, and listen, I've got alcoholics all through my family, and so I feel like I'm a good. I read the weather vane rather well when it comes to that.
Yeah.
I think he's had problems, since he played here.
Mm-hmm.
And until you address them and honestly address them, they're going to maintain problems.
Nuggets last night. Real quick on the Nuggets. We'll get back to the Broncos here in a second. I'm not sure how to good. You won. Okay. Strother, you can make jump shots. Cool.
Made some shots last night.
What? Who involved in the scheduling gods allowed that to be at the same time as the Broncos?
Well,
it was supposed to be tonight.
It was. It got rescheduled because of the
both
links.
Teams wanted because the links is in, and now you got an extra day before your season opener a week from yesterday.
Yeah, the Timberwolves played
nobody.
It was their JV team. So Murray shot well. Strother shot well. I mean, the Nuggets played everybody. They played everybody in this game because
I don't know.
Okay.
I've always wanted to be a head coach in the NBA, and I've never been given the opportunity. I don't know. I do not know.
Early statement. We're coming out rock and roll, boys.
Well, Malone has traditionally played his starters in the final preseason game. There is a large break. The first game is until the 24th.
Right.
So you do all this stuff, and I don't know. Preseason to me is confounding. I don't really get it. I'm not sure what the purpose is. I was happy to see Julian Strother make some shots, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
So a young guy getting his confidence going, I think that's good. I think Jamal was funny afterwards. He gave it kind of the whole yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Hey, Strother he's got a chance now. It seems like he's got a chance. He shoots well. He drives well.
Chance for what?
To be a pretty big part of things. I mean,
is he your sixth man?
I'd ask Scott. To me, it seems like a no-brainer as things stand right now.
Is he a starter?
No, I don't think they'll go that way early.
Not early, but possibly.
Although you scored 136 and won a game, so I'm not sure defense was a big part of that.
There's
game
been
plan.
no defense in the preseason.
Yeah. I think you stick right now with Christian Brown, who had 11. I think you'd be happy if you can get 11 from Christian every night, 11 to 14 every night. I think.
Sure. I mean, listen, you're trying to replace KCP,
right?
So you want 3. If you got 3 threes from KCP, who was a very good shooter, it always felt like that's awesome.
Don't you wish Michael Porter Jr. had some of Julian Strother's qualities?
Michael Porter Jr. had a good game last night.
Well, I'm not saying anything about him, but what I am saying is I love the way that Julian will attack the basket and he shoots the threes. I wish that Michael Porter Jr. had some of that in him.
Well, you'd been happy with last night at least because he had 8 rebounds. He only took 1 3-pointer, and he was 7 of 9 from the field. Michael Porter was doing something a little bit different last night.
Right.
But again, it's preseason. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know who the Nuggets are going to be. I do have more faith that the Nuggets are just going to be more I don't know what the Avalanche are. How about this one for a little bit of a hot take? Are the Avalanche the New Orleans Saints of the NHL right now?
Oh, just banged up so bad.
You don't recognize them?
That's right now, maybe.
But what do you like? That the problem with that, especially when we're talking about the Avalanche here, is it's like, okay, well, it's easy to discount the early problems, but what are the solutions? What
do you think the Saints think the solutions
Well,
are?
yeah, no, it's fair comparison. I understand the comparison totally.
You're in trouble.
But I'm looking at the Avalanche, and I'm like, how do you solve the problems? What do you do?
You don't. You've got to – I don't know. There's no easy solution. You got to suck it up, and you're giving up 4 goals a game no matter what. In fact – the Avs have the worst goal differential in the league right now at -12. That sucks.
That sucks.
And they've allowed the most goals as well.
Well, the first 2 games, and maybe in the first 3, but the first 2 games that I watched, that's on the goaltender. The last game against Boston, I'm not putting on the goaltender, but it was a lax defense, and I think they work hand in hand a little bit.
Sure, no doubt about it.
So I don't know how that improves until they get better defensively in front of the net. Does that mean not leaking out? Does that mean not pressing on the offensive zone as deep? I don't know. I think if you tried to make some of their defensemen just defensemen, I think you change who you are as a team and your philosophy.
Well, tonight it's the Anaheim Mighty Ducks at Ball Arena. That gets going in a few hours.
Get health game. The Get Healthy game?
The Ducks have a winning record so far. I mean, they're not a terrible team. They're not like but like, who would be a terrible team compared to the Avalanche right now?
If the Avs
who is it?
Here, I'll start your no dumb question. If the Avs lose tonight, is it time to panic this early in the season?
Well, we have a fancy little intro, so let's just get right to it.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place. I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Yeah, thank you to Old Chicago. We love you, Old Chicago. Oldchicago.com for your closest Old Chicago. All right, Scotty, what's the question?
Well, the no dumb question is, if the Avs find a way to lose tonight against Anaheim, is it time to panic? 5 games in.
What does panic look like?
Ah! No.
And everybody now just change the channel. That was real. Like, how do you do that high pitch? That's actually impressive.
I don't know, my daughter makes fun of me because
that was a riot.
Get hive.
It's not good. You're 0-5. There's only 2 teams. Thank God the Predators lost last night because they also have 0 points. It's just them and the Avs in the entire NHL that have 0 points so far. 2 teams, bro.
Yep.
So you're telling me they go again? I don't know when the Predators play
everywhere
again.
to go up.
I guess I'm going to be concerned until somebody can give me a solution how you solve the problems. I mean, it's so early on in the season. It's like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're good.
I think you've got to have, right now, a spectacular game by your goaltender. And he wasn't really the problem, but he didn't, stand on his head.
He hasn't won you a game
He's
either.
been plenty of a problem, though.
Well, I mean, we got 4 games. In the first 2 games, he got pulled. So, yes. The last loss against the Bruins, Bednar said nope, he wasn't the issue.
He wasn't the issue.
And against, Columbus, he wasn't the issue. But Bednar said it was like one of the worst games he's ever seen in his life from the team. I think it's complicated, bro. I don't know where the real solution is with this team. Something big has got to happen from somebody.
Well, you'll start to see if the panic button is made. I don't even know if the panic button is made, but all of a sudden a deal that you would have done maybe in December is done all of a sudden in October, November. I've said for a long time, and I know Andy's been the same way, I'm not sure if they're physical enough on either front end. But once again, no Landeskog, no Nichushkin. I mean, and those are 2 physical offensive forwards. Other than Manson, who's your physical presence on the backside? There really hadn't been any of that either. So I don't know if that's the simple answer, Tyler. Get more physical on the defensive side of the ice. But I don't know if they've got that ability right now.
I don't know either. And it does feel different from going to a losing streak in the middle of the season when you've given yourself some breathing room and just starting this way.
Yeah.
Like where does it end?
You know what you are right now? You're that dude in Atlanta for the Braves that lets everybody start the blur or whatever his nickname is.
Yes.
Everybody gets a big old head start, and he catches them at the end. The freeze.
The freeze.
Yeah, right now the Avalanche are the freeze. That's who they are. They're letting everybody get out in front of them.
All right, well, hey, man, it's tonight at Ball Arena, and you can hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5, pregame at 6:30. Connor with the call at 7.
All right, I got a no-dumb question for Scott. A little bit earlier, I was given a little bit of positivity on Bo Nix, and I see some things I can take away that is positive from this thing. I feel like I'm pretty realistic on Bo. I really do. What we got ain't good enough. It ain't good enough. But I am seeing some things that I'm hopeful, and I feel – not just hopeful, like I actually believe you can turn it into a workable product. Do you not see anything that you think is positive out of this quarterback yet?
What have I said that would lend you to think that I don't see anything positive?
Well, you got really irritated when I tried to.
No, I get irritated when you got. Yeah, I see this. I don't need Moby Dick. Boom, it's a conversation. So here's what I see positive. Dude's legs are great. And you said it a while ago, better than we thought coming in. But I also think he's counting on his legs right now more because we're watching it again right here. And there's times he looks at, and all of a sudden he's ready to start moving, and I think he's moving too soon. But the legs are better than I thought he was.
You know, Bo is sneaky effective here, okay? Like, we're watching the beginning of the second half. The Broncos lost the toss. The Saints deferred. So it sets up that whole, score at the end of the half, get the ball, that sort of thing. Well, you can mitigate that if you can score as the Broncos did, if you can manage that 2-minute sort of deal. In fact, it was one of the weirder moments of the game, if you remember that, because the Broncos scored that field goal with 10 seconds left. The Saints were calling timeout.
Why?
Yeah, they called a timeout to kneel on the ball.
To take a knee, yeah.
And then Dennis Allen coming out referenced how much that hurt, that they lost that advantage. That's why you defer, because they couldn't get him off the field and they couldn't do anything with it. It just showed to me this is a dysfunctional team here, the Saints. Nothing's going their way. But you do have to have a team that manages that situation, even if it's just for a field goal, to mitigate what the other team can do on the positive end of things. And, yes, it wasn't spectacular from Nix, but he did engineer it. He got it done. No interceptions, no sacks, again.
Well, I guess if I'm really digging deep, trying to figure out where the positivity for me is coming from, because it actually has been unusual because I've been very critical of Bo Nix. I guess maybe it's a bigger belief in a coach and a system that has kind of got it worked out to cover the blemishes of his quarterback. And that's not a long-term solution, but it's a good sign in the short term that you've got a coach that can manage that. And then in the long term, Bo Nix has to take it up a degree.
I have a fun no-dumb question on the Shot Moss text line. Was Scott Hastings better than Vlatko Konchar?
Yes.
Okay. Why? Oh, self-evident?
Ugh.
Okay. Are you insulted by even the question being asked?
No, listen. If you're just going to look at my stats, no, stat-wise probably wasn't, but I don't know.
Okay.
I'll put my college stats up against his.
What Slovenian college did he go to?
I don't know if he actually got to go to one or not.
Okay, so yeah. I'm better than Vlatko.
I was a more physical player, better rebounder. I'm just doing a pro. Better, probably a defensive player.
Okay. Does Vlatko play in the league as long as you did?
Oh, gosh, I think he's already got 5 years.
He's got to be in there, right? Meaning, is he one of those guys, big guy, can shoot, he kind of stays in the league for a decade?
I was a shooter scorer in college, and when I came in the NBA, shooters at 6'10" weren't really loud unless your name was Larry Bird.
Right.
And really, he was the only one, if you go back and look at that.
Who famously would not reference himself as 6'10", would always say he was 6'9", because there was this whole thing about 6'10" and above not shooters.
You're not shooters.
But Bird really was more like 6'10 than 6'9".
He was
right?
my size, yeah.
Right.
But I found out for me to stay in the league, I had to find something they wanted me to do and try to be the best at it, and that was being as physical as I possibly could.
Another quick, no dumb question. Is it acceptable to fist bump someone coming out of the restroom at an event?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we're all dirty. By the way, are you going into the restroom as they're coming out?
Is it
Because if you're going in, aren't you about to wash your hands anyways?
Fair. It's about to get dirtier, I suppose, if you're walking in, right? Like it's.
I mean, what's the big deal? You're about to wash your hands.
Right. Don't go to your mouth between the time you fist bump somebody walking into the bathroom, you going to the bathroom and washing your hands. Should have some self-discipline on that one, right?
Why do you have to wash your hands anyways if you don't pee on your hand? I mean, that's the real question.
That's a good no dumb
I mean,
question.
if I wash my hands once or twice a day anyways, like when I'm
Good
at
enough?
the sink brushing my teeth, whatever. If I'm going to the bathroom and I don't pee on myself, why am I supposed to wash my hands?
You sure you didn't pee on yourself?
Pretty positive.
You didn't get a little splash at some point? There's not a little...
I know when I get I've gotten pee on my hand before. Sure, we've all gotten pee on our hand, but I know when I get pee on my hand.
But when you unleash the Kraken, there's nothing touching down there.
I mean, every now and then you get a little splash on your shin if you're in the urinal, but you don't ever wash your shin after you get a splash.
Your shins.
I mean, you get a splash of pee on your shin. Are you ever sticking your shin up in the sink and washing that off?
I want you to do that next time that happens.
Yeah,
that would be hilarious.
Shin bumping.
No dumb question.
Yes.
Have either of you A, done it, or B, at least been tempted to do it, to go pure on little boy like you used to be a kid?
I was double dared in an NFL
What, put
game.
the pants down to your ankles
Yep.
at the urinal?
I was double dared. I
Are
pulled it off, and I did it. There was
Where?
hundreds of people in the audience.
I love that.
Yep.
I don't know.
I would never do that in a million years.
But does not it feel
I did
great?
it. Matter of fact, I turned around loud and proud and in charge and turned around giving high fives.
Have you never not gone to the bathroom at home naked and how good it feels just to stand up there free?
Did that about 6 times last night.
So again, wouldn't that be great?
I really thought I had it done after the 3rd time. I was like, I think I got this covered. No, 3 more times. to
Beers
come.
or soda last night?
I might have had a beer and a half or so.
I find if I drink too many Diet Cokes, I'm going to go.
Dude, it was like, just let it flow. All right, hands on the hips when at the urinal. You ever see that guy?
Oh, yeah.
Hands on the hips guy?
Pants up or down?
Oh, hands
Dude,
on the hip.
but
if you're at a trough, hands on the hip is pretty liberating. I mean, because it doesn't matter. Just let that sucker go.
That would be.
It's like a wild fire hose that just it's just like go wherever, man.
You realize for me, hands on the hip at a urinal would be the equivalent of me being able to dunk a basketball on a 10-foot rim. It would be the most awesome moment of my life. That's never going to happen.
They got those low urinals you can use.
Yeah, they got the kids ones.
You got
That's not the issue.
Oh.
Okay, it's
But
PH,
hold on.
yes.
Is there anything better than a trough? Pants to the ankles.
Dude.
Hands on the hip.
That would be pretty solid.
And the best urinal in the history of mankind that I've ever seen, University of Washington, they have
a wall.
It's just a wall.
Pee wall.
A pee
Guys,
wall.
what?
Yeah.
It's a pee
What?
wall.
It's got a little just slanted drain at the
Get
bottom.
outta here.
You just pee against the wall, and
You
it
just
just
pee against the
just
wall.
it all just drains
Are you
down.
kidding
A
me?
little waterfalls coming down the wall.
Yeah, pee wall.
Ceramic wall.
Those
Are you
those
kidding
aren't
me?
that uncommon. You'll
have
find those
never
around.
Where?
You've never been in a pee wall?
I have never seen
College
a pee wall.
football stadiums. Yeah.
I've seen the
Pee wall.
trough. I have
No.
never seen a pee wall.
It's just a pee wall. You just pee right up against the wall.
Where we got one of those locally? Tell me.
303-504-0925.
Tell me where it is.
Where have you used a pee wall?
Okay. I've never
Well,
seen it.
they've got pee wall urinals that are very, very similar. Certainly, you've seen one of those. It's a urinal, but it goes all the way to the floor.
Yes. Yes.
It's the same idea, except for it's just a wall with one
Except
giant
it's not
drain.
encapsulated, and it's just a wall.
No, I get the idea. I just never seen it.
A guy at the bar. I guarantee. Hey, sirs at the bar.
Where?
Have you ever seen a pee wall at an arena or anything?
No. There's always something to catch it.
Have you ever seen a pee wall?
No. You guys are saying this like this
People
is
are saying Air Force has a pee wall.
I think they do.
Yeah. Text line saying Air Force has got the
Jesse, are you there tomorrow?
Check in with us on Monday.
Will you take a video?
Hey, somebody take a photo of you with your pants down,
Well, hold
hands
on.
on the
We don't
hip.
need it like that, but just a little proof of the P-Wall at Air Force.
No, I want proof of the pants down.
I want the ankle pants, hands on the hip P-Wall.
So I got to go to the Air Force for a P-Wall?
It's pretty liberating.
Have you ever not gone to a game down there?
I have, but I didn't notice that. All right, I didn't go. I had free tickets, but I mean, it's like, really? I spent enough time.
They probably
in
have
Colorado
real ones up
Springs.
in the press box.
All right, 303-504-0925.
There's a P-Wall at Red Rocks.
There is?
That's what text line's saying.
No. There's not a P-Wall. The lower bathroom is just a big trough. There's a trough down there.
I've seen troughs. Troughs
Yeah.
I got.
We're talking a wall with a drain on the floor.
I've seen the urinals against the wall that go down the floor. That ain't a pee wall.
No.
You're talking a flat-out wall.
It's just a wall.
It's into UW when I first saw it.
That's
it's basically
insane
a tiled wall.
Pee against the wall.
Yeah, and there's a bar that goes way across. The slow stream of water comes down the wall.
Never seen it.
You pee right on the wall.
I went to a bar in Tempe, Arizona one time that had little targets on the P wall.
Ooh,
there's on the text line. There's an oyster bar restaurant in Tempe.
Oh, is that the one?
I don't know. I mean,
no. This was not an oyster, but this was like
incredible.
this is like a grunge bar. Yeah.
Well, you sure they just didn't lose the toilet at a grunge bar?
Well, maybe.
That's the best they got.
P-wall, or P-targets in the urinal. Which one's better?
Those are fun. That's a whole different deal. All right, good enough. We'll get to your answers. A great game from the Broncos. PhD live from Joe Willie's on Broadway on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Love Premier. They are the absolute best. And tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m., it's the Premier Heating and Air Show, hosted by yours truly with my guys Reed and Tom, as we talk about heating and air and sports and have a great time. You can hear that right at 92.5 at 7:30 or wherever we have, that digital stuff. That's fine. Great deals going on with Premier. And listen, their phones are ringing. You get it with the turn of the weather. Let's go. Premier special $49 furnace tune-up is on. They're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and a gift card up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. That's 720-547-8009, 720-547-8009. You can visit PremierAirColorado.com. Throw my name, DMAC, in for exclusive offers. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Hey, it's C-Mac for my great friends at Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Founded in Boulder in 1976. They got the 3-for deal going on right now. For under $11, you get a 3-course meal, absolute deliciousness, dessert, the salad, and the pizza, signature burger, whatever you want. It's Old Chicago. So you're thinking about watching one of the millions of games going on. Well, Old Chicago's got you covered. And while you're there, if you're a beer lover, you're going to love this. It's a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your neighborhood Old Chicago. 110 local and legendary beers at your disposal. So take the tour and earn rewards along the way, like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks for you to use on your next visit. It's incredible. The unbelievable lunch combo, that goes for $9.99. The scratch-made crust is incredibly delicious. So listen, this is a no-brainer when it comes to delicious food, delicious drink. This weekend, go to Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. Sorry about that. I was just talking to Scott's brilliant daughter. The warden's here, too, bringing us cupcakes. Victory Friday.
Victory Friday cupcakes.
That was awesome.
Tyler, green or white?
Chubby loves
I want vanilla, so I'll go vanilla on vanilla there.
That'd be white.
Oh, in the middle.
Well, there's chocolate ones also.
There's chocolate vanilla, yeah.
Goodness, delicious. I am just so impressed by the school system, Scott.
I think that's a little bit why they show up. So T-Mac hasn't had, at least for a week or two,
I haven't said anything.
The school riff.
I do not know how you parents do it. You know what? My respect to all the moms and dads out there that have to deal with you guys. Tyler, I don't know how you do it.
Just abandon them.
That is though tough though. Also, they have 3 or 4.
I'm not joking, but good for you guys.
Well, you know what's even worse? At least this is planned, so you could try to.
Figure it out.
I think as a parent, you got to figure your schedule out. But how about those snow days? All of a sudden, you wake up, we canceled, and work hasn't canceled.
No, the worst are the cold days, not just snow days, but
Exactly.
cold days.
Right.
We can't. How dare you stand at the bus stop when it's 15 degrees out?
If it's one of your weeks where you get a bus.
Yeah, that's right.
If you're lucky enough
I'm on an every other week bus schedule with my kids.
How do you do that? How does that work out?
My life is busy. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Holy cow. All right, as we're live here from Joe Willie's, and we love being here. They have special events upstairs. Let's take a quick break. We get back, and we really dig into this Broncos game. Big question of the day, what's next? We'll get to that next. Live from Joe Willie's, it's PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's C-Mac from Mike Maroney Ford, Longmont. All right, I've got the best thing for you. Something tough and ready to rock and roll. That is Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont. 3rd and Alpine, they've got your back. They've got brand new Ford F-150s being sold with their lowest prices of the year. Truck month is back and bigger than ever. Slap on those bike racks. I'm thinking skiing today, that's for sure. Let's go. Cannot wait. They're blowing snow up there at Loveland. Getting up in the mountains, cannot wait to do it with a brand new Ford F-150. I mean, come on, man. That is amazing. Payments lower than you can even imagine. And Maroney means more. They prove it with their 3-day money-back guarantee. With free delivery anywhere in Colorado, from Denver to Durango, from Loveland to Loveland, they'll bring that truck or any vehicle you purchase right to you. So reserve your truck now at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Hurry in, 3rd and Alpine, right there in Longmont. See my pals at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Tell them your buddy D-Max sent you.
First and goal, halfway through the second quarter. Wide open. Yeah, Javonte Williams for the touchdown. Goes in untouched. So they complete that drive. 8 plays, 5 on the ground. 8-yard touchdown here. Took 4:44, and they're up by 2 scores. Kickers 50 to 59 are hitting 3/4 of their attempts, and here's another one.
Dialed in back home in New Orleans.
52-yard field goal is good. He has 3 field goals tonight. So a Hill first and goal. 75 rushing yards for Nix tonight. Gives it to Williams, and he burrows his way in for the touchdown. So the Denver Broncos, 69 yards, 5 plays, 4 of them on the ground. And the Bronco faithful are happy. 2nd and 10, look out. And is that going to be a fumble, which is taken by Barton in the air? There's no whistle yet. And Barton, what a night this guy's having. Jaquan McMillan is the guy who hits Rattler as the ball is being released, and for the moment, ruled a touchdown. And that takes us to the 40-second mark, which means no more play is necessary. So Sean Payton comes back 15 years as the Saints head coach. Comes over with his man, Dennis Allen, who was his assistant for 12 years. 2 different tenures. Mike Westhoff also coming over to shake his hand as well. And the Denver Broncos are above 500.
The big question of the day is, what did we learn about the Broncos last night that we either didn't know or we weren't sure about? Tyler.
Well, that's an interesting way of putting it. What did I learn that I didn't know?
Or you weren't sure about?
I'm not sure okay, if there's one thing, I think this team really likes Sean Payton, and that's my takeaway from the game. That maybe over time you get confused because whatever your personal opinion of the guy is, I do think the team likes their head coach a lot. In terms of like major takeaways, I learned of X's and O's. We knew the defense was damn good, right? Nothing new there. We knew the quarterback was average at best. Nothing new there. So I'm not sure what I learned new, but I do think the team likes their coach a lot.
I learned they're not bottom feeders.
Okay.
Because there are bottom feeders in this league right now. You may have a chance to play another bottom feeder next week. Which
you definitely are.
By the way, in case you guys forgot, Josie Jewell plays for Carolina. So
that's right.
Good for Josie Jewell. Hopefully he's happy with his money.
Yeah. Maybe out this week with a hamstring. But anyway.
Okay. Didn't catch that. That's good.
New Orleans is a bottom feeder.
As the Raiders were, so they've handled their business twice against bottom feeders.
So Denver is not a bottom feeder.
They are not a bottom feeder.
Which is good and bad. Good because I'm tired of being bottom feeder. We've been bottom feeders for too many years.
Sure have, man. We've had those moments that the Saints are going through. We know what it's like.
Go ask Miami,
Sure.
last year, right?
That's right.
But that's also bad in the sense that we're probably going to get a 15, 16, 18, 20 pick next year.
Okay.
And it sure would be nice to get a nice.
Ain't going to be Travis Hunter walking through that door.
Yeah, Travis Hunter ain't coming here.
Sure isn't.
Well, that's a fair point, and you also need to keep that in context of anything with trades, right? This is the first time in years that the Broncos got a full cabinet of draft picks. We want to get rid of those in the trade market right now, or are we going to value those things?
Okay.
Yeah, it's got to be a game changer to get rid of anything.
I think it depends what you think of the team. What I learned about them, they're a playoff-worthy team this year. Didn't think that was going to happen. Didn't think that was.
You think they're playoff-worthy for sure?
I think they can get 10 wins.
Ooh.
I do. I think Carolina's 1. I think Cleveland's 2. Then you got to figure out 4 more wins after that. I think the Raiders are 3. We got to find 3 wins after that. All right, it gets a little dicey from that moment on.
It gets tough.
Gets tough because it's Kansas City twice, the Chargers another time. You got, just off the top of my head, you got Atlanta.
The Bengals in there, right?
Are the Bengals in there?
I thought so.
Atlanta's definitely in there, as are the Ravens. So you got 3 that are just probably relatively easy, making this Sunday, a must-win sort of deal.
So if you got
but nobody had them beating Tampa on the road. And the Jets were kind of like, I don't think
so.
that can
Okay,
happen.
all right. I'm glad you said that. So you feel like playoffs are realistic. All right, fine.
Yes.
I would slightly disagree in terms of like feeling like a guarantee. But if you feel like playoffs are realistic, I understand the temptation to be like, let's go get help. Let's get help. We can make the playoffs right here. Is this team got championship aspirations this year? Hell no. And I think even you would say that.
You get to the playoffs, crazy things can happen.
Okay, I'm going to say hell no.
Teams can get hurt. Look what happened to the Niners. They had no quarterbacks.
All right, are you saying it or do you believe it? Are you saying it or do you believe it?
I don't believe that you get lucky because you can't predict luck. But once you get to the playoffs, literally anything can happen.
Do you believe it's a championship level team?
Let me be careful here. I think this defense is as good of a defense that exists in the NFL right now. So can defense win championships? Not a lot, but every now and then. So if you have a defense that's as good as anybody, you got a shot to literally beat anybody. Do I think they're the best team? No. And especially because this team seems predicated on quarterbacks, and we're having a conversation as Bo Nix, a new version of Tim Tebow. So clearly he's not Patrick Mahomes, and we have a dynasty down the road. But I like their chances against anybody to keep things close, and their 3 losses have been by 1 score.
Okay, if I'm
I don't think
still
you
not
have to-
quite sure what they have to, but it's fine. Okay,
Well, you don't have to win a championship to improve your team to give yourself a better chance.
I got that right. If you think this team has a fighting chance of making it to a championship game this year, then sure, go all in. This team, in my opinion, ain't even close to being ready to compete for a championship. So you got to stay. You got to stick to the plan. We're in a rebuilding era. That's what it is. They're doing it well. They got rid of guys that we loved that probably could contribute at a high level on this team. Samaje Perine would be playing. Tim Patrick would be playing because they're rebuilding. If you're a rebuilding football team, hey, take whatever you get this year as positive. It's all gravy. It was cherry on top. But I ain't thinking anything about championships this year, so I'm loving the draft picks we've got and the chance to actually rebuild in the right way.
Yeah, Eddie Sutton, you say winning the NCAA, you got to be able to get there, and then there takes a whole lot of luck to win it. I would say, listen, we saw Super Bowl 48, and no one's surprised the Bronco team went to the Super Bowl that year. That offense was
definitely not. They should have gone there the year before.
You know what that offense was? Pew, pew, pew,
that
pew.
was a laser show.
That was a laser
Ain't
show.
no doubt about it. Averaged 39 points a game.
But almost in Super Bowl 50, I think it was a surprise to a lot of people with that offense the way it rolled that year that they were able to get to the Super Bowl. So you got to have a little bit of luck. This isn't a championship team. I don't even think it's a playoff team.
No, really?
Not yet, no.
What's missing?
The ability to fight back through adversity.
Yeah. A quarterback that can lead you back. And I think you just got to have a player or two. And I don't think the special player has popped his head up yet. I'm hoping this year we find out that you do have a quarterback and that you do have a guy on the horizon that's going to be a special, a big-time player for you down the front, whether it's Javonte as a running back or it's Vele as a wide receiver, whatever. That someone, Franklin, who knows? Franklin's all of a sudden reared his head up in the last couple of games as far as, being active,
I'm laughing at the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person. I don't think we learned anything about the Broncos last night. Literally nothing. That to me is wild to see that. We said they should smoke the Saints. We're talking about on the road, and they did. You didn't learn that the Broncos could at least rise to the expectations that are reasonable based on your opponent? Is it really lost on people that they were the Saints? Like last year in week whatever against the Dolphins?
But here's where I caution you.
Really?
Because you've done this before this year. You're super high when you get a win against, listen, New Orleans is a bad team.
Yep.
Right
okay,
now,
and you made them look like that.
But how'd you do? I wouldn't say, I don't know what you think. I don't think the Chargers are like a super great team. That's not a championship team
Okay,
either.
then why didn't that game go in the same direction that last night went? And I get it, because were they playing incredible defense, or were they playing prevent defense in the fourth quarter? What were they doing? What were the Broncos doing defensively?
The Broncos or the Chargers?
the Broncos last night in the fourth quarter with a massive lead, which is the same thing the Chargers had the week before that came down to a little onside kick in a one-score game.
Broncos were playing ball. I mean, they kept the attack mode on.
Okay.
Or put the attack mode on.
Yeah.
They did not allow the Saints to have a breath, right?
Correct.
Do you think the Chargers were just allowing the Broncos?
Yes. That's exactly what I think the Chargers were doing.
Like Jim Harbaugh was like, hey, why don't we let him score a couple touchdowns? Let's make it easy for him.
Jim Harbaugh went into a bend but don't break mode. Prevent's probably not entirely fair. That's probably not an entirely fair description of the defense they were playing, but they went into a don't let anything bad mode on defense. And absolutely, it was a radically different style of play calling defensively than what the Broncos just did against the Saints.
All right, I take some heart that the Broncos did fight back, although they fell short. They didn't get destroyed by the Chargers, even though they were getting destroyed. They showed some resilience and some heart. And you know what was cool? They took that momentum, and when Bo Nix said after the game against the Chargers, I wish we could practice tonight. That's how they played last night. Again, okay, fine, against a lousy team, but at least they did it. They put their foot on their throat. They did not let off, aside from Estime fumbling and then a really meaningless last drive unless you had the over, which I think Al Michaels did. So to me, to learn nothing. I'm looking at this text here. I learned nothing. You didn't learn about resiliency or how they would fight for their coach.
I gotta push back a little bit, and I'll agree with you on the coach thing. I like that, and so that's something. What did you learn new about the football team?
That they will fight for their coach and they'll play together as a unit, and they show an urgency and an energy on a short week. That was a night where New Orleans was celebrating Drew Brees and had a lot to play for.
Did you learn anything new about the quarterback?
I learned that the guy doesn't give up. I think he's tough. I think he's willing to put himself on the line, and he'll get better.
Did you learn anything new about the defense?
I learned that Riley Moss is the truth.
You knew that.
I didn't know that. I'm learning more about Riley Moss all the time. I learned that, hey, Damari Mathis is back. Good to see it. Baron Browning can play again. I mean, there's little things. It's not huge things. But I learned that, what I think about them is coming true.
I mean, I think we knew our defense was a bunch of ballers. I think we knew that Riley Moss was a baller. Sure, was it affirmed? Yep, it was.
Are we taking winning for granted with this team?
No, but if we're asking what we learned new, it's a different question. Man, that was a cool win. That was a cool win. And to be right now in a competitive situation is flat out exciting for the Denver Broncos. I did not learn anything new about the team per se.
I'll tell you what their defense was. The defense was like a little kid. You said, hey, we got steak out there if you want to go get some.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the plate of hot dogs is over there by himself. No one's touching it because they said, we got steak. That's how that defense plays. Yeah, I mean, they played a crap team. And they did exactly what they did. That to me, and I say as a compliment, you ain't a bottom feeder. So now who are you? Now we get to define who you are. You got to win Carolina next week.
Got to beat Carolina next week.
And now
absolutely,
you're staring at 5-3, and then the bye. Is it the bye?
No. It feels it's the trade deadline. Their bye is until week 14.
Oh, okay. Well, then after next week, and then you've got Baltimore, Kansas City, and back-to-back.
Correct.
Do you have to win one of those two games?
No.
I mean, if you're a playoff
team,
you
do not. But you would need to beat the Falcons after those two games. You would need to have of those next three games, you got to win one of them.
But if you're a playoff team, don't you have to beat either Baltimore or Kansas City?
You do not. You do not. You don't. You really don't. You literally don't.
You don't have to. It would certainly make it a whole lot easier.
But if you're going to be a playoff team, you're gonna have to beat the Raiders again. You're gonna have to beat the Browns. You're gonna have to probably beat the Falcons. That's more of like you got to have that.
But don't playoff teams have to beat them? Show that you can beat a playoff team.
The Bucs are a playoff team. The Jets we're not quite sure. We'll see where that season's going. The Saints are not. And who's the other win against?
Raiders.
Help me out. Raiders are definitely not. So you've beaten one playoff team for sure. And we'll see about the Jets. Don't know. We'll see. But you've beaten one, so you have. And the Falcons, I think, are a playoff-worthy team, too.
Is it Jets Buffalo Monday night, or is it?
No, dude, it's
Sunday
Jets
night.
Pittsburgh. Jets
Sunday
Pittsburgh.
night, Jets Russell Wilson.
Jets Pittsburgh.
You want to put something on who's starting QB for Pittsburgh?
No, I do not.
Because you keep rolling your eyes at it like you're buying in the Mike Tomlin belief that he hasn't announced the starter.
I'm not betting anything on that. I just find it fun. I think it's fun that they come out today and they don't definitively announce Russell's the starter. I love chaos. I love drama. You know me. I love stuff like that. I don't predict chaos and drama. I just relish in it. I love it.
Your favorite character in Jurassic Park?
My favorite character?
Jeff Goldblum.
I was going to say the T-Rex.
Oh. I thought it'd be Jeff Goldblum.
Oh, the dinosaurs. Oh, my.
Nothing wrong could go here.
We should maybe hurry here. Let's football go coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you're probably wondering to yourself, what is actually going to help me grow my hair back? You might have spent a lot of money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Your pocketbook's getting thinner and your hair has remained thin all at the same time. So, guys, go invest in yourself with Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE. Guys, this is an incredible, groundbreaking treatment. It's a simple one-day treatment that's going to have your own natural hair start to grow back the very next day. Receding hairline, thinning hair, or bald spot, it doesn't matter. Advanced Hair's simple one-day solution is going to get you fixed up right. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire team over at Advanced Hair is the best of the best. You're going to love your experience. It's a comfortable environment, and they guarantee that your own natural hair will grow for life. That is a comforting feeling when you invest in yourself. So call today and get a free consultation. Get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR, or visit advancedhair.com.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We thank you. We love you, mountainhighappliance.com. We're live at Joe Willie's on Broadway between Arkansas and Louisiana, where they have incredible deals on buckets of beers, high noons, $4 off wings. Upstairs, you can reserve for your private event, and they have stand-up comedy on Wednesday nights. It's Joe Willie's on Broadway. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, let's football go.
All right, we'll get to the Broncos here in just a second. I got a couple of things for you guys. But since you were just talking about this, I did want to get this story out there. So you guys were just talking about how Mike Tomlin has still not named the starter for Sunday Night Football. He said he wants to keep it in-house. But here's Steelers wide receiver George Pickens 30 minutes later talking about Russell Wilson.
Have you noticed him putting in extra time this week, maybe working with you one-on-one just to try to get on the same page?
Yeah, getting on the same page after practice throwing, more than usually because, this is first start.
Antonio Brown in the locker room, George Pickens spilling the beans on Russ. And I believe I saw Najee Harris also let it slip that Russ is probably starting on Sunday.
And?
Okay. I mean, this is the foolishness.
I guess the and is does D-Mac believe it or not?
Yeah, I mean, I believe it. I think it's, silly. I think it's dumb playing games like this. I mean, you got to tell the whole team, I guess, to keep your mouth shut.
What's the advantage of announcing it?
Confidence in the team. Like, here we go. We're not afraid of anybody. We're not afraid of you. Here's our guy. We're good. What the hell are you doing? Really?
You ever seen a leopard change his spots?
No.
Okay.
But then again, I really don't search out leopards.
Really?
Next up, Dan.
Cougar.
All right, you guys were just talking about what did we learn, if
Friday
anything,
night.
about the football team in last night's victory over the Saints. We did have a texter on the Shant Mazda text line say we learned that Javonte Williams is finally fully recovered from his leg injury from a couple of seasons ago. Would you guys agree or disagree with the texter there?
I feel good about Javonte Williams. He is strung together a handful of really good games, starting with the Jets. And although the Chargers game, he only got 6 carries. I did a deep dive on it, watched all 6 of the plays, put on the all 22, and broke it down. And there were a lot of reasons why Javonte Williams didn't have a lot of room to run in the Chargers game. He's stringing together some games now. Is Javonte Williams an elite running back? No, but he's a dang good one, and he's darn good enough that you are in no rush to try to find a replacement.
Yeah, I mean, healthy, he's good. I would tire on that. I don't know if he's special, but I think he's probably the best you have.
He's fine. I think it's disappointing what you learned, I think more than anything. It's disappointing that Audric Esme is having these struggles because that leash is not going to be long. He's not going to get that many carries in the first place.
He doesn't have any burst anyways. I mean, despite the fumbles, he just doesn't look like the dude that you saw the highlight reels coming out of Notre Dame.
He might have got big, too. But didn't he have an issue fumbling Notre Dame also?
I talked to Vic about that, who's Mr. Notre Dame, and he says no. He says he's not. I've never heard of Audric Esme before they drafted him, okay? But Vic's Mr. Notre Dame, so he said no.
He doesn't watch the games.
He doesn't?
No, he gets online afterwards, and they say, oh, look at this. It was great.
Really? That's how Vic rolls?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, whole morning show, actually.
Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton. He had an interesting stat about having the lead at halftime, how important it was for the Broncos to go into the half with the lead.
For me, I know I wasn't going to tell him that, my teams are us. We were 5-0 with the lead and 0-5 when we didn't have one. That's the last thing I wanted to mention to him. But I thought we ran the ball well, of course. Defensively, man, we had pressure. They're nicked up. And I told DA get healthy because they have a good football team, and there are a lot of their players right now weren't able to play. So, but overall, pleased with how we played.
You guys mentioned earlier, did Sean Payton make up his own stat there, or what do you guys think about that?
I think so. I mean, earlier in the week, he came out with some obscure stat that he put no numbers behind. The teams that win at halftime of a Thursday night game have a greater chance of winning than teams that win at halftime of just a regular game.
Lead at halftime, yeah. Lead at
halftime.
So was that stat for him having coached 10 Thursday night games?
I guess. That makes sense.
It turns out it was just his own personal little stat line there.
I guess it was.
Yeah, it was his team. The team. He said.
Right. Listen, man. This is Sean Payton, man. Like, he's Slim Shawnee, okay. I thought that was an interesting stat when he said it. Like,
well, we were all trying to back it up. Like, what are the numbers? What does it mean? How much of a greater percentage?
It turns out it's just him.
Yeah.
It's like kids really like Reese's Pieces at Halloween. Why? Well, that's what I give out.
I don't know if you noticed, they did come out doing no huddle again early in the game, just like they did against the Chargers. So that appears to be a thing that Sean is trying to go to kickstart his offense early on in the game. He's done 2 games in a row now.
I thought it was an advantage them having the ball first. I mean, they did nothing with the drive because he missed, some empty passes. But then again, they got the Saints.
He hit the sweet spot right in between the 2 guys.
That was quite the trick, that's for sure.
I just saw a stat. He had 100 in Bo Nix. With the 5:54 mark left in the third quarter, he had 160 yards passing. 5:54 in the third.
Yeah.
What did he end up with?
168, 164. Oh, no, actually, hold on. I got it. 164.
So he had 4 yards after the middle of the third
Okay,
quarter.
but like Estime fumbled. They were driving in that one. That was around midfield. They would have stuck.
Do you make excuses?
I don't make
for
excuses.
anybody else in the history of Colorado sports that you make here?
I just point out the truth. I mean, if that's an inconvenient truth, like you say he only had 160 yards, fine. How many passes did he have? Because he only attempted 26 passes.
Yeah, he had 8, and he was 1 for 8 for 4 yards.
8 what?
No,
Huh? What the hell are you talking about?
I just went Sean Payton.
What are you talking about?
Sean Payton.
Well, we've learned we can just make up whatever stats we want as long as all it has to do is apply to our own life.
Good enough. Next up, Dan.
All right, well, speaking of stats, let's take a look. I've seen this a lot on Twitter, and you guys can tell me if this means something or it means nothing. Let's take a look at Josh Allen's first 7 starts against Bo Nix's first 7 starts. Josh Allen, first 7 games, 52% completion percentage. Bo Nix, 61. Josh Allen, 932 passing yards. Bo Nix, 1,246.
Okay.
Josh Allen, 3 touchdowns. Bo Nix, 5 touchdowns. Josh Allen, 5 interceptions. Same for Bo at 5 interceptions. Josh
When you say
Allen,
3 touchdowns. Is that rushing, passing, combined, or
Passing?
Passing.
Bo's got 5.
Yeah, because
I don't know. What are you talking about, Dan? Is that passing or?
It's passing. So rushing yards, Josh Allen 254 with 5 rushing touchdowns. Bo Nix 255 rushing yards, 3 rushing touchdowns. Big deal, not a big deal, mean something, mean nothing.
I think it means a lot. I think there was a progression for Josh Allen to become an NFL quarterback that needed to equate to winning while you were learning. And that's what Josh Allen was doing too. As he was learning how to figure this out, they were also winning games. You were not stuck like Justin Fields with Chicago, getting pounded and developing while losing. I think you figure out ways to win, and you get better later on.
Well, that's what I started the day out with. Optimism from me regarding Bo Nix is that his athleticism isn't just better than what I thought. It is way better than what I thought. I mean, the guy is a legitimate weapon with his feet, and I think he's using his feet at appropriate times. So can he compare to Josh Allen? Well, they're polar opposites in terms of coming into the NFL. Josh Allen had terrible accuracy. Bo Nix had great accuracy. Josh Allen turned that into great accuracy. Bo Nix right now has got bad accuracy. I'm not sure if it's going to be an apples to apples, but it's fair. Someone on the text line pointed out the best comparison I've seen yet. He's somewhere in Bo Nix is somewhere in between his future of either becoming Josh Allen or Justin Fields, which D-Mac would love no matter what.
Yeah, I hope he's not Justin Fields. I don't think he has the arm of Justin Fields. I think he has the arm of either one. Listen, I'll take a Josh Allen all day long.
Oh, my God. It would be unbelievable if he was Josh Allen. I think he's kind of – I'm hoping he's kind of more like Brock Purdy, frankly, or even like a Kirk Cousins. But
I'm going with Baker Mayfield. That's my hope. I want him to be Baker Mayfield.
He runs better than Baker Mayfield.
He does, but he's grimy, right? And he'll scratch out some yards with his feet. He is more athletic than Baker. You're right.
Actually, when you think of the best running quarterbacks in the NFL right now, who'd you put up there? Lamar?
Well, Lamar's in a different category.
Right,
to me, that's a running quarterback.
All right, who else? Who else you got?
I think Fields is up there.
Fields would be up there. Who else? Nix might be right there. He may be 3 in that category in the league.
It could be. I mean, Josh Allen's up there, so I don't know.
Caleb Williams isn't that. Jaden Daniels isn't really that. Not really.
Caleb Williams is pretty damn athletic.
I'm not saying he's not athletic, but is he a runner like Bo Nix is? Is he got that sort of abilities? Caleb Williams?
I think he easily could if he wanted to.
Yeah, no, he stays in the pocket.
I do want Bo to not default to running as much as he does, but we can dial it back.
I haven't watched enough Bears games. Are they calling run plays for Caleb Williams?
I don't think so, per se.
Because that's what's going on with the Broncos. It's flat out, go, Bo. Here we go.
There was somebody on the show after us last week, and they said, might have been Cosmine or somebody, but basically said, I hope they start calling design runs for Bo Nix. I thought they did more in this game that you could actually say these were designed.
Ain't no doubt about it.
But he still will get out on his own First option not there. Boom, boom, boom. Let's find.
Sure.
Let's find
First play
to
of the
go.
game was like that.
But that's where his happy feet come in. And so he does need to dial that back. And when he dials it back, I think his feet will become more calm in the pocket.
All right, Dan, got one more?
All right, lastly, fellas, the league has never seen so many made field goal attempts from 50 or more yards, and there have been some questions about potentially narrowing the goalposts.
Yes.
However, according to sources, there have been no legitimate conversations within the league around adjusting the goalpost width. Kickers have already made 77 kicks of 50 or more yards, which is 14 more than at this point last season. Would you guys be in favor or not in favor of the league adjusting the goalpost based on the amount of long field goals we've seen this season?
I hate how impactful field goal kicking has become in the NFL, and it's no fault of the athletes doing it because guess what? They're real athletes. They figure it out. And a 50-yarder is a chip shot right now for an NFL field goal kicker. So,
Why do you hate it, though? I like it. It's more points. It makes it more feasible every single time to score. Get me past the 50-yard line, and I can get 3 points. Don't we like points?
I don't like them that easy, and I'd rather see real football. I'll give you a radical idea that they'll never go for. You're not allowed to kick a field goal unless you're inside the 40-yard line. How about that one? And you'd force teams to go for it on fourth down or punt, and you wouldn't get all those, field goal sort of attempts.
But what's wrong with it? What's wrong with points?
Nothing's necessarily wrong with points, but I like real football rather than this kicking stuff. Dan's pointing out.
Real football's done at that point, though. By the time you kick the field goal, the real football's over.
It's too easy to get points sometimes. You got to get to, the 37-yard line, and it's like an automatic 3 points or well over 80% or something like that. I don't know, man. That feels too easy to me. It doesn't feel like you're working hard enough to get it. College is different. Who knows where the ball's going in college football, okay?
So last night's game's 21-7 without field goals. You okay with that?
I didn't say no field goals, but if you want to make it more difficult to score them, I think narrowing the goalpost is actually a no-brainer.
Whoever's complaining about field goals right now, find something else to complain about. What in the world is the problem with scoring points?
That's not even the story.
The story.
Let me back up. They're saying it's just too easy to make these longer field goals.
Right.
Should it be more of a challenge by narrowing the goalposts? I say yes.
I say no. I like points.
Yeah, no.
But you want to go to Canada where you just have to kick it through the end zone and you get 1 point? That is the kookiest
that's
rule.
Not what I'm saying, but
well, it's more points.
Well, you could be the new what was that guy that did CBS college basketball for all them years? Said the NBA athletes are too good. They ought to raise the goal to 11 foot.
Who said that?
Oh, the guy that
not Bill Raftery. Bill Raftery, no.
The guy before him.
The short ball guy.
Yeah.
Did he really say? Oh, what is his name? Gosh darn it! He did it for years.
He wanted to spread the court, made the courts bigger, and raise the goals to 11 foot. But
okay.
What we're doing is we're penalizing athletes for becoming athletes.
Right. We are, yes.
And so the game is the game. They talk about that in the NHL now. They're tired of the NHL. The game. There's too many great athletes. Why we play on this little rink? We need to go to the Olympic-style rink.
I would be all for that.
I'm all for that now too. That'd be great too. But you go tell somebody, hey, by the way, that new $500 million building you just built,
rip it up.
Yeah, it's no good.
Go ahead, make $10 million worth of improvements.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't fit a rink anymore. Listen, man, that's an interesting stat, Dan. I'm for less kicking in the game, period. But
that's just not going to get rid of kicking, though.
Make it harder.
I think tie games, you ought to have a field goal shootout.
Hell yeah, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah.
You get to overtime.
Yep.
Overtime, let's just keep backing up 5 yards at a time.
Start at the 40, then the 45, then 50.
How did I become the tough football guy here? How did I become the guy?
You're just finding something to be mad about.
Now, if you want to do something, I'll help you on the kicking game.
What?
No punting.
No punting?
No punting.
Punting's interesting.
You got to go
punting
for it.
would be far more interesting than what he's saying.
Yeah, now you got to go for it on 4
exactly.
downs. And now if you're,
all right, I'm listening to you.
Now, instead of a punt, you don't get on 4th down, move the ball back up to the opposite 40 or whatever, or if it's inside the 40, wherever it is.
Just get rid of punting.
No punting.
You know what? I wouldn't object to that. I would not.
Broncos are really going to suck at football if you do that.
I would not object to no punting.
How the hell are the Broncos going to win a game? No field position battle? We in trouble with those rules.
It ain't like their punter switches the fields that often anyway.
Well, have you noticed between the 40s, 4th and 2 or 3, teams are automatically going for it?
Except for Sean Payton on 4th and 1 on the 9-yard line.
Well, I'm right. I'm saying between the 40s.
You know what? I'm glad. Kick a field goal there.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was real exciting. All right, thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. We're live at Joe Willie's on Broadway. I've got the Broncos schedule. Let's go through it, man, because if the question is, are they a playoff team, really, let's honestly go through it and see where they're at. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, I got great news for you. Go to Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the car, truck, van, SUV of your dreams, and you're going to get a great price, the best price at Phil Long Ford. I love relationships. I value relationships in my life, and that's why I've been going over to Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL, the only car dealership that I'll deal with because I know them, I love them, and I trust them. And you're going to build a long-term relationship when you go there as well. Guys, they treat you differently at Phil Long Ford. They respect your time. They get you in. They get you out. You'll get the best price because that's just what happens at Phil Long Ford. And you will find that vehicle of your dreams because the inventory is stronger than it has ever been. Cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, commercial fleet vehicles, they've got it all at Phil Long Ford, new or pre-owned, one-stop shopping. With an award-winning service department, keep your car serviced there. You'll have a beautiful ride for such a long time, and you're going to value that relationship with Phil Long Ford. Check them out online. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over, and find them at phillongdenver.com.
Yeah, maybe so. I thought we got to turn some of those field goals into touchdowns, but it was good. We got points early, moved the ball early, got a first down, on the first play, and that's important for us. And our defense played solid as always. So, we played well overall. We ran the ball for, a lot of yards, and that helps all the time.
We are at Joe. Thanks, that's Bo Nix. We're at Joe Willie's on Broadway. Riley Odoms is sitting right there.
Right,
wild.
Just went into the Ring of Fame, right?
Yeah. Is that hanging out? I don't know the other guy.
Larry Evans.
Yeah.
Larry Evans.
Part of the Orange Crush too. Yeah.
I heard the name, and
yeah,
I think it's Barney Chavis.
You know him?
Sitting down there. I know the name.
It's funny because I was a kid in Steamboat in 3rd grade, Mrs. Stanko's class, and so the Orange Crush were my heroes. But like a lot of kids, you only know you don't know everybody, right? You're a kid, so you kind of have the idea of these guys, and I certainly knew Lyle Alzado and Tom Jackson and Randy Gradishar,
right.
Those guys. But I'm still a little kid. Craig Morton, Haven Moses. I didn't recall Steve Foley on that team. He was.
You're a kid.
I'm a kid, right? So it's always quirky.
Hey, Larry got Larry got an interception in the '77 season.
Shoot, man. I don't mean any disrespect,
right.
But it's super cool that they're hanging out right there.
Yeah, just come to listen to the show.
And I appreciate it. We appreciate it.
I'll ask Riley. Hey, Riley.
He can't.
You came here just because of us, right?
That's right.
My man. Hey, Larry, you too? There you go.
That was great, man. I was just this is.
So you come to Joe Willie's. It's a hot spot, man.
I tell you, it's a little surreal because I was just at his induction thing, taking pictures.
Right.
And I could show you. I got all sorts of pictures of him. He's sitting right there, but I've got tons of pictures of him. So I don't need to prove it. I do.
Hey, let me ask you guys
that's cool, man.
A no-dumb question from the game. What do you guys think of Spencer Rattler after that game?
Oh, Jag. Super Jag. Probably under Jag.
Really?
He's got some skill sets that might be able to turn into something over a long time, but he's going to need some time to hibernate. He's going to need some time to marinate, I should say.
Jake Hayner looked better than Spencer Rattler.
Well, he got a possession, but okay.
Whatever.
He was 25 of 35, no picks, 172 yards. He was sacked 6 times.
Dude, there was a drive there at the end of the game that he got sacked 3 times in a row, and if it wasn't a sack, he was just getting absolutely destroyed.
I may get this wrong, but I think I'm close. After Bo Nix, I think the next drafted quarterback was Spencer Rattler in the 5th round.
Okay.
It fell off that kind of cliff. I don't think
did Atlanta pick after? Did Atlanta pick before or
after?
after?
No,
Atlanta got Penix way up high.
Okay. Yeah. No. It was Nix and then nothing. It was nothing, and I think Rattler might have been the next one. I don't think the NFL gets it that wrong. I don't. I think these guys or less know what they're doing.
And again, the question that I asked at the beginning of the week, Rattler was a great college quarterback at one time. He was on the Heisman watch at one time, to where now you're a 5th rounder in the NFL.
Who did he transfer out because of? Was it No, it wasn't Kyler.
It was Caleb Williams.
It was Caleb Williams. Thank you. Yeah.
At Oklahoma.
And Caleb Williams left.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
They all leave. You're like a pro. It's like you're in the minors. You play one place for 2-3 years, play another place.
Bigger mistake the college football has made, the portal or NILs?
Yeah, well, you say that, and didn't we just say that college football ratings are higher than they've ever been right now?
They are high.
I actually do think that the money that these kids are making, they're not different kids. It's the same kids that have been playing, but the money that they're making makes the game more compelling. People are now you're seeing them all over the place, whether you're watching because you kind of hate it because you're like, oh, that kid ain't worth $5 million or whatever. It's just a storyline that is talked about that is creating a compelling interest in the game.
And the portal is making teams
irrelevant
to relevant.
It is.
I actually don't mind the portal when it comes to football and basketball because I think these kids are pro athletes and they generate massive revenue. But you realize this is the same in all college sports now. So it's having a very weird ripple effect in almost every sport you can think of because I don't play that much at, I don't know, man, North Dakota State. So I'm going to go somewhere lower. I'm not playing at Miami of Ohio, so I'm going to go here and there. And all of a sudden on all these other sports, you're being flooded with 22, 23, 24-year-old kids. I don't know how 18-year-olds stand a chance anymore in a lot of these other sports.
When are we out of the COVID, 24-year-old,
we're not there yet, man.
But it's got to be in the next year or so, doesn't it?
We'll get there eventually. But, I agree with you about Prime. If he stays at CU, I hope he does, why would he ever recruit an 18-year-old quarterback? Why would he ever do it?
There's no need. The quarterbacks are going to be the highest level players that enter the portal.
And so what if they're only on your team for 2 years? Big deal. Who cares?
And if anybody understands that better than Dion, tell me who his name is.
Shiloh Sanders is going to be 25 in February.
That's old for a senior or for a safety.
Dude, I mean, come on, man. I mean, these are grown-ass men playing these college sports.
No dumb question. Deion Sanders is back next year.
Mm-hmm. Where? With CU?
Back with CU next year.
Okay.
Is Shiloh Sanders playing in the NFL, or is he part of the social media board up there with his brother?
He's in an NFL camp, and I don't know where it goes from there.
Yeah, he'll definitely get a crack at things, and he for sure will be a practice squad guy. He'll hang around for a year or two, and then he'll have to get an opportunity and play good football. But he's good enough to get into the league.
Yeah, but no guarantees. And I'll be stunned if he's any higher than a fifth-round pick. Stunned. Most likely, I would guess he's probably an undrafted free agent, that sort of guy. Disagree? Agree?
No, I agree entirely.
Okay. He has to have a blow-up last 6 games.
I don't think it matters.
He's limited athletically.
Yeah.
He's a big hitter, so you like that. You do. But with big hitters, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, and you miss tackles a lot.
Okay, another dumb question. Riley Moss.
Yeah.
We looked up and saw it a while ago, that big hit he had on the outside on the receiver, open field. Are you looking at him and saying 5 years, there's a new safety for you?
No. I hope it's a whole lot more than 5.
Six, 7. I mean, how many
safety?
I hope it's more like 10.
Yeah, he's going to be.
What did Seahorn get?
I don't know. I only remember him as a corner. Did he play a lot of safety? I don't know.
He finished his career as a safety.
Is this just a white guy thing here? Is this where
are you saying a white dude can't make it more than 5 years?
Well, Kareem Jackson. We'll go Kareem Jackson. How many years did Kareem Jackson start at corner?
I don't know.
He made it about 10. Yeah, Kareem played like 14 years.
I think Riley Moss is a long-term corner in this league. I mean, eventually.
The challenge is going to be, can you retain him? And it's going to be very difficult because you're paying Pat Surtain so much money. Riley Moss is going to command, if he keeps playing ball like this, he'll command a $20 million a year contract. He will.
He's sneaky long, isn't he? Like, even though
the dude's hops are out of control also.
Right.
Have you seen the videos of him playing basketball, dunking and everything?
Yeah, he's a freak. He's like, a lot of these corners are freaks. He's just he's another one of them. I'm still trying to get over the video. Have you seen the Travis Hunter playing basketball video? Have you not seen the Travis Hunter?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Dude might be starting on CU's basketball team.
Yeah.
Do you, if you're Tad, do you not say, hey, you want to come on out?
I don't blame him, but
why wouldn't he?
Got to wrap it up. Tyler, CU against Arizona. Do we know anything about Arizona? I haven't studied that at all. I don't know nothing about it.
I think Colorado's got a very good chance of winning the game. I do. But Colorado needs to win this one because if they don't, it's going to get really challenging to make a bowl game.
Okay. That's 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Arkansas has
who are they playing?
LSU, I think.
Okay. You guys care about Syracuse?
Who they got, D-Mac?
Doesn't matter.
You don't know.
You don't even know.
You don't know.
You can't be.
I know.
Who cares? Arizona State
who do they got?
They got a Division I football team they're playing.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know that. I am a little.
No, I know.
Hold on.
No,
Give me 1 second.
We don't really care. It's all right.
No, you're too late. You should have just said you didn't care. Instead, I'm looking it up. ACC. Okay.
Hey, another real fast. Did you know that the girls' soccer team of Mines are ranked #1 in the country?
The football team's been they've been right up there for years. Also,
what's going on with Mines?
Oh, Syracuse has a bye
David
week.
Hansfield, athletic director. Shout him out.
Syracuse has a bye week. That's
who cares.
Okay, that's where that was going. All right, Scotty, what's some advice for the rest of the weekend here?
One thing that everybody in this world is chasing. Some would say money, position, stuff like that. But in reality, isn't it just the word joy? Well, we are just looking for joy. And joy isn't wrapped in dollars, and it isn't wrapped in position, and it isn't wrapped in status. And the only thing that can really take your joy away, we try to blame it on other people, but let's be honest. It's ourselves. So when you get in those moments and you're looking for joy and you say, where did it go? Look inward and say, hey, why am I allowing D-Mac to take my joy?
Don't let that happen. Often I turn to myself for joy. And on that note, Nate and Andy are coming up next.
Gross.
Altitude Sports Radio 925.
All right, everybody, it is Scott Friday. Welcome into the show. That is Andy. I am Nate. We're with you on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Don't mind Andy. He's just wrapping it up right now. We are with you today until 6 p.m. We'll hang out with Jeff Legwald for a full hour. We will have highlights. We'll be smacking rears today on the show after the Broncos blow out the Saints down in New Orleans on a Thursday night. But you know how the Kreckman and Lindahl show works, everybody, is sometimes we have to pivot. And we have to pivot sometimes in the 4 seconds right before the start of our radio show. And today just so happens to be one of those days. Our traffic reports that we provide the people here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're trying to do a public service. We want to help people out. We want to help you get to your destination as quickly and as conveniently and with as few headaches as humanly possible. But every now and then you hear something on the traffic report that you got to go back and listen to. Spring, can you bring back the traffic report from just 90 seconds ago here on Altitude Sports Radio? Give that to me again.
Westbound, there is a crash approaching Kipling, blocking a couple left lanes. Some stop and go from Wadsworth.
One more time.
I'm sorry. What
towards
now?
the end.
What did you call that street? One more time, Spring.
Westbound, there is a crash approaching Kipling, blocking a couple left lanes. Some stop and go from Wadsworth.
Who?
Wadsworth?
Who was it? Do we know the gentleman's name?
Do we know who that was?
I used to know a lot of these guys. It was real weird. You and I,
Wadsworth.
You saw the old iHeart setup at the sports department, and they had the traffic folks that you hear there.
Yeah,
are centralized in a building, and then they just kind of send their reports to all the different stations.
The information comes into them,
Right.
and then
So
they're able to feed it out. And
I frankly know. I know a lot of the folks that used to do that. One of them is Susan Thielen, excuse me, who's known as the bass surfer. I mean, she's really she literally plays bass in different bands.
I believe she plays bass.
No, it's bass. Listen, we're going to correct the pronunciation here, but she would surf the thing and play it at the same time. You'd get a big kick out of it. She's incredibly talented, but she's one of the folks that you hear on the traffic reports.
Got Kipling right, but not Wadsworth? Couldn't go Kipling?
What is going on there? Because this has happened now 2 days in a row. Is it some sort of construction thing I'm not aware of?
Wadsworth?
Yeah, we got it. We got it yesterday because I saw the same text. And I didn't know what they were talking about because you and I were in the, number 38, getting ready to have a Bronco party. I didn't hear the traffic
We weren't
report.
paying attention to the traffic
We're
yesterday.
not in it. Doesn't affect us when we're here.
We did today. Guys.
From Wadsworth.
Yeah, I mean, that is...
Avoid Wadsworth.
That's a something. What area of the country you get that from?
Wadsworth?
Yeah, Colorado.
That's the thing, too, is you don't even have to have any local knowledge to know the correct pronunciation there. You can get thrown you'll hear a Louisville, or an Arvada, okay,
a Westminster,
sure, yes, people love to add a syllable to Westminster. That's going to happen every now and then. I don't think you have to be from here
or anywhere
or have any knowledge of what is happening in the state of Colorado in the slightest bit to know that it's not Wadsworth.
It's Wadsworth. Go ahead with Wadsworth. Wads of cash.
Wads.
That's how he's got a street named after him, I guess. I don't know what Wadsworth is named after.
Okay.
Now you're going to look it up.
I have to.
Now you're going to Google. So
there's a Wadsworth, Ohio, or excuse me, Wadsworth, Ohio. Wadsworth, Ohio. Okay.
Uh-oh. Is something bad? Do you not like what you just read?
No, it's fine.
No, it doesn't seem like it is.
No, it's fine. Anyway, Wadsworth, everybody.
Oh, we're not going to get what Wadsworth, Ohio is? See, it's not good if you're not saying it.
It's a fine community.
Apparently it isn't.
They have a museum of art.
Okay.
Oh, wait, that's in Hartford. Never mind. There's a Wadsworth, Illinois as well. Excuse me, Wadsworth, Illinois. There's a lot of things.
From Wadsworth.
Oh. Hey, who hears about this first, us or him?
Yeah, right. Take Wadsworth if you don't feel like getting off at Sheridan or at Kipling. All right.
Well, you got to watch out for D-roll. The D-roll could be a problem.
All right. Welcome into the show, everybody.
If we see a late Kevin Shockey email, I have a.
Can you guys not make fun of the traffic guy?
Yeah. Here's what we're gonna do.
No, we owe it to the audience.
They're welcome to make fun of us.
Yes, it's traffic people. By all means, go ahead and have your laughs with Creekman and Lindahl.
I know the
right?
guy that runs the place. He's fine. He knows our humor.
Okay, good.
I think he's still there.
Well,
he
should probably send an email to
Wadsworth
if
he
guy.
finds out. Aaron will make sure that everyone knows.
Broncos won. The Broncos won the game last night. 33-10. Andy, I want to talk about an outstanding run game last night. Another terrific defensive effort out of the Broncos. The continued evolution of young Bo Nix as an NFL quarterback. But the first thing I have to point out as I watched that game last night is, are the New Orleans Saints interested in being an NFL team?
Wow. Listening to Alvin Kamara afterwards, I'm not sure. He was commenting on the fact that the Superdome cleared out pretty quickly, and he basically said, "Yeah, I don't blame him.
Yeah,
we're bad."
And granted, and here's the other thing: is Alvin Kamara is one of the guys I'm looking at right now. Of just like, wow, you're really just
you were a dude.
You really are just gonna go ahead and just go out of bounds 3 yards before contact, aren't you?
Well, he paid for it later. I think the last play I saw them complete. Now, it was right before half because I remember we had a young lady there with an Alvin Kamara shirt on, and she was kind of sad. And I pointed out to her, yeah, he got his knees destroyed. He was trying to run one of those over-the-middle things, and I don't know what DB came up, but just took out the whole knees. And it's one of those where he goes flying and lands belly first.
That team, like, Dennis Allen should be fired today. There was no effort made by that football team last night. It was business decisions all over the place. By the way, they lost both of their starting corners last night. Debo and Lattimore both left the game. So the injury thing is downright comical. They've got nobody available. And also the guys that are out there playing don't seem to have any interest in playing football right now. And again, I'm not taking anything away from the Broncos. You
did what you had to do.
You kicked the crap out of those guys, and they were straight up asking for it last night. That was just please come in and drop a 40 burger on us, and the Broncos probably should have a lot of field goals instead of touchdowns. But that is about as kind of, as easy an NFL win as you are going to get. That team sucks.
All right. I didn't really think about it until you brought that up. They probably should have put 40 up on him.
Yeah.
Did Sean Payton go easy?
No.
Was that a
No.
Well, he had a couple fourth downs I thought he was going to go for. Well, I was a little surprised he decided to kick the field goal.
Yeah, he had a 4th and 1. He went hard count. And they
we've seen a more aggressive Sean Payton.
I think it was also, I think Sean also knew, like,
just rack up a few points and get out of here.
Honestly, if we score 16, this thing's over.
Yeah.
And it really was. Like, I'll say this about Spencer Rattler, and I rewatched the game today. It's not that bad.
No,
there's something there, but like his receivers are dropping passes. They're not getting open in the slightest bit, and that offensive line was non-existent last night. Zach Allen was just feasting. Put that dude on a damn all-pro team. That is a player, man. Zach Allen, I liked him last year. I adore the man this season.
Yeah.
What a freaking player that guy is.
Well, that's a good signing.
Yeah.
He was VJ's guy.
Really,
he came here because of VJ,
good move.
So that was good to see.
Yeah, he's a JJ Watt clone. He played with JJ down in Arizona, and it's you can tell that dude puts in the work.
He definitely does.
Yeah.
And so, defense did its thing. Rattler kept fumbling. Does he have small hands? Is there anything with the small hands?
There could be some small hands going on a little bit right there.
One guy, I think it was Warren Sharp, tweeted today, this is the most Thursday night football play ever, where he had to basically save the snap from going high, then ran sideways, and then
knocked into his own guy.
Knocked into his own guy, got the ball
fumbled.
knocked out. It was a scoop and score, only for there to be an offsides on the play.
Because DJ Jones was lined up in the neutral zone.
That is Thursday night football in a nutshell, folks. Tune in.
Yeah, Al Michaels. We got an Al Michaels performance last night on that game. I don't think he had a bad time because he was he let the snark shine through. He was pretty bitter about that halftime spread, I could tell you that.
You know what I thought was funny? Like, I hit it early. I feel like all our props hit in the first quarter. Like, I hope all of you really were responsible with your intake.
We ask.
Because good night, everything. You had the Sean Visor thing.
Uh-huh.
You know, by halftime, we had the Drew Brees, both the prop of his face and the birthmark.
Oh,
I didn't
he was
see
everywhere.
The kid.
Yeah.
You got Derek Carr a couple times before that thing really got going.
By the way, when Brees was in the booth in the third quarter, they weren't even trying to call the game.
No, they were like, let's forget this.
Let's
let's remember a good Saints team.
Yeah, let's go picture in picture. Sometimes they'll like interrupt the interview to be like, hey, and there was a gain of 6 on the play. They didn't even bother.
But they're
like, let's just ignore this crap that's happening in front of us. We have so much to do on this show today. Broncos victorious. We're smacking rears coming up here on the other side. Legwald's in at 4 o'clock as soon as he gets back from the airport. So much to do. It's Ska Friday. Spring is producing the program. That's the great Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Be careful out on the roadways, folks. Avoid Wadsworth.
meant a lot. I think, fortunately, and I say this respectfully, I mean, it was just 2 days of prep and we're here, and so not a lot of sleep. And so it kind of, I think, it keeps your mind off of it because there's so many things you have to get done. And my big concern was just not having enough rest. And so I slept today for a while and then came over here early just to kind of get started going through the game plan again. But it meant a lot.
Wait, hold on. The theme of that was he was worried about his sleep?
Big Will Lutz revenge game last night.
Oh, that's what, you know what, our guy Kyle from Twitch walked up and he goes, I want you to tell Kreckman right away, Will Lutz revenge game about 3 field goals in. I go, I promise you I'll tell Nate.
Made all 4 of his field goals last night. By the way, after the game, he quote tweeted some dude saying that he was getting booed out of the building. He said, I think we know who was getting booed out of that building.
Wow, getting a little salty.
Put a laughing emoji in there, adding an all love Who Dat Nation. Saints fans hated their own team so much. Did you see the guy went paper bag last night?
Yeah, I heard.
Great.
So
great.
I was planning. We all were planning to see our party through at number 38 because we had a good time. A lot of people showed up. Tullamore was just hooking people up left and right.
The dews and the brews were flowing.
The dews and the brews were flowing. And then everybody was like, well, this is kind of handled about mid-4th quarter, so we just kind of called it early. And I was in the car when the Saints guy in the paper bag showed up.
Well, guess what? You guys stayed at number 38 longer than Saints fans stayed at the Dome last night.
Yeah, they decided they were better. Well, you got Bourbon Street and hurricanes, and it's not quite cold yet, and crawfish boils and all that deal, right?
There's a lot more fun things to do in New Orleans than
Go
watch
get you
that
some
crap.
beads.
Smack on the rear, Will Lutz. Fine performance last night out of Will Lutz.
Hey, hit both cheeks there, Spring. Why not?
Yes.
There it is.
The man played really, really well. Here's some notes on the Saints. They scored 91 points in their first 2 games this year, Andy. They've scored 79 points in their last 5. Both their cornerbacks, Paulson Adebo and Marshawn Lattimore, left the game with injuries.
What happened to the guy that broke his leg, man? I was running around doing some of the things you got to do when you're hosting one of those watch parties.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Like, I heard it.
They didn't re-show it.
I heard it was gross.
I didn't need to.
I guess I read a tweet that said there were some things exposed that are pretty nasty.
No, that was rushed to the hospital stuff.
That sucks.
Yeah, it was really, really bad. Saints defense over the last 11 days, they played 3 games in 11 days. They've allowed 110 points and nearly 1,500 yards. 2 of those games in a 4-day span, and they were both at the Superdome.
Is that bad?
Okay, in all seriousness, as long as we're smacking rears, when we remember this game, and I know it's Sean Payton return to New Orleans and all that, was that the Cody Barton game?
Spring says yes.
Just give it to him. Just give it to him. He had a strip sack on Rattler.
Okay.
Should have had a pick, but wasn't able to come up with the play. Should have had a scoop and score that got erased by penalty in the first half. Eventually, he comes up with a fumble return. You don't call it a scoop and score because he didn't scoop it from anything. And even though the ball didn't hit the ground, it was technically a fumble and not a pick 6. So we'll call it a 52-yard fumble return. But that was the death blow touchdown in the game last night, a 4-quarter beatdown. But Cody Barton was absolutely playing out of his mind. A guy that, quite frankly, Andy, wasn't terribly noticeable the first 6 games of this season. He's just kind of been the other guy out there at linebacker. He was the best player on the field last night.
Yeah. Well,
at least the most impactful, noticeably impactful.
How about we go there? Because I think another smack on the rear. Riley Moss is showing he might have number 1 corner potential.
He was great.
The way he gets after things. He tackles. He's not afraid. I mean, you gotta love the guy's energy.
Yep. Great
just
player.
His love of the game.
He was not about to give Bub Means or Mason Tipton anything last night.
Don't you wonder why was he not playing last year?
Don't know.
Even in the last month of the season, when you knew things weren't really going your way, why was the guy not playing?
It's all worked
Just because
out.
he was a rookie? And look, that's not even a Sean Payton comment. VJ's been great. VJ, how come he was not on the field for you?
Don't know. He was
that
great
is just
last
a head
night.
coach decision. There's a whole bunch of people that could have pushed that guy getting on the field.
Jaquan McMillan had another big game last night. Macmillan, yes.
Al made sure to put the comment. I watched the first quarterback today, and he's like, that's how he likes it pronounced.
Yes.
As if I was like,
Macmillan.
Hey, I'm not making this up. I don't think that's how it's pronounced, but that's how he wants it pronounced.
Macmillan.
How do you think they would have done with Bidet had he made it this far?
By the way, Andy, the last time that the Broncos ran for 200 yards in a game, do you remember it?
200. Was it Clinton Portis against the Chiefs?
Well, no, not individually. I'm talking about as a team. The Broncos ran for 225 yards last night.
Was it against Dallas in the Vic Fangio final year?
It was not. It was Week 18 of the 22 season. That's a coach game.
Coach got after it.
Against the Chargers with
There
Jerry
we go.
Rosberg. Latavius Murray ran for a $103. Chase Edmonds ran for 45. And Tyler, don't call me Beatty, Bidet did have a carry in that game.
Oh, our guy.
That's why I went back to it. Before that, by the way, they hadn't had a game in which the Broncos had run for 200 yards as a team since 2018. Javonte Williams was terrific last night. Jaleel McLaughlin damn near broke a touchdown, just needed to hurdle one more tackler, but he made a good play. Estime had the fumble, but keep giving him carries. Let him work through this stuff. It's okay,
You
Sean.
can say it.
It's
don't
okay.
know. Yeah, you better go over there and say it again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know who his coach is.
Not
going to be thrilled about that at all.
And Bo Nix ran for 75 yards on 10 carries last night, many of them after standing back in the pocket and looking, running. There was a lot of that out of Bo Nix last night. He was awfully scrambly in that game. Had a couple of zone read keepers, but mostly it was just, okay, I'm just going to run with the ball because I can't find anybody.
All right, here's what I need to be able to do by next week.
All right.
By after the next game. Sorry, week from Monday. I want to be able to do a smack to Davis Webb because somehow they've got to get the Bo Nix footwork thing corrected. I don't know how you fairly evaluate this guy with his footwork as out of whack as it is.
Well, I think that's a part of the part of the fair evaluation is that he's got bad footwork.
All right, but can we correct this, please?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. No, the throw that he made where he overthrew Kroll, but then basically bounced the ball directly between Kroll and Franklin.
Is that who that was, deep?
And they were both wide open.
Wide open. Like nary a defensive back by either guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't have more perfectly placed the ball where two wide open guys standing within 10 yards of one another couldn't catch the ball. Bad miss on that one. Then he throws incomplete to Franklin. Then he throws off the back foot short of Troutman, and boom, you got to kick. They punted. That was the opening drive in which they punted. They got the opening kickoff, but then they had to punt right there. Yeah, Bo Nix. There were some throws last night, Andy. I highlighted some throws. I loved a zone read slant to Devon Vele that he threw last night. I loved a rollout that he hit Troy Franklin on last night. Good accurate pass on the move for 20 yards. He followed that up with a nice throw to Lil Jordan. After that was the drive that resulted in the first Javonte touchdown. Massive hole. Nice blocking right there between Forsythe and Miners, and Javonte just walked into that thing. But yeah, the Bo Nix footwork issues continue. In the meantime, the team is winning games. He's making plays with his feet. He is managing to play a level of football that is not a net negative, while also clearly being in the development stage of what he's going to be as an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I just worry about, now he's been very smart, so maybe I shouldn't be concerned. The running thing against Baltimore could be hazardous.
Yeah.
That's a defense that's used to seeing it in practice anytime they need to.
He took some hits last night.
And they're going to light you up.
Yeah, he took some hits last night. It's starting to get a little bit risky. No, Chris asked this question on the text line. I think it's a good question. Is Bo a running quarterback? Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what Sean Payton drafted him to be.
No.
But that's what he is right now. That is how he can be a playmaker, and he is. He makes plays with his legs. Is that super sustainable long term? God, no.
Well, the more he puts tape, and he's put a lot of tape the last 3 weeks in particular of him running out there, teams are going to adjust to it.
Yeah.
So that's just it. It doesn't look like teams have been ready for it right now.
When that pressure comes up the middle and he does the peel out, again, Chase Young in his 25% effort that he was giving out there last night
Yeah.
was not about to chase down Bo Nix.
Listen, let's go ahead and give Garrett Bowles a smack on the rear. He launched Chase Young at one point. I sent you guys that highlight.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, you're just going to go wide? Let me help you. And Chase Young went Superman flying. Oh, my God. What has happened to Chase Young?
Do you remember?
I mean, Bowles is a big, strong dude, but he went flying like he was a 2-year-old.
Early on in his career in Washington, you were like, this guy's a dude.
Yeah, he was
Good
going to be
God.
Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, he looks like he doesn't even like football anymore.
Kind of Trevor Price did a little bit.
Yeah.
Trevor was so good, but I had so many people tell me just Trevor was into other things.
Can I add another note on Bo Nix here for a moment? The short name Scrabble graphic that Amazon clearly spent a lot of time putting together
I missed
last
it. So
night.
that was a drinking prop too.
Yeah, so they did the prop. The graphic was based on Scrabble,
right?
And it's the 5-letter thing. And they said Bo Nix ties with Al Day and Ty Law as the 2 shortest names or the 3 shortest names in NFL history. Both of them are 5-letter names. But guys, that is BS because Ty Law is Taiwan Law. He's not just Ty, the Hall of Fame corner from New England who played with the Broncos for 5 minutes. Al Day also played for the Broncos. He was a linebacker in 1960, Andy, the inaugural year of the franchise, but he was Albert Day.
So it doesn't count.
It doesn't count. Bo
Do
is
your research.
Just Bo Nix. Bo
There's
Chapman
nothing else.
Nix.
Not Beauregard.
Nope. Not Bo Cephas.
Not Bonito.
None of those things.
Not Bob.
He's just Bo. Bo Nix has the shortest name in NFL history. Quit trying to give any credit to anybody else. Get Ty Law off that graphic.
And Al.
I'm passionate about this.
Well, you're right, though.
Driving me nuts.
If the local radio host knows, why don't you know?
I know.
You put the damn graphic together. Don't you fact check that?
You're Amazon. You run the damn internet.
You got all the money in the world.
Do a better job.
Quit building rockets and put a little fact checker on the thing.
Not hard. This is making me insane, all right? Bo Nix. Short name Scrabble graphic. Bad graphic. Bad graphic.
Is that the
last
only
night.
quarterback graphic we got?
On the Broncos, I believe so.
No, there was no carousel.
No
There was
carousel.
Boy, we got your Sean Payton, Drew Brees championship history thing pretty quick. Like, again, all the things that hit in the first quarter were unreal.
There was a John Elway Bo Nix package on the telecast last night.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the first rookie starting week 1 since John, so that was they were able to work that in. Apparently Bo's been walking around in a John Elway jersey.
Yeah, he's got the old school throwback.
Yeah,
He likes that.
Yeah.
I think they all like the old school throwbacks.
They're good jerseys.
Yeah, not
It's
Bo
a good looking
Diddley.
football uniform.
Not Bub. Did
No.
Bub make a catch last night, by the way?
He did. Hold on, let me
So
pull
we did get one call of the Bub?
Yeah, no, Bub's name was said last night. Let me pull up the box score. There wasn't a ton of production going on out there from those dudes. My God, that Saints offense just absolutely dreadful. I did enjoy, though. They showed some old Saints highlights. Drew Brees throwing screens to Reggie Bush. It was like, damn, that team was fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day.
Those teams were a pretty good time.
For some reason, in the middle of the game, Amazon tweeted out a John Elway highlight from one of the Jacksonville matchups where he just kind of eludes people 2 or 3 times and then just Yahtzees that thing about 60 yards on a perfect dime for a touchdown. That was fun.
Means did go for 3 catches for 37 yards.
Good for him.
The touchdown was from Cedric Wilson, who didn't play for the Broncos, but he played for the Boise State Broncos. That was thrown by my dude Jake Haener, who came into the game last night, and it was like, wait, why didn't he play?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have put him in.
Like, Haener knows the offense.
I was listening to the radio on the last few minutes of the game, and Dave Logan had to ask himself, he goes, it's a pretty good arm. I'm kind of wondering
That's my dude.
why decisions were made.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Because he was the backup, right?
Yeah.
He was the backup to Carr, and it kind of threw everybody off that Rattler just got the start a week ago.
Haener, he balled out at Fresno State. He's a nice player. He comes into he's standing over there on the sideline. He's not a big body or anything else like that, but he's standing over there on the sideline and just Comes into the game, makes some quick throw. I know it's complete garbage time, and the Broncos don't care
Nah,
by
they
then.
put everybody in. That was a preseason game.
Yeah,
Man.
we get all that part of it, but like the ball came out.
No, you're right. If Carr can't play next week, you probably need to at least.
Yeah.
And again, Rattler didn't look horrible, but he looked like a harried rookie. He looked like his brain was scrambled by the end of that. He'd been hit plenty. Give the other guy a try.
Yeah, like an oblique
I don't
injury.
care, frankly, you know what? Do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, you're the
You know what?
you're the Saints.
I'm not going to watch you again the rest of the year.
No, I don't care to. Not even in the slightest bit.
What happens to Dennis Allen?
He gets fired.
Like
He's
over
not.
the 10 days? Is this it? Or do you just decide this season is what it is?
As of right now, you're shaping up to have a really nice draft.
Is
pick.
it not crazy? I know that September is the extreme liar, but holy cow, I don't think I've seen a team go from, the outhouse or the penthouse to the outhouse this quickly. I mean, this is unreal. You talked about what the last 3 games have been, giving up 500 yards offense a game on defense. I mean that's ridiculous.
That's also the result of you subtract 3 starters off your offensive line, your starting quarterback, your number 1 wide receiver.
Oh, I get it.
You got
but
no
that's
chance.
Still incredible, Nate.
Troy Franklin, 5 catches last night for 50 yards. I thought he played well.
They found a way to get both Mims and Franklin the ball.
Yeah.
Keep Vele in there. You got to keep feeding all those guys. All right, I'll ask you a tough question.
All right. See what I'm made of.
I don't know how tough it is, but you know what? This is tough. This is as tough as a Ska Friday gets.
Ska Friday.
I know he's kind of a big target of Bo's. Do we start talking about trading Cortland Sutton to look at your young guys?
No targets last night. No catches. No targets for Sutton last night. No, because you might be a playoff team this year.
Well, yeah, if you get the 5th. See, that's the thing. You're probably going to have your 5th victory by Halloween when you beat Carolina. You should beat Carolina.
You should.
So if that's how it goes down, the trade deadline, I think, comes shortly after that. You can't trade a key piece, I guess, with 5 wins, can you?
Yeah, it's okay. After Carolina, you get that win, you're 5-3. Baltimore, Kansas City, Atlanta, get one of them. Get one of those 3 games, and you're 6-5. Okay. After that, you got the Raiders and the Browns. Terrible. Indy after the bye, their defense is miserable, and if Flacco plays, they're tough. If Anthony Richardson plays, he will throw picks. You're going to play at the Chargers, at Cincinnati, and home against Kansas City. The one thing about that Cincinnati game in Week 17 jumping out at you is if their bad luck continues, they could be toast. And so maybe that sets up nicely for you. Kansas City, who the hell knows, could have the top seed in the AFC locked up by then.
And not even be playing well.
And that's in
They
Week 18.
could be undefeated without really playing a good game.
But this is just it's just sort of kept working out here for the Broncos. Like things have gone well for this team, and the schedule is shaped up nicely. A Thursday night game in New Orleans turned out to be an absolute cakewalk and a gift of a W. There's a path to 10. There is a path to 10 wins. It's not a terribly likely path, but there is a path to it if this stuff keeps up.
Well, if you run the football the way, if you keep running and playing defense, and you can somehow get this footwork right, yes, there is.
Yes.
Yes, there is.
It is.
So,
it is available to you. We're smacking rears. Want to hear from you. 303-504-0925. Ska Friday edition of the show. It's a Broncos win, Ska Friday. I don't know if we've ever had one of these before. Let's keep it going on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I made this comment to to you guys earlier when we drafted him. You watch him play, you don't feel like you're in harm's way. Again, he's tough to sack. His ball location, made a lot of plays with his feet. Had some close, big play opportunities. But there's a confidence that as a play caller you get, and it allows you to be more aggressive.
Well, the run game hummed last night. There's no doubt about that. Broncos rack up 225 on the ground in a 33-10 blowout victory over the Saints. Yeah, Javonte, 14 carries, 6.3 yards per, 88 yards, 2 tutties. Bo ran for 75 yards. Jaleel had 35. Estime had 29, although he did lose the fumble. None of the Broncos' backs last night, Andy, averaged fewer than 5 yards per carry. Like we talked about, Broncos' first 200-plus yards rushing since Week 18 of 2022. You have to go all the way back to 2018 before that, a game in which the Denver Broncos actually ran for 200-plus yards. The final numbers for Bo Nix, 16 of 26, 164 yards, no tutties, no picks. 83.4 QBR, which is pretty good. He was efficient. And he got the break of Honey Badger dropping the free interception last night.
That was crazy.
Another one where you're like,
believe that he dropped that.
Of all dudes, too.
Right. That's a ball hawk right there.
Yeah, that's another
Your
play.
random linebacker not ready to catch. Well, let me just say, Cody Barton dropping one I'm not quite shocked by.
Yeah.
Honey Badger, who's made a living of pick sixes in this league, that shocked me.
Bo Nix last night, according to Next Gen Stats, the completion rate 14% below expectation.
Okay.
That's bad. And he was at 3.34 seconds to throw last night, which by the time that the week concludes, that will probably be like the highest rate. Now, there may have been one play in particular that contributed to Bo Nix last night at 3.34 seconds to throw. I take you early.
Now, hold on. Before we do this.
Yeah.
Rank this bit.
Yes, exactly.
You always rank the bit, Nate. Just don't do it. Let people know what's happening.
We'll get there.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were going to do it right there.
We're getting there.
Okay. Sorry. Jumped you. My bad.
We got this. 3rd down and 1.
No, don't you ignore me. 3rd down and 1.
Andy, let it happen. just let it happen.
Quit getting handsy with your
You're like that backup guard that came in last night and ripped off Malcolm Roach's helmet. I'm excited.
Like my dog.
Let it happen.
Why do you think I like boxers?
All right.
3rd and 1.
Broncos got a 3rd and 1, okay? They're in the red zone on this 3rd and 1. This is early second quarter. This would have been the Broncos' 3rd offensive drive of the game. 3rd down and 1. And Bo Nix is doing some interesting things on this particular play. Spring, roll this for us. This was right after this. Broncos were trying hard counted on a 4th and 1. But here we go. A 3rd down and 1. Bo Nix is under center, goes play action, and he has some time. Roll it, Spring.
He had 61 rushing yards last Sunday. He already has 31 tonight on 5 carries. 3rd and 1. Off the fake. Ton of time. All day, all night. Rolling, but the coverage is very good and the pass is short.
All day, all night.
Is that a line from a song? Seriously.
3rd and 1.
He could have done the entire song if he wanted to. Throws it short of Troutman, who was open, by the way. Could have made the throw, but Bo didn't. And Spring, when you officially timed it out, how long was that from snap to throw from Bo Nix?
8 seconds.
8 seconds.
All right.
A solid 8 seconds.
That will factor into your 3.3 you talked about in time to throw. That'll skew the curve.
That'll impact things a little bit.
Yeah.
Exactly how long did Bo Nix have to make that throw last night? Good protection. Protection was great.
O-line did their thing.
He held the ball so long that even Chase Young eventually started going after him. That's how you know.
Hey, Chase Young decided he hated football and fell back in love with it. He held the ball so long.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So how 8 seconds? In order to illustrate that for everybody, just how long did Bo Nix hold the ball? You know what we're about to do. This is Andy, I want to say this is a top 15 correct.
No, I'd go top 10.
Top 10?
People do get into this.
Wow, top 10.
We already got a great suggestion for the fill-in song.
Okay.
People like this.
I'm
Not everybody, but people.
Some people.
Nothing we do does everybody like. Let's be honest.
I'd be worried if they did.
Half hate me, half hate you.
How long?
Yet they come together, Nate.
They unite.
Do anybody really love us both? I'm not sure.
We're a divided nation, but that's what the Kreckman and Lindahl show does.
You and I like us.
Bring
I think.
people together. We like our show.
Most of the time. Maybe not 5 minutes ago, but here we are.
We got there eventually. Brought it back
Go
around.
ahead.
In order to illustrate how long Bo Nix held the ball on that 3rd down and 1 last night, here is 8 seconds of the songstress Michelle Branch bringing you her 2003 hit, or semi-hit, Everywhere. Roll it, Spring.
'Cause you're everywhere to me. And when I close my eyes,
Still has the ball.
it's you I see.
That, boy,
oh.
8 seconds feels like 15.
It really does.
The jokes write themselves
They
when we
sure
do this
do.
segment.
They sure do. All right, did Spring nail it? Let's sync it up. Here we go. This is Amazon last night. This is Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit on the call. Michelle Branch, Bo Nix holding the ball, holding it, and then eventually turfing it to Troutman. Here we go.
He had 61 rushing yards last Sunday. He already has 31 tonight on 5 carries. 3rd and 1. Off the fake. Ton of time. All day, all night. Rolling, but the coverage is very good and the pass is short.
I don't know why that all day, all night cracks me up. I
All
wish I could
day.
have heard it in the bar.
All night. Al had enough time to say it twice.
Yeah.
All day and all night. Let's add that in there. He still hasn't thrown the damn ball.
You know what's funny about Al? And I learned this doing the football game a couple weeks ago. Like, I kind of get excited. Oh, there's time. There's things happening. I was like, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. And incomplete. Did you get a little excited, Al? Did you see something you were hoping was going to happen? Or are you just trying to get the waiter's attention at this point?
Also, so the Broncos went hard count on 4th down. It was not a good hard count. The Saints linebacker, by the way, just stood up and just went like this. He was annoyed that they were even attempting to do that.
Well, I did ask the people at the table. I said, isn't it kind of hard to count? It's hard to hard count in the Superdome.
Right.
Who are you going to call? Nobody can hear you anyway.
Al Michaels, after the Broncos called timeout, after the attempted hard count, dropped it's going to be a very low-scoring game. And then Lutz kicked a 32-yard field goal to make it 6-0.
What you knew? I thought they might go for it there. I really did.
It would have been cool. They hit the over last night, by the way. 43 points scored. That thing went over comfortably.
Hey, we got a request for another song. You want to hear another song?
Yeah, did you? I like that one.
What else do we have in there?
I think it was very clever. It's the one I think you're going with.
Okay.
He had 61 rushing yards last Sunday. He already has 31 tonight on 5 carries. 3rd and 1. Off the fake. Ton of time. All day, all night. Rolling, but the coverage is very good and the pass is short.
See, I feel like we need a professional timeout for not thinking of that.
That's
one.
pretty good.
I'm disappointed in us.
All day.
I'm not mad.
All night long.
I'm disappointed.
Nice job, Al.
I mean, it writes itself. It really does.
Love Lionel Richie. Thank you very much for that. Good job by the text line. Jeff Legwald is here. He's listened to enough nonsense. We'll do some real football talk when we come back. Leggy's with us for the next hour. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, what up, Denver? Oh, it's going to be a beautiful weekend. Maybe a little bit of rain tonight, but it is going to clear up. It is a perfect time to go over to Rad Power Bikes and test ride a new e-bike. 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Rad Power Bikes has a lovely showroom and service center. You can test ride any bike in their line. Guys, e-bikes are so much fun. They're easy to rise. They're very comfortable. Anybody can get on an e-bike and go and rip it. You could even take one on Wadsworth. You don't have to be wearing medium spandex to get on a Rad Power Bike and go and rip it. Rad Power Bikes, by the way, guys, industry leader, first widely sold fat tire e-bike. They're great year-round in any inclement weather, rain, snow, cold. Rad Power Bikes can handle it all, fully customizable, super low maintenance. And did I add? They're a whole lot of fun. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line. Go to altitudesportsradio.com right now, and you can sign up to win your own Radster Trail e-bike. Hell yeah, Scott Friday, Craigman and Lindahl, Jeff Legwald directly
from the airport.
From the airport. From Louisiana to your ears.
I stopped home.
Did you shower at least? Please tell me you showered.
Well, this morning.
Just get it off you?
It was early. It was a little early.
Get the stink of that football game off of you.
Get it off me.
Leggy,
lather up.
Before we dive.
Actually, you guys know I love defense, so
the defense
and
was
you
great
still
last
hated
night.
that game. Come on.
Okay.
They're doing some things.
Before we get into the Broncos performance, and I know we're a Bronco show, we're talking about them, but seriously, Leggy, you've watched some dead man walking scenarios before in the NFL. That New Orleans Saints effort, and honestly, we opened the show with it today. How putrid are those guys right now?
That's a smoldering crater.
Yeah.
Of football.
It's bad.
And I liked Dennis Allen when he was here, and I thought, he's been in two really tough spots. The Raiders didn't really do many favors when he was there, and now he's at this cap ravaged, injury ravaged team, and and they looked like every bit of the team that had 17 guys on the injury report, and then Adebo
broke his femur.
So it was gruesome. But, and then that happens, and, now they're lining up for defense. They got guys in the secondary looking at each other simultaneously with their palms up in the air like, what are we in?
Oh, good. That's a good sign.
It was bad.
No,
I mean, it's one thing to you're decimated by injuries, but also the business decisions getting made out there. Alvin Kamara and Chase Young are both good football players. Both of them would have rather been anywhere else than out on that field last night.
I honestly can't think of a play Chase Young made close to making last night.
I watched him run behind people.
It was I thought, all right, I'll be interested to see how, what Dennis can do with them, how they'll free him up, and wow.
Terrible.
Yeah.
What happened there? What happened to Chase Young? We were talking about that earlier. Guy was chattered up for Rookie of the Year, and now he's on a missing poster.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much in the NFL for it all to get away from you. Whether it's physically or mentally, it is such a ragged edge of sort of physicality. Like if you're not totally into being in the NFL, you're going to have a hard time succeeding. And if you can't get your head right to be in that life and be in that vocation, it's not going to look very good.
All right, so Leggy, the Saints suck. But give the Broncos all the credit in the world. They did what you're supposed to do to a team that is on life support.
Now, early,
well, it was interesting
for about
a
quarter and a half. You're thinking, okay.
I mean, I tell you what, if Honey Badger, if he squeezes that thing, it's a 13-3 game right there. If he squeezes that, he's
probably going to the house.
He's going to have room to get ahead of steam going the other direction. In the very least, you're going to have good field position and a chance to put points on the board like that. That was a break that they gave the Broncos, but again, credit to the Broncos because they took care of it. They ran the ball last night. They stuck to the run last night. Every back averaged over 5 yards a carry, even Estime with the fumble last night, and we'll talk about that.
And defensively, they're
legit.
That's real.
Yeah. No, that's pass
not,
rush.
That's not, hey, couple weeks. No, that's real.
6 sacks last night. And
that one sequence was, Vance Joseph is channeling Wade Phillip, the sequence where they're just like sack, tackle for loss, sack. Yeah. It was like they were in field goal range, and then they weren't.
I mean, they had 2 scoop and scores. Only one of them counted.
Yeah.
Which is just absurd last night. Cody Barton
everywhere.
Is that the Cody Barton game?
He's the everywhere man.
Yeah. He was terrific
could have
last
had a
night.
pick and could have had 2 scoop and scores.
Exactly. No, he had an insane game last night.
No,
he had a strip sack as well that the Quan Alexander
and
picked up.
You don't really see it, but he is running the show really effectively,
Yeah.
in there. You can tell he's prepared. He's ready for the moment. And again, that's, you got to give him props. That's the kind of free agent signing they desperately needed this year because of their cap situation. They were not going to be able to just, splash around and get whoever they wanted. They had to be very specific, and they got that one right.
Is Zach Allen all-pro good right now?
I think he is.
Yeah.
I have very few defensive linemen have got the kind of pressure rate he does right now.
Yeah. He had
And-
another sack last night. He's constantly in the backfield.
I mean, I'm used to watching defensive linemen play 52% of the snaps, 55%. That guy they just sort of leave him out.
Hey, he never goes off the field.
Yeah, it's like, all right, you're good.
Oh, he's poor man's J.J. Watt, but like right now, it's not even poor man's.
It
He's
is
playing
funny.
like
You
J.J.
can
Watt.
tell J.J. mentored him.
Yeah.
Because, he even walks like J.J. Watt, between plays. He's got the arm brace like J.J.
Sure.
had. I mean, he's got, all the things.
Does he have a bed in the facility
No,
so he can sleep?
Not that I have seen.
Okay.
We have not seen we've not located the master bedroom.
You should ask around about that.
Yeah.
That was one of the things I took away from that season of Hard Knocks.
JJ's bed and the equipment.
Yeah, JJ's bedroom that he had at the facility.
Oh, some have accused me of sleeping there, but I haven't.
Okay, well, it's funny you call him the poor man's J.J. Watt because the man isn't poor.
No.
Here's a
No, he's
random
doing okay.
Friday
Doing okay.
question for you. Is he the greatest Bronco 99 ever?
Wow.
The only other 99 I can remember is Shane Dronette, one of their top draft picks under Dan Reeves.
That's right. And they have not had a long story history of
Not
99.
really, not with a 99.
No.
He might be the best 99 they've ever had.
There you go.
I cannot come up with another. Was there a 99 on the Orange Crush? Help me out there.
I don't think-
Alzado was not 90. He was 77, wasn't
Yeah, I don't think so.
Hold on, I'm working
Look
on
at you
this.
digging it.
I'm
he? He's looking. He's a Googler.
I'm efforting right now.
You're the native son. The native son
Well, I'm
bringing
serious.
the
I
99
can't.
trivia.
I honestly can't think about. Again, Shane Dronette's the last real. Nate will probably name a name that I wished I hadn't forgotten. What about on the two Super Bowl teams? I don't think there. Tanavasa was 98, wasn't he?
Most recent 99s, Kevin Vickerson
Oh,
wore
that's
it for
my
4
guy.
seasons.
See, now I do feel bad.
Gotsis wore it for 4 seasons.
That never really pained
Allen's
really.
playing better than
Yeah.
Vickerson had good seasons.
Oh, I
but
liked.
he
Yeah,
wasn't
but
playing
Allen's
like
been
this.
better. Kevin was one of my favorite guys in the locker room. He'd talk to you about anything.
He's the funniest guy.
Yeah, there's some names on here. Monte Rager was a 99. Nope.
That guy they chose over Burt Berry along with Reggie Hayward. Remember that?
Remember Vonnie Holiday from 2009? He was a McDaniels guy.
I do remember. Vonnie was a nice dude.
Alvin McKinley wore a number 99.
Sure did.
Yeah, sure
Oh my
did.
gosh, did Seth Joyner win it?
He
Good
sure did.
job by
Seth
Jack.
Joyner.
Seth Joyner, who was nothing but an afterthought and a special teamer on our
That's
Super
nice.
Bowl teams.
That's a
like
good
he
pull.
came in '98 and got a little bit of a ring. I don't think he played. Like he was a dude one time in the NFL. He just came here and played a couple special team snaps.
So
Remember that?
technically, by the numbers, Dronette's the best, but Zach Allen, I think right now, is probably having the best season of number
You
99
won't. Maybe
ever.
you'll remember. Do you happen in any way? Would you have known what Dronette's sack dance was?
His sack dance?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Do you remember
wait,
what it
can
was?
you do it?
I can do it. Yes, I can do it because it's completely white guy. I'll just put it out there. Can you remember?
I
it was
don't.
the grave digger.
Oh,
and he
that's
would just
right.
shovel some stuff and toss it. He would get away from everybody. It was just like a big scoop and over the shoulder. Jeff's unimpressed. It was
No.
his dance. What do you want?
I don't think it was his alone, though, because the Packers had a guy that used to do the great
Yeah, well,
digger.
he copied from Dronette.
Okay.
Unless it was prior to Dronette. Who came first, Leggy? Who was
Okay.
your Packer guy?
I have no idea.
See, when
I
you
can't
mention a Bronco doing a gravedigger, I think of John Boyette taking the shovel and then hiding under the pile of mulch
Wow.
from the cops.
Wow.
And then
that didn't go well.
And then
Wow.
saying that he knew John Elway.
Do you know who else had?
Traffic and weather on the 10s.
Help me with it. No, we can't do that. We got
Wadsworth.
What was Chicken? What was Tyrone Braxton's job? He did something with embalming or something. He actually worked in death prep.
They're called
Seriously,
morticians.
he was yeah.
I'm a death prepper.
Seriously, he did something with the bodies.
Is that what you
when
put
they
on
were
your
brought
tax
to the
return?
morgue?
Yes, I believe
You
so.
put that on your tax return?
All
Yeah,
right.
just prepping death.
Yeah.
You don't remember that about Tyrone Braxton? Chicken?
I do, but I just wasn't as excited as you were.
No, the fact that he worked in
Yeah.
what would you call that?
Mortician?
He's a mortician.
mortician.
In a mortuary. What's
An
the
embalmer?
field called?
What did he do then? He was a
Embalming?
mortician? Because again, that factored in too. They called him. They might have called him Gravedigger too.
Sometimes guys just drive the van.
Somebody's got to drive the hearse.
Yeah. Or the pickup
Hey,
van.
our boys at In the Whale. You remember them? Our guys in the Whale. In order to just get an affordable vehicle to go touring, bought a hearse. Loaded it up.
My grandparents bought a 15-passenger cargo van from the local funeral home. They were upgrading the van.
Did it still have the?
I ain't riding that thing.
They still have the.
You know
the
what?
Logos on the side and whatnot.
No logos. They put the bench seats back in. It was perfectly comfortable.
I'll bet the
we used to
bench
road
seats
trip in that thing. It was a sweet ride.
The seats weren't really used. Yeah.
You weren't freaked out at all?
Is that what
not really.
is that what it said in the ad?
Yeah,
Seats are like new.
Yeah, to Leggy's point, the upholstery was shiny as
The
could be.
seats are like new.
Is it like the rental cars where they have to be upkept impeccably?
Yes.
Yeah. We got, by the way, speaking of former Broncos breaking the law, how about Jay Cutler today, everybody? What are you doing?
That's a grand slam.
Listen, man, that is, at the end of the day, at the court, that is just
I want
sad
to tell you
me,
too.
dude.
Franklin, Tennessee is like it's south of Nashville.
Okay.
It's like where all the coaches always lived.
Mm-hmm.
Half the players live there. It used to be sort of this, sleepy suburban Nashville town with a little main street and everything, and then they built this big ass mall by it. And
it ruined everything.
Now everybody wants to live down there. So you got all these.
Well, you got to have them all, Leggy.
But apparently he drove into somebody's car. Right
He did.
In front of him.
Jay rear-ended somebody, slurring words, bloodshot eyes, a very Jay Cutler-like
And some guns.
performance.
And some guns.
2 firearms in his possession. Do you think he told the cops, I actually got 3 guns if you count my right arm?
Bigger than John Elway's.
Wow.
Would have been a good line.
Better arm than John Elway.
His booking photo, his mugshot will go down in history too.
Is it up there with Todd Helton's?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
No, it's got a little Nick Nolte feel to it.
Ooh.
He's got a beard.
Okay.
The hair is quite high.
Well, when they take you to the hospital for the blood test, that's usually
the sign.
They're pretty sure.
You got a lot in you.
I think Totsky still got him.
Okay.
Yeah, Helton still got him.
Now here's my fear. Did Jay play a drinking game? And not listen to the be responsible thing.
Can't be on us.
It's your fault.
Broncos win. Let's talk about the run game when we come back. Let's talk about Bo Nix's performance when we come back. Legwald is here. You got questions? 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Believe it or not, we're talking about a Broncos victory on a Friday afternoon. Keep it here.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's the weekend. Does that mean you're going to seek a little romance over the weekend? If you're not doing this because of erectile dysfunction, on Monday, give my guys over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic a call. They can help you so that maybe that's something you're more interested in by next weekend. Half the men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction, with even more of us getting affected into our 60s and beyond. And ED can also impact younger men, even in their 30s, making it one of the most pervasive conditions in medicine. If you're suffering from this and you need help, not only will the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic help you, they've got the right treatments and the treatments that'll work when pills and herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. So if this is something that you'd like to look into, and again, finding the right treatment is the key. Is key if you want a great experience post-treatment and just an okay one. They can help you out there. Your initial visit there is $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if you're medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, it's a free visit. 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado. Call them 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, we hope you're having a lovely Ska Friday. We sure are. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. The Avalanche and the Anaheim Ducks tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs going for their first victory of the year, so make sure you tune in for that one. Connor's got the call coming up at 7 o'clock this evening. Broncos win. We're going into a fun college football weekend. The Buffs are at Arizona coming up here this week. Yes,
Important
large
for them.
I would certainly say so.
This is a familiar opponent. You're going to get some Big 12 opponents you don't know so well.
Yep.
You should know this opponent. You got to get it done, I think, tomorrow.
CSU's at Air Force tomorrow night. Falcons are an absolute mess. Ramey's got to go get that one. We talked about it. This schedule kind of sets up right now for CSU, so we'll talk about that. Obviously, Illinois-Michigan is the game that everybody wants to watch this weekend.
Well, I got to tip a cap to both you guys. I did not realize your mighty Illini had and your 5X coach had moved past Michigan in the rankings.
We sure have.
You're the higher-ranked team.
Somehow we gave up 46 points
49
in a quarter.
49 for the game to Purdue.
You know,
that game.
I can say, without much hesitation, that I'm not proud of everything I said during that game. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Didn't we leave?
Who'd you say it to? The TV?
Yeah, just
I like that.
You know, echoing throughout my.
Nate doesn't do that, or did you tell me you do that?
No, I did during the
You're a
Illini games.
self-talker?
I scream at the
But
TV.
see,
during the
you do
Illini
scream.
games.
I thought you just walked around and were snarky
No,
to yourself.
Well, that's my version of it.
Okay.
Yes.
You don't ever yell like I do.
Mm-hmm.
No, you did do
No
one
one
time.
yells like you do when you crank
That's
it up.
true.
When you get it cranked up.
Illini had a 27-3 lead in that game. We won 50-49. Anyway, Illinois, Michigan.
Georgia game's huge.
Pretty good game. Yeah, there's a couple of good ones in the SEC, Texas and Georgia.
It's like every week in the SEC.
I know, right?
You can't even.
Yeah. Alabama, Tennessee this week. Yeah, it's a good weekend of college football. So we're getting you all set for that as well.
You know, don't blow out the sprinklers or mow the grass or anything. Watch football.
Yeah, exactly. Do that. NFL Sunday, Houston, Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota, the two games in the early window. Kansas City, San Francisco, obviously. And then Sunday Night Football, Jets, Pittsburgh. Could it be Russell Wilson? Mike Tomlin wants to keep everybody guessing on that one, which is awfully fun. Let's talk about the performance of the offense last night, Leggy. They ran for 225 yards.
Yeah. And, you know, they did.
And they stuck to it.
I would love to know. My gut is because so many people knew him and his scheme and his playbook in New Orleans, he actually broke out some new fun. You know, Marvin Mims lined up as a single back a bunch. Javonte Williams and Jaleel McLaughlin in the backfield at the same time. You know, Mims in the backfield with Javonte Williams out wide with the receivers. I think he broke sort of protocol in that game. He made no promises about doing any of this
going forward,
which I think it helps his quarterback. I think it helps their offensive line. I think it helps everything they do. But I still have a hard time believing he will commit to being that kind of team. Right now, he's got a badass defense and the ability, when they commit to it, to run the ball. But I don't know if he wants to live that way. If you know what I mean?
Did he do it because he desperately wanted that win
he
last
did it
because I wondered about that.
That's one of them, but I think he also did it that way because of the situation. You know, remember when the Broncos didn't have a quarterback and Sean Payton brought the Saints here, they ran the ball like 722 times in that game. He's very willing to play that, you know, in a specific week when he feels like, all right, this is the tenor of this game. But I think they should just be this all the time, and it would help the quarterback because look how he settled down when he got to run around a little bit. When they, you know, when he's just handing the ball off a few times, he's very, very uncomfortable being in the pocket and just having to pitch and catch right now. And I think if the more they can avoid that a little bit, the better. But they don't seem to want to.
They worked the zone read stuff as well last night. Bo had a couple of keepers. There was one, he had a perfect throw to Devon Vele on a slant where it's like, okay, that's good.
Everything about him is more comfortable when they're running the ball and he gets to participate. And it's not just drop back, drop back, drop back. He he doesn't look comfortable doing that.
Well, one of the other parts about it too is like, okay, like for example, the Javonte 8-yard touchdown last night, where the Red Seas just parted. Forsythe took the blitzing linebacker. Miners twisted his guy around. That hole was massive. Javonte got to sashay his way into the end zone for a beautiful 8-yard touchdown run, the likes of which you don't get to see very often. But I wonder with this offensive line, because they ran the ball 35 times last night to 26 throws for Bo Nix. Now, there were more dropbacks than
I've got
that.
a stat for you for the offensive line.
I want to hear it. Because I'm thinking about this offensive line right now, and you're averaging 6.4 yards per carry.
157 rushing yards last night before
contact.
That's wow.
That's good.
Yeah, that's clearing some people out.
That's a you got the ESPN password on that one, don't you? That's
I
good
do.
stuff.
I do have an ESPN password.
Yeah.
or
Well,
two.
like he gets to know some stuff here.
But no, that's epic.
I'm over here with my Stat Head subscription, doing the best that I can.
I'm sorry about that. and what we've talked about on this show is keep Javonte on the interior. He's very decisive in there, and that's the other 120 yards inside the tackle.
Just put him through A gaps. And he runs that really, and especially to that right side, because Miners is so damn good.
And he's very decisive in there. I think the more they push him to the perimeter, the more he's like looking for the huge play instead of just.
Well, guys, one of the things I wonder about with this offensive line is like
they're much better going forward.
Exactly, because pass block and pass blocking for Bo Nix is no picnic. He's holding
he's
the
all,
ball,
and he's all over the place.
He's all over the place. So some of these holding calls that we're seeing this
they're
year,
just grabbing to save him.
Right? That's not really on the lineman. That's on the quarterback.
He's got to ditch the spin out at some point.
He does a lot of it.
Yeah, maybe 2 a game. They need to put a quota on it because he will get lit up like a Christmas tree.
No, when the blitz comes
point.
his way, it's peel out. Now, last night again, the Saints weren't trying, so he got those edges easily.
It looked a lot like a scrimmage at times, but and I think, it's take it for what it's worth. But I just see the only time his footwork is consistent is when they're in that run mode.
Mm-hmm.
He's far more comfortable doing it. I think it's fairly obvious. They all get frustrated with me asking about it out there all the time. It's just so not.
Now hold on, they just get frustrated you asking.
Yeah, no, I'm a popular guy. Yeah, I'm winning all the elections.
Real quick, hey, does
Right now.
McGlinchey need a smack on the rear? You're talking about running to the right side. Does he get an old?
He played well last night.
All right.
Yeah.
Think about that. That's
Everybody along that front was good last night.
and that's a tough. What he did is tough.
Yeah.
You came off IR, didn't really practice, then you played in a game. That's getting after it.
Thank God they were playing the Saints.
Yeah. No, it was something.
That Saints defense is awful.
Yeah, what is going on there, League?
I mean, just awful.
Well, they've just.
I mean, I know you're down.
The injuries are brutal, and again,
They lost 2 corners last night.
Yeah, and these days, we used to think of a defense from the edge rushers out. That's kind of how we always thought of it. Middle linebacker, edge rushers out. That's the now. It's who are your 3 corners, and then you need 1 edge guy at least. But you're thinking corners right away, and they cannot stay with anybody. So he's got them playing all kinds of zone looks, and they're just trying to keep as much in front of them as you can, and you just can't play that way.
While we're on the run game, what's going to be the fate of Audric Estime with that late fumble? I mean, again, it sounds like a silly question. He's a rookie, but
keep giving them the ball.
Yeah, I mean,
but will he?
Well, they should, but my beef with and I get, punish the fumbles, make them run laps, whatever. But by God, they throw 484 incomplete passes. Nobody benches the quarterback. Just let the guys in there figure it out. If he fumbles, if it's like this problem, it happens every 4 carries.
Yeah, if he turns
something.
into Melvin Gordon, then you got a problem. But
I just let him
he's a good
play.
physical runner.
They got to play some of these young guys. They have $100 million of cap space with IR and dead money.
Mm.
You can either play young guys or not make plays. Those are your choices right now.
Along those lines, Troy Franklin last night, is becoming a favored part of this passing game. That was really good to see last night. He had 5 catches. He had 6 targets in that game.
And you put Vele on that list. I mean, they
like throwing the ball to him.
young players.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
What do you make of Cortland Sutton not getting a single target last night? Does it even matter?
No, I don't think in that one. Whatever attention they could give somebody, they were giving to him.
Yeah.
And I think, like a lot of young quarterbacks, the coverage is going to be rotated Cortland's way. So I don't think Bo Nix is going to stay on there for very long. He will not put the ball at risk. They have drilled this into his head. They have made it, his greatest attribute. Whenever Sean Payton talks about him, it's like, you don't feel like the ball's at risk and all of those things. And I think the byproduct of that is the most covered guy is always going to be Cortland Sutton.
Yeah.
So that's why I think you only see Nix try the tight window throw in the red zone with Cortland.
What was the number we had yesterday? 21 catches on 46 targets so far this year for Sutton. I mean, that's just dreadful.
Below 50%.
The snap counts.
Well, he's not accurate right
yesterday.
now. I mean, he's just not accurate. His footwork is.
Sutton was at 56 snaps. That was a team high. And again, no targets. Lil Jordan Humphrey, Troy Franklin both played 33 snaps. Devon Vele played 28 snaps. Marvin Mims 12 snaps.
The Mims thing continues to be the Bermuda Triangle mystery. No one's quite sure.
Yeah, give the fast guy the ball.
And they keep saying, "Oh, you're right. We have to get him more snaps."
Right.
Well, and then they make a lot of. He talks a lot about they don't convert their downs and just.
By the way, is Kroll past Dulcich now? He's now.
What's the Dulcich deal?
Dude.
Is that it?
Well, it's hard to get out of the cooler once they put you in there.
Yeah. He hasn't played in 3 weeks.
And one guy's his guy and the other guy isn't.
Yeah.
Troutman last night, 40 snaps. Kroll, 29 snaps. That was one of the better plays they had last night, was that throw up the seam last night by Bo Nix to Lucas Kroll. That was good to see.
He went up top and got it, though.
Yeah,
that was a
good catch.
That's still, and again, not a great ball.
Right.
And that's a touchdown if he just lay it in there.
Mm-hmm.
Easier said than done. Yes.
There's not a laying it in there, of laying it in there going on right now. Yes, the run game to help him. What's the biggest thing Bo Nix can do in your mind to improve?
Footwork.
Yeah.
His accuracy is.
It's bad.
All over the place. And to me, and I've asked quarterback coaches I know, because I always want to check, I don't want to be biased in this. I don't want to cloud my own judgment. I want to look at it as objectively as possible. And he is just all over the place with it. Even when has opportunity to set his feet, he hops. He's hopping in the throws, or he's straddle throws, or he's fading away when there's nobody around him.
Herb Street last night, they isolated a shot of his feet. I think it was the overthrow to Kroll.
Yes. I know exactly that. Yeah.
He looked like a damn ballet dancer. He was just on his toes the whole time.
And there's now Peyton Manning used to hop because that's the way he was taught.
Yeah.
But when it was time to release the ball with, foundational footwork, textbook footwork.
I mean, he's the most accurate quarterback that ever lived. You'll overlook a couple of things.
No, but he knew when to say when, essentially. And I think because of Oregon's offense was so much at or behind the line of scrimmage, your footwork didn't matter.
Right. The throws were easy.
You can feather the ball 8 yards, to a wide open guy with no defender within 10 yards of him. You don't have that window anymore. And that's why everything becomes a check down. Everything goes from first read to check down because his footwork's all over the place. He can't get his hips around to actually work the whole field.
We're talking, but Nate you noticed yesterday, he's warming up that way. Don't you remember coming over and talking to me? They were showing video of him, and
I watch it every game.
Throwing the ball.
I watch it every game.
Jump throws as he warms up.
Don't warm up that way, please.
But this is, again, I get it. Everyone, I got it. I'm a frickin' typist. But this is why
his name's Little Timmy the sports writer.
This is why you don't play him this year. You build for half the year or 3/4 of the year, because you get that right and then you go.
Okay, but here's all
They've
right.
thrown him in the pool, and they're sort of saying swim the best you can.
But let's flip this topic for a minute, okay? Because they are 4-3. They, in my mind,
their defense is good
because their defense rules. They have found a workable version of this quarterback right now that helps them be able to win games
because he doesn't turn it over.
And exactly like you've talked about, Leggy, some of this fundamental stuff doesn't seem to be getting better week over week because how much time do they really have to be working on it right now?
This is an off season.
So now it's here's the question: is like, okay. Is it worth sacrificing some of his development for the greater good of the franchise in the locker room right now? Is that better for the organization to sort of slow down his improvement in the long run? I hope this is making sense. The point that I'm trying to make right now.
It does because I think the people in charge, Sean Payton, and who they want to win now.
Yeah. And you can't blame them.
They're very interested in Bo Nix developing as much as he can.
Of course.
They've invested in this, but they want to win now, and they're hoping he's mature enough and tough enough to ride this out. Because I will present you, if his footwork looks that way in a dome, tell me what it's going to look like on a bad night in Kansas City,
right,
or a bad night in Baltimore, or December anywhere. We saw what it looked like in a rainstorm that has suddenly been described as some kind of monsoon cyclone.
I believe it was the eye of Hurricane Milton.
I mean, it's just, come on. But anyway, but we've seen already the difficulty when the foundation of the throwing motion isn't okay, what it looks like in a tougher weather environment, and that's only going to be worse deeper into the year. So I think their hope is they find some kind of happy medium before they get to those games, or maybe they just get a lucky season where they don't play many bad weather days.
Let's also point out that last night, apropos of nothing, the Saints called timeout so they could take a knee at the end of the first half.
Yeah.
That was a special
there was
moment.
a lot of things going on at the timeouts. It was like, what is happening here?
Their sideline, it looked like mayhem most of the time.
I'm not surprised.
It looked like it on the field, too.
You kind of look down there because, again, I know Dennis Allen a little bit from his time here and over the years, and, I'm just interested in how it just looked like mayhem.
All right, let's dive into. Let's look at the schedule. Let's go on and dream, you little dreamers, about this team going to the postseason. Let's do all of that. Plus, let's hit the key matchups for our Week 7 Sunday. Jeff Legwald of ESPN is here. Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman, spring producing the program. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a Ska Friday. We'll hit the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league coming up at 5 o'clock going into our Week 7 weekend. The Broncos now get the 10-day break. They will be at home against the dreadful Carolina Panthers on Sunday, October 27th. So a 10-day break for the Broncos. And then after that,
I'll just throw this out there.
Yeah.
Carolina Panthers, the 30th ranked run defense.
Run the ball.
Thank you.
Hey, real quick, the Kamara thing, before we get too deep, everybody's lip reading Kamara saying, come get me. Trade deadline will be after the Carolina game.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be on that team.
Howard, they can't. They have $100 million
Leggy,
of cap space.
I'm just letting you put it out there before the train gets going. The train's going to go down the track. You know it.
Well, tell me how they're going to cut 10 guys.
I'm asking you to explain the situation.
I also don't really want him right now.
He didn't look
the
that
player that I saw last night.
He didn't look that enthused.
I'm good on that.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Unimpressive.
We call him the balloon popper, but sometimes some balloons need to be popped.
9 digits. 2 commas, $100 million of cap space is unusable for the Denver Broncos.
Is that bad?
It's the worst you can be.
And yet 4-3, and you got Carolina, and you should win it at home, and
then,
you should be 5-3.
Now comes the meat.
Okay. So Andy and I, we're talking about this in hour number 1. At Baltimore, at KC, home against Atlanta. I think the Falcons are finding something. All right.
No, I mean it's sort of it's a fun party right now.
Yeah.
4-3, get the Panthers. Unless you're comatose, having a bad day, unless you have the 10-day layoff, blues, whatever, should be 5-3.
You get one of those 3: Baltimore, KC, Atlanta.
And
we'll call Atlanta at home probably the most favorable of the group.
Defense gives them a shot, just because get a turnover, get the sack fumble, get whatever.
You're 6-5 in that world before back-to-back games against the Raiders and the Browns.
You got them getting one of the
I do.
The hat trick.
I mean, they're going to have to. This is I'm giving.
Oh, you're trying to get them there.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm pushing the boulder up the hill here.
You
Leggy.
are.
And you're standing on it.
I'm always Mr. Happy. I got it.
Raiders, Browns back-to-back. Both of the. By the way, Cleveland have not scored 20 points in a game yet this year.
Hey, speaking of bad cap hits,
and gave
that
the
guy's
Bills
about to give him one.
Gave the Bills.
Converting 19% of their third downs now.
Gave the Bills Amari Cooper.
Deshaun Watson has not thrown for 200 yards in a game. Also, everyone in that locker room is looking at Amari Cooper and going, can I leave too?
Yeah, hey, pal, how'd you do that?
No.
Max Crosby's trying to pull the Devontae Adams thing. Will Cleveland sell out at the deadline? Could this be?
Well, they already
we
have.
talk about it now.
They have
I know,
to.
but will Miles
they're
Garrett
crippled. They're crippled by the quarterback contract. They can't.
The team
can't
hates
trade
his
anybody?
guts.
They can't. You can't. How are you going to fix it?
Oh, they're
allegedly they're going to burn it down. That's what we're saying.
Well, I mean, even if you burn it down, you still can't fix it.
By the way,
you shouldn't burn it down if you can't rebuild.
Did you see
the quarterback? It's an anchor, a massive, guaranteed every dollar anchor.
Your colleague Jordan Reed, who I know you respect as a fellow draft guy.
Oh, Jordan works it.
Threw out a mock.
Yeah, I told Jordan he did a great job. He had legit need players, and the prospects all match those slots. I mean, you want to see a quality. It's hard as hell to do a mock draft this time of year. It's ridiculous in some ways, and it's a gas.
Yeah,
but you want to see somebody do a good one. That's Jordan did a great one.
Okay,
the prospects are really good.
Shador #1 to Cleveland.
He loves Shador, by the way.
He should. There's no world Deion's letting him go play for the Browns.
Yeah. What? How many holdouts like Deion?
And how would you explain that to the owner? That's the conversation I want to have if you're the GM. Do you have a minute? I got this idea. I want to float this. By you. I know I asked you to give $250 million to a guy. But now I want to take a guy, #1, to be the guy to replace the $250 million guy
that you gave all that guaranteed money
to. Like, we can't get out of paying him in any fashion. And do you feel the weight on our salary cap. Welcome to the show.
I think he's what did we say the other day? 172 million dead next year.
Yeah, no, it's special.
Yeah,
it's almost still Bronco level.
He also he has no incentive to get better. It's all guaranteed. What does he care?
Well, it's bad because having seen what players go through to play in the NFL,
right,
for my entire adult life, I want them to get every possible dollar they can get. Every single dollar I think they should get for what I see on Mondays when they're coming out of the training room.
Mm-hmm.
I just think they should get but he is the I told you so for every team owner in the league right now. See, this is what happens when you guarantee the money, even though it's done in baseball and it's done in hockey. And, it's done in most of the NBA.
Well, and you do it with that guy too, with Deshaun Watson of all people. That just makes everybody grossed out. All right, so you're 8-5 after you beat the Browns at home on Monday,
Look,
December
you got
2nd.
them at 8-5.
I got them
rolling.
8-5. They beat the Raiders. They beat Cleveland. They beat Atlanta. Okay, they dropped Baltimore and KC, but I got them winning 3 in a row after that. They're 8-5. They got a bye.
And they're healthy, right?
And
they're healthy, reasonably healthy.
This is the only way to evaluate.
All right.
Yeah, that's they. I mean, there will be more injuries. We
we
know
can't
that.
predict who.
Exactly.
So we're rolling with who's healthy now.
All right,
Yeah,
you got the Colts at home. They're basically the story with the Colts is good when Flacco plays, bad when Richardson plays. Their defense is dreadful.
Yeah. Oh man. Wow.
That could be win number 9.
I took a look at them,
but it's no picnic at the end.
No.
At Chargers, at Bengals, home against the Chiefs.
But again, what are the Bengals state? I love the Bengals.
Right.
What state are they in?
Right.
If they can't keep getting guys healthy,
Joe
too.
Burrow gives you the puncher's chance.
I agree, but
they'll score
let's
points.
hope he's still healthy by then.
Yeah,
they're losing everybody.
It's true.
Leggy, real quick, with him laying all that out, I want to ask you this question: how many good teams do we actually have in this league this year? This is a weird year to me. I thought that Broncos opening schedule was going to be tough. The schedule was tougher than it appeared. And now, look, we're listing off some teams. I think the Atlanta's a flip-flop game there that Nate's talking about. You may get that, but still, you should be 7-6. He talked about the Colts and the mess they're in. The Browns aren't what we thought they'd be.
I don't know that you have the depth of good team, but I think the good teams are really good.
Well, fair enough, but I guess my point is, because, look, I'm with you. I think some reality waits on the schedule ahead, but
they got to get through this middle part.
All right.
If they get through the middle part in somewhat good shape, you're wrestling for the wild card.
Okay, real quick. This is my quick math here, all right?
You love math.
Buffalo's good.
Yep.
Yes.
That's one. That's the only team I'm going to put in that category in that division. Jets are too big of a mess. They're a little bit of an unknown, but I can't say they're good right now. Baltimore's good.
Yes.
Pittsburgh is good. Even as weird as the quarterback thing is, defense is legit.
That dude falls out of bed and wins 11.
Okay.
I don't care.
I don't care that they're 2-4. That quarterback and Jamar Chase, I think Cincinnati's good.
Good.
Even if their
they can
defense
go on
is
a
a
run.
mess.
I'm with you.
And
Burrow's Burrow.
Yeah. Houston's good.
Yes.
I don't know if they're as good as their record says. Interesting game for them this week, but they're 5-1. That's 5 good teams. Chiefs obviously are good. I'm going to put the Chargers in the good category because Jim knows exactly what that team is supposed to be.
And they play that way for him.
Yeah.
Herbert's staying in the lane.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't drift during games. He's not,
as we sit
freelancing.
Here today, the Broncos are no worse than the 8th best team in the AFC. The 8th team. And guess what? That means with at 4-3 with a winning record, you got Cincinnati at 2-4, who I put in the good category. You can be a playoff team.
They could, but
going to be tough.
I want to see them get through the middle, and I want to see them. I want to see the offense win a gritty game. We know the defense can win a gritty game. I want to see the offense do that.
And Sean committing to the offense winning the gritty game.
Or just the quarterback and Sean Payton and everyone else involved. Just slug it out because that's how you have to play. Even the Chiefs have to play that
So don't
way.
print your playoff tickets today.
Not quite yet, but you're in.
But save some money. Save the deposit.
Be aware that it's humanly possible.
Yeah, and
with what the schedule is.
Already, it's their best record after 7 games.
4-3.
Since 2016. So, live a little.
There was chunks of the offseason we didn't know they'd win 4 games all year.
Go buy that throwback item.
Yes.
Yeah.
Enjoy it, everybody.
Yeah. Leggy.
4-3.
Live a little.
What are you going to do with your weekend off? Get
gonna
annoyed
watch
by
Weekend
the
off.
Illini and then
You're
what?
funny.
He's going to watch
Weekend
football.
off. I got plans.
Yeah, to watch Illini football. Get irritated.
I got so many plans.
Big one coming up against Michigan this week, clearly. And then a full slate on Sunday, and then we'll be talking to Jeff Legwold on Monday. We'll be talking to him about the Broncos getting ready for the Panthers and, of course, about the weekend that will be. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN. Thank you, Jeff Legwold. Beautiful work as always.
Thank you, Kreckman and Lindahl.
That's us. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league going into Week 7, including a look back on Broncos Saints and what exactly is Mike Tomlin's plan at quarterback. You'll hear from him next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. 16-plus years of innovation in the e-bike industry sets Rad Power Bikes apart. It's why they are the undisputed industry leader. Guys, check out their website, radpowerbikes.com. See everything that they have got to offer. If you are looking for a commuting bike, a cargo and utility e-bike, or if you want to hit the trail, check out the Radster Trail. It is the newest bike in their line. Rad Power Bikes are built for everyday use. Commuters, if you need it for hauling utility for your life or your job, you put the kids on the back, the groceries, Rad Power Bikes are perfect for you. You can replace your car with an extremely fun e-bike. And we talk about affordability. The guys over at Rad Power Bikes, they'll help you out. When you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it that much more affordable. These are these Rad Power Bikes. Some of them come with folding frames. You can store it for the season right there in a closet. That's right. Put a bike in a closet. Radpowerbikes.com or go to altitudesportsradio.com/Radster and sign up to win. Register to win your very own Radster Trail e-bike. We're giving one away at altitudesportsradio.com, and we look forward to setting you up with all of that. Again, radpowerbikes.com. Get yourself an e-bike. Rad Power Bikes, best in the industry. Let's get it going. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We started with football news on a Ska Friday. Broncos victorious 33-10 last night. Mark Springer. We're going to watch other football on Sunday. Get a set for it.
Let's do it in the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Before we look ahead, let's look back at last night's Thursday night football game. The Broncos crushing the Saints, and the Amazon Prime Thursday night broadcast for the first time this season slipped below 10 million viewers. That game clocked in at 9.81 million viewers. It still outperformed last year's Week 7 Thursday night matchup between the Jaguars and the Saints. That attracted 9.79 million viewers. And, hey, last night the NFL game did easily beat postseason baseball.
I am still taking notes in the fourth quarter last night, furiously typing it in, and it did occur to me, I wonder how many other people are still watching this thing right now.
It's really interesting. In spring, I'm glad you put the matchup from a year ago in there. The Saints are the common denominator.
Yeah.
Just probably not the national brand they were with Payton and Breeze anymore, right?
No, when you subtract Drew Brees out of it, God, Al Michaels and Herb Street, that was definitely the part of the broadcast they enjoyed the most last night, was chatting with Drew Brees. They weren't even paying attention to the game while Brees was in there, nor did they really need to. If you missed that fourth quarter, you would have missed an Audric Estime fumble. You would have missed a Jaquan McMillan strip sack that went into the hands of Cody Barton that was returned 52 yards for a touchdown, and you would have missed a Jake Haener-led Saints touchdown drive in garbage time last night. Yeah, that was not the kind of broadcast that typically holds viewers.
When you see 17 guys on one team's injury report, though, I mean...
Right.
This is the time of year where Thursday Night Football gets really tough. I think it's tough for the teams no matter what. Guys are feeling the season by this point, and to have them turn around and play this quickly is just, this is what you get when you try to do it sometimes.
And it was Bo Nix versus Spencer Rattler.
Yeah. Yeah, not two household names right now.
Not exactly C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love coming up on Sunday at 11 a.m. You
Exactly,
know?
yeah.
So not terribly surprising that the numbers weren't great. I'm sure a ton of people watched it locally because, hey, how often in recent years have you had a chance to watch a real good Broncos laugher? You don't get a ton of them.
And we'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's look at the big matchups on Sunday. We'll work in reverse. We will start with Sunday night football. The Jets are 1.5
So you're saying we don't have to wait all segment for Sunday night?
No, we're going to jump right to it.
Okay.
In the high five. The Jets are 1.5-point road favorites at the Steelers. Who is starting at quarterback for Pittsburgh on Sunday night? Mike Tomlin was asked today if he knows who's starting.
I am, but I'm just going to, keep that in-house. But I thought he was sharp. I thought Justin was sharp as well. I thought we had a highly productive week from both guys and from the unit as a whole.
Mike, is a scenario still in play where you could use both quarterbacks on Sunday?
Certainly.
Okay, but wide receiver George Pickens, talking in the locker room, spilled the beans. He says Russ is starting.
Have you noticed him putting in extra time this week, maybe working with you one-on-one just to try to get on the same page?
Yeah, getting on the same page after practice throwing, more than usual because, this is first start.
Uh-oh, someone didn't get the memo.
The guy with the throw me the
Whoops.
bleeping ball or always bleeping open eye black. Turns out that was the guy. The reporters knew what they were doing, too. Hey, go talk to the bitter dude over there. He'll go ahead and let it slip. Russell Wilson will start against the Jets coming up here on Sunday night. What are your expectations for Big Russ, Andy?
Their O-line is not good.
Not really.
Justin Fields has been doing workman-like things to get away from some of the pressure that he's been under. Look, you and I both know Russ doesn't run anymore. And Russ is not elusive necessarily anymore.
Stands there and gets hit.
I think they're going to use both guys. I think we'll still see a fair amount of Justin Fields. I'm not quite sure if it'll be 60-40, but I don't think they're going to have a choice. But I think this is an obvious move with what you just alluded to get George Pickens back in the game plan. Try to put some downfield passing in there and see what they can do.
By the way, no injury designation for Devontae Adams. He's now a Jet, and his hamstring is miraculously great.
Magic.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Sunday afternoon, the big one is the 49ers hosting the Chiefs in a Super Bowl rematch. Juju Smith-Schuster is listed as questionable for the Chiefs, but Andy Reid saying today that despite his little hamstring injury, Andy expects Juju to play Sunday afternoon. Wide receiver Juwan Jennings will not play for the 49ers, but wide receiver Ricky Pearsall, the rookie, will make his season debut after returning from a gunshot wound.
Ouch. Unbelievable. I assume that's what you say. Unbelievable amount of injuries that have befallen the Niners so far this season. Still very much look like a playoff team. I don't think that's really all that in doubt. What do you expect out of this game, Andy? You got the Chiefs off of a bye. They also just played the Saints. That was a couple of weeks ago, and they bludgeoned them. Really didn't have to break much of a sweat to get that victory. Coming off of a bye, going on the road now to San Francisco. Again, the weapons are not elite for Patrick Mahomes, but their defense is outstanding, and yeah, they do have the best football player in the world. What do you think of this game?
Yeah, I don't know. The Niners, I think it'll be a physical game out of the Niners. This could be the first time the Chiefs lose a close one, but I don't know. You know, again, another note from here, Jordan Mason, the running back that's mainly been filling in for Christian McCaffrey, who you told me to pick up week 1. I didn't listen to you. Now I wish I had. No designation. He'll play. I think it'll be an interesting game. Here's my thing. I always feel like for the team that lost the Super Bowl, I think they can't wait to get games like this over with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now, I don't know. Maybe the fact you got all the dudes that actually played in the Super Bowl hurt, maybe that'll help you. Maybe there's no hangover. I think it'll still be a fun enough game, but somebody's got to beat the Chiefs sooner or later, right?
Niners have never done it under Kyle Shanahan. By the way,
aren't they coming off the bye? Aren't the Chiefs like unbelievably good off the bye?
Yes, it's a very big Andy Reid stat. Chiefs are 5-0 this season, despite outscoring their opponents by only 33 points. That is the lowest point differential by any 5-0 team since the 04 Jets. They only have one 2-score victory. That, of course, was against the Saints. Spring.
High five. Sunday morning, the 5-0 Vikings host the 4-1 Lions. The Lions will obviously be without Aiden Hutchinson, but no other real injuries popping up over the course of the week. For the Vikings, running back Aaron Jones is questionable with a hamstring injury, and tight end TJ Hawkinson is questionable to play in this game. He has been on the PUP list with a knee injury.
All four teams in that division are over 500 right now. Minnesota at 5-0, Detroit at 4-1, Packers and Bears are both at 4-2. All right, Andy, I said it before. I think Sam Darnold's turning into a pumpkin. That defense in Minnesota is the best in football. Offensively, they're middle of the road at best and very much getting carried by that defense. Does that sound familiar to anybody around these parts? Does Detroit go in and get these guys coming up here on Sunday?
Yeah. Yeah, probably, just because Detroit's had their operation going. Like, they're a little more oiled, if you will, than the machine running in Minnesota. But the Aiden Hutchinson factor, I'm going to be curious to see how that plays in, you know.
It's huge.
First game where Minnesota can just game plan. You don't have them. We can do what we need to do. Divisional games get crazy, though. I do think it's more Detroit's time than Minnesota, so I'll stick with Detroit, but maybe it'll surprise us.
Strength on strength. Vikings have the best run defense in football. Detroit is the fourth best rushing offense in the league, so look out for that coming up here this week. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, and finally, another good 11 a.m. matchup. The 4-2 Packers host the 5-1 Texans. For the Texans, they will be without linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair, cornerback Kamari Lassiter, linebacker Henry 2020, and safety Jimmy Ward all will not play. For the Packers, a couple wide receivers have been dealing with injury, Jaden Reed and Christian Watson, but they are set to play in this game.
You know, these are two of the best young quarterbacks in the league, quite clearly, in C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love. The thing about both of these guys, though, is they will make mistakes, especially Jordan Love, just because he's throwing deep all the time. There's usually one brain fart per game out of both of these guys. I think ultimately that's what's going to decide this thing, is which one of them does not make the killer mistake this week between Stroud and Jordan Love. But this is must-watch television. This game's going to rule.
Yeah, it'll be a great game. Wasn't this one talked about where they were trying to flex it, but CBS, I think it is, protected it heavily, and so they wouldn't give it up. So there you go. It's going to be a fun game to watch. We should get 4 games this weekend, right? Do we get 2 doubleheaders since the Broncos played, or what are we dealing with?
I sure hope so.
There's a London game too, right? The
yes.
London game might erase that. It's the Patriots and the Jaguars.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
What do you think about? So I've heard guys tell me, because Bronco players had to endure Josh McDaniels copying Bill's plan of just going in on Thursday and try to get a win and get out of there. I think, didn't Haxie do that too? The Jaguars have been there for, 2 weeks now, because they just played this past weekend. Jaguars get this game? You know what? The girlfriend of Steve Nelson was asking me, she was there last night, should she open an app and throw a little down on the old 5.5? I think the Jaguars are favored for.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, well, I would think it would make sense because the Patriots just got there. But, God, the Jaguars are a mess. I don't know that I'd trust any money on the Jaguars or the Patriots.
Drake May threw 3 touchdowns last week. They might score points.
They might, but you got to get over the jet lag.
I'm not convinced this is not going to be a close game here this week.
You like that 5.5's a little scary.
That feels a little bit healthy.
You're expecting a touchdown win from Jacksonville?
By the way, 5-game losing streak for New England. Longest losing streak for that franchise in 30 years.
30
years.
That kind of surprises me. That well predates Brady.
Sure does.
All right.
But they had a good couple of decades in there. You enjoyed that Broncos Saints victory last night, even though people weren't really watching it on Amazon. We will relive the Bronco victory. Highlights from Denver's 33-10 win with Al Michaels. That's right. We're going to make fun of Al. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. Nate Kreckman proudly told me the other day he got his tow hitch put on. Now he's going to go get his e-bike from Rad Power Bikes. It's all coming together. I just was out seeing Jerry this past week. If you want to head on over to my Instagram, you can see the bed cover on my truck. He does a demonstration of how it works, why it was great, why he thought that was the one to suggest to me. And it's one that I've had for over 5 years, and I've been very happy with. And frankly, it looks as rugged as the first day that I got it. If you need a bed cover and you see the rain's out there now, the leaves will be falling, the gunk is coming. If you want to keep things in the bed of your truck, a bed cover is how you do it and keep them secure. Plus, you don't want the snow in there. You don't want the leaves. The floor mats are also great for keeping all the wet weather and stuff like that out of the bed, or I should say out of the cabin of your truck. That's the way to go. He can do a remote start for you as we get closer to the even colder weather. You can get the step rails for safely getting into the vehicle. You need the tow stuff. He's got it all. Jerry's great. And you know what? He's not going to be there to sell you his most expensive product. He's going to have a conversation with you. He and Wendy Jones, his wife, will get you into the product that you need, whatever that may be for your truck or 4x4. Find Colorado Off-Road 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're right behind ACC. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call, 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Interrupting this commercial break to bring you Sports Talk Goodness. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Ska Friday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios today. Their passion is justice. Our passion is football. The Broncos last night defeat the New Orleans Saints 33-10 on Amazon. America may not have watched it, but we sure did.
Denver did.
Last night, and we got to enjoy Sean Payton getting his big homecoming victory. Did you see that locker room celebration?
No,
That
not
looked
all
like
of it.
fun.
I saw some of the pictures
I saw
you
the
sent me.
photos.
Yeah,
Yes. Sean Payton looks like he's a big hugger. I'm not sure how much Greg Penner's a big hugger.
Yeah, I think that had to do with the specific game.
Greg Penner looked like he was playing defense on that Sean Payton hug.
Yeah, that was the old one. All right. Was it Seinfeld where they do the pat on the back to let you know we're done here?
We're good here.
All
Let's
right.
move on with this one. Sean was a little bit more emotional, but he still got the game ball last night. Still got the win in his return to New Orleans. Here's the NFL.com had this. After Sean Payton beat the Saints on Thursday, NFL head coaches are now 2-6 in their first road games against their former team of 10 or more seasons since 2000. The only win prior had been Andy Reid going back to Philly and beating the Eagles.
Well, there you go.
That's wow your friends at the bar with that.
Win a
this
beer
weekend,
tonight.
everybody. Let's relive that game. We've got Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit on the call, and yes, the Broncos won. If you're being honest with yourself, you will know that Bo Nix did not play great last night, and the opening drive was going along quite well. Bo had picked up 15 yards and had picked up a first down. They were running play action. Things were starting to get going with Mike McGlinchey back at right tackle and Alex Forsythe making another start at center last night. First down and 10 after Bo picked up 9 yards on a zone read keeper. First down and 10 and a chance to get a chunk. What happened here, Bo? Roll it, Spring.
So Rattler waiting his turn. Little razzle-dazzle here. And he finds the open man but can't hit him. Wide open was Lucas Kroll, who would be the number 3 tight end. Wide open, overthrows him. 2nd and 10.
I mean, Andy, he
razzle-dazzle
bounced that ball perfectly between Kroll and Franklin.
Are we? I'm telling you, I am not sure I believe Kroll was the guy. He did
might
not
not
set
have
his feet,
right?
So he
might
didn't
not
get a
have
lot under it. You got to know. I think Bo was looking Franklin.
They were both open.
Yeah, and Franklin was even deeper. I think he wanted Frank. I just think he short hop Franklin.
The throw was equidistant between the two receivers. He couldn't have landed it in there any better. Herbstreit did a great job calling out the bad footwork on that play. In fact, Amazon isolated Bo's feet in the pocket. Just a little too jumpy, a little bit too happy. Now, let's balance this out with a good Bo Nix throw. Like Walt was talking about this last hour. This is when Bo is comfortable, and this was on a zone read. This was another play where Bo kept the ball, and he finds Devon Vele on a slant. This is an excellent Bo Nix throw. This was the Broncos' second drive. Roll it, Spring.
So it's first down. Going to bring in Jaleel McLaughlin. Another of their running backs. Fake it to him. Throw. Slant. Caught. And into Saints territory goes Vele. Rookie out of Utah. Picked him in the 7th round. He looks good. 6'5", 210.
20 yards, perfectly placed, catch and run, actual yak on that play. That is probably an example of the 2024 Bronco passing game at its very best.
Yeah, it is. He's right now dialed in between the college hashes, shall we say. Not the pro hashes, but the college hashes, which are a little wider out. Anything there in the middle of the field, something like that, he can zip it on a line to the guys. He seems to see the throwing lane that he wants well. Vele made some good catches for him, too. That was just one of them. Those two have a little something going on. How long before you just start Vele?
Yeah, good chemistry.
Just take a look at it.
Right, good chemistry going on right there. That drive ended in a Will Lutz 36-yard field goal. Broncos took a 3-0 lead. Second possession now for New Orleans. Spencer Rattler got himself into a 3rd and 2 situation, connected with Bub Means for a first down, and now it is a 1st down and 10, and Vance Joseph is sending the pressure.
Bub Means, he was able to clear free there and made a really easy read for Rattler.
Look out. He gets hit. Was the arm coming forward? Haven't heard a whistle yet. Meanwhile, Cody Barton coming in. But they're going to rule that, well, they're going to rule that a fumble and a recovery. Quan Alexander, they just activated him in his 10th year in the league, last year in Pittsburgh.
That was such a weird play. I was watching that earlier before I came to work. And yeah, the refs need to. Can we please get a decision? It's going to be reviewed anyway.
Right.
So if nothing else, just go, all right, we don't know, then it's a fumble, and let's look at it upstairs.
Exactly. Just call it a damn fumble.
Right.
It's such a tough play to have to be able to call. Unless you have a clear view of it, just call it a fumble and then go and take a look at it, which they did. And indeed, Spencer Rattler's arm was not moving forward when Cody Barton hit him blitzing off the left end. Strip sack for Cody Barton, who had the game of his life last night. Quan Alexander recovered that thing.
What was going on real quick? I meant to ask you about that. I could not hear all the little machinations in the bar last night, but because there was quite a crowd at number 38. Did Sternad not play as much? I plan to rewatch the game Sunday night before we jump back in Monday morning, but was Quan in for Sternad? Was Sternad a little dinged up? What happened there? Or were they just part of the rotation?
I had the snap counts open and I closed them. So I can't tell you how many snaps Sternad played last night.
But that's who he was in for, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He was getting an opportunity to play. Maybe it was some love for a former Saint for you right there.
Could be. I mean, but Sternad's not been bad. I just was kind of curious because I think
Quan
Sternad has
Alexander
had some
revenge game last
there
night,
it
too.
is.
Yeah.
Along with Will Lutz.
Okay, I got the snap
Troutman.
counts now. No, Sternad played 42 snaps last night. Alexander played 21.
All right, so just part of the rotation.
Cody Barton played 100% of the snaps last night as well.
He was
should
running around like his hair was on fire.
He just last night was the Cody Barton game. I have no other way to call it other than we watched the Cody Barton game last night. Bo Nix put together a very good drive right at the end of the second quarter. This was the drive. Honey Badger had a touchdown-saving tackle on Javonte Williams. They ran a screen to Javonte. He made a man miss. We talked about that yesterday. Good block in the open field by Powers. Kept that thing moving. That was the drive where Adebo broke his leg. Bo Nix rolling right, hit Troy Franklin. That was 20 yards. A nice throw to little Jordan Humphrey to convert on a 2nd down and 8. That set the Broncos up with a 1st and goal at the 8-yard line with 7:33 left in the quarter. And Javonte Williams had nothing but daylight between himself and the goal line.
1st and goal, halfway through the second quarter. Wide open. Yeah, Javonte Williams for the touchdown. Goes in untouched. So they complete that drive. 8 plays, 5 on the ground. 8-yard touchdown here. Took 4:44, and they're up by 2 scores.
Yeah, too easy. 13-0. The hole between Forsyth and Miners was massive. The linebacker had blitzed on the play. There was nobody home. Javonte walked into the end zone. But a great job by the offensive line right there. 8-play drive capped by that touchdown run. It is now 13-0.
Hey, let's give a smack on the backside to Alex Forsyth. He had kind of a rough first start, but it sounds like he bounced back just fine.
Played well last night. Saints then assembled an actual field goal drive. Blake Grupe kicked a 35-yarder to make it 13-3. The ensuing drive for Denver, this was the one where Honey Badger dropped the interception. If the Saints were going to have any prayer of making that game interesting, that play was going to have to get made. That was a terrible throw by Bo Nix, too, quite obviously, because he hit a safety right between the numbers. But after that, on a 3rd and 10, Nix hit Marvin Mims, who broke a tackle and got a 1st down. Mims had the drop in that drive as well, but the Broncos caught a break. Will Lutz kicked a 52-yard field goal to make it 16-3. A lot of people were tweeting at me right then when it was at 16.
There it is.
I
There it
did
is.
predict the 16-16 tie for last night. But after that field goal, Saints got the ball back inside the final minute of the half, and they started calling timeouts. I want to play a highlight of Spencer Rattler taking a knee, mostly because I want to relive Al Michaels' disgust, because seriously, the Saints called a timeout with 4 seconds left in the half to then take a knee on 3rd down and 4. This is what it sounded like.
And that's the way this half is going to end in all likelihood, but they're going to take another timeout, I guess. All right.
All right.
For what practical purpose? You tell me.
I don't know.
Even you're stumped.
Yeah.
And to stump you is hard.
You're excited for what's going on behind this wall right here at halftime. You hungry?
It depends. I got to see what the
See
spread,
what's on the menu.
What the spread is tonight. Are we going Cajun or Creole?
It's a great town for food.
Sure.
Oh, here we go. Wow, I couldn't hear any of this
Punt,
last
fumble,
night.
punt, field goal
Take the ball, take it.
for the Saints. Well, you take a timeout. It's the only timeout I've ever seen, and a kneel down follows.
And they'll get booed off the field.
What were you
whatever.
doing that
I
for?
know.
Why did you do that? I can be honest with you. So at this point, I'm running up to the stage. We have giveaways to do at the halftime, right? I'm on the stage. I see them take the knee. I didn't realize they took a timeout beforehand.
They did.
Why did you take a timeout to emphasize the kneel down?
I don't know. There was 4 seconds left. They could have just let the half end because I think they picked up. They had a pass drop by Cedric Wilson on 1st down. They picked up a yard on second. Yeah, and then they take a knee. What are they doing? They were so far. Spencer Rattler wasn't going to air that thing out to Bub Means or Mason Tipton right there. Also, Al's not even excited about the food. Hey, we got the spread back there. Yeah, what is it?
Creole. We got some Creole. Got a hurricane. I'm going to need a hurricane to get through this game.
If anyone has forgotten, Al Michaels claims to have never eaten a vegetable in his life.
Oh, that's right.
That's the thing with Al, remember? He's a very picky eater.
Hey, real quick, though, do you think Rattler, did Rattler get confused? Did he not understand what he's being told to do? I'm really stretching to figure out why you took a
Wouldn't
timeout.
the timeout have been called from the sideline? I don't know. It was bizarre, but we wanted to play.
Was he afraid Rattler was going to try something and throw a pick six? There you go from the sideline. That's got to be the only thing. Does this guy think he's about to try something? So Dennis Allen wanted to be real sure you're taking a knee?
That was grumpy Al. Drink right there, everybody. That's as grumpy as he. Plus, it's halftime, so he's hangry too. Give me
I think watching the Saints for a half is enough to hack anybody off, judging by the ratings.
All right, Broncos' second drive of the second half. They got a Will Lutz 38-yard field goal to take a 19-3 lead. Game's effectively over. Saints go 3 and out. Broncos a 1st and 10 at their own 31-yard line. I want to play this because this is, again, one of the good passing plays, and Lucas Kroll went out there and made a play for his young quarterback.
You and Sean, a match made in football heaven. So they honor you at a luncheon today, and Sean shows up, right?
In all of his Broncos gear, in his Broncos hoodie, along with a couple of our other coaches. I mean, 75% of their sideline I played with or had some interaction with over the years.
Kroll, the tight end, makes the catch. He's had a nice night. They're going to run up to the line of scrimmage catch.
Kidding me?
Al couldn't have cared less.
Gosh. Neither could Drew.
Let's just talk more
That
to
was
Drew.
a great catch by Kroll.
It was a great
He went
play.
up and snagged that thing out of the air, and we get, there's a 9-yard gain. We got to go to break.
That was the chicken at the luncheon. Was it good?
Yeah. What platter did you have? Is that like a wedding? If you get a luncheon in your honor, do you pick what the menu is?
Great question.
You know what I mean?
Do you get to approve the menu?
There'll be no luncheon in our honor, so I need to know.
Yeah. Do you get menu approval at your own team Hall of Fame?
Chicken, beef, Creole.
I should text Nayland and find out.
Jambalaya.
Because they had the Ring of Fame banquet for him. I'll find out.
Find out. You
I'll
got people.
I'll find this.
What's he doing at
I don't even.
7:30? Is he here or is he in Boston?
He's the offensive line coach at Holy Cross. He's busy these days.
Where's that?
It's in the Patriot League. It's somewhere in New England.
So 2 hours ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. But,
yeah.
He's probably grinding tape and threatening jabs.
Let's get some more Javonte Williams. In fact, let's get another Javonte Williams touchdown run. This was later on that very drive. Let's see if they could bother to interrupt Drew Brees for a moment to tell everybody Javonte Williams scored a touchdown.
So Hill first and goal, 75 rushing yards for Nix tonight. Gives it to Williams, and he burrows his way in for the touchdown. So the Denver Broncos, 69 yards, 5 plays, 4 of them on the ground. And the Bronco faithful are happy.
Ha! Golly!
I'm not.
Happy.
But some other
Happy?
people are.
Reasonably. Happy? Happy's not a word that we think about in a game.
Bo Nix on that 32-yard run. Kool-Aid McKinstry caught him from behind. Okay, you want to talk about things that'll make this season weird is when Bo gets hurt on one of these runs. He's not really taking care of himself all that well. Last night he took some shots.
Well, here's the thing I also and look, I know the young guy's got a little sass to him. He goes over after that run, thought about shoving the ball in the guy's face, I think caught himself, then tried to throw it to the ref. But he kind of did this last week after the Bud Dupree missed sack. Don't make yourself a target by, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Guys are going to start going for the kill shot and not worrying about the fumble. It's cool. I'm glad you feel good about the play. It's a heck of a run. You should feel good about it. Don't, especially a guy with nothing to play for on that defense.
Right.
Don't have him taking cheap shots at you at the end of the game.
Broncos now up by 23 points in this game. Saints' next drive goes very badly. Saints got called for illegal hands to the face. Remember, they ripped off Malcolm Roach's helmet.
They actually got a good play on that too, didn't they?
Yeah, well, here's the thing, okay? So they're at 1st and 10. You got a Rattler short scramble. You got a holding on Foster Moreau, okay? There's now an undrafted rookie left guard for the Saints. Saints get another false start on 1st and 20, back to 1st and 25. Rattler to Tipton for 7 yards. You get a 2nd down and 18. Then you get the illegal hands to the face, push it all the way back to a 2nd down and 28. Not an advantageous situation for the offense. And John Franklin Myers, who isn't Zach Allen, but is pretty damn good himself so far, just ripped his way into the backfield.
I think these Saints fans have seen enough.
Yeah.
Not quite ready for the bags, though.
No.
2nd and 28. And down he goes. And finally, they get to him. John Franklin Myers gets the sack here.
Yeah, John Franklin Myers has been really good this year for the Broncos. What a savvy move by George Payton and company to go and get him. They gave up, a 6th rounder to get JFM?
Yes, because they
the
thought
Jets
they
couldn't
had
pay him.
Hassan Reddick, and
Right.
they were all in.
Yeah, buy low, nice acquisition, good job. We go to the 4th quarter, and we've been talking about him. Let's hear from him. Zach Allen finally gets to Spencer Rattler.
You know, Kansas City's going to win that division more than likely. You can get to 9. You got a shot.
Sure.
You got a shot at that wild card.
Yeah, 9 and 8. 7 teams in each conference going in, and another sack here. So this night of misery in a way will continue. There's another sack here. This time Zach Allen came over from Arizona, right? SOS going out. 4 sacks tonight for the Broncos.
Was Al Michaels talking about himself when he said this night of misery continues?
Al Michaels.
I'm still here.
Hey, Al, I got news for you. Games like this are only beginning to start for you, pal. This is the meaty part of the schedule where guys are too beat up to play good games.
Just waiting for Al to be like, you know how old I am? The Grim Reaper's right over my shoulder. I can't be doing this.
I feel a breeze at all times.
One more defensive play from the Broncos' blowout win last night. This was truly the highlight of what we are now officially dubbing the Cody Barton game.
2nd and 10, look out. And is that going to be a fumble, which is taken by Barton in the air? There's no whistle yet. And Barton, what a night this guy's having. Jaquan McMillan is the guy who hits Rattler as the ball is being released, and for the moment, ruled a touchdown.
Why wouldn't it have been a touchdown?
I don't know.
Whether it was a throw or a fumble, he caught it in the air and took it to the house for a touchdown. There was nothing to whistle. There was nothing to look at. It was a touchdown the whole time, Al.
Because I think Al peeked behind him at the Creole station, and then all of a sudden there's guys running around. And...
Oh, they got shrimp back there?
Yeah.
Oh, crap. What's going on?
Who just walked in? Wait. All of a sudden, Rattler doesn't have that ball anymore. Let me get a quick look at the replay.
And that was your Broncos Saints experience on Amazon last night. Thank you to Al Michaels for being such a joyous part of all of our lives. In all seriousness, Andy, he probably is the greatest sportscaster of our lifetime. But I'm also very much enjoying this stage of the Al Michaels experience.
Yeah, I never thought I'd hear that guy be so miserable.
I know,
he
right?
lived such a charmed life. All those years of Sunday Night Football and the best game of the week, and now 180.
Guy that has broadcast some of the greatest moments, sports moments of ours or many other people's lifetimes.
Probably the first bust you would encounter in a broadcast Hall of Fame, and yet here he is.
You pretty much you put Al and Vin Scully right up there, right? Uh-huh.
Jack Buck, whatever.
Yeah.
Dick Enberg's in there somewhere.
Yeah. The greatest to ever do it right there, and right now he's just collecting a paycheck.
He and Costas angry about bets left and right.
Cosell, obviously, you put him right up there. Kreckman and Lindahl back to wrap it up on a Ska Friday next. Oh, a huge shout out to our buddy Alex Kane, the CEO and founder of Sport Trade. He was all over that Broncos Saints over last night. Hopefully you also faded the public on that one and were on the over. Late touchdowns from both sides, a defensive Broncos score and then a Jay Kaner touchdown pass, 33-10. That over hit last night. Sport Trade is Colorado's newest premium sports betting experience. And what I love about Sport Trade is a feature that they call the tape. It's a tab right there at the bottom of the app, but you can see every bet happening on the service in real time. Sport Trade shows you the action happening on the site. You can follow the smart money as it is getting put into the market. Go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com. Sport Trade is where the big bets happen. If you're stuck in a rut on your app, you want a better live betting experience, check out Sport Trade. Get the edge of the best prices the market has to offer. They've got the best prices in live wagering and minus 106 main lines. That's more earnings for you. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
you would think, Cortland Sutton has not even been targeted. You would think coming into the game.
To get a catch, not even looked at.
You would think they really would have needed him, and finally they're able to smother Williams in the backfield that time. Anthony Orji takes him down. 2nd down and 19.
There was their jumbo look, brought in an extra tackle, and just a miscommunication in the interior made it easy for Orji to get in there.
A miscommunication in the interior made it easy for Orji to get in there. Thank you.
Another scoring orgy.
That is.
Did he low-key do that on purpose? Was he low-key being clever?
I hope
at the end
so.
of that game? Had time to think things out, right?
That is linebacker Anthony Orji.
A scoring orgy.
Mm-hmm. I read the scouting report on Orji, though, Andy. Good team player.
Go ahead. You got your notes. Empty the book. Let's go. I'm out of the way.
No, he's a good tackler in space, but really he works well as a gang tackler. All right, that's all I got.
That's it?
That's it. Do you think he has...
See, I knew it.
Do you think he has a robe in his locker? Robes and lotions assorted.
Yeah. I don't know, bull for keys.
His, by the way, Orji's brother is the quarterback at Michigan. He was actually benched this week. He will not start against Illinois. So some Orji updates right there for you.
I thought you were going to get one more in somehow.
That was all I got.
Somehow.
That was all I got.
By the way, we've asked Connor McGahee to work in a special call for us tonight. We'll see if it happens.
We'll see if it happens. Something to tune in for tonight. This one, I got to say, could be his crowning achievement if he can do it.
It might be the hardest one to work in a group setting.
Mm-hmm. And it's not Anthony Orji.
See, I knew it. I thought I handed that one to you.
Thank you.
You know what? I was going towards the net, did a little drop pass of the puck.
That was good. That was smooth. Maybe the Avalanche can get a win tonight. Speaking of Anthony Orji, Annie, I got your Rockhead of the Day presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. Bit of a treat today on the Rockhead of the Day. We get to go down under. We're going to Australia for today's Rockhead of the Day. An official for the Australian state of Victoria was unable to hide his amusement at the cause of extensive flooding that shut down 2 Melbourne train stations last week and caused lengthy delays for attendees of the Olivia Rodrigo concert in this city. The Minister for Transport Infrastructure, Danny Pearson, this guy's name is Danny Pearson, told journalists at a press briefing that initial reports that there was an act of vandalism that led to extensive flooding of the Flagstaff station, but it impacted both the Flagstaff and the Melbourne Central station late Thursday night. However, in a follow-up press briefing, he had to reveal that act of vandalism was actually incorrect. Instead, after reviewing surveillance footage, Andy, they were able to confirm that an amorous couple in a stairwell dislodged the sprinkler.
Well, nice.
Here is Victorian...
In a stairwell.
Victorian Transport Minister Danny Pearson is giving the update to the local media, and this guy is treating this story with all of the gravity that it deserves. Here he is, and a reminder, he's very Australian. Go ahead, Spring.
Initial reports were that it was an act of vandalism. I've been advised that Metro have reviewed the CCTV footage, and it would appear that an amorous couple in a stairwell dislodged the sprinkler.
Are you all able to confirm that element? Yes.
Where was that at Flagstaff Station?
No, Melbourne Central Station in a stairwell late at night. Police are investigating.
And in terms of what the disruption caused by it, do you have any advice on how immense that was?
Well, there was extensive flooding.
I genuinely didn't think this was going there.
Yeah.
was this last night?
Thursday night. Late.
I love that the guy laughed his way through the entire thing.
Yeah, hey, you know what? We don't need to take everything so seriously.
Nope.
What are we talking about here?
Yep. Guy took out his didgeridoo, and next thing you know, the entire train station was flooded. That'll do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here this afternoon. Rocket of the Day brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who you got? Buffs tomorrow or Arizona?
I'm going to take Buffs.
What about CSU and Air Force?
Get the win on the road. CSU's going to handle business against Air Force.
All right.
I think we're going to have both Buffs and Rammies victories coming up here tomorrow. Illini sure to disappoint me against Michigan. I'm going to take Texas over Georgia.
Who do you got? Steelers, Jets.
I'm going to take the Jets in Devontae Adams' first game, mostly because Russell Wilson is playing quarterback for the Steelers. I'll take the Pack to get Houston at home.
Most importantly, Pat's Jags.
In London?
In London. Foggy London town.
I'll take Jags by a field goal. Detroit's going to get the win at Minnesota. And I do believe Kyle Shanahan is allergic to beating the Chiefs. Kansas City's going to go into Levi Stadium and get that win. Those are my weekend predictions. Mark it all down, everybody. Thanks again to Al Michaels. Thanks again to Anthony Orgy. Thanks again to Jeff Legwald. Thanks again to Cody Barton and Will Lutz. And mostly thanks to all of you for tuning in to the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Have a great weekend, everybody. Drive safely. Avoid Wadsworth if you can. For Spring and Andy, I'm Nate. Take care, everybody.